I don't know. It doesn't really seem to accomplish much.
Well, why do we have an appendix?
Because it is now called a vestigial organ.
Oh, look at you.
Because once upon a time, it might have helped us digest some of the things that were in our diet back then.
Look at Stanford stepping up with the knowledge
That
right
now
there.
is no longer.
I'm impressed.
I don't have an appendix. Do you?
I assume.
Well, yours has not been removed.
Oh, you mean yours was removed?
Yeah.
I got. I'm sorry. I understand. Yeah.
He wasn't born without one.
That's,
Right.
yeah, I got. I got.
Just want to make sure you know that.
No, I got confused. I got
Everyone
you.
assumed that it had been
John
removed.
it's like the tonsils.
Mine got taken out.
In or out.
Were your tonsils taken out?
I think.
You think?
Yes, I think.
What are you talking about?
I think
you
my
think?
tonsils. No, I don't know. Actually,
I think you would know.
No,
'Cause
yeah,
the
no,
kids
I was getting
who
confused.
got them out,
It was my
they
wisdom
had to
teeth.
go in.
Yeah, no, tonsils are in. It was wisdom teeth. I was getting confused.
I was jealous I didn't get my tonsils out because all the other kids, I heard you got to eat ice cream for like a week.
Yeah, missed school for a day, maybe.
No, I didn't get to do that.
No. All right, I got you. All right, so let's take on the Jalen thing here, guys. A couple interesting developments from yesterday, one of which we touched on at the very, very end of our show, and then one that developed after our show. So ESPN's got a ranking out yesterday, and it is the season with training camp about to happen where you get these off-season rankings. Now, this one, I think, is more interesting than most because it's not just like, hey, Frank Smith from Yahoo or Tom Jones from ESPN.com. So it's not one person's opinion. It's actually a compilation of what ESPN put together by talking to 70. That's a lot. That's not like a small sample size. 70 league, what they call them, league executives, coaches, and scouts. League executives, coaches, and scouts. And they rank up all these various positions, including quarterback, and they have Jalen number 9. Now, I'm curious everyone's reaction to it at 215-592-9494. Let me just tell you the list. Going to turn it over to John. We'll all react together. 215-592-9494. Here's how ESPN ranks it. Excuse me, let me take it back. Here's how the 70 people from the NFL rank it through ESPN's, polling of them. Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2, Burrow 3, Lamar 4. It is noteworthy in the story, and we'll detail elements of the story as they present it, but they make it very, 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 very clear in this story that those 4 were like head and shoulders above everyone else. So those 4 in that order, that's the way many people in America rank them. A lot of people around here don't. So again, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar. All right, 5, 6, 7. Jaden Daniels, Stafford, Herbert. 8, 9, 10, Jared Goff. 9, Jalen Hurts. 10, Baker Mayfield. John Ritchie, floor is yours, sir. Your thoughts?
Asinine. Troublingly asinine. Jalen Hurts is, for my money, he's the best quarterback at leading a balanced offense in this league. He's the second best quarterback by whatever the throw it, 60 times a game standard is. But 60, we don't do that.
60%?
We don't do that. No, I'm just saying those who want to throw it, I get it, Joe. The idea of throwing the ball an awful lot.
You said 60 times. I didn't know if you meant 60%.
Okay.
No one throws it 60 times. Yeah.
You and those who tend to bag on Jalen say, why don't we throw it the way other teams throw it? Well, because we do offense better than other teams. Like, we have a balanced offense. Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the league at leading a balanced offense. The fact that Howie's done his job better than everyone else and created a juggernaut team, that contributes to this issue as well, because now people can say, well, he's good because of his, surrounding talent. He's good because he's throwing to the best wide receivers and he's got the best offensive line blocking for him. Yes, the supporting cast is great, and it's the greatest in the NFL, and it's a big reason why we won a Super Bowl. It's a big reason why we've been to 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls. Yep. Howie has dominated. Jalen has dominated. We are not a pass-heavy system offensively any longer, but I hated that with Andy Reid. Andy Reid is still messing up. Against us, he's still not running the ball in the Super Bowl enough for them to have a chance. Like, that drives me insane if I'm a Chiefs fan. As a player, it drove me insane me and the rest of the offensive line,
Sure.
why aren't we running the ball more,
Drove
Andy?
the fan base insane, too.
And so we knew we could win differently by brutalizing defenses, and now we do that, but now people penalize our quarterback because we don't throw too much, like Andy did and does. Jalen and Nick, and now Kevin Patullo, our new offensive coordinator, who's calling plays for the first time this year, and I'm really excited to see what that relationship looks like in practical application, because they do have a relationship that has been building. He has been here. He just hasn't been calling plays, Kevin Patullo. So now, Jalen, because he's only had the same offensive coordinator 2 years in a row once.
Right.
And that was when we went to the Super Bowl the first time.
Right.
Steichen. So I know that if he's in an offense and gets experience in that offense, Jalen is the guy that we want. He's going to continue to work on that passing efficiency in the regular season. We know how hard he puts in the time. He's the ultimate weapon for today's game. And we should be thanking our lucky stars, but instead we're sitting around and saying, why isn't he throwing it more?
So, it's interesting. You say we should be thanking our lucky stars. Sirianni is. I mean, Sirianni came out, and I don't know when this quote was from, but it emerged yesterday. My guess is because there was no context given in stories about when this was from. It might have been from a time when local media met with him.
Usually what they do in the OTAs is I think they talk to him and then they hold it off till right before training camp because they all had it out.
They all had it yesterday,
Sure.
right? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so it probably happened before yesterday, Ray. Is that a fair way to?
Correct.
Yeah. So here, I could read from any number of people's stories, but I'll read from Tim McManus's at ESPN.com. Start of the story, he says, Eagles coach Nick Sirianni offered a poignant response to the notion that quarterback Jalen Hurts was along for the ride during Philadelphia's Super Bowl run last season. Quote, this is from Serriani, quote, I think that's bull. Let's see, the next letter is S. Then there's an H. We know what word we're talking about here, right?
What letters are we missing?
Yeah. All right, so Sirianni calls it BS. He goes on to say, this again a quote. He goes, I mean, he plays the most important position in all sports, and it's the ultimate team game there is. And what I admire about him is his selflessness of doing anything we need to do to win. That's Sirianni and his defense of Jalen right there. Look, let me tell you where I'm at on this situation. I'm curious where you're at. Again, camp coming up in a week. And the Hurts thing back in front of us. And fortunately, we'll have a whole new set of data to go off of, coming up in about 2 months and for the next 4 to 5 months, based on how long it lasts after that with a new season, which will be Jalen's 5th full year as a starting quarterback, 6th year in pro football. Your chance to weigh in on, the fact that Hurts is deemed by, again, it's 70 NFL coaches, scouts, and league executives as the 9th best. 215-592-9494. Here is what has really struck me, I think, the most this offseason with this kind of conversation, which we've come back to, every so often. What has struck me the most is how the extremes view it. What I call the extremes. Now, you may not, but what I call the extremes and how I think the extremes are wrong. The extremes are those, again, this is my opinion. You may disagree, but where I'm at is this. The extremes are Hurts is a top 2 or 3 quarterback in pro football. That's where James has been at. I don't think that's accurate. An extreme is this situation right here with these league executives and coaches saying Hurts is number 9. I don't think that's accurate. I felt pretty steady this entire offseason. A lot of people get frustrated with me when I say it, but I'll tell you again where I'm at. You may agree, you may disagree. I've got Hurts in the 5 to 7 range, and I've got him 5. Like, I do have those top 4, I think, pretty clearly above Hurts and the others.
You got Lamar Jackson in front of Jalen.
I do.
That's insane.
I do.
That's crazy.
But I think he's in that mix of Stafford, Daniels, and Hurts, of which, primarily because of his excellence on the grandest stage in the Super Bowl twice, I've got Jalen 5, and I'm comfortable with that. Like,
you should count the postseason. You should weigh that more heavily in your evaluation because those are games that matter more.
Well, they do matter more, and that's part of why I have him 5. Listen, the Lamar thing, obviously Lamar is one of those guys, and Romo wasn't as good as Lamar.
How many Super Bowls has Lamar won? How many Super Bowls has Lamar been to?
Zero. Look, there are guys, and Peyton Manning used to do this. Peyton Manning did this for about the first 10 years where, there'd be excellence in the regular season and then be less so in the playoffs. Greg Maddux was like that. I mean, Barry Bonds was like that. I mean, there are some greats that, for whatever reason, in the postseason, for
Jalen's the opposite.
No, I understand. I
Jalen
agree. I understand.
is
I get that.
the ultimate postseason weapon.
Well,
Jalen last year.
That's a little strong. That's a little strong.
Are you kidding me?
Well, Tom Brady won 7.
Okay, he's been to 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls.
I understand that.
He's redefining what offense is in the NFL.
Well,
once upon a time, they said you could not do this.
I agree with you, John.
Jalen is doing what they said you could not.
So, John, I agree with you.
Absolute effectiveness.
And that's what I think trips people up that have him 9. So, do I think Jalen is more deficient in the passing game than some of these others in the top 10? I do. I absolutely do. But he is so much more exceptional in the running game, and that has an impact on winning.
And last year,
the tush push is a real thing.
Let's go back to the passing game, the work he needs to do.
Sure.
Remember last year heading into the season, everyone's like, oh no, protections this year, they're going to be problematic. Jason Kelsey's gone. Jalen set those protections last year. Yeah. Jalen got this team into the proper play every play. Jalen his wheels are turning on the field. He is the coach on the field. He is getting this team into the bang-up play, the proper opportunity every time. That is magnificent.
I agree.
He does that with magnificence.
John, it's why I feel comfortable putting him 5. But a lot of people say that's disrespectful. These league executives would say that's too high. Look, you tell us where you're at. The thing that has struck me the most in the offseason is I'm just not with either extreme. I'm just not. I'm where I'm at. And to me, I'll define it 2 ways, 5 through 7, and as I define it, 5. But to me, it's close. Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, and Stafford, I think, is close. I think it's notable that Stafford came the closest to beating the Eagles in the playoffs with a lot less around him. I thought that was pretty admirable. But, in the end, the Eagles pulled the game out. And then, obviously, Jalen played his 2 best games of the season in the next 2 games of the season, NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. And I do think it's a crock that these people on a national level, these executives, the coaches, et cetera, put him 9. I mean, to put him below, some of these guys like Jared Goff, who's gotten better. I mean, John and I talked a lot last year about how Jared Goff improved a lot. But to put Goff, after that playoff performance, against Washington, below Jalen Hurts, I mean, come on. I think there's people nationally that get tripped up on the fact that it doesn't look the way it looked 30 years ago.
That's why I'm curious about the ages of the executives and the scouts in particular.
That's an interesting point, Rhea.
Because listen, Justin Herbert is the quarterback you want to build in a lab, right? What has he ever done that would put him ahead of Jalen Hurts?
And you're right, and I'll say this.
Nothing.
And also that lab is a lab that was created 30 and 50 years ago.
Correct.
Because college football was doing the running quarterback thing 30 and 50 years ago, and it was embraced and cherished. And so you had guys like Jamel Holloway, you had guys like Tommy Frazier, you had guys, and I'm not saying this to disrespect Jalen that he can't pass better than those guys because he can. You had a guy like Tim Tebow 20 years ago, was one of the great college quarterbacks ever. It's a lot of running. Yeah. But he couldn't throw the ball. Jalen Hurts is obviously a much more evolved passer than guys like that, but utilizing the types of strengths that players like that in college football, 70s, 80s, and 90s, brought to the table running that was eschewed by the NFL and now embraced by the NFL. But I think there's some old heads that just can't get it through their freaking skull that this is the way the game's played now in pro football, and it can be extremely effective, and it's why he's top 5 quarterback. That's where I'm at. You tell me where you're at. 215-592-9494. To me, the extremes stick out as ridiculous. But maybe you disagree. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, just off and rolling on a Tuesday morning on 94 WIP.
Buying a diamond can be a risky endeavor if you're not careful. You can overpay big time. You can buy TVs and sporting goods online all day long, but a diamond is different. Each one is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value in a big way. Even diamonds that have the same grading report on paper can look very different. So don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square is Philly's trusted source for the highest quality, best cut, most dazzling diamonds. Each one is hand-picked for brilliance. Each one is graded by the most reputable gem lab. At Benari, they look at 100 diamonds and only choose 5 or 6 of them to put in their showcases. So picky. That's why when someone's wearing a Benari diamond, you can tell from across the room. It has a special kind of brilliance. Isn't that what she deserves? Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Curbside trash collection in Philadelphia and some other city services has resumed for the first time since the DC 33 strike. Last night's storms brought some flooding around the area, and provisional ballots in PA get a new design to make them easier to understand.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At LendSeek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at LendSeek.com. That's LendSeek.com.
Today, becoming partly sunny and continued humid, high around 90.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine, its impressive fuel economy. Still going. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, excludes S-Trim. Example, 0 down payment. 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Corporation credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystem. Injury woes continue for the 76ers, even in the offseason. Team announced Paul George had his left knee scoped for an injury suffered during a recent workout. George appeared in only 41 games last season with the Sixers for a variety of reasons. Baseball's All Star Game is tonight in Atlanta with Kyle Schwarber, the only Philly participating. Seattle's Cal Raleigh became the first catcher to win the home run derby. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Philly's businesses, technology solutions, stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Increasing sun, chance of late day storms, high of 89, currently 76. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Richie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Mitch, why do you got to say it was with AJ
I
Finley?
didn't really know her.
It doesn't matter.
She was there.
That matters.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes. What a wonderful couple.
There you go.
It was a joy to watch them.
I'm just playing around. So yesterday we touched on Live Aid, which 2 days ago was the 40th anniversary. And I'm curious if it were to happen today, John, who would be, and hopefully the listeners can help us out here, who would be the top 10 must-haves? Now, you might have as many as 40, but let's be real. If you had 40 acts at Live Aid today, probably 20 of them would be from the old group. Like Mick Jagger's still alive, Paul McCartney's still alive. You'd want to have them.
Yeah.
You
got to have Taylor Swift, of course.
Yeah.
Gaga.
All right. Now, don't say them all. So I'm with you. Taylor and Gaga. Give me, Rhea, who's a must-have now?
Oh, Beyonce?
I agree with that. So those three for sure you'd have to have. John, give me one more. Who's one? Give me a band. So far, we've got a lot of individual artists. Who's a band that would be a must-have band today? Because I think that's where it gets harder than 40 years ago.
Can I say Green Day is a must-have band? Is that too biased?
Think so. Yeah.
I mean, I think Metallica is also a must-have band.
So they weren't in 85, but they were kind of kicking around not long after that. So, yeah, Metallica for sure.
They've been doing some awesome things for 25, 30, 40 years.
I agree with you. Forget the idea of top 10. Let's expand it to like 20 or 25. So I'm curious. Everyone let us know at 215-592-9494. I agree with John and Rhea. Those five are in. Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, Beyonce, Green Day, and Metallica. Give me who else? Because there's a lot of ways we could go if we did a modern-day Live Aid. And I think it gets harder at bands. I mean, the individual big-time acts, you guys ripped them right off. I'm with you. They're like the Michael Jacksons and the Madonnas of 40 years ago. Now, MJ wasn't there, but you get my point.
Is Drake there?
Kendrick Lamar's there.
Drake has to be there and Lamar has to be there.
But
Absolutely.
you think Drake is less cool than you?
Well, yeah, because he's a Raptors fan.
You think you are cooler than Drake?
Hey, being a Sixers fan, cooler than being a Raptors fan. Although not
That's true.
Although not by much. I'm going to be honest, not by
really.
much.
That's slipping.
All right, let's go to the phone. So help us out. Give us a band or an act, individual or band, that would have to be at the modern day Live Aid. We're up to 7 so far. I know there's more. Help us out. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Paul in Downingtown. What's going on, Paul?
Hey, good morning. Morning show.
Hi, Paul.
So we redid that Traffic Nightmare, which it really was. That's the thing I remember the most about it. I think Dave Grohl's got to be involved somehow or another. Foo Fighters, one way or another, you got to get Dave involved.
That's a good point. He's done it all.
So how about
on
I just
every
write down
instrument?
How about
for
just write
every
down Foo
band.
Fighters?
Yeah, I guess Foo Fighters.
I'll write them down. Yeah.
But it really is just Dave Grohl. I mean, like pulling all the strings for that band.
Yeah,
you
well,
can play all the instruments
So
and do
was
everything, write all the
so was
music.
Sting with the Police. I mean,
That's true.
That's what it is sometimes.
But the Police didn't play at
no.
the first one.
Was Dave Grohl's band Hate
Sting.
Him?
Matter of fact, I'm bringing Sting back for the
It
new
was
Live
Sting.
Aid. So
I
now
would love to have Sting. Are we doing the Live Aid with people in Britain and the U.S.? Like, are we trying to do that? Because Sting can populate the UK version.
You could. So, and then we'd have to put the old. Okay, I'm going to write down some of the old guys and gals who would be in this new
Bring
one.
them back.
So that would be like Sting, Madonna, U2. I'll figure that out.
Also, Neil Young. Neil Young was
Sure.
part of the first one too, and he's still around.
Why not
performing.
Why not go Neil Diamond? Not rock.
I would love Neil
Yeah,
Diamond.
but that might not be rock enough.
But he gets up there and
Yeah.
plays Sweet Caroline. Everyone's singing
Yeah,
along.
but next thing you know, you can have James Taylor. I can't have James Taylor at Wembley Stadium. 100,000.
Why not? With his little acoustic.
Well, they did have Joan Baez
You're
40
right.
years ago. All right, James Taylor's in. Paul, go ahead. What do you make of the Jalen conversation?
I think it's kind of crazy. Like, I think there's kind of two angles to it. And the first, I think, Hurts struggles a little bit because of his consistency. It's kind of like what Brian Dawkins mentioned. He needs to be the guy that played in the passing game. He needs to be that guy he was against Washington more consistently. I think when that happens, a lot of this will clear up. But I think the other thing he struggles with, too, is I think people, especially outside Philadelphia, like to project what these other quarterbacks would do behind this offensive line with this set of wide receivers and with Saquon Barkley. And I think when that happens, they tend to inflate what these other quarterbacks would do. They're like, oh, of course, so-and-so would do better than Hurts, with all these weapons behind that line. And we don't know that necessarily that's true, And
Well, tell me,
and I'm
Paul,
someone that
tell
was
me,
wrong
if you think this is true. I'm curious if you think this is true because I do believe it is true. A bunch of those quarterbacks at the top area, and by the way, I would include Stafford and Jaden Daniels, not just what I consider the top four, but a few after that, would have won a Super Bowl with that Eagles team last year if it's Hurts out. And I think Jaden Daniels would have won the Super Bowl with the Eagles last year. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I don't. I think it's a difficult
That's not a feather in his cap.
Yeah,
That's not a
and I
feather
think
in Jaden Daniels' cap.
Well, I'm
that
not
he can win with Jalen's team.
No, but
I don't look at it that way
but-
at all.
Well, I think what it is it's just see, Paul, you brought up a good point. We do try to figure out what would happen if one of the other quarterbacks was here or if Hurts was there.
How about
and it's tricky because you can't prove it, and we just sort of we take our best stab at it.
We know that the games that matter the most are the postseason games. I believe that Jalen somehow, I don't know, it advances his focus in a way that is rare.
Look,
he can do the postseason thing better than other people. He has a calmness about him that is so unusual.
Yeah, he's had exceptional
and he brings
Super Bowls.
that to his game.
But
Think
we
about
can't
this,
ignore
though.
he's had two tremendous clunkers against the Bucs in the playoffs. I mean, he has.
Okay, that's at the beginning of
21 he
his
was very-
career.
Yeah, but not 2 years ago. 2 years
Okay.
ago was
I don't
odd.
care about that. That's a good defense, and he had a bad
They were
game.
dead men walking into that game.
Yeah, but he was part of it.
What about
he
the
played bad?
Okay, he played bad.
Yeah.
What about the fact in the Super Bowl? This is an unbelievable stat,
Yep.
and we talk all the time about how Jalen is a running quarterback, not a passing quarterback.
He's
He's
both.
a
He's-
balanced.
he's both.
I think he's a balanced quarterback, and I think he's the best at doing what he does. In the completion percentage thing, in the Super Bowl, this is a stat that I saw yesterday. 40 passes or more in the Super Bowl. It doesn't by today's standard, that doesn't seem like much, but there have been 32 quarterbacks who've thrown 40 passes in the Super Bowl. His completion percentage is the best of all of those. And I'm talking about
I don't put as much into that
Tom
because
Brady,
things evolved.
Peyton
I mean, the
Manning.
game's
I
played
know
different
things
than it used
evolved,
to.
but we're talking about the greatest of the greats at throwing the football. We're talking about Jalen Hurts, who everyone says can't throw the football, can't function as a passing QB, yet the guys who threw it a lot in this game, and I'm including Joe Montana.
Yeah, including Elway and
I'm
all those
including
guys,
Elway.
yeah.
Brett Favre. Jalen is the most accurate of all the quarterbacks who've thrown 40 passes in the Super Bowl.
I mean, it's impressive.
That's unbelievable.
So I'm not as
speaks
shocked
to
because
his ability to heighten his focus and increase his level of play when the postseason comes around.
There's no question.
That's incredible.
He played bonkers in both Super Bowl. I mean,
no doubt.
I mean, beyond bonkers.
But it seems like people say, well, that's not really him, though, because it's just part-time, Jalen. The postseason is the part that matters the most, guys.
It does matter the most. All right, your chance to win a cool prize. And, Paul, thanks for that phone call. Your chance to win a cool prize. We'll get to that next. Also, a question for you about the Phillies on the day of the Baseball All Star Game. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics. A couple 76ers things to update you on. None of which is good. We'll get you to that next. All of it on the table today. And Hurts, where do you stand? And what do you make of the extremes? Some people say he's 2. Some people say he's 9. Hammer says he's 5. What do you make of it? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on WIP.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or a tankless model, choose Bradford White. Go to BradfordWhite.com. Bradford White, built to be the best.
Summer's heating up, and soon it will be football season. So if you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers. I stopped by their store recently and had an amazing experience with Paul Cozy. He walked me through their stunning engagement rings, their custom in-house process, and the passion that drives this incredible family-owned business. So whether you're planning a beach proposal or getting ready for your own big moment, don't forget the 5th C. That's cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Speeding isn't just dangerous, it's deadly. The faster you drive, the less time you have to react, and the greater the impact of a crash. Slow down, stay alert, and protect lives. Drive safely, New Jersey.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits.
Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of Christmas and July savings. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assure guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price, and there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course, we do it all, including delivery and installation.
Celebrate Christmas in July with big savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG. Regularly $55.36 for only $27.98.88 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Paul George missed 41 games for the Sixers in his first season with the team. And the Sixers announcing George had his left knee scoped Monday due to an injury suffered during a recent workout. He'll be reevaluated prior to training camp. Meantime, Joel Embiid's left knee was scoped in April. For The Athletic, Embiid still has not resumed full on-court basketball activities, just partial. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Increasing sun chance of late day storms, high 89. It is currently 76. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94.
I'm ready to put him above Lamar just because of Lamar's playoff failures. I've seen him go up against Kansas City Chiefs. What he put 10 points up in the AFC champ when they had a great team. He was the MVP. Was that 2 years ago? And had a great defense. And I remember watching that game, and I was like, he was dreadful, absolutely dreadful.
He really has had some horrible playoff.
He
moments.
has, and to me, Jalen is he's unique because of his ability, his mobility, His deep balls are amazing. Like if he could get
His deep ball's great.
Carson's
deep ball stunk.
Yes.
Randall's was the best I've seen with the Eagles.
Well, you know how I feel about it.
Donovan's was pretty darn good. Jalen's is, to me, like Donovan. It's really very good.
Here's where I am. My favorite player, Eagle of all time, was Randall Cunningham.
Yep.
They never won.
No, they didn't.
They never won. This guy leads a team that wins. So I've changed my mind on Jalen. I was a little bit with you during the season, earlier in the season, last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, would I like him to throw better between the numbers? Sure. But they win when he's in there.
They win an awful lot. They do.
So to me, and all I know is Steve Spagnuolo went into that Super Bowl and said, we're going to take Saquon Barkley away.
No question.
And we're going to make Jalen Hurts beat us.
And he did.
He did.
And he clobbered them.
He clobbered them. Not just throwing the ball. He ran for 72 yards.
Yeah. No, I agree with a lot of that. So, look, it's all on the table today with the Hurts thing, 215-592-9494. Want to present the Sixers quickly and then to the Phils.
Very quickly.
Yeah, because we got a confluence of a lot of things. This goes back a few days ago from the Summer League. We hadn't addressed it as a show, but it's worth, like if you only hear our show, I have a moral obligation to let you know this because otherwise you won't hear it. But you probably already know it a few days ago. So, John, Daryl Morey on the record a few days back at the Summer League asked about Embiid's readiness for the coming season, for the start of the coming season. And his quote was whether he would be ready. And his quote was, that would be my best anticipation at this point. Yeah.
What kind of answer is that?
That's definitive, huh?
Yeah.
So that's our guy, Daryl Morey.
Yeah.
Look, it doesn't seem great. And I would say it doesn't seem good. So there's a big article from Tony Jones in The Athletic, and he does some reporting yesterday. And here's what and I don't know Tony Jones. I've never for The Athletic, and this is what he wrote in a story. League sources tell The Athletic. That means him. Mm-hmm. See, I got to tell you, if I was a writer, I would say league sources tell me. Yeah, right?
That sounds cooler.
Like league sources tell the Hammer. But this guy
Big
says,
Papa Hammer.
Yeah, I mean, why do I got to go league sources tell The Athletic?
Seriously, bring the scuttlebutt to Big Papa Hammer.
Let me tell you something. Stephen
Sit
A.
down with Big Papa Hammer.
Stephen A. would never say league sources tell ESPN.
He would not.
They would say, my sources tell me.
Very much so.
But what Tony Jones writes is league sources tell The Athletic that Embiid still hasn't returned to full on-court basketball activities. He has resumed partial.
What does partial mean?
Basketball activities, according to league sources.
What is partial? He's on
Dribbling?
the court? Yeah.
Does that mean he's watching TV, dribbling a ball?
He's shooting free throws.
Don't you find it interesting that Daryl Morey spoke on Friday, and then all of a sudden yesterday we get the report that Paul George is out, and you won't hear from Morey again until training camp?
No, you probably won't. And I think that's a disgrace. A disgrace. So let me get to the Paul George story Rhea just alluded to. It's another one worth for you hearing. Shams reported yesterday, and I'll read right from his tweet. Philadelphia 76er star Paul George underwent a successful arthroscopic procedure on his left knee Monday to treat an injury suffered during a recent workout. George will now begin a rehab program and be reevaluated prior to the start of training camp. Here we go again. I mean, it really is just, John,
this would be, if this
beyond belief.
If this were 25 years ago and in a different league in the NFL, this is the kind of thing where they would scope him, he would miss a week, and he would be back and ready to play as soon as the swelling was out of that knee. That whole idea, that was my idea. Actually, that was what I thought happened when people got scoped, because that's what I saw happen when everyone was scoped. Now I learn in basketball, when people get scoped, it might be a season, it might be a career. Like the way that the pounding that these guys take at 6'8" on the hardwood is different than the pounding that the knees take on grass, on the field. And this is just not a good thing. The scope, no matter how insignificant, it seems like it adds up to so much more in the NBA, especially when guys are so non-motivated to begin with.
Guaranteed deals, and in this case, a $200 million guaranteed deal, which he's going to make about $50 million this year, and guaranteed, and away we roll. Look, 215-592-9494. So very frustrating there. One other thing I want to throw into the mix before we also give you a chance to win a cool prize today. So Phillies, it's a good, assess the Phillies week. Halfway point of the season. I mean, not technically, but it's, what a lot of us call halfway point of the season, All-Star break, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to ask you to finish this sentence today in whatever form or fashion you choose to. And John, why don't you take first crack at it? Here's the sentence that I'm going to leave blank. I'm going back to fourth grade. Fill in the blank, boys and girls. The 2025 Philadelphia Phillies are ... What? John, they are what? And again, this goes to everyone. So we got the Hurts topic on the table. We got the Sixers with George and Embiid. We're looking for what bands or artists today would be in a modern-day Live Aid. We've already come up with about 10. We're looking for 10 to 20 more. But also at 215-592-9494, just to keep the Phillies thing on the table, complete the sentence. The 2025 Philadelphia Phillies are what? John Ritchie.
They are an unfinished product, I guess. They are attacking this differently this year than previous seasons, which gives me the hope. This is the best way I can find the hope that I want for this team. If I take this and say this team from the get-go has been planning this season differently because of their previous failures, that the seemingly counterproductive, getting less deep in the playoffs year after year, I do think their focus is to make sure that ends now, and so they're going to attack this differently. And this season, I don't know whether that's going to work or not, because we've got the confluence of this patient approach with guys getting older. Part of patience is it takes time, and I don't know how much more we have.
Well, I would actually also add not only guys getting older, but younger guys getting older, not getting better.
Yeah,
and in some
getting
cases,
older but worse.
Some are getting
instead
worse.
of experienced and I don't know, more adept at what their job is. Price and Stott. I mean, I'm looking straight at you, man.
He's the guy
I don't understand why you've fallen apart this way, because I really had huge hopes, and I expected great things from you.
Yeah. So, look, I'll weigh in on that one in a moment, but I want to give everyone a shot at it. The Phillies, 2025 Phillies are what? Let us know where you stand, 215-592-9494. Also, when you call in today, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Dave Matthews. Lawn tickets, by the way. To see Dave Matthews, the band's summer tour, which is coming to town really soon, in 10 days at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on the 25th of July. Tickets do remain on sale at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com. Here's how you win the tickets today. So first off, a happy Annie goes out there. Happy anniversary, John. To one that has caused a lot of good, but I'd say more bad in the 19 years that it has existed, and that is Twitter. Look, Twitter is one of those things. So it was 2006, July 15, 2006, that whole Twitter, it's not even called Twitter anymore, but I'll always call it Twitter. Twitter is one of those things that is obviously both good and bad. I mean, there's a lot of good that comes. There's a lot of entertainment, a lot of,
huge entertainment.
I mean, I just scroll Twitter probably for a half hour every day.
I watch more dog videos on Twitter than I do anything else.
Well, how about this, Rhea? I mean, I'll say this for me, and it's probably true for a lot of people. I probably watch, other than, if you don't count sports, and if you don't count, I watch more Twitter than regular TV. And by regular TV, I mean the old school TV, 3, 6, 10, 17, 29, ESPN. I watch more Twitter than ESPN. Now, if you throw in, you get to throw on an HBO show, The Sopranos, you get to put on a Netflix show, then I'd probably tilt that way. But if it's the old school regular TV or Twitter, I'm more Twitter. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's what it is. Here's the deal. I ask you today in honor of Twitter, which obviously is both good and bad, because the bad is really bad. I mean, it's toxic for society. And I do wish it would go away, but it's here to stay. I'll ask you today for the Dave Matthews tickets, what else, like Twitter, is both good and bad? There's some really strong positives, and there's some really big negatives. John Ritchie, there's some massive answers available for things that are both good and bad. Everyone at 215-592-9494. What is both good and bad? John, what are you thinking?
The hard hits in the NFL. The hard hits in the NFL, that was what I was dying trying to make. Like that's what I was going for. Slobber knockers, like the face blasters. Used to, man, it was so worth every second. But now we used to have whole tapes of the big hits, the highlight reels. And now we can't celebrate them as much, and I feel sort of bad celebrating the big hits because we know the toll that it takes on these guys.
But we also know the good is, well, number one, if you're the defense, it stops the offense.
And it intimidates the hell out of people. Yeah.
I mean, Reggie Bush getting whacked by Sheldon, that was tremendous.
One of the greatest hits I ever saw, and then it all went down.
Yeah, it really did. All right, Fran in for Seltzer today. Fran, what is both good and bad? And by the way, James Seltzer as a producer is an acceptable answer out of you.
What's bad about him?
I'll tell you off the air.
Okay.
I got a long list. All right, Fran, what is both good and bad?
So I'm going decisions. Decisions can be both good and bad. It can be you can make a good decision for yourself that affects someone else badly.
You can make a bad decision. That is true. Decisions. Okay, it's another way to attack it. Rhea, both good and bad. What do you got?
Streaming. So I cut the cord years ago, and I'm just primarily a streamer.
Yep.
But I miss the ability to channel surf.
Yeah, it changes it. Yeah.
There are movies that I, if I'm flipping around, my cousin Vinny's on, I'm in.
Right.
I don't do that anymore, and I'll have a friend text me and go, hey, turn on channel 10 real quick. And I go, all right, well, I got to get out of the streamer and go, but I love streaming shows and movies.
Where's channel 10?
Yeah.
Right. I think it's 803, right?
Yeah.
803?
Yep.
Because when 3 and 10 switched, I'm still all screwed up from when.
That took a long time for me to get.
My brain.
Yeah.
That was like 25 years ago when 3 and 10 switched.
You can't do that to me.
That was a killer. That was not right. All right, give us a great answer for what is both good and bad. I'm going to go with a double banger. They're in the same genre. But I'm going to give you war and a nuclear bomb. Now, what do I mean by that?
So you explain it.
All right, war obviously can be good when used to stop a bad guy, like Hitler's on the go. Well, let's go to war and stop him. It's a good thing. But then war obviously brings a tremendous amount of destruction. Here's where the nukes get interesting. Obviously, no one wants to see a nuke drop.
Isn't this two answers?
Well, it is, but I'm taking that liberty. So here's where a nuke is good. It's a deterrent. You got a nuke? Don't use it on me. I got a nuke. Like, it is the ultimate deterrent of nukes or a nuke. But we also know it's a thing that could, end us all.
Nuclear missiles are kind of peaceful. They kind of are.
Never considered that, Joe. Really.
What was it called? MAD back in the day in like the 50s or 60s? Mutual Assured Destruction.
Yeah.
MAD. And that was like the policy of the United States. And by the way, I'm not going to lie, kind of worked.
Yeah,
kind of worked.
Right.
Us and the Soviets, we never dropped those nukes on each other. All right, give us a big answer for what is both good and bad. Like Twitter, there are a lot of answers. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Lot to digest with this list.
Yeah.
And I don't even want to say I disagree. I want to talk about the Herbert placement for a second. It's just Reed mentioned, if this is a quarterback you would want built in a lab. I mean, he could hit every route in the route tree effortlessly. Jalen Hurts can. He's, you talk about the Clayton Kershaws and Barry Bondses of the world. Justin Herbert has like a 3-to-1 career touchdown to interception ratio on a mediocre team in probably the toughest division. Some other team called the Chiefs they have to play against twice a year.
Yeah.
And I think, it speaks to Jalen's never had to sort of elevate or never had to elevate sort of a mediocre team outside of 21. I think that executives are kind of pricing in with Herbert. Well, if he had more than a mediocre team, this is where he should be.
There's no question.
I don't know how
Well, we all do that. We all try to surmise what it would look like if you were surrounded by others, and it's a tough thing to embark on because you can't prove it. But yeah, you make your best guesstimate at it.
What I have found most fascinating about this offseason, Joe, is that if Joe Burrows was behind this line and what would they, and I'm like, Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl with this team. Like, what? I mean,
but I agree with that sentiment that if Burrow was behind this team, I think Joe Burrow would have won the Super Bowl with this team. I mean, don't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's very good. And he's actually
No,
one
he's great. He's great.
Yeah, he's one I won't argue with because, he's made it to a Super Bowl. And, he has had
By the
terrible
way,
offensive
got
lines.
robbed in that game. If they don't call that pass interference,
Completely.
they win the game and he's
No,
a champion. I mean,
100%.
that was
So
a
he's a
farce.
guy I won't quibble with. But there's a lot of other people on that list I would.
I agree with that. All right, Ed, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. I hope we never get to this spot with Jalen. Unfortunately, with the way the salaries are on this team, there may be a year to where we don't have both Devontae and AJ on the outside, and we need to rely more on Jalen, developing a 5th or 6th round receiver and helping him be productive like Brady did for so many years.
Those days will come.
So,
And look, he's going to be a starting quarterback long enough that he'll have those years where you're tasked with that, and we'll see how he does.
Yeah, and these one last thing, these lists are a lot easier to digest when we've won the Super Bowl. Like, rank them wherever the hell you want. We're the Super Bowl champions.
I got you.
So,
All right, Ed, give me an answer. What is both good and bad?
about the ultimate social lubricant, alcohol?
That's a good answer.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
I mean, it causes a tremendous amount of problems, but is a fun thing. That's a good answer. Alcohol's a really good answer right there. All right, Twitter poll question of the day. Speaking of answers, you can answer this question both on Twitter and on the regular phone lines. Curious where you stand on this one. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax. It's in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Poll question, do you care about the baseball All-Star Game as much as you used to? Yes or no? Get vote on that. Phone calls on all this. Ben Davis will join us coming up in studio next. Phone calls on all of these topics on a busy Tuesday morning on 94 WIP. All right, let me take a moment to acknowledge the wonderful people, our friends at Family and Company Jewelers. That's, Junior and the entire team there at Family. I tell you all the time they're the best of the best. Well, because they are. When it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality price, showroom, all of those wonderful things. But it's now not just my opinion. It is official. You don't have to just take my word for it, because Family and Company Jewelers has been named by South Jersey Magazine as their 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. That's right. 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store is Family and Company Jewelers. So, guys, if you have identified the gal of your dreams, we'll get her the ring of her dreams. And that, of course, would be the best diamond, the best ring from Family and Company Jewelers. Why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Go to Family and Company Jewelers. They're located right there on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Exceptional with what they do. They've been doing it for generations at Family and Company Jewelers. And they are, as always, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll. It's all so complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans? New talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American made, family owned, and 100% tariff proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. Take advantage of our 24-month same as cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-471-9773. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-471-9773. 800-471-9773. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-471-9773 or biglou.com. That's 800-471-9773 or biglou.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy, so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. You know, I'm not all that amped up about tonight's All-Star Game in Atlanta. It's become so commercialized and affected by social media that the Midsummer Classic lacks the mystery and excitement of the old days. As a kid, I loved seeing some of my beloved Mets taking part, so I am grateful MLB is finally letting players wear their own team uniforms again. At least we can look back fondly. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, a lot going on this Tuesday morning. All-Star Game is tonight. We will not see Zach Wheeler, but we will see Kyle Schwarber. A lot of other stars in baseball. And a lot on Jalen Hurts today as league execs and coaches rank him as the 9th best in pro football these days. All right, Ben Davis, we love Of course, Fran, having Mr. Ben Davis in studio with us.
Yes, Ben Davis in studio is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto. With 18 convenient locations, we keep things moving. CJTire.com.
We do keep things moving. We also keep things honest. And Ben, in the 6 o'clock hour, we touched briefly on why Seltzer is really not that good a producer. Why don't you add to the list? Good morning, buddy.
Top of the morning to you.
And all of it to you. Dude, second time I'm seeing you in like 12 hours.
This is great.
This is like right on repeat.
I love it.
Ben and I so I met Ben Suntag yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Big strapping guy. He's going to be bigger than. Is he already bigger than you?
He's just about there.
He's moving.
He's moving in that direction.
He really is. So Ben, how great was that Darren Dalton Foundation golf outing?
Phenomenal. They do. Brett Datto and his staff. They do the best job. They are just. It's so efficient and it's top notch, and it's for an unbelievable cause.
And specific people, awarded grants yesterday that are going through cancer.
And it brought a tear to my eye.
How about the one guy's little girl? She's
Betsy?
I think 8 years old. Rhea, you're gonna love this. 8-year-old Betsy.
Okay.
Her father was given a grant by the Dutch Foundation. Okay. And she was so appreciative and moved by it. She went out and started. I want to say a lemonade stand, but it wasn't
hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate.
Oh.
Yep. Did a hot chocolate stand?
That's awesome.
Raised $10,000, donated back to the foundation.
That's unbelievable.
And that also a lot of hot chocolate.
It's a lot of hot chocolate.
It is.
Was it Chestnut Hill area?
It was Chestnut Hill.
She's
my
do it
guess
again.
is she got some donors, John, that probably said,
well, Angelo lives out in that area. I'm sure he dropped a lot on hot chocolate out there.
Let me buy this hot chocolate for $1,000. Probably happened with a couple people.
Yeah.
Wow.
But a great outing, and it obviously been a ton of former Phils out there.
It was awesome. Just the turnout, the support of the organization. It is top notch, and I highly recommend it to anyone out there because they do such a great job.
Yeah, it's a good annual event for sure. All right, 215-592-9494. So Ben, one of the things I said earlier, and I'm thinking this will resonate with you, but I'm curious. I have been struck this offseason by what I call, not everyone will call, but what I call the extremes of opinions with Hurts. There are people that say he's second best in football. I do not say that. I think that's an extreme. Like, there were people that said he's better than Saquon when we did our top 10 list or 11. Like, I thought that was extreme. Then there are people that say, and this is a lot of league executives, 70 of them, that collectively say he's ninth in football. I think that's extreme. I've got him in the 5 to 7 range at 5, but in the 5 to 7 range with Stafford and Daniels. What say you?
I think he's in the 4 to 5 range.
With who? Lamar?
I think he's better than Lamar.
So you got him 4?
Yeah, I got him at 4.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
so you're with Rhea. Rhea, that's essentially where you are.
Yeah. Yep.
So okay, Ben and Rhea are.
He's
and then
stepped
John,
up more in bigger spots.
And then Ben, John, you're like a little higher than that.
Yeah, I expect everyone. Look, we're going to base this season. We're going to take this season's performance and rearrange these guys. I do think there's 5 or 6 guys who are all going to be clustered around that top. I do think Jalen, if you have to factor in the postseason and you have to weigh it more heavily. These are games where it's win or you go home. They matter more. He plays the best in those games. His numbers are incredible.
Yeah.
I agree.
Ben, so I think
argue.
You're moved by that because I know during the regular season you were frustrated like I was.
Yes.
So it sounds to me like you have bumped him up, as you should, based on what he did in January and February.
What he's done in the playoffs has moved the needle for me.
Yeah.
100%.
Me too.
It's 100%.
And it should. That's okay. That's good. And by the way, the other stuff that people complain about, he's young. He's improving.
Right.
He has committed this entire offseason to not falling into the traps that befall the Super Bowl winning quarterbacks and Super Bowl winning teams. I do expect that this quarterback, this list, you got a bunch of guys who haven't done much in the postseason above him. That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. For my money, Jalen is the best quarterback in the NFL at leading a balanced offense.
Well, he's not because Mahomes would be. I mean, it is. But
no, he's not.
Mahomes has the balanced
Patrick
offense.
Mahomes is not a running threat. Patrick Mahomes isn't holding your backside end stationary because he's such on third down, he's not going to go scramble. Sometimes he can go scramble and use his legs. Jalen does it better. That part,
I got you.
Significantly better than Patrick Mahomes.
So I don't think it's balanced offense. You're saying dual threat, a little bit more dual
threat.
Yeah,
that's the better way to put it.
That's fair. All right, let's go to the phones. Anthony, New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, what's going going on, morning team? How you doing?
Anthony.
Hi, Anthony.
How are you, pal?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, man. I don't know what Jalen done to most people, man.
What else does he need to do,
win.
Anthony? Does
All
he need to win
is
3?
No, the thing is, I think this list is disrespectful. Now, I'm not saying Jalen should be. I believe he should be top 4. Now they got Jalen Daniels ahead of him. Jalen Daniels is only a small sample size where he showed us. I want to see him do more.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert, he gave up a 27 lead to Jacksonville in the playoffs. He's 0 for 2 in the playoffs, 4 turnovers.
It
Lamar
feels
Jackson,
like, Anthony, it feels like the Justin Herbert thing, that ranking is preemptive. People expect the second year with Jim Harbaugh at the helm as the head coach out there in L.A., I guess it's now.
I think it's about strong
the
arm.
step
John.
up. Well, we know he's got a bazooka, but people think they're going to finally find their stride this year offensively and incorporate a lot more passing. We'll see the arm. We'll see how good he is this year. But that we still haven't seen him perform at a high level.
He hasn't put it together, is the best way I'd put it. He hasn't put it together.
That's fine. And just like Joe said, he hasn't put it together. Show me his body of work that he has done, not what they think that he's going to do.
Right.
Lamar Jackson, like Rhea point, he's awful in the playoffs. Oh my God! If you take away the 10 other players on the Eagles, put a block over everybody, and just zero in on Jalen, he has them, like Hugh Douglas say, them unqualified intangibles that he just has, and he's going to get it done, and we's going to win. No matter, it's not going to look pretty. It's not going to look good. You don't have to throw for this many yards or this many whatever. Jalen step up in big moments and make big plays. I don't understand what the outside world, even some of our own Eagles fans, don't see or I don't know what else they need to see in Jalen.
Right.
All right, Anthony, give me an answer, buddy. What is both good and bad, like Twitter, on this, the 19th anniversary of that Twitter thing?
Ed from Phoenixville stole my answer with the alcohol, man. So I'm gonna go women.
Ooh, man.
You're welcome.
Women. Anyone want to? Any of the guys want to touch that?
It's a valid point.
I don't know that.
All
That's
right, Ben, give me the negatives.
Meg's still sleeping?
Meg is still sleeping.
Negative.
He has thoughts.
Ben, I didn't pull back my question. It's still out there.
It's a good time to plead the 5th.
Go Rafael Palmeiro, or was it McGuire? Who took the 5th? McGuire?
It was Palmeiro. Yeah.
All right. Well, look, women and
I
alcohol.
have never taken steroids.
So far out of the gate, our answers are alcohol and women. Not bad. 215-592-9494.
Just need a female to call up with the opposite. Thank you very much.
That's right. Coming up, what the Diddy said to us last week about Jalen Hurts, his assessment of Jalen. We'll get to that. Ben's assessment of the Phillies' first-round draft pick. They made that selection, a college kid who obviously Ben has seen pitch. We'll get to that because he could maybe join the Phillies big league club this year. We'll get to that. Elliot Shore-Parks at 7:50 joins us on Hurts and the Sixers and more. We got a lot happening today, and we ask you to finish this sentence. The 2025 Phillies are what? Let us know. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
When you step outside today, you're going to find out that the humidity, as it has been the last couple of days, is no joke. So if you got the AC blasting in your house, got the fans down, shades drawn, but you still feel like you find that heat seeping in through your windows, then it might be time to check on your windows and turn to Window Nation.
I know exactly what you mean. That's why I'm so grateful we replaced our old drafty windows with Window Nation's energy-efficient ones, and I can already tell a huge difference. And for anyone else feeling that heat seep in, now's the time. You can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 whole years. No interest until 2030.
0 interest until 2030. Absolutely an incredible offer. And installation really only takes 1 day, so it makes upgrading your home so much easier, even with a busy schedule. Plus, Window Nation has 45,000 5-star reviews, so you can feel safe trusting them with your home, and I've done it with both of mine.
It really is their biggest deal of the year, running now through July 30th. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com for your free quote on energy-efficient replacement windows today.
The diamond has been left in the dust.
Jack Fritz beat Joe to camera today in dominating fashion.
2 rounds into this battle of pride and pain.
Both sides of the elbow hurt. My arm is so dead.
It's dead even.
Jack did a great job, and I did not. I mean, congratulations to him. Pretty embarrassing showing by the hammer, if I'm going to be honest.
Joe versus Jack. Round 3, the tennis challenge. Who will get served?
I think there's a good chance I win tennis. I've played tennis since I was like 8, so.
They're heading to the court.
I'll be ready.
Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Jenna from Rose Tree, what's a squawk?
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I feel chained in my old car that I hate, and I may owe a little more than it's worth. Suggestions?
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. We can get you into a new vehicle you love no matter your situation. It's our feathered forte. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Brian from Springfield. You're on the air.
Any great deals on a new Ford F-150?
You bet your tail feathers here at Robin Ford now through the end of the month. Drive home a new 2025 F-150 for only $339 a month. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 31st, 2025.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Curbside trash collection in Philadelphia and some other city services has resumed for the first time since the DC 33 strike. Last night's storms brought some flooding around the area, and provisional ballots in PA get a new design to make them easier to understand.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well. You know, I've been a patient at PI Dental now for 2 decades. For me, I've been fortunate. Now, part of it's because of the great care of PI Dental Center. Part of it is obviously some good luck. I've never had a major problem with my teeth. So for me, it's been a year-to-year maintenance thing to make sure I stay in good shape. Many people in society are in that category. If you are, good for you, and get yourself to PI Dental Center to remain in good shape with your teeth. But if you got a major problem, and many thousands of people listening right now throughout the Delaware Valley do, well, know this. If you're in that category, get yourself to PI Dental Center for a big-time solution. With Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both of whom are board-certified prosthodontists, they specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. It's what they do. PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So if the struggle for you is real, well, get yourself to PI Dental Center so they can fix you up. You can start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. They are located in Fort Washington. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill. Family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Groundhog Day all over again for the Sixers, who announced Paul George underwent arthroscopic surgery in his left knee for an injury suffered during a recent workout. He'll be reevaluated prior to training camp. Meantime, The Athletic reported a couple days ago Joel Embiid has still not resumed full on-court basketball activities. He had a knee procedure in April. Kyle Schwarber, the lone Phillies participant in tonight's All Star Game in Atlanta, as of course Zach Wheeler declined. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Increasing sun, chance of a late day storm, high 89, currently 76. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Good morning to you. Tuesday morning, Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Along with Ben Davis and Rhea. We got Fran in for Seltzer. You want to whack away at Seltzer behind his back.
Freddie does do kind of a nice job of incorporating songs.
Great job.
We were recently discussing, something that related to them. Dave Grohl.
Yeah. Part of why I think
Nice job, Franny.
Seltzer's overrated. I mean, come on.
Not paying attention?
I don't know that Jimmy's overrated. Jimmy's really talented and.
But when the callers call in, I love Seltzer. I love him so much. Such a nice guy. Yeah, settle down.
He's a really nice guy.
Are you just mad because they don't say it about you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, jealous of it. So,
Enough about me. Let's talk about me.
Yes.
Yeah. So 2 days ago was the 40th anniversary of Live Aid. We talked about that yesterday. Today we're spinning it forward. If there was a Live Aid today, who would be there? So here are some of the names we've said so far. If there was a new Live Aid, who would be there? So amongst the old crew, those that were there 40 years ago or could have been there 40 years ago, I mean, from the old heads, you could still have Sting, you could still have Madonna and U2. The Stones, you could still have The Who, you could still have McCartney, you could still have Bruce.
The Stones were disassembled when they played, though. I think back then, Mick might have been mad at Mick.
Well, wasn't he up there with
for
Tina
being
Turner?
solo? Yeah,
Right,
he was
Tina-
up there with Tina Turner for 2 songs.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
And then, other Stones were playing with other bands. It seemed like there was discordance.
That does happen sometimes. But we're looking for the new generation. So, new generation names that have been said so far, if such a concert was held today. We're looking for more. So give us the others that we're missing here. We got Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, Beyonce, Green Day, Metallica. Now, they've been around for a while, but we're not in 85. Drake, Kendrick Lamar, Foo Fighters.
Bruno Mars.
He was one of my favorite Super Bowl
He's
halftime
awesome.
shows. Yeah.
I
What
agree.
about
Great
Post,
show.
man?
I agree.
Post Malone. You know what I'm noticing? It's a lot more individual acts than bands. That's just what's...
Is it because they put together all these like the
I
One
don't know.
Direction, all the band, the boy bands and the girl bands and all that kind of
I'm
stuff?
not sure why.
Not organic.
I mean, look, we've had that back in the
Rihanna's
day.
gotta be there.
Rihanna,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
Good one.
Absolutely.
Maroon 5? No, not big enough.
I don't think
No?
anymore.
I'll write
They
them down.
were.
I think they have a new album coming out.
They were big.
They were huge.
Massive.
All right, well, help
Yeah.
us out at 215-592-9494. What's
Adam
another
Levine, though.
What's
He's-
another band or individual that should be up there?
Adam Levine's focused on being a dad. Like
Yeah.
you see him carrying the backpacks around and doing all that. He's not doing it doesn't seem like they're even playing.
I think they have a new album coming out.
Oh, okay.
I think they do.
That'd
about
be
that?
interesting.
By the way, we had to settle from yesterday, and by we, I mean literally Seltzer, all jokes aside, the answer from yesterday so Ben, yesterday we were doing the best combination, 2 people with the same first name.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a ton of great answers.
But
And-
tell them the only reason we did it yesterday.
Because Seltzer wasn't here.
Yeah, Seltzer doesn't
Seltzer
like
doesn't
it.
like this topic. As soon as James is gone, just come on. Just make it easy. That way we don't have to hear us squabbling and complaining. But then we actually gave him the responsibility after the show of choosing the winner because we were stuck 2-2. So here's who we had at the end of the show. We had the Michaels. Who do you think the Michaels were? Give me the 2 Michaels that were said, Ben.
Michael Jackson,
And
Michael Jordan.
Yes. That's powerful.
Pretty
Yeah,
chalk.
I mean, I don't know if you get any better.
All right, so we had the Michaels versus the Muhammads.
Uh-huh.
Who were the Muhammads?
You got Ali and
the Prophet, Muhammad.
the
Come
actual.
on. Yeah,
Muhammad.
the man.
Yeah.
that
All right.
Everyone got named
Yeah,
after.
the Muhammads, so Muhammad
He
Ali
was-
and
Right,
Muhammad.
and Muhammad.
All right,
But it
so-
sort of feels like it's a little bit, I don't know, of a cheat almost.
Yeah,
Not a
somebody
cheat.
somebody
He's
said
a
that
real-
to me. His name was Cassius originally.
Yeah, but he
His
changed his
name
name.
I
was-
know he changed his
But
name.
he
his name.
legally changed his
That
name.
doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
No, I know, but it's.
Yeah, well, Babe Ruth is George.
I know.
George Herman.
And we
Yeah.
called him Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, well,
That's what we went by yesterday.
yes.
What are they called
Yeah,
by?
what do we refer to them as? He's now referred to as Muhammad Ali. I mean, Kareem's been Kareem for 50
But he
years.
was named after the Prophet Muhammad.
I'm aware of
He's
that.
named after the man.
Well, Martin Luther King Jr. was named after Martin Luther.
I know, but that might disqualify
All right,
them
well,
from
not in
this
my
contest.
opinion. Anyway, so Ben, we were 2-2. So we said we're going to let Seltzer decide who the winning answer is. I went to James with a text right after the show. Here is his response. I guess the Muhammads. So congratulations to our caller, Nick, from yesterday. John, Nick has won
Nice,
with
Nick.
the
That wasn't
answer.
a strong
Nice job.
answer by him, I guess.
No, you know why? You know
guess.
why? Because he was probably so annoyed
So
we did the
annoyed.
topic.
Oh, that was his way to get a dig in
Yeah,
while giving you God. I understand now.
Correct. All right, 2-1. So, Nick, you, buddy, have won the tickets to see Dave Matthews from yesterday's show. We have another pair of tickets for Dave Matthews on the line today. Today, the question we're asking you is in honor or dishonor of Twitter, which is the 19th anniversary of the creation of Twitter back in 2006. What, like Twitter, is also good and bad?
What happened to you?
Twitter's got a lot of good. It's got more bad than good, but it's got a lot of good and it's got a lot of bad. What else is good and bad?
So much bad.
Yeah.
There are so many, Joe. There are so many individuals who make songs. The band thing, we are discovering that there might be a real problem here.
Yeah,
there aren't bands anymore. What bands do we even think of as performers that are popular?
If you're great, go out on your own.
It seems like that's what everyone's doing.
Ben, you think I don't think about leaving this show?
Hey, Adele.
I'm just kidding. Adele's another good answer.
Ed Sheeran.
Well, can you let the audience have a couple? Yeah, you're right. Adele and Ed Sheeran. Listen, it would be a very talented concert, but a different kind of concert.
Yeah,
Different
it's all
kind,
like the
yeah.
singular. It's all like the Joan Baez, not the Who.
Ooh, the Jonas Brothers. Are they? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it seems
They were
like
big,
I don't even know. Do
like,
they play now?
That was a while ago.
I don't know.
Are you a big Jonas Brothers
Fran,
fan?
what do I care about the Jonas? Fran, what did you
love
play?
Jonas Brothers.
What is that?
L.
No?
That's Gilio when he said L. When did the Eagles chant? He just says L.
You play the weirdest drops.
That's played often. That one, maybe not on this show,
That is
but
played often.
other shows.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So Jalen Hurts, NFL executives and coaches, and let me get the right term here, and scouts have him ranked as the 9th best quarterback in pro football.
Well, dumb ones.
I think that's too low. So the rankings as they present it, this is 70 people, though, by the way. We should take stock. It's 70. That's not 7. That's not 2. That's a lot of
Where
people.
their age is 70.
Yeah, their age might be 70.
Come on,
So the way they rank them up is Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2, Burrow 3, Lamar 4. Jaden Daniels 5, Stafford 6. Now, I think Hurts should be somewhere in the 5 to 7. I'd put him 5. But I do agree with Jaden Daniels and Stafford as 2 that would be right there with him. But then they go 7, Herbert.
Nice.
8, Jared Goff, 9, Hurts.
I think they just
Come on
put
now.
Herbert up
Come on.
there all the time just on account of because.
Well, yeah, it's what they think he should be. Should be.
Yes.
Not what he is.
Yeah.
And here's the thing Jalen brings to the table. While he's not as good a passer as Herbert and some of these others, that is a fact. He is an exceptional runner, and that helps them win games. And it's not just when he runs the ball, scramble or designed run from the jump based on the way the defense goes. It's also the improvised runs, which Herbert doesn't have in his bag at all. And it's also the tush push. Like the tush push is a little bit like saying, well, what if Michael Jordan couldn't dunk the ball?
Yeah, he's so
Michael
elite
Jordan-
at it, they
but
want to
Michael
remove
Jordan
it.
Could dunk the ball. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, well, what if Michael Jordan couldn't palm the ball? Well, but he could palm the ball.
Josh Allen had 4 chances at the tush push in the AFC Championship game and didn't convert any of them.
Yeah. I feel comfortable with Hurts 5. I have been struck by the extremes. I don't think he's 2, like someone like James thinks he's 2. I don't think he's that, but I don't think he's 9. One thing that has stood out to me this offseason, a lot of people go to extremes with their opinion on Hurts both ways. And I just call it like I say it. I call it at 5. I think he's in that grouping with 6 and 7. I think that's his tier. I think he's in the tier with Stafford and Daniels. Some people think he's in the top tier. That's fine. Your opinion, what is it? 215-592-9494. And one of the best defenses of Jalen Hurts, something that was said yesterday. We're going to get to this audio in a moment because I thought someone really brought something strong to the table yesterday on a national front. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's talk to Alex in Ridley Park. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, guys. Love the show. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thanks, Alex.
Welcome aboard, buddy.
You're welcome, Richie. So I'm more so with Richie on this stance. I feel personally, being Philly native, I would have him at 1. But if you have him at 2, I understand. And I'll give you a litany of reasons. Mm-hmm. The first one being he's like the common Eli Manning. Went to the Super Bowl twice. Most people, they're going to say he outperformed Mahomes both times.
I agree with that. But I will say this, Alex. I don't love the Eli Manning. So Eli Manning comparison is interesting, but to me, it's not exactly a compliment. Like Eli Manning was never a top 5 quarterback. On a given night playing in the Super Bowl, he played great. But I don't think there was really more than 3% of people in America at any point of Eli's career that would say he's a top 5 quarterback. No. It was always the Bradys, the Rodgers, the Mannings, the Brees, and then typically like Roethlisberger and Russell Wilson when he was good, above Eli, and others, by the way. So I don't see Eli as a compliment.
Didn't his stats fill out like totally mediocre.
Eli?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's two facts on the negative side that are astounding.
Eli was
and I would vote
average.
He was above average, but here's why I would vote against Eli Manning.
He was above average in the postseason. He was so average. Just
I would call
another
him
guy.
No, I would never say
in
he
the
was
regular season.
He wasn't 16. Eli to me was a 8 through 12 guy, typically.
Come on. There were seasons where he would give you 25 interceptions.
I know.
Eli was a mess every other year. And then every other year he'd go to the Super Bowl and win it.
So here are my two facts why I would vote against Eli Manning for the Hall of Fame. Number one, he literally had, and I mean literally, a 500 career record.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
his wins and his losses were equal.
That's wild.
But that's not my main fact. My main fact of why I would not vote Eli Manning in the Hall of Fame, he only won a playoff game in 2 seasons. Now, he happened to win the Super Bowl both of those 2 seasons, but there was no third year where he even won a playoff game. So anyway, Alex, the Eli Manning thing's interesting. Go ahead, man.
So, a few other points. The list itself is not the top 10 passers. It's the top 10 quarterbacks. And like others have alluded to, everything he brings to the game.
Yeah.
But also, so if people love to just basically ignore these stats that are all out, maybe because they're all memes and you can't believe memes anymore. But in the pocket passer percentages, he's always top 3. Long ball percentage, he's top 3, if not number 1. Then you go down the list further, how he got paid, so he's able to keep those players. Then also the players themselves. A.J. Brown wouldn't be on this team if it wasn't for Hurts. Would Smitty be on the team? Maybe. But I think also the connection to Hurts helped bring him here as well. You have, only 4 quarterbacks in the history have lost the Super Bowl, come back and won. The records he already has, from rushing touchdowns to rushing yards in a game, like the litany of things of Jalen Hurts all the way around just get looked down upon because everyone wants this statuette.
Look, Alex,
how about the
good
fact
case.
that 32 quarterbacks have thrown 40 passes or more in the Super Bowl, and he has the best completion percentage of all of them? His passing in the Super Bowl was better than Joe Montana's. In the Super Bowl was better than Peyton Manning's, was better than Tom Brady, Brett Favre. That right there.
Well, so John, I put a lot less.
What a lot of people are saying this guy can't do.
Much less stock in that than you do because the rules have changed so much since many of them played. Now, if you want to say over the last 10, 15 years that he's number 1 amongst that group, that's notable. But Montana played with totally different rules 35 years. I mean, that's a long time ago.
Okay.
Alex, I need an answer from you. What is both good and bad?
So my answer is chemo. So
interesting.
Everybody
Great
gets diagnosed. Chemo is the biggest positive. It's your chance to beat it. But at the same time, anybody that knows anybody that's been through it, from losing hair to your immune system shutting down, it is both amazing, but then bad at the same time.
That's a fascinating answer, Alex.
Huge one,
We've
Alex.
gotten some really good answers so far today. That's a good one. Speaking of answers, I thought we had maybe one of the best answers yesterday from someone. Now, most people don't know who this guy is, a guy named Evan Cohen, radio guy for ESPN Radio, but he had a strong defense of Jalen yesterday, stemming from this list where league scouts, executives, and coaches, and I wish we knew if they were head coaches or just assistants. Not that it matters a ton, but it matters a little bit. Anyway, coaches, executives, and scouts ranked Jalen 9th. Evan Cohen from ESPN thinks that's an outrage. Really strong defense. Listen to what he said.
Jalen Hurts may be the most disrespected quarterback we have ever seen. Jalen Hurts has been a starter in the NFL for 4 years. He has started 62 games as a full-time starter. His team in those games, I understand that many people don't want to give quarterbacks credit for win-loss record. His team in those games was 45-17. He's doing something right. 79 touchdown passes, 35 interceptions, a completion percentage in the 60s. Oh, and by the way, 52 rushing touchdowns. He has championed the most unstoppable play in the history of the sport in the tush push. As a full-time starter, I'm not counting his rookie year, he's played in 8 playoff games. His team is 6-2 in those games. He's been to the Super Bowl twice, and he beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And you're going to tell me that this guy is the 9th-ranked quarterback in the NFL? Are you out of your mind?
Pretty strong. I mean, really strong. That's a good front
Makes
right
some
there.
compelling points.
He does. He really does. 215-592-9494. We're going to talk to Elliot in about 15 minutes on Hurts, the Eagles season, which, by the way, in 1 week to get to training camp. We got a lot to cover with Elliot in about 15 minutes. JP in Plymouth meeting right now. Good morning, JP.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Great, JP.
I'm disgusted by Jalen Hurts being ranked ninth. Like, that's BS. I'm sorry. Like, last year I was saying all year long, who else do we have to beat? We beat everybody, and he gets ranked ninth. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I don't get it. But I'm excited, training camp and everything.
Yeah.
I want to add one thing, and as soon as I hung up the phone with you guys yesterday, I thought of an answer, and this might have won, but I thought of Michael Jordan and Michael B. Jordan.
No, because Michael Jackson would have to be above Michael B. Jordan. Has to be.
Okay, all right. I just thought maybe it's the same name. But here's a band that should be in England. Years ago, I saw U2, and this band Muse opened up one. And Bono said on the stage, "How did you like Muse?" And the whole crowd went nuts. And Bono said, "They're number one in every single country in Europe. Let's try and make them number one here." They're a great band. They definitely would be at Live Aid if they were to do it now. They're just an amazing band. If you ever get the chance to see them live, I definitely recommend it.
Gotcha. Okay.
So here's my answer for what is both good and bad.
Yep.
I was a type 1 diabetic with high blood pressure and high cholesterol. By changing the foods that I eat, I was able to reverse diabetes, reverse my high blood pressure, and reverse high cholesterol. So the foods that we eat can be both good and bad for you.
Yeah, so I think the best way to frame it is food that you don't really like the taste of as much.
Hey, the high blood
Right?
pressure, yeah.
Is that what we're getting at? Like,
yeah.
like
That's a valid point.
Yeah, food that you don't enjoy as much is both good and bad. Because it's good, it's healthy, but it's bad, it doesn't taste as good.
Right.
Is that fair?
No, you're wrong. It does taste good.
I've had the Big Mac. I can tell you that green stuff doesn't taste as good.
I've had the Big Mac too, and I can make a dessert for you that doesn't have one granulated sugar, and you would never know. I'm telling you, it's a lifestyle that does taste good. It's the foods that we eat that can be both good and bad for you.
I believe there's a lot to that, JP. That's really interesting.
I tell my wife all the time, because I'll be the first one to tell you, I'm not a big veggie guy.
Yep.
I'm just not. It's like, we put a man on the moon. Why can't we make asparagus taste like fried chicken?
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, why can't we do that? I don't get
Well, they
it.
did improve the Brussels sprout in the last 15 years.
Well,
I'll
they
take
were
your
just
word
because we
for
cook
it.
it with bacon now.
Yeah.
They made grapes better. I mean, they made the green grapes taste like cotton candy.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It really does taste like cotton candy. Sweeter than any grape I'd ever tasted as a child.
Well, for transformations, the Phillies maybe are looking to have a college kid join them for October. Let's get to this first-round draft pick. We covered it a little bit yesterday, but not with Ben. So, and of course, Ben's son was in the College World Series, and this guy, Gage Wood, was in the College World Series. Let's go back about a month ago when he pitched. This dude, Gage Wood, a no-no.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss! Greatness from Gage! A no-hitter!
And not just a no-hitter, but a 19 strikeout no-hitter. So, Ben, we are aware of some of the positives, and obviously the fastball is electric. I was struck yesterday when looking at his stats that Gage Wood, for his 3-year college baseball career, had a 4.33 ERA, which I've got to imagine is higher or much higher than most first-round draft picks.
Yes.
So what are we to make of Gage Wood being selected 2 nights ago by the Phillies?
Well, I think you're getting a guy that has 2 elite pitches, one in the fastball and then the slider. So that would immediately lead you to say, well, he's going to be a bullpen piece. And that's not the way that the Phillies are looking at him. They want him to be a starting pitcher. They drafted him as a starting pitcher. I just don't know. And I think he could definitely help this bullpen out this year. And I could be wrong in saying that or naive in saying that. But I look at him, and I think he's very competitive in the strike zone, and he's got 2 pitches to get you out with, and that's all you need in the bullpen.
And what are we
That's all you
talking
need.
in terms of like the power?
We're talking mid-90s with good ride on his fastball, his four-seamer, good ride at the top of the zone, and a wipeout slider. And that's coming out of the bullpen, man. That's pretty good.
Now, I'll say this, though, Ben. I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I know I'm not wrong, but tell me the context to which you would frame this. You also need strong makeup and I'm not talking the stuff you put on your face, to be thrown into the crucible of October and Citizens Bank Park, and by the way, not just Citizens Bank Park, but perhaps Yankee Stadium. Like, we're hoping the Phillies win the World Series. To me, this isn't just about whether this guy has a fastball and another pitch in 3 months. It's about whether he's got the makeup to handle the adversity that comes with being the guy out there on that mound.
He's very confident. He is very confident. You watched the way when he threw that no-hitter versus Murray State. I mean, he exudes confidence. And when asked about the no-hitter after the game, there was just one hitter that made it to first base, and he hit him with a breaking ball.
Yeah.
And they asked him after the game, "What are you thinking right now?" He said, "I'm thinking I shouldn't have hit that guy."
That was a great line.
That was his quote. And it took me back for a second. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
I like it. He exudes confidence, and he's got the stuff to back it up. The only thing I'm a little negative about is his physical makeup.
In what sense?
He's listed at 6 foot 205. I don't know if he's 6 foot. And he's a max effort guy. I mean, it's max effort every pitch.
To get it there with the full force.
And I was just talking with Rhea during the break, and like you watch Zach Wheeler, who's obviously 6'6", and it's free and easy. Like Zach Wheeler looks like he's yawning out there sometimes, and the ball just explodes out of his hand. This guy is much like a Strider. Like, it's max effort, not very big in stature, but it's 100% every
And Strider's
pitch.
had a lot of nagging injuries
Exactly.
And so that can lead to injury. Like Lincecum was done early.
Done. Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And he was small.
Yeah.
And he was powerful, but you're saying it took more.
It took a lot of effort.
Took more to get it there.
A lot of effort.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Ben, how often have you seen this concept applied and successful in the major leagues where you draft a kid the same year and
it doesn't happen very often. It really does not happen very often.
How often with success? Can you think
at all?
any?
Not even with success. I'm just saying, like, guys that you had the ShamWow guy that was a first baseman with Anaheim. He came straight up. It very rarely happens. John Olerud did it. Pete Incaviglia did it.
Incaviglia was the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah. And Olerud went right from Washington State right to Toronto. Never spent a day in the minor leagues. It's very rare. It's not going to happen with this guy either. But if he gets here at some point this year, I do think he could help this bullpen out.
Well, they could use it.
And Rhea had a great point. She said, then you don't have to go out and get 2 bullpen pieces. You can just have one. You just need to go get one because he'll be here.
Bat.
Do you believe this is part of the plan? Do you believe Dave Dombrowski expects, with this draft pick, that this will? Is this our imagination?
That would be some awfully
up?
high expectations, very lofty expectations for him to come up this year.
My only hope, John, is my main hope is not my only hope. My main hope related to the pick is that they didn't draft him primarily because they think he could join him in 3 months. I mean, we have this discussion all the time when we have NBA and NFL picks. Is it about next year? Is it about the next 3 years? Or is it about the best career?
Could it be both?
It could be.
If they use him in the bullpen with the plans to have him in the future as a starter.
If they really believe he's, I don't want to use the word destined, but is likely to have the best career of everyone.
They have a pressing need right now.
They do. No, I mean, it's true.
And if he can help them, why not?
That's
Try
true.
it.
All right, so you can weigh in on the Phils pick. We're also, as we assess the Phillies at the All-Star break today, this week, in the All-Star game tonight, asking you to complete the sentence. The 2025 Philadelphia Phillies are. So, John, let me fudge it a little bit here because it's not exactly a one-sentence answer. But here's what I put down. Because really it's hard to sum it up with just like a couple words to complete the sentence. Here's what I have. I've got 5 bullet points. The 2025 Philadelphia Phillies are more annoying than the record would make you think they should be. Pretty darn good, not great. Incredibly imbalanced, with starting pitching that is an A++, hitting for a quality team, which is probably a C, and relief pitching for a quality team that is probably a C-, maybe a C. The Phillies are a team that absolutely can win the World Series, but they are a group that could use help. That's how I sum up the 2025 Phils.
You left out R in first place.
Yeah. No, you're right. No, Ben, you're right.
So easy to forget.
Yeah.
With the way that we feel.
Well, that's why don't
we feel
because of the last 3
Because of the
Octobers.
offense.
No,
Because
but
of the offense.
because of the last 3 Octobers. Guys, if this was 07 or 22, think about it. And we're 93. Think about what 93, 07, and 22 represented. First time in a long time.
Yeah.
93, they hadn't been in the playoffs in 10 years. 07, they hadn't been in the playoffs in 14 years. And 22, they hadn't been in the playoffs in 10 years. Or 11 years, I guess it was. What's the point? The point is you enjoy the ride a little more.
Yeah.
We're not enjoying the ride that much because
it's more the Arizona and the Mets series.
Of course it is.
Than the World Series.
Of course
Everybody
it
was
is.
jacked up for the start of the following.
Yeah.
Because you thought, oh, they're definitely going to win it.
But to your point, Ben, if you want to go micro beyond like overall scope, because the most annoying aspect is the hitters. Like the bullpen is rough and the hitters are rough-ish, but it's because those hitters are being paid so much money or were believed in, guys like Stott and others, that we thought they'd be more advanced. And that's why I used the term imbalanced. I mean, Ben, like they're not 91 Eagles imbalanced where you had this all-time defense and you had an offense that couldn't freaking move the ball because Randall and McMahon got hurt and I got freaking Brad Gable in there. That is imbalanced to the greatest extent possible.
Right.
But this is imbalanced, Ben.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the kind of thing, John, you remember the Giants? Remember the Strahan Giants with Tiki and all, like they had Tiki on offense but not much else? And the defense of the Giants would get freaking furious at the offense because they would
had
hold a team.
Tiki and Amani Toomer.
Yeah, he was pretty good, but you know when
he was good.
He was, but you get my point. Like the Giants defense used to get so mad at the Giants offense. Like, come on, guys, just get us 20 points. We'll win the game.
That D-line
could
it struck fear in everyone's hearts, and they could get after you without blitzing, but they couldn't score.
This is an imbalanced team.
Yeah, I mean, they're relying so heavily on their starting rotation.
They are.
And at some point, it's like, I can't give up a run because I don't know if my team's going to score a run.
Yeah. I mean, you do run into those scenarios sometimes. And look, even that last game they played, they won, but they won 2-1.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot of that this year. All right, we'll talk to Elliot coming up shortly. Let me play for you some audio of Ray Didinger. We had Ray on the program last week. By the way, Nick Sirianni with a big defense. Some quotes that came out yesterday, and Elliot quotes Sirianni. So I'm going to read right from Elliot. Not Elliot, I'm sorry. Tim McManus, I mean to say. Tim McManus' story on ESPN.com. It says Eagles coach Nick Sirianni offered a poignant response to the notion that quarterback Jalen Hurts was along for the ride during Philadelphia's Super Bowl run last season. Here's a quote from Sirianni. I think that's bull. You know what the next 4 letters are, Ben? Just want to make sure. That's bull.
Pucky.
Mm-hmm.
That's bull shots.
Yes.
Yeah, Sirianni says that's bull shots. So Sirianni gives you the BS word.
Bad stuff.
And bad stuff. So strong defense from Sirianni, which is good job by him taking the quarterbacks back. Let's listen to the Diddy. Ray Didinger was on our program last week. I asked him about Jalen. Here's what he said. Where do you come down on what Jalen is, what he'll become, and the conversation that surrounds the entire thing?
Well, I think he's become it. The question you ask about any quarterback in any city, in any situation, is can this guy win you a Super Bowl? That's where you start at that position. That you look at that guy and you say, can this guy win me a Super Bowl? Well, he's answered that question. He got you there twice, and just a few months ago he won it, and he was the MVP. And so that big question he's already answered. Now, is he everybody's idea of the ideal quarterback? Does he fit the quote-unquote prototype? Yeah, probably not. But the fact is that he does all the things that you need a quarterback to do to win games. And I would certainly put him, I would have him closer to 2 than 5 if I were rating.
Closer than 2 to 5. No, I think that's an extreme, right? Because I got him at 5, and I'm comfortable with that. When I hear someone say 2, I think that's too high. And by the way, to me, it's the win the Super Bowl thing and even MVP thing. Like there are Super Bowl MVP winning quarterbacks who are part of 13-3 type teams, whatever. Like that I would not put in the top 5 or 12-4s. I mean, Eli, no, they didn't go 12-4, but for what it's worth, he won 2 MVPs. I would never say he's top 5.
What about Joe Flacco?
Flacco was never top 5.
He was great in the playoffs.
He was never top.
Yeah.
Flacco was in the Eli 8-12 range. That's where he lived, 8-12. He got hot that January. He got hot. Rippon was part of a team with the Reds.
I think Flacco was better than that. I think Flacco, his
arm
was
ever top 5.
Amongst his arm was in an elite circle while he was playing.
But he couldn't do off script. Couldn't do it.
He could do it better than what people gave him credit, I think. I think Joe Flacco's still playing.
That's
Joe
amazing.
Flacco is
Look, I
competing
like
in
Flacco.
Cleveland
I'm just saying
against Shedeur
he wasn't top
Sanders
five.
this year.
Pick a year.
He's
Ben,
not
pick a
top
year.
five, but
wait.
he's so much
wait.
better than what he gets credit for historically.
Let's take 2012. That's the year he won the Super Bowl.
Uh-huh.
Or 11. It was 11 or 12. All right, who would be the top five then? Brady, Manning, Rodgers, Breeze, and then either Roethlisberger or Roethlisberger. That's it. 2011, 2012, that's my top five. Like, there's no way Joe Flacco ever cracked the top five, but he had a great January.
Well,
look, Nick Foles had a great January.
The point is Joe Flacco's probably 6 there. Like, Joe Flacco could have been 6.
I'd have to think about it a little more.
He was good enough to be 6 with that group.
Maybe.
Was Andrew Luck still playing then?
No, Luck came a little after that.
Okay.
A little after that.
You still have Lamar.
Romo would have been in that range. Honestly,
I wasn't.
I wasn't a Romo guy.
but he was pretty good.
He was pretty good.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
You still have Lamar ahead of Hurts.
I do.
Why?
Because I think he's just better. I think.
So what does Jalen have
In
to
what
do?
aspect?
Well, a dynamic place.
Lamar, has he won a Super Bowl? No. Has he
course
played
not.
well in the postseason? I don't think so.
No, he
Lamar
has.
has been a liability.
Lamar has pulled a
for the
Romo.
Baltimore Ravens
Lamar has
in the
pulled
postseason. So
Lamar's
we have
pulled a
the
couple of them.
opposite
No, I
of
get
that.
it.
So again, what does Jalen need to do to show
Well,
you?
I'd like to see him be better in the passing game with.
He showed us he was better in the passing game last year.
with greater consistency.
With greater, volume? Is that really what you're asking for? You really want us to return to Andy Reid's overthrowing the ball ways?
I do not want that. What I do want to do is
running the football is what wins in the NFL right now. That's part of it. That's part of what made our defense so formidable last season.
It's part of what makes him
Keeping
great.
them off the field.
It's the thing he does
It
the
all
best.
fits together.
Yes. It's his greatest
So
attribute.
you're saying what you need to see from our quarterback is him to throw the ball more, which makes our offense less effective.
I didn't say that.
Be more efficient throwing the ball more.
Yeah.
He's amongst the most efficient quarterbacks in the history of football at throwing the football.
Let's
Like
look-
if we're talking about completion percentage, passing efficiency,
Yeah.
those numbers above expected, all that stuff, he takes the cake statistically.
All right, let's get to Elliot. Elliot Shore Parks with us every Tuesday. By the way, we also have the Twitter poll question of the day. Brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question with the All Star Game tonight. We ask you, do you care about the baseball All Star Game as much as you used to? My guess is many people will say no. All right, Elliot Shore Parks is brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Good morning, Elliot.
What's up? How you guys doing this morning?
Quite a bit, my man. We got a lot happening here. The Hurts thing has come back again.
Yes.
Round. And look, this time it is accompanied by a big and strong defense from Nick Serriani of his quarterback. Give us your understanding of the setting in which Serriani said this. And Nick doesn't usually go to the curse form of presenting himself with a curse publicly. So he went into that bag of tricks. What do you make of what Serriani said and how he framed it?
Yeah, he's always, I think, been pretty defensive of Jalen. If you remember last year, I think it was after the win over Baltimore on the road, where Jalen didn't put up a ton of stats, but I thought played very well. Nick said something similar, and in fact, I think he actually used the same exact word when defending Jalen. So, during my time covering Nick, I think one thing that's very true about him is he very, very, very much values the relationship with his players. And I think he does believe Jalen is a very good quarterback, but I also think he knows that while Jalen might not ever admit it, it does bother Jalen that he gets consistently ranked lower on this list and where his resume might, think that he should be. And I think Nick knows standing up for Jalen is good for their relationship.
No question.
When Nick speaks firmly and strongly about, this criticism, he knows that Jalen's going to hear that. So I do think Nick believes it, but I also think he knows the benefits of sticking up for his quarterback publicly.
So tell me if you agree with this comment, Elliot. This is the way I view sort of this Hurts thing from a national standpoint. Because when I see 70 NFL people, like actual people in the NFL, call him ninth, I think that's ridiculous. I'd put him fifth. I don't go as high as 2. I put him 5. But here's where I think a lot of it comes from. there are people in the NFL who were brought up to believe it's the traditional pocket quarterback thing. And while a lot of coaches and teams have evolved to run their offenses differently, some people don't think differently. And that leads to Hurts being ranked 9th instead of 5th. Like, the tush-push is a factor. Like, he can do it, Herbert can't. Now, he's got great offensive linemen, but he's great at it. And he should get points for that. And I think people miss that. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, so I think that's definitely part of it. I think the reason, or it's twofold. One, I do think because of the uniqueness of this list, right, where it is head coaches, GMs, executives, I think we all need to accept that this is just where Jalen is viewed around the league. This isn't about they don't like Jalen. This isn't about they're not get. This is just how they view him. If there was a draft of every quarterback in the NFL, Justin Herbert would go ahead of Jalen. Now, we can feel that's wrong. We can think that that's not giving Jalen the credit for what he's deserved. I'm just saying that list accurately depicts, I believe, how Jalen is viewed around the league. Now, why is it that way? I think it's the same exact reason when we talk about Nick, when we talk about, Jalen. It's the talent on the roster. They are consistently dinged for the talent on the roster. If you look at Justin Herbert in LA, people will look at that and go, he does not have the talent Jalen has. Now, here in Philadelphia, we know that Jalen has been a big part of this roster becoming so talented. I think it's a misconception that when Jalen came into the Eagles, he walked into a great situation. He did not. He was drafted to be a backup with Carson Wentz here and almost no talent on the roster. In 2021, it was not a great situation for a quarterback to be in. Now, is he the reason the roster's improved? No, of course not. Howie has a big part of that. Nick has a big part of it. But AJ had a relationship with Jalen. Devontae had a relationship with Jalen. So, yes, it's a better situation, but Jalen is a part of the reason it's such a good situation.
Does the roster need to stink for everyone to eventually value Jalen? When does the underappreciation end?
So I think it sounds extreme, but I think you're probably correct. If Jalen were to go on a 7 or 8 game streak without AJ, without Devontae, maybe without Saquon. Obviously, that's not something he wants to have happen. That's not something the team wants to have happen. But if the objective is just to get him higher on these lists, then yes, I do think if he was productive without those players around him, it would help him. But that would not be good for the Eagles. So ultimately, if at this time next year, how are we viewing this where Jalen is second or Jalen is top 5? I think he's got to win the Super Bowl again. Like, if he wins another Super Bowl, I don't see how the executives around the league, the coaches, the GMs, still have him 9th. But again, I do believe this is where he is viewed around the league. Not where I have him, but I think that we all need to accept Jalen is still viewed around the league lower than the guys that he is lower than on this list.
And where do you have him?
So I think Jalen belongs either 2 or 5, and it depends on how you're making
What?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It depends on how
not 3
There's
or 4.
riding the fence, and then I don't know what that's called.
2
and
or
5.
5.
Well,
I think he's 1 or 20.
2 or 5.
No.
I think the Sixers are either going to make the playoffs next year or they're not.
No. Well, the Sixers aren't going to make the playoffs, but I would put him 2. On my list, I have him 2, but I think the fair places to put him are either 2 or 5, and it depends how you're doing it. If you want to value the Super Bowl and the fact that he has one and the other 3 quarterbacks don't, then he should be 2. And if you want to do it off of just
need to
pure
value
talent,
that.
he's 5.
Yeah, but then you can include Stafford and others, John.
I do include Stafford. Stafford has won a Super Bowl. I value that. I think that boosts Matthew Stafford's value in this list.
So here's one of my arguments against that lean, Elliot. I mean, a guy like
how can you not
Eli,
have that lean?
Like Jim Plunkett.
It's the most important game of the season.
I never heard anyone call Jim Plunkett a top 5 quarterback in football. Guy won 2.
He played.
but
he played like
difference.
a top 5 quarterback in those postseasons and in those Super Bowls.
I understand you can have a run. Like Foles was never a top 5. I mean, he was
right,
maybe
but he
played better than Tom Brady.
Maybe other than 2013, he was never a top 10. Right?
Yeah. I just think the difference is with Eli Manning, he consistently was like a 500 quarterback in his career. Jalen, we point to the Super Bowl, but even if you remove the Super Bowl win, Jalen's resume is pretty impressive. In fact, I would bet if you include the Super Bowl, there are not many people at 26 years old that had the football resume Jalen has, from high school to college to the NFL. There's probably not been many. So you are right that Eli Manning was probably never a top 5 quarterback. But the difference is Jalen wins about 80% of his games consistently, and that has to matter.
Elliot with us right now. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today. All-Star Game coming up later tonight. We'll talk more about that as we move forward. From the Tasty Cake studio today. So, Elliot, you know Jalen better than we do. You have access as a beat reporter to the scene down there with great frequency. I'm curious your answer to this question. How much do you think the negative comments bother Jalen? From afar, I sense it probably bothers him a lot. He doesn't let on to it publicly. I know it would bother me. How much do you think it bothers him?
I definitely think it bothers him. I think he is very good at publicly putting on a face of he doesn't care. He doesn't often cause any controversy at the podium. But I think privately, he definitely is aware of what everyone says. I just don't think you can be someone that is so obsessed with greatness and is so obsessed with being viewed as one of the best of all time and then not care about how you're viewed currently.
Don't you think he cares more about how his teammates view him and how his coaches view him than how some ESPN poll views him?
I guess, but I do think that the public narrative around him is something that bothers him, and I do think it's something that should bother him. I mean, he probably thought...
I think it should too, and I think it motivates him.
Yeah, I think it motivates him. He probably thought, if I win the Super Bowl, that's when I'll get my credit, right? And he has to an extent. Let's be clear. I mean, I think on this list, he was unranked last year. So the fact that he's moved up into the top 10 is giving him credit. But no, definitely, from being around Jalen since he's been drafted.
He was unranked, Elliot, last year on this same list.
Remember,
John,
you got to remember at the end of 2023,
it was a
disaster.
Yeah,
think about that concept. I mean, if that's what we're talking about here, like
remember how bad he was at the end. I mean, he took a safety in a playoff game from the 12-yard line. That's hard to do.
I get it, but that was awful. You have to factor in the fact that the same people who last year did not include him on this list. Like I think that says a lot. I didn't know that information. That last year he wasn't even on this list.
But let's dip back even more in the Jalen story because I think this one goes.
How is that possible?
Well, again, he was horrible at the end of 23. I think this one goes under discussed. I'll say, Elliot, because we talk an awful lot about the transfer from Alabama to Oklahoma and the benching in Alabama. But here's one that, if I would guess, probably sticks in his craw. The accomplishments in college football, which included a Heisman Trophy finalist. Right? Didn't he finish second for the Heisman? Remember?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finished second for the Heisman Trophy, second-round draft pick. Now, there's a lot of Heisman Trophy winners that have been bad NFL, and normally it's quarterback.
Tons.
Gino Toretto's of the world, they win the Heisman, and they did have a great team around them, and they're not great in the pros. And there's been I think Danny Warfel, was one of them. So
Johnny Manziel, was he one?
Well, he didn't win the Heisman.
He never won the Heisman?
No. But the quarterback position, especially on an Alabama or old school Miami, it can lend itself to, like, you win 12, 13 games, you win a national title, you stink in the pros. But I'll say this, Elliot. He was probably cheesed to go in the second round. And let's be real. He should have been a first-round pick. I mean, given what he's put out there, obviously the league misidentified him coming out of college.
Yeah, I would agree. And not only that, he was drafted to be a backup. His own team essentially said when they drafted him, we view you as a backup quarterback. So I think that's part of it. But draft stock does play a huge part. You brought up Nick Foles. Nick Foles, if he was a first-round pick, he probably gets more chances to be the Eagles starting quarterback than he ever actually got. But because Carson Wentz was a first-round pick, he gets the team back after they win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
With Jalen had to earn his right to be the starting quarterback. He was never the plan for him to be the starting quarterback. In fact, they kind of lucked into it a little bit. But he had to earn that because of his draft stock. And one thing that's very true, I think in all sports, but definitely in the NFL, where you're drafted impacts your opportunity and how you're viewed a long time after you're drafted.
I'll give you an example that I agree with you 1,000,000%, Elliot. And Seth Joyner and I have talked about this, I think both on and off the air. The fact that Seth was drafted, I think it was in the 8th round. 8th or 9th, something like that.
It was later than that. It was a number that I couldn't believe was so high.
It's a number that no longer exists because they only do 7 rounds now. Seth and I both believe is a factor in why he hasn't made the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I mean, for instance, it took an extra couple years for people to even essentially realize he existed on the national level. So you missed a couple Pro Bowls you could have gotten. Here we are 30, 40 years later. You don't have those early Pro Bowls. And it's I guess he wasn't that good. He's not a Hall of Famer. And I mean, to me, that's nonsense because I thought Seth was a flat-out Hall of Fame football player.
Well,
but how it starts sets in motion a lot of things.
If Jalen was a first-round pick, I think we'd be discussing him, and nationally he'd be discussed as a potential Hall of Fame player based off his resume alone. I think how he would be viewed, and I'm pretty sure all the other 9 quarterbacks on that list were all first-round picks, right?
Yes.
Wow.
So
Interesting.
he's the only one that wasn't there.
Interesting. All right, Ellie, a couple other things I want to get to here with you. One of which, and this one bothers me, and I can't say it's the end of the world, and I can't say no one can prove anything with it, but it bothers me, and I think it stinks. That the ring ceremony is, 2 days before training camp starts?
Yeah.
So Ray made a point. Matter of fact, I want to play this audio of Ray. Let's listen to the ditty last week because I asked Ray about the timing of the ring ceremony. He flipped it around and views it differently than I did. Here's something Ray said.
Do you find it annoying and or a little potentially problematic that the ring ceremony, because the rings were delayed coming in, is not until I think it's 2 or 3 days before training camp, which is something a team normally gets out of the way way before training camp? Is that irritating, and is that potentially a little clunky?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. You get the ring when you get the ring. I don't think there's any prescribed right time or ideal time to do it.
All right, so, Elliot, I've made a point in my life to not disagree with Ray, except when I know I'm right.
You did it
and he's
3
wrong.
times on Friday. I was listening.
Right. All right, so, Elliot, I mean, I feel really confident the right time to do it is not 2 days before the start of training camp.
Oh, come on.
What say you, Elliot?
Yeah, I don't think they would have picked this. In fact, they didn't pick it, right? They did not initially want to do it in this time. Now, I think the biggest thing with this is it's just a buzzkill for the party itself because all night on Friday when they're getting these rings, it's going to be, hey, we got it on Monday. We start back up on Monday. Here we go. Whereas had they done it 6 weeks ago, then maybe they could truly let themselves enjoy it. But as to whether it can be a distraction, if this is a distraction, then we got a 2023 season coming our way. This will be the first test, right? Of this is going to be all year. Maybe the ring ceremony is on Friday, but they're going to be living through a ring ceremony all year. The banner coming down on week 1, all the primetime games. So this will be a good first test. But yeah, no question, they would not have wanted to do it the Friday before training.
Elliot, what do you know about CJ, GJ? The Sweats and the Milton Williams, and I hope they're all there. But they didn't say after leaving things CJ GJ said. Do we know his status for Friday?
So I don't know his status. I would be surprised if he came just because of what's happened. Well, and also, I mean, he's in Houston now. I think that's one thing with this too. Do these players want to travel to Philadelphia? I know, traveling's not the end of the world for them, but it's not convenient for them. So
right before their own training camp.
Exactly.
The other camps are starting a little bit later because we are earlier with our Thursday night game, so
Chargers
they would have a little
today,
more
though,
time.
right? Don't they?
Their rookies reported today.
Oh, the rookies got it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I find it I'm not saying it's the end of the world, but I just know after the 2018 experience, this is not what I'd want. I mean, I know Doug had a book in July or August of 2018. I thought that felt misplaced. To me, a ring ceremony to celebrate last year. And look, I know in the NBA they do the banner night, the first night of the next season. I get it, but I just
this is what happens with these rings. I received my ring from the Raiders.
This has never happened before.
I can tell you, this is what happens with these rings, the Super Bowl rings that at conference championship rings. When they get done, it's usually just right before the season. You got to make the order, and it gets bloated, and it takes forever. Everyone's waiting. Mine was delivered at training camp when I was an Eagle.
It's because you didn't play for the Raiders anymore.
I know, but the rings weren't available until we were in training camp. This is just sort of the way the schedule works out. They're making the best of it. It was delayed a little bit. I'm sure that that's not ideal.
I don't like it.
They can handle this.
When should they get World Series rings?
What do you want
get them
to
the
do?
first day of the season?
Yeah, but it's not a
Yeah,
big
you wait till
but
after
it's
the
not a big
season
party.
to give them the rings from last season because they were delayed a little bit.
Plus, that's the day you boo Adam Eaton. That's what you do. At a meeting.
We celebrate that every year around here.
All right, Elliot, one last thing. Give us a totally different storyline related to next week and the start of training camp that we haven't discussed.
I mean, after 5 months of talking about this team nonstop every day, it's hard to think of one we haven't discussed. But all right,
well, I meant in the last freaking 15 minutes. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, but one thing I do think I would keep an eye on is Jahan Dotson this year. I think that the depth chart at the Eagles receiver is obviously thin behind the starting two. Jahan Dotson, I thought had an awesome offseason when I saw him. I think he looks way more comfortable. He got traded at right at the beginning of the season last year. And with AJ and the knee issues he had last year, Devontae's always been really healthy. If they miss time, they're going to need guys to step up. And I feel more confident in Jahan Dotson doing that this year than I think I did last year.
We forget about the huge catch he had in the Super Bowl. I mean, that was...
and the Green Bay touchdown.
Yeah. Oh,
and
yeah,
the Green Bay touchdown.
Yeah.
He finished strong.
Yeah.
Elliot, last thing. Tell me if you agree with this blueprint. Joe versus Jack. Hammer wins tennis. Jack wins running. Hammer wins basketball. Hammer wins overall 3-2, right?
Nah, I don't think that's going to happen. Unfortunately, I think
supposed
baseball...
to be funny.
No.
Baseball is your
that
last
really
chance.
what you imagine?
I don't imagine it. It's what I think is going to happen.
This is
I
like
think you
wearing
could
a
win
costume
tennis,
playing
but-
baseball.
Could win tennis. Come on, man.
Going to win.
So
tennis.
you're saying
Wait,
he's
why?
Gonna, you're saying
Why
he's-
do you think you?
Because I'm better than him.
Joe, you have to run to play tennis.
Yeah, he's a little side.
How do you get to the ball if you don't run?
I do my Jimmy Connor slide. A little slide action.
I wouldn't slide if I were you.
Well, I wouldn't run if I were me. So slide's all I got. So Elliot, why are you backing
Stationary
him so hard?
tennis?
I don't care if you think he'll win. I don't care. I mean, 80% of people think he'll win. But why haven't I gotten more? Why haven't I gotten more love from you during this process? What the hell, man?
Well, to be fair, I'm the only person at the station that roots for you and beat the Hammer. So I feel like I've done my job in terms of supporting you. But no, I just think Jack's going to win. I think he's going to win. So I hope you do well, but I don't think you're going to win.
Elliot, this is the part of the conversation where I hang up on you now, okay?
All right. Talk
See
to
you,
you
buddy.
later,
Hey, good luck with camp coming up. We'll talk to you, Tom. Thanks, Elliot.
Yeah,
Thanks,
talk to you
Elliot.
soon.
All right, let's get back to the phones. 215-592-9494 with everything we're discussing. Reminder, Paul George, some kind of arthroscopic surgery. He's out for, I don't know, however long he's out. Embiid's not in. Isn't it great? Training camp, what is it? Rhea, would it be next month or a month and a half?
Usually, they don't announce it, but it's usually, I think, the last couple weeks of September.
So 2 months.
Yeah.
So 2 months from camp right now.
I thought it was on the 5th of Who Cares? I just thrown it out there.
You got no JoJo. You got no PG as of right now. Sean in Delaware. Sean, good morning. Shawnee. Sean not there, not ready to go. We go to Steve. He's calling from Willow Grove. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Great
Hi,
day
Steve.
today. Hey, Ben, real fast, did your son ever go against this pitcher the Phillies drafted?
He has not. No, he has not. But he had very high things to say about him. He really likes his slider.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Listen, we got the best quarterback. He won 2 Super Bowls. The defense lost.
Well, hold on. They don't have the best quarterback.
no.
Patrick Mahomes
Wait,
is the best. I was 5 seconds delay. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback. Come on.
Okay, great. That's what you want to believe.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes doesn't have a new coach every season, okay? For the guy
That really does make an impact, Steve. The play caller, we're talking about the play caller, the designer of the offense, has been different every year except for the 1 year that Shane Steichen held over. The first time that Jalen played in the Super Bowl was because he was in that offense for a second year. He felt more comfortable, and you could see the results. I'm excited, Steve. This year, Kevin Patullo, a guy who has been here, now takes over the play calling. So he does have an advanced relationship with Jalen, and I'm hoping that you can see that, translate.
Hoping it goes better than the Brian Johnson experience.
That'd be wonderful.
No.
Yeah.
Not a good experience.
Steve, go ahead, man.
But he just keeps getting better. And he
No, see, I disagree with that. His best was 20. No, hold on, Steve. Steve. His best was 2022. Come on, you know that. His best was 2022 for the season. You know that.
Again, you're changing him every Joe. Richie Rich
He
gets
threw
a
the
partner
ball
every year.
more.
Richie Rich gets a partner every year. Is he as great as he is?
You can only be great with the greatness of others. Is that Serriani's
Is that
line?
you?
Well, hold on a second. There are exceptions. Hammer! I'll tell you what. I might come out of my shell with this Fritz thing and start firing back, but I'm not there yet. I'm still
I wish you would get there.
I'm just a squirrel
Much
trying
more
to find the
fun.
nut. Ben, do you want the haughty hammer or the humble hammer versus Fritz?
I enjoy the haughty hammer. I do. I really do. I enjoy the haughty hammer.
54% of people on our poll Friday said they want the haughty hammer back.
That's more of your personality.
Well, it's, but you've talked to me off the air. I'm just a common folk.
Regular guy.
Yeah, you're
guy.
regular folk,
Just a regular
all right.
Joe.
Eats
sorry.
at one restaurant, drives down the street, goes to the bathroom in another one.
Yeah,
Completely normal.
And goes to a strip club for takeout. You know?
Exactly.
All right, Steve, I need you to answer this because no one has addressed it yet today amongst the callers. Finish the sentence, Steve. The 2025 Phillies are what?
Average.
Well,
Wow.
come on.
Wow.
Come on. Steve, do you remember what an 81 and 81 club looks like? You remember Mikel Franco? Come on. Average? Dude, you're extreme on both ends. You're extreme too high on Jalen.
Jalen's the best
and
quarterback. The Phillies are
and
average.
too low on the Phils. That's ridiculous. All right, Steve, give me an answer, pal. What is both good and bad on this, the anniversary of Twitter? 19 years ago, that Twitter thing started. What is both good and bad?
Heaven and hell.
No, they're two different things.
Yeah, they're two different.
Horrible answers. Guy's 0 for 3 with his answers. All right, Ben Davis. The 2025 Phillies are what?
Excellent in starting pitching.
And?
Kind of open-ended.
It's a micro. Yeah, they're great at one thing. What about the other stuff?
And in first place. They're excellent at starting pitching and in first place.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell the whole. That doesn't tell the whole story.
No.
Because they are weak compared to great teams or good teams.
Okay, how about this
they are
one?
weak in some areas.
The 2025 Phillies are in need of a bat and 2 arms out of the bullpen.
Absolutely.
How about that?
No,
Does
A
that work?
story yet to be written.
That works, right?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
John, how would you define them? 2025 Phillies are what?
A story yet to be written. I hope a story that they have planned. I hope that they have an itinerary, an expectant itinerary for the way the second half goes, and it's going to be better prepared, more informed than we've seen. They will be a better version of the Phillies from 2023, 2024, because they had that negative experience. And I think we'll see them reach deeper than what we've seen. They have a chance.
Oh, they definitely have a shot.
Hot. They've got that pitching. They've got that, which is what I hoped would be the thing that set us apart, that put us over the top.
Look, I think 80 and 08, I think we're both 64 and 57. I think. Meaning, like a little bit above 500, but not great, like over 100 games into the season. And then they both got hot in September, and they both roared through October. So,
both teams were 64 and 57?
I think. We could look it
Don't
up.
you think 08 was more balanced
Well,
in terms of pitching and hitting?
Yes, but ironic. Yes. Yeah. Oh, clearly.
Yeah, definitely more balanced.
Look, here's what I'll tell you. The pitching, this group, here are the 3 best groups I've ever seen the Phillies have in a unit. Ever. My lifetime. Ever. This year's starting pitching, 2011 starting pitching, 2007's offense. I mean, it is what it is. Like, they're the 3 best groups I've seen of offense or defense or pitching, like, that I've ever seen the Phillies have. By 08, they were very balanced. Like, the pitching improved. Wasn't great in the starting pitching, but improved because Jamie Moyer was still doing his thing. Blanton helped.
Yeah.
Bullpen became a monster.
Yeah.
That bullpen.
Bullpen became you had 5 or 6 guys you could trust.
You trusted all of them.
People forget about Romero because we always talk about Madsen being the bridge
Ryan
to Lidge.
Madsen, yeah.
Romero would pitch every day.
KC was great.
Thank God they didn't test him
He was
until
great.
after the World Series.
Ben, guy pitched every day.
Every day.
07
I
and
wonder
08.
how.
Every day.
Is that wrong?
That's wrong.
But
That's wrong.
the other thing
There's
is,
a couple of things in Philadelphia sports. Here's our list of what we don't talk about. Romero dinged.
Yep.
Affected the start of 09. Might have affected 08.
who cares? We won the World Series.
And Carlos Ruiz got banged for 50 games.
Oh, God. We totally forgot about that.
forgot about
Carlos
that.
Ruiz, a 50-game suspension, and only on a bad day do we reference that Lane Johnson has twice been suspended.
Very bad day.
We like to just tuck that one in the deep recesses of our minds. Which will be interesting when his Hall of Fame candidacy comes up, because I don't, like he's obviously played at a Hall of Fame level, but he's a two-time found guilty guy.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a really interesting Hall of Fame candidacy.
You know that I don't know how the testing.
But anyway,
goes.
we don't discuss those.
I don't know how the testing goes anymore, Joe. But you know that that doesn't go public with the program if you test positive until you've tested positive already.
Which sport?
In football, the way it used to be.
You have to test positive once. It's the second time.
Yeah.
Wow.
That they make it public. I mean, I don't know if that's changed.
So one get out of jail free card?
I think so.
Interesting.
I mean, yeah, you're a top secret probation the first time, but again, that could have changed.
Fair enough. All right, one other thing. We got our Twitter poll question today. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. So I hate to have a negative-oriented All-Star Game question, but we're going to put it out there because I think it's one of the ways to approach the All-Star Game. Question is, do you care about the All-Star Game as much as you used to? There's not going to be more than 10% that say yes, right?
No.
And it can't be.
It can't be.
Now, it can still be a cool event.
I'd like to meet the person who says yes.
I'll tell you what that person
How?
is. That person's 8 years old.
Yeah. They've just never
Right?
seen it before.
Anyone that lived through what the All-Star Game used to be and experienced it as a fan the way it used to be can't, in my opinion, can't enjoy it as much now as you used to. But if you're 10 or 8 years old, then you say, yeah.
The
this is
home
what I
run
know.
derby, what was that?
A circus?
I mean, it really did feel like it was way longer than it used to be, and the rules have become
Convoluted.
Yeah,
The rules are hard to follow.
really
Very hard.
difficult.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
My buddy Eric texted me last night. He goes, "This is as bad as the dunk contest anymore."
They're very similar.
Yeah.
They're very
and
similar.
I said I disagree because just people don't realize how freaking hard that is to hit like that. I mean, it's a horrendous.
No, it's not
cardio.
the hitters we're talking
Right.
about. It's the
It's
scoring.
Yeah,
I'm like,
it's very hard
But
to
you're
follow.
talking about the hitters also can get tired if you keep swinging for 450
yeah.
feet.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Like it's exhausting. And
Well, get in shape.
But yeah, but no, I had a hard time following. Does this guy get an extra swing? Does this guy get because he hit it 450 feet? Does he get?
Rooker was was complaining
Right.
about that after.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
And
Right.
he had every right to.
Yeah,
Because that guy
didn't-
lost because of distance.
Yeah.
It's like
I didn't understand all the rules.
yeah,
They were-
it was hard to follow.
You said just get in shape. By the way, that's part of why.
There's a little tongue in cheek.
That's part of why I think you lose tennis, Joe.
Okay.
Like, you ask us why we think you might lose.
Yeah.
You need to be in shape to play tennis.
Who says?
I think.
Who says I'm not?
Me.
I thought I looked like Carl Lewis going down to first base the other day. All right, Jenna Cameron, John Ritchie. Of course, I was not safe at first base. We got a lot happening. Your phone calls on all of this on a busy day on 94 WIP.
Keep the summer rolling in style with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during their Golden Opportunity Sales event. I have been leasing my cars from Lexus Cherry Hill over a decade. A lot of reasons why. They are an elite of Lexus dealer. They've got tremendous people, great service. You're going to find that out when you enter the dealership. 2025 Lexus models, they are in stock, moving fast, and Lexus of Cherry Hill, they are now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for their customer sales experience. They've got over 300 new NL-certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from, so you are sure to find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Another thing to love about Lexus of Cherry Hill, they are a veteran-owned and operated business. You deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. You're going to find that. Stop in and see Tony LaBelle and his team so you can start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and and exclusive access live from the NovaCare Complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app, or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Now, according to the Wall Street Journal, the expansion of the NCAA men's basketball tournament to 76 teams seems virtually inevitable. However, CBS and Turner are not contractually committed to paying more for more games. Instead, the NCAA will ask its broadcast partners to sell lucrative new corporate sponsorships in the, until now, taboo categories of beer, wine, and hard liquor. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your number one spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Fire up the grill because Wild Fork has your ribs, and I'm talking all the ribs you can imagine, like pork spare ribs, only $2.28 per pound, or mouth-watering venison Frenched rib rack, only $25.98 per pound, or my family's favorite pork St. Louis spare ribs, antibiotic-free, only $3.98 per pound. These are the absolute best for a delicious summer barbecue. Toss them with Wild Fork's smoked pecan rub. Bake low and slow in the oven for 2 hours and char on a hot grill, charcoal, gas, or wood. You decide. For an amazing finishing flavor, brush with your favorite barbecue sauce for that sweet, smoky twist in every fall-off-the-bone bite. So visit one of their greater Philadelphia retail locations today. And if you're headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store. Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by American Airlines. Eagles report to training camp in exactly 1 week with ESPN's 9th-ranked overall quarterback and reigning Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts back at the helm of the defending champs. Right now, Hurts is hanging in Greece with the GOAT, Michael Jordan. Paul George's availability for training camp will be reevaluated just prior after he underwent arthroscopic surgery on his left knee Monday for an injury said he'd suffered during a recent workout. 35-year-old George played in only 41 games for the Sixers last season. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh and Milan. Book your flight today at AA.com. Weather brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Increasing sun, chance of a late-day storm, high 89, currently 76. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What a charging song on a Tuesday morning All-Star Game day. 94 WIP. We got a lot happening here, including 70. It's not a small number. 70 NFL coaches, executives, and scouts calling Jalen Hurts the 9th best in pro football, as they define it today. We're also looking, as we give away Dave Matthews Band tickets for what is both good and bad. Trying to figure out which bands or individual artists would be in a present-day Live Aid if such a concert were to happen. We've already gotten about 15 or 20 answers, but there are still some big ones available. So let us know who you think would be in that. We are struck by how many are individual artists instead of
You going to try
bands.
to bring Britney Spears back for it?
No, she can't at this point, which is sad.
It is sad.
Christina Aguilera could, but Britney, I don't think Britney'd get up there these days. That's a very sad tale with her
How about
life.
Justin Timberlake? Should
Absolutely.
Justin Timberlake go?
Yeah, JT up there.
Yeah.
Throw him and Janet
He's a real
up.
crowd pleaser.
Him and Janet up there together.
Janet.
Wonder why, Joe.
Close it all down. Open it up by closing it down. Or close it down by opening it up, or whatever I'm trying to say.
Close being the operative
Close. Ben, quite a day yesterday with the Darren Dalton Foundation.
Yeah.
Tell us more. So usually I'm out there and might play I didn't yesterday, the show, but I emceed the event later in the night. But you experienced the whole day. Give the audience that didn't get to see all that you saw and participate.
Well, first and foremost, growing up here and seeing all my childhood kind of heroes out there. I mean, it's just, obviously the 93 team was my team.
You and me.
Yes.
And about a million others.
Yes. But just seeing the guys out there, Tommy Green and Crucker and Steve Jeltz and
Danny
Jackson. And it's just, I got to see Greg Gross, my old high school coach, for a couple years.
By the way, big listener to the show. Greg Gross told me last year that he walks frequently in the morning and listens to our show.
Wow.
Which I thought was amazing.
Yeah. He's just such a gentleman and just a nice human being.
He was your coach,
He's for 2 years at Malvern, yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
The greatest pinch hitter in the history of the Phillies.
Awesome, man.
I think he finished third all time with most pinch hits ever, I think.
He was awesome.
And now that's when having a bench mattered.
Yes.
Because you had a pitcher batting
without
and
a doubt.
You do double switches and
he
all that
could
stuff.
Bunt too.
Yeah, I know
he could do it all.
Yeah.
Just seeing those guys out there, it just brings back so many different memories for me.
Sure.
Personally, and then just having an opportunity to interact with them. Larry Bowe, we're a group 2B. Larry Bowe's group was 2A, so there were a couple that got backed up a little bit. It wasn't bad.
Did you hit him?
No, I did not. But
get out of the way, Bowe!
I could talk with Larry about. He's so intense, like all the time when he talks about baseball. I just love his passion for the game. Just seeing those guys out there, it's really cool for me personally. And then getting to play out. My group was awesome. The guys we played with were awesome. And it was just a lot of fun.
That's awesome, man. Congrats to the Dutch Foundation. They do a wonderful job raising money in the fight against cancer. And everyone who participates all helps, raise the money. So quite a day yesterday. Let's go back to the phones. A lot happening here, including the All-Star Game tonight. We'll get you ready with the starting lineups and some All-Star Game memories. But a lot on Jalen today, who the NFL coaches, executives, and scouts deem as the 9th best quarterback in football, which I think is ridiculous. I'd put him 5. The way the NFL folks line it up is 1 through 4, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar. 5, 6, 7, they go Jaden Daniels, Stafford, Herbert. 8, 9, 10, they go Goff, which is ridiculous. Goff, Hurts, Baker, Mayfield. Got to give Baker Mayfield credit for getting into the top 10, which a lot of people thought he would never, ever get back to.
I will give that to him. He battles.
And
man.
you know what? And he's battled within his career.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people 2 and 3 years ago that would have all right, I guess this isn't working out. But he hung in there. He's going to make a lot of money for a long time. Because look how much guys like Bradford and Carson. I mean, I guess Carson's technically tried because he's a backup. But some guys just throw in the towel.
Yeah.
It felt like Bradford just threw in the towel.
Well, he was the last one who got the rookie guarantee.
And he didn't want to be a backup.
No.
And listen, he's entitled to not want to be a backup. Cam Newton didn't want to be a backup.
No.
If I'm not a starter, then I won't play. And Baker Mayfield was a backup somewhere.
San Francisco? Where was he?
He landed somewhere for 1 year and then reemerged. I forget.
Like it was in California. But I'll
it might have been.
Rams? It was with Carolina and the Rams in 22.
So he would have been, he might have been the Rams starter. I don't know. But bottom line is he bounced around, and he's found a way.
I just don't know how you had Jaden Daniels ahead of Jalen Hurts.
He's really good, man.
Played 1 year. For me, it's not a big enough sample size. I know you like him a lot.
Wouldn't you acknowledge that think of it this way: Ron Hextall, better as a rookie than any other year.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes some guys can establish right away. I thought Jaden Daniels established. I mean,
Jaden Daniels is so far ahead of the curve in terms of understanding what he's looking at as a rookie quarterback and understanding coverages,
I think some guys have
the safety rotation, everything he sees, nothing surprises him. As a rookie, that says a mouthful.
Well, it's really hard at that position.
Unbelievable.
But I'll give you other examples. Randy Moss was a top 5 wide receiver day one. So was Javon Curse as a defensive end. I mean,
that was physical. That was physical, just magnificence. This is both physical and mental. Mental more than anything. He's got the brain of a 10-year veteran.
Yeah, he's got that aptitude.
Yeah, John, Big Ben, I would put Hurts above him, but I think it's really close. And I do think Jaden Daniels will pass him as time goes by.
If he stays healthy. His body type concerns me because of the way he's so mobile. He's not, built like Jalen Hurts.
Guys, I got to tell you, I agree with you. I still can't believe Lamar Jackson's lasted as long as he did. I met him when he was in college. I mean, slender.
Yeah.
Now, I guess he's probably put on some weight since then, but I'm telling you, like, I'm amazed. Now, Lamar Jackson's been banged up, not as banged up as some others, but he's had his spots where he's missed some games. But man, I don't know how he does it.
It's a very similar body type to Randall, correct?
Not as tall.
Randall was a little longer,
A little
I think.
more lean.
All right.
Yeah, little. And I got to tell you guys, if Randall played in today's world and coaches knew how to use him,
oof.
If coaches knew, because no one thought to run those plays.
No.
Once you got to pro football, they said, well, those plays won't work. If someone utilized the offenses that exist today with Randall.
And the way you can't hit quarterbacks nowadays as well.
Well, Randall would need
think
to
about that, too.
make the right decision
He would need
on
to.
those plays.
He would need to, and you would need to develop that, from high school to college to the pros. Jalen
has been running
Absolutely.
these offenses, making these decisions
since
in
grade
terms
school.
of understanding the looks in the box, the numbers, counting it all up, making sure we can run this play into this look, this side. Let's swap it over to the other side because the numbers are more favorable over there. He gets these our teams into the right plays because it's a similar cluster, that he's accustomed to.
It's another form
and
of reading
similar looks.
defenses.
Yes.
Like, people don't act like that's reading defenses.
This
That's reading
is
defenses.
absolutely.
Yeah.
This is a different type of reading defenses. It's the run game, but it's as big a part of our offense as the passing game is.
I agree with that.
And then some.
It's a combination of pre-snap and half a second after the snap. Like, a lot of those decisions get made within 1 second of the ball being snapped, and he's very, 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 very good at that. Let's go to Sean in Delaware. Sean, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, guys? First-time caller.
Wow. Thank you, Sean.
Welcome aboard, buddy.
It might be the only one. So I'm actually a Ravens fan, but I'm a Delco kid all my life. Went to my senior bonner, and I've been doing this, going against the Eagles fans for the rest of my, forever. So I understand. So I'm going to strictly say Jalen Hurts is not 9, no way in hell. I don't know if I can say that, but no way.
Yep.
But he's not over Lamar. He's not over Lamar. I don't think he's there yet. I don't think that Jalen has to do with Lamar or the other top 3 to 4 quarterbacks. I'll put him at 5. I don't know where they rank Joey B at. Was Joey B 4?
They got Burrow 3. Yeah, I got him 5 also, meaning Hurts. I'm with you. I would have Hurts 5. Some people tell me that's disrespectful. That's where I got him.
I don't think that's disrespectful. I think he's right. He's better than 9, but I think he's right there, right behind the top AFC quarterbacks, because I think Elliott was just talking on Jalen Hurts. That's how the outside of the Philadelphia fan base sees him, where the kids say now he's groomed up, or it's a lot of things going against him. But while, I'm not going to complain if I'm Jalen Hurts. That's my weapon. But he's not asked to do what Lamar has to do or had to do with his MVP season. I don't think people see that Lamar had really sneezed one year. And one of you guys that we don't want no more, we don't want Nelson Aguilar, and he still won the MVP with us. And in the AFC chip. And I don't think people see the pathway to that. The first round, we have to go against C.J. Stroud, who everybody's talking about, Jaden Daniels. Now, I don't think Jaden Daniels is up there yet. That's only 1 year. We don't know how the sophomore slump will go. That's another conversation. Because everybody's saying that about C.J. Stroud just 365 days ago. So we can't put rookies up there on the ranking list yet. I think they need about 2 to 3 years because we don't know what the film is going to look like.
Sean,
2 to 3 years.
Crazy.
How much of Lamar Jackson's improvement as a passer last year had to do with the offensive coordinator? Todd Monken became the offensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens last season. He gets Lamar. For my money, he's a big reason why Lamar improved so much as a passer last year. I think his QBR was up there at the top of the league.
Well, that I do think, but also we got to give Lamar credit for year 6 or 7 development,
but
whatever
the
it was.
Offensive coordinator matters.
Sure
and Todd Monken did a wonderful job with him. Lamar Jackson improved. It took huge steps as a passer last season.
No question.
Jalen can still continue and plans to continue to take huge steps.
Well, one thing Jalen's, to me, always been better at than Lamar is the actual pass.
That's for sure.
The physical pass. Jalen is better at that than Lamar.
Yes.
I think the decision-making with Jalen, he's a little too conservative for my liking, but it worked last year because you had a defense and a run game to lean on. The question always is, if you don't have that to bolster you, if he has to force it in there more, will he choose to?
Right. And it doesn't feel like he forces it, or feels like he's got a different set of priorities in the regular season and the postseason. He plays football differently.
Well, I also think he was really affected, and I mean this in a good way, by how many turnovers he had down the stretch
Yeah.
in 23. I think it changed his game last year, and he was
affected by the way he turned the ball over early in the season last year.
The game in Brazil. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Sean, I need an answer. This is for Dave Matthews tickets. What is both good and bad?
I'm going to say gambling / definitely sports gambling.
Interesting answer right there. All right. Ben, what is both good and bad?
My initial one was the alcohol.
Alcohol is a good answer.
Yeah. Assault?
Assault?
No, salt. not assault.
Assault.
I heard that too.
Well, if someone's coming after you.
I heard it too, Joe.
Look, if someone's coming after you, I might have to assault you back.
Normally you don't heal well, but I heard the same thing, and I was like, did he just say assault?
No, salt. It tastes good on your food, but it's not good for you.
Salt's a pretty good answer.
Yeah.
I don't add it to a lot of things.
No?
I don't either,
I'm not
Ray.
a big salt. I like pepper more. I like a little heat, but no, I'm not a big salt person.
Yeah, my family kind of seemed like we moved away from it a long time ago, and like I don't crave salt. Like I'm good without it.
Really?
I throw the pepper on stuff. Like I had a ham and cheese sandwich earlier today. I pepper that thing up.
Pepper
on a ham and cheese?
That
I'd
does
never
sound
heard
good.
of
I
that.
like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
'cause,
think pepper's good on
I mean,
everything.
first off, I got it from our radio station's little closet of food, which
You
is like
seriously got a ham and cheese sandwich from the
probably,
closet?
That stuff probably got put in there 5 months ago.
And
Why?
you wonder
Exactly.
why
do
you
that.
have problems.
I needed a little pepper, a little mustard.
Shelf life
you
of
know?
6 months.
Had to have my
Yeah.
Cape Cod potato chips. Give me a little balance.
If
I don't want to be
you-
like,
if you ate better, you would
Not
feel
balanced.
better.
Yeah, right. You said get into shape earlier. We're talking about how being in shape will maybe give you a chance in tennis.
Thank you.
You're not going to be in shape if you're eating stuff that's been in the fridge for a week.
well,
and a
not
half.
the fridge.
There's nothing wrong with a ham and cheese
Closet.
sandwich, but getting
the
it out
closet.
of how you have no idea when it was made is not a good idea.
Yeah, I think that probably got in there in 2024.
Yeah,
sometime before Christmas. By the way, Ben, me and Fritz.
Yes.
Who's going to win this thing overall?
I think Jack will win.
You think he beats me in basketball?
Yes. I think he beats you.
Who are you
best.
rooting for?
I'm not rooting for anyone.
Come on.
I swear I'm
man,
not.
have some guts.
Listen, I was on the afternoon
What is
show on
for-
Friday.
Oh, what the hell with the what
And
is this?
They're like, who do you? I'm
Oh,
like,
did they bully you?
No, I said I'm Switzerland. I'm Switzerland in this. I just
Can I tell you
I have
something?
no skin in the game.
Can I
Like it
tell you-
doesn't affect my life one way or the other.
Let me tell you something about Switzerland. No one really respects them.
No one respects them.
Yeah, they don't take a stand for anything.
It's a beautiful
Yeah.
place.
Right?
though.
Am I right, Rhea?
Roger Federer.
Have you ever heard anyone say, you know what? I really admire Switzerland. They take
for their
a stand.
neutrality.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
admire their
I
neutrality.
don't really know a lot about it, but their flag's a plus.
All right, let's go to Tim right now. Tim is calling from Swedesboro. He's rooting for the Hammer. Good morning,
Not
Tim.
Switzerland, Swedesboro.
No. Oh, Swedesboro. Yeah.
Yes, I am rooting for the Hammer. Yes, I just wonder what's going on, man. What's everyone going against you for?
I think because
he thinks he's better than Jack at sports.
Well, I think
and
it's
he's trying to prove it. He really believes that.
the beat the Hammer arrogance, I think, set in motion people rooting against me. But I'm trying to turn that frown upside down.
Congratulate you on your victory Friday.
Thank you.
I was amazed that guy got at least one right because there were some pretty tough questions.
Well, listen, that's what the Hammer does. And in true Hammer form and fashion, Tim, I will tell you, it wasn't just my victory Friday. It was my 288th victory on Friday.
You're
Thank
creeping
you.
towards 300.
Yeah, I'm also creeping to getting back to the haughty Hammer, but I'm not really there yet. Good morning, Tim. What do you got for us?
What's up? Well, I wanted to put in about this whole thing with the ranking of the quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, what does this man, and I think somebody asked this already, but I'm not sure. What does this man got to do to, like, at least make these critics and coaches and whoever think that, oh, this guy, he's the master of the tush push. He's got the whole package. He's the whole package.
Yeah, so I think some people. So look, I think the tush push should go away if I was the league, but the fact that it hasn't, he should get extra points for being the best at it. And I think there are some people that say it's phony baloney. I give him no credit for that, and I think that's really unfair. It is currently part of football. It may stay part of football. And while it is, when he's better at it, he deserves credit. Like, I'll give you, for instance, Tim, man, a lot of people disagree with me on this, but I'll say what I've been saying for 30 to 40 years. I would have taken Emmitt Smith over Barry Sanders. Now, I was in the minority on that, but I'm going to give you my reason. and never had to take Emmett off the field in 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, and he could score me a lot of touchdowns in the red zone that way. First downs and touchdowns. And so
Emmett
to me,
was another one that was the whole package.
and so to me, Emmitt Smith was a more complete back, even though Barry obviously had the chance to go 80 yards more than Emmett. I'll take the guy that moves the sticks and scores the touchdowns. And yes, he had a much better offensive line.
Did Emmett ever go 80 yards?
Not much.
I can't imagine.
Not much.
I mean, I would imagine he
Yeah.
got hawked down at like 45.
Right. But I mean, think about it this way, guys. The fact that Barry, now think about this, and I mean, this is no disrespect to Barry, who I loved, but the fact that Barry would be taken off the field by his coaches at 3rd and goal from the 1, taken off the field with
Who was
frequency.
that coach again? Was that Bobby Ross?
Wayne Fonts and
Wayne
Bobby
Fonts,
Ross.
yeah.
Both of them. But the point is, if you're not my running back on 3rd and 1, are you better than Emmitt Smith? I say no. My point is, Jalen brings stuff like that to the table that some people discredit, and I think that's unfair.
Okay, so let me pick your brain a little bit, Joe, if I can.
Sure.
So in let's say in a fantasy football league, who would you draft first if you were to go quarterback? Would you draft Lamar or Jalen Hurts?
Well, honestly, I don't remember how the stats ended last year. I mean, I'm sure they were both monsters. I'd have to just look. I mean, John, do you remember who had more points? I mean, I have no idea.
No, I don't know.
I'm sure they were both
Depends
great.
on what
Tim.
league you're in, though, too, right?
The scoring
I mean,
system.
yeah.
Tim, I don't know. I'm sure they're amongst the top, obviously.
Yeah, I know. It's a tough decision. I mean, I was thinking about that when they were talking about.
But Tim,
Jalen
I'm also
and
going
Lamar.
to balance my comments out with this because, like I've said a lot pro Jalen as he deserves, but let's also remember 11 times Saquon alone. 11 times Saquon Barkley ran the ball to the 1 yard line. Jalen then gets the 1 yard touchdown and deserves credit for that. But let's not forget Saquon helped bring the ball down to the 1 yard line. Like and that's where when I talk about, to me, one of the things that stood out this summer and spring is the extremes people went to on Jalen. Like when 20% of our audience said Jalen is better than Saquon when we had that poll. Like, to me, that's ridiculous. I mean, he's not. He's good, but he's not better than Saquon. And so I just try to, I don't know why more people don't keep their head.
Well, because it's not that hard, Joe. I mean, in a city when you win a championship, and especially I'm assuming quarterbacks. It's only been done once before. It was done by Nick Foles, who did it as a replacement.
Right.
But I think it's not.
It's the appreciation, right?
Yes,
of course.
and it should be appreciated.
It should be.
It's where I haven't understood it. Like it was like literally the day after people wanted to go, well, according to these stats, he's not that good.
No, I know.
It bothered me.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what bothered me that I'll give you on the other end. Like, for instance, when that list, I forget what Time Magazine or someone came out with the top 100.
100, yeah.
100 most influential people in the world. And I immediately said, because Jalen was on, I was like, come on, you kidding me? And then James was like, it's disrespectful to say he's not top 100 influential people in the world. I'm like, James, what about she? And he's like, who's she? I'm like, who's she? She runs China. China has a nuke and is the second most powerful country in the world.
Yeah, but Joe, that list is ridiculous. It's time putting new people on it every year.
But I hear you. But my point is, James was an example of someone that went to the extreme. I mean, look, you want to rank Jalen 3, 6, 5, 8, figure it out. But to say he's the top 100 most influential people in the world and then tell me I'm disrespectful when I say he's not, I mean, come on.
Because I think the way that fans probably look at that when it happened after he wins a Super Bowl and he's named MVP, hey, that's pretty cool.
Right.
My quarterback's on the 100 list.
Of course. Tim, give me an answer. And by the way, another thing that's cool, he's hanging out with Jordan a lot. There were more pictures that came out of him and Jordan yesterday, and that's good stuff. It's great for him to have that access to Jordan and all that. All right, Tim, what is both good and bad?
Both good and bad. All right, I'm going to go with money.
Oh.
Give me the bad. Give me the justification.
Well, let's say money, like you have the opportunity to, make this certain amount of money, like everyone, moves up in their ladders of opportunity. But the bad side of it is, money can make you very greedy, insecure, and can cause a lot of stress and anxiety.
That's all true. Yeah, true. I don't think that's the best answer today, but it's an interesting.
I don't think it's the best because it's so skewed. There's so much more positive than negative. Like, it can corrupt you, certainly, money. But
three best answers we got so far are alcohol.
That one's so funny.
Chemo and women. Rhea is still waiting for someone to call in and say men.
Seriously.
Who's going to do it?
Meg, are you out there?
She would never.
All right, the All-Star Game starting lineups. We'll get you set for that and more as we roll forward in the 9 o'clock hour on 94 WIP.
Is your home feeling like a sauna even when you have the AC on full blast? It's like the heat just pushes its way through your old drafty windows.
That's exactly it, Rhea. And I can personally vouch for the difference new windows can make. Since we upgraded with Window Nation, our house, it stays so much cooler. And right now, Window Nation, they're making it incredibly affordable. 50% off all window styles and 0 interest for 5 whole years. You won't pay interest until 2030.
Seriously, that interest-free offer until 2030 is huge. And for anyone worried about the hassle, remember that Window Nation installations, they typically just only take 1 day, even actually in John's case, a quick nap, and it's all done. It's perfect whether you're busy with summer plans or prepping for fall.
Don't miss out on their best deal of the year to make your home more comfortable and energy efficient. Get 50% off all window styles through July 31st with that amazing 0 interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote today. Buying a diamond can be risky. You can really overpay. Hey, it's John Ritchie. Guys, you can buy TVs and golf balls online all day long, but not diamonds. Each diamond is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers, where each diamond is handpicked for brilliance and graded by the most reputable gem lab. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Exton in Newtown Square.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. See what I did there? What I'm saying is not to worry because I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. I had them come out to inspect the house. They hooked me up with a preferred partner plan and made sure me and the family are set for the summer. Christian's got me covered and they've got you too. Stay cool this summer with Christian, the best service in the business. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Damian Lillard. The 9-time All-Star guard is recovering from a torn left Achilles tendon and is expected to miss the upcoming NBA season. Nonetheless, even at age 35, he is one of the most intriguing free agents in play. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Groundworks. Well, there'll be an interesting wrinkle in tonight's All-Star Game in Atlanta. It'll feature the use of the automated ball strike challenge system, which will be coming soon to the majors. Umpires will still call balls and strikes, but the pitcher, catcher, and batter can challenge by tapping their helmet or cap. Paul George turned 35 this past spring, missed 41 games his first year with the Sixers. Now there's a question of if George will be ready when training camp rolls around. He underwent a left knee scope on Monday, suffered a workout injury. Sixers say they will reevaluate him just before camp. Don't let a weak foundation sack your home's value. Schedule a free inspection at groundworks.com. Weather brought to you by the Laborers District Council. Less than fun, increasing sun, chance of a late day storm, high 89. It is currently 78. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
First time we've heard this one.
I think first time ever. That's great.
Kind of makes you want to shake your head sideways.
Shake your head. You know, John, with all the talk we had about Live Aid yesterday, I thought about the two that could have played at Live Aid if they were still alive, were Lennon and Elvis. So Elvis died in 77. He missed it by 8 years.
Wasn't it 79?
I could look it up. I thought it was 77.
I remember it. I think it was 79.
Okay, I'll check
But
that
I
out.
mean, I think I remember it. Anyway.
Yeah. But they would have been, and
Yeah,
probably the biggest that didn't play that would have been a different genre would have been Frank Sinatra, but it's a whole different genre.
Frank doesn't really fit.
Doesn't
does he?
really fit. But he could have stood up there and sung My Way or something like that.
Maybe, but that crowd, they're not really embracing My Way.
Yeah, I don't know if we're a My Way crowd. I'm with John on that one.
So who would be the guy or gal today that would be off like Barbra Streisand, like that won't fit?
Yeah, less fashionable. Barbra Streisand's incredibly unfashionable for today's concert goer.
Well, I mean, it's not a rock concert. But Elvis died August 16th of 77.
Wow.
Yeah. But those are two biggies that could have been at Live Aid had they been alive. And obviously, we're not.
Man.
All right, 215-592-9494. So, John, I give you full disclosure. I try to be, I am honest on the air. Although sometimes I can tuck away some stuff, and it's not dishonest, but I'll avoid a topic. It's like, what do I know? Avoid a topic. This is going to show you my lack of knowledge, and I think a lot of people listening would agree with me from their perspective on National Baseball. So All-Star Game tonight.
Yeah.
So this thing's going to start with the American League batting first because it's in the National League. It's at Atlanta tonight.
Oh,
so
boy.
it's gonna be led off by that Gleyber Torres of the Tigers, and then you got the Riley Green of the Tigers, and then you got Aaron Judge of the Yankees. All right, full disclosure.
I know him.
Here we go. You ready? Full disclosure. American League starting lineup, of which there are 9. Gleyber Torres, Riley Green, Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh, Vlad Guerrero Jr., Ryan O'Hearn, Junior Caminero, Javier Baez, Jacob Wilson. Here's a true fact from the Hammer. I would only recognize one of these human beings if they were in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being honest. Like, I could tell you the whole, I recognize some of their names, which I do, some of their names.
Does it?
But I would only recognize Aaron Judge if he was in front of me.
Come on. You'd recognize Cal Raleigh because you saw him last night.
No, I purposely skipped it. I didn't care
How about
about
Vlad?
Who?
Vlad
No, I
Guerrero?
recognize his dad. No, I'm serious.
Oh, boy.
Like, if you put the 1990, does it take the All-Star game that was here, Ben, in 94?
Mm-hmm. 96.
96. Like, whoever was, Robbie Alomar, McGuire, and going AL, Palmero, whoever. Albert Bell. I'd recognize every one of them.
Right.
Cal Ripken.
Mike Piazza.
Yeah, I was doing AL. But yeah, National League, Gwynn, Piazza, Bonds.
Larkin.
Ripken, I already said, but thank you, Fran. I would literally recognize every single one.
You recognize everybody from the National
Kirby
League,
Puckett.
right?
I'd recognize all of them.
No, like right now I'm talking about.
All right, so, physically recognize them. Here we go. National League team. Shohei Ohtani, yes. Ronald Acuna Jr., yes. Marte of the Diamondbacks, no. I would not recognize him. Freddie Freeman, I would. Machado, I would. Will Smith, absolutely no clue. To me, he's the guy that slapped a guy on a stage.
Yeah. Will Smith, that's tough. So
Kyle-
nondescript, both names, too.
Kyle Tucker of the Cubs, a little bit. I mean, I know kind of what he looks like. I wouldn't, if you walk past me, I wouldn't say that's Kyle Tucker, but I know, just some random guy. Lindor of the Mets, sure. Crow Armstrong of the Cubs, no shot. I'd recognize Sammy Sosa if he walked in front of me, but Crow Armstrong, no. So, Ben, baseball, look, I hope every year with the All-Star Game, Ben, I say to myself, and I think this probably applies to many millions in America, I want to watch this to kind of learn and get reinvigorated on the national baseball front. But then it's like one at bat for a guy and they're kind of off the stage. And I can't, my brain doesn't pick up on it quick enough.
Right.
I'm just being honest.
That's understandable. I like to watch it because the talent in the big leagues right now, Major League Baseball is in a great spot because the talent is so good and it's pretty young.
Yeah,
these guys are going to be around for a while.
Well, that's the thing about guys
They're in a
like
good spot.
Bryce and others. Some of these guys feel like they're getting old here.
Yeah.
So
You're going to have the challenge tonight in the game, Joe.
What's the
ABS challenge?
Yes, you are.
So that should be interesting.
And I'm sure the umpires are thrilled with that.
Oh, God, yes, they are.
I can't wait to see that part of the game.
Yeah, that's so am I. Last thing.
I just don't know why we had it in spring training and it worked so efficiently, but yet they didn't institute it
just
during
because
the regular season.
It was just it's for next year. Just a test.
Pretty much.
Well,
Feels
it
that
was
way.
because
you have doubting, loser. I want to stick with the tradition of the
I mean,
What,
Ben,
what
didn't
was
you-
your defense of this? You like the
consternation
that
don't
it
you like
creates?
Don't you like Ben
Wouldn't-
when Bo would
Hold on.
yell at a ump?
Wouldn't you
What,
like
yell
to
at- yell
know
at a computer?
which team is actually better?
No.
Wouldn't you like to know which team won the game?
No.
Fairly.
I'd rather have consternation.
I don't want.
You
ever
like
see-
the human element. You enjoy that.
1,000%. Because I like the argument.
You had to go back to Boa because this manager will never get off
Yeah,
his
well, no one does.
push and go out and yell at
Look,
anybody.
I'm for fighting in hockey. I'm for arguing in baseball. I'm for fights in baseball. I haven't had one of them in a long time. When's the last time the Phillies were in a brawl? Like a brawl?
It's been a while.
Probably been over 10 years, right?
Like an actual where fists were
Actual
thrown.
brawl?
Yeah,
or
I mean,
just
it
benches
might
clear.
be 15 to 20 years. Like an actual brawl, which, by the way, used to happen on about an annual
when they
basis.
threw at Bond, wasn't it?
Who, Ricky Bo
yeah,
and
I think
Bonds?
Ricky threw at Bonds.
Well, that was in like the late 90s, early 2000s.
Paul Bird.
Paul Bird, didn't he like intentionally
Atlanta.
not hit the guy, right? Because he was a teammate with that guy. Remember the one, Ben, when the guy, the Phillies the Braves had to throw at Dale Murphy, but they wouldn't throw at him? Because he had just been a Brave and he was a Philly and he was like the most beloved guy in baseball.
Right. He was one of the
And so
nicest guys in the game.
There was some Brave pitcher that like wouldn't throw it. I think he threw it behind Dale Murphy. Like that was the way to make the point.
Interesting.
Like, we're not happy with you. We'll throw it behind you.
Right.
Anyway, I missed.
I'm still surprised the Phillies have not hit a Brave after
Thank
Harper
you.
got hit.
I'm with you, dude.
I mean, they're running out of opportunities here.
You are.
I think they got, whether it was intentional or not, we don't know that. I mean, but I can't imagine Strider missing by that much. But I can't believe they haven't retaliated in some fashion.
Disappoints me.
I don't get it.
Disappoints me.
Lame.
Let's get to Jack right now in Lancaster. Jack, good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Great, Jack.
Hey, so just getting in on this quarterback list. I guess I'll go from the bottom. Like, I just don't think Hurts is ninth, and I think everybody agrees with that. I think he's third. For one, like, so Stafford, he's good, but he has a good team around him too. Jaden Daniels he's really good. I think he's going to be good, but so far he's young. It's 1 year. I don't know. I don't want to chalk it up to he's going to be really, really good. I have no idea, but we'll see. Where I kind of get into the top five, Mahomes is, he has the resume, and I think Allen has the resume as well. Where it gets sticky is when you get to Burrow and Jackson, in my opinion. Like, Burrow has some of the best pass catchers, so I think he's behind Hurts, and then Jackson he's done well, and I think he's the best comparison to Hurts, but he's had a top 10 defense every year but 1 year since he's been the starter.
And the strong running game many years, but last year in particular. I mean, he had it, essentially a 2,000-yard guy also. I mean, what was Derrick Henry, 1,900, something like that?
Yeah, he was up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole Jackson thing, he's a very good player, don't get me wrong, and he did really well last year. I mean, for all intents and purposes, he could have been the MVP. But when it comes down to it, Jackson has been carried as well. I mean, not offensively, maybe quite as much as Hurts, if you want to put it that way, but his defense has been elite ever since he's been there.
Not every year, but many years they've been very good.
Well,
Yeah.
so there was 1 year, I believe, that Jackson didn't have a top 10 defense, and all but 2 years he's had a top 3 defense. So he's had an
he's had an
defense,
advantage there.
Yeah, for sure. Hurts has had a top 10 or a really good defense 2 times, which both times they went to the Super Bowl and they were really good. But I don't know. That's where I feel like Hurts is.
Hurts is undervalued in this
he is,
ranking.
He is, and I think you usually value you put him at 5.
I got him at 5.
Yeah, and I don't think it's disrespectful, but I think he could be just a little higher on the list, just because Super Bowls aren't everything for a quarterback. That's a team win for sure. This one, but I think what he brings to the table is just tough.
All right, Jack, give me an answer, buddy. What is both good and bad?
Fire, campfire is good, and if your house burns down, that's not good.
Fire's a pretty good answer. I mean,
really appreciate that answer.
That's solid.
Good one.
Very solid answer. So, look, no one's carrying the flag for Justin Herbert today, rightfully so. But I will give you a fact about him, John, that surprised me when I read this ESPN article. So they had quotes from different, execs that had weighed in on this, and then they had certain facts. And this is a fact about Herbert, full disclosure, I did not know, that is very impressive. So Herbert obviously gets leaned on quite a bit. He had 504 pass attempts last year. From the article, it says, and I had no clue of this, Herbert had only 3 interceptions last year on 504 attempts.
That's incredible.
That's astounding. They say, here's the sentence. It says, Herbert's 3 interceptions on 504 attempts marked the lowest interception rate, 0.6%, by any qualified quarterback since Tom Brady in 2016. That's pretty impressive.
It's very impressive.
I
had no idea that.
I didn't realize it was that low.
I mean, 3 interceptions.
I think the Herbert love is preemptive. People who are trying to just get their mind around how Jim Harbaugh will affect that team in his second season as the head coach. Now that he has more of his fingerprints all over this team, we know that they, like the Eagles, are going to be leaning a lot more heavily into the run game. That's their plan. So I guess we'll see. I think this will be an interesting season to compare Justin Herbert and Jalen Hurts as they throw the ball less. I mean, there's no way they come close to 500 attempts.
They certainly don't.
Season.
They don't want to.
No way.
Yeah,
no way.
They don't want
so
to.
they will, just like the rest of the NFL, they will gradually be trying to run the ball more like we do. Every offense is going to be trying to do what we did last year.
Well, yeah.
Doesn't that impact this voting to some degree? The other quarterbacks are trying to do Jalen Hurts impressions.
Yeah, here's the one thing I'll say. A lot of teams won't be able to effectively do it for 2 reasons. 1, they don't have a Saquon Barkley. 2, they don't have a Jalen Hurts.
Right.
I mean, part of why the Eagles run it so effectively is Jalen, that he can keep it. And then also he helps Saquon be more effective as he helped DeAndre Swift be more effective, as he helped Miles Sanders be more effectively, because even the threat of him keeping it makes every running back a little more effective when they go between the hole. Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Joe in Telford. Joseph, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. How are we all doing?
Doing well, Joe.
So this whole Hurts thing, I mean, he's definitely higher than top 9. I mean, He led the NFL for, 4 seasons with 10-plus rushing touchdowns. I mean, he's just so good, but I guess they're not going to learn that kind of negative stuff. It just motivates him so much. So I'm ready to repeat. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
Let me add to it, Joe. The E is so, we hadn't brought it back because Ben hadn't been football season.
He's not even here.
No, it's just. Here we go. One more time. It'll never get old.
And you back it up with Zoo right after that.
Exactly.
I'm so excited for Eagles. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there like this right now that I haven't even really been watching the Phillies. I've just been listening to them on the radio because I'm just so pumped up. Not that I don't care about the Phillies, but it kind of doesn't matter for me this year where they end up because the Eagles just won the Super Bowl. I mean,
so I'm not of that mindset, but I have heard that from other people. I also heard from a few people that said they almost felt, this is going to sound weird, John, you're going to think these people are soft, but I've heard it. I've heard people say they almost felt tired or did feel tired after the Eagles Super Bowl run and they kind of needed a break. I mean, it was all consuming there for a couple months, especially in January and February. Joe, give me an answer, buddy. What is both good and bad?
I'm going to say individual car ownership because it leads to many cars on the road and a lot of pollution, but it's ultimate freedom. You can go anywhere you want, anytime.
Car ownership. All right, interesting answer. The whole travel thing, I never thought of this until, so I'm reading a book right now on Lewis and Clark, and I never thought of it until I read this in the book. It says up until the steam engine in the 1800s and the train in the 1800s, for over 2,000 years, the fastest means of transportation hadn't changed. It was just the horse.
Wow.
Like it was the same thing. For 2,000 years, 5,000 years, like 10,000 years. Like until the steam engine and the train, it was just the horse. Wow. There's no other way to go faster. And they
kicked the horse a little bit.
And it said that, and this book made an interesting point. It made the point that, like in modern society, we don't have enough appreciation of the steam engine because, like, we never talk about the steam engine. We talk about the train. We don't talk about the steam engine. But basically, like back then, it was so revolutionary that all of a sudden you could start traveling fast.
But was it fast? Even comparatively, I guess.
Yes.
Comparatively.
But like some of these engines back then, we're talking like they're going 3 miles an hour,
well,
putting along.
Maybe some, but some were more. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're right.
We
They
kind
had
of
big
lose
ones.
track of that. That one was a big. Because you go back to like our parents' generation and grandparents, it was like the TV. But and for us, it was the internet, and now like the smartphone. But back then, you had these huge jumps in technology. Rick in Easton. Rick, good morning.
Good morning. So I wanted to talk quickly, about Hurts. Ray Didinger said a very interesting thing that that owners and GMs are looking for the prototype quarterback. I'd like you to ask him in the future, what is a prototype quarterback?
Well, I think he's referring to the old.
prototype.
Just to be clear, I think he's referring to the old prototype.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So here's the interesting thing. Aren't the executives kind of contradicting themselves now if they are looking for the prototype quarterback in the top 10 or whatever that ranking was? Because Mahomes, Hurts, Daniels, Allen, Jackson, they're the prototype quarterback now. Even quarterbacks, like Russell Wilson, when he won a Super Bowl, he was the prototype quarterback of today. You see these guys in the war rooms high-fiving each other after they draft Stroud, Bo Nix, Justin Fields. If you're not mobile, you're not a starting quarterback.
Well, that's so.
Very few.
So again, very few. Here's what I'll say, Rick. If Tom Brady came along today, I think he'd be phenomenal. But there's less of those types of quarterbacks, so then there's less of those.
Why would
great
Tom
type-
Brady come along today? Like,
Well,
what
that's my
college
point.
program?
There's less of them.
Would
Look, there's
be
some.
featuring a drop back quarterback?
There's some, but not as many.
It just seems like all the high school teams
I know.
are running the ride and decide stuff.
Well, because grade school says instead of taking the best athlete and making him a running back, now we're taking the best athlete
Yeah.
and making him a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when there's been a huge change in the last 20 years.
John, you just made my point. Every successful top 15, 20 NCAA team fighting for a title is that prototype quarterback that if you can't move, you can't be a quarterback. These defenses,
Right.
You know this, John, these defenses are
right.
so fast, and they're shutting down your receivers. You better be mobile or you're in trouble.
Right. It's the only
and
way you
David,
have an option.
Yeah, I'd like to switch real quick to the Phillies. Ben,
Sure.
I want to ask you a question. As I mentioned this last year, and now I'm starting to hear some people like yourself and other experts saying, maybe we can survive with Schwarber in left field if we get that right-handed batter to DH. Who would not make this move? Would the A's not do this, or would the Phillies not do this? Painter, Miller, and Crawford for Rooker and Miller. Who would not do that?
Oh.
Or would they both do it?
I would. Yeah, that's a good proposal. I wouldn't mind that at all.
I've been saying that for a year now, and I'll tell you, if they don't pull that trigger on that, and Miller and Crawford don't make an All-Star team 4 or 5 years from now, then that would have been the move to make. You see how you struggle with that? That may not be a bad move.
I'm with you, man. Because that would solve obviously a lot of problems.
Will the A's actually go there? Would they actually consider? It's what they do: unload the good players.
You're getting 3 of the top prospects for the Phillies.
Look, Rick, this cuts both ways. I'll just say this. We know there are examples of prospects that didn't work out that were traded. Thank God Ed Wade did not trade Chase, Jimmy, Cole, and Ryan.
You said that
Because
Joe,
they proved to be the nucleus of a 5-time division-winning team that made 2 World Series, won a title.
Glad you said that. I don't think Miller, I could be wrong, and Crawford are Boa, Lazinski, Schmidt. Remember, we have 3 starting pitchers, which those Phillies teams before 2008 and before 2000 and 1980, we didn't have those kind of starters. We had to hold on to those players because that's all we had back then.
I get it. I get you. Rick, give me an answer, buddy. What's both good and bad?
Listen, the Twitter polls is crying out for this answer, and you guys go back and forth. They're good and they're bad. The Phillies.
No, they're not bad enough to be bad.
Yeah.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
I'm thinking about this trade.
Yeah.
You were so intrigued. I hope people were looking at your face on YouTube.
I'm like, yeah, I might pull the trigger on that one. I might.
Okay. So I'm going back the other way when you have a trade chip that's when the team wants your guy who's really good. I still wish the Phillies 25 years ago got more for Schilling. I mean, my God.
We got Omar Dahl,
Padilla, Travis Lee, and was it Figueroa?
Nelson Figueroa.
Wow.
I think it was Nelson Figueroa. And I mean, come on. I mean, it was Kurt Schilling, who went on to win. Was it 2 or 3 World Series? Was he on the 07 team also? One with 01 and 04 Red Sox. I think he might have won 07 Red Sox.
Yeah, he was. Yep.
He was. Wow.
He won 3 World Series. He should be in the Hall of Fame. That's a freaking.
I agree.
Ben, that is a
agree.
freaking joke.
Some of the people they're letting in now.
Are you kidding me? Harold Baines is a Hall of Famer, but Kurt Schilling's not?
Oh, you know why they're not letting him in?
I do know.
They don't like him.
I agree with that, and that's not a reason to not have a guy in the Hall of Fame.
No.
That's nonsense.
Not many people like Ty Cobb either.
That's right. Including like everyone
the guy
around
who's
him.
dead.
Yeah. Ty Cobb, exactly. Time's yours, up ahead, and more on a very busy Tuesday morning on 94 WIP.
My dog Cheney, big part of our family. He's a big part of what makes our home fun and happy every day, even a little bit chaotic. And it is my job to make sure I do everything to keep him very happy and very healthy. And the best place to do that, the Dogs and Cats Rule Stores. So if your pet has specific dietary restrictions, maybe allergies, my Cheney's got them. The staff at Dogs and Cats Rule, they are the best trained in the business to help you with any of that. Dogs and Cats Rule, also the place to go for natural flea and tick prevention. The lead dog, George Perante, says Dogs and Cats Rule. They've got an amazing selection of food you will not find anywhere else. Raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and can. Also, you're outside with your pets, freshen them up with a new ball launcher or something to tug on. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They've got 7 convenient neighborhood locations. 2 in New Jersey, Princeton and Pennington in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. After battling injuries last season, Christian McCaffrey is looking to bounce back for the 49ers. I think we will see McCaffrey explode this season as he goes over 950.5 rush yards at -110. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The Professional Fighters League World Tournament Finals comes to Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City, Friday, August 1st. And 2 titles are on the line. Undefeated rising star Thad Jean takes on former world champion Logan Storley for the welterweight title. Plus, former PFL champions collide when Jesus Pinedo goes toe-to-toe with Movlid Kaibulayev for the featherweight title. Don't miss your chance to see the action live Friday, August 1st. Tickets are available now at Ticketmaster.com. Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation All Star Game tonight in Atlanta. Just Kyle Schwarber, the only Philly taking part. You will get to see the automated ball strike challenge in use. Umps will still call balls and strikes. The pitcher, catcher, and batter can challenge by tapping their helmet or cap. Paul George, who played only 41 games last year for the Sixers, he had a knee scope on his left knee Monday. He will be reevaluated prior to training camp, said to have suffered an injury during a recent workout. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Weather brought to you by Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. Increasing sun chance of late day storms. High 89. It's currently 78. home of the best live music and tiki bar on the C&D Canal. Enjoy Happy Dad hard seltzers, now available in Delaware and Maryland. Visit ChesapeakeIn.com today. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Good morning, Sam. Tuesday morning All-Star Game, about 10 and a half hours or so. So we'll get Schwarber tonight. We won't get Wheeler. So you got the one Phil. Let's do a quick All-Star memories, of which there have been many. Fran, you're the youngest one here. Your favorite, Fran in for self today. Fran, your favorite All-Star memory is which?
99 All-Star Game. Pedro striking out the first 5 out of 6. Yeah,
and
insane.
That's when they brought out
Teddy ball game.
The all-century team, which included Ted Williams late in life. Yeah, that's a really good one. Rhea, favorite All-Star Game memory?
Mine is slightly negative, but I don't think you would expect anything else. 1996, the one that was here in Philadelphia.
Yep.
Me and 3 of my friends went specifically so we could heckle Albert Bell.
Okay, look at that. That's a passionate sports fan right there. Did Albert Bell take notice of you?
Oh, he was no. I mean, I don't think we were close enough.
I don't know if
we didn't have the money back then.
Sure.
To get that close. But that's why we said we were going.
Yeah.
So it was kind of fun.
All right, Ben, what do you got, man? There's a lot to choose from through the years.
I made my son watch this yesterday. The Bo Jackson home run off Rick Rushell.
Ooh.
Is that yours, Sean?
Was that the leadoff home run?
Leadoff home run. It went 450 something.
Him and Boggs went back to back, I think.
That was that was mine.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe Bo Jackson, the football player, is now leading off.
Yeah.
In the All-Star game, and he went. I mean, that ball was just destroyed.
That was a great one.
Yeah,
that was a great one. So awesome. I got a couple in mind here. First off, I'll go Schmitty getting elected to the All-Star game after he had retired. So he didn't play in it, but
that is cool.
But he retired in I think May of '89, and then you had like another month and a half of voting, and they elected him. That was a really nice job by the American public. Lidge 08. This is not like a good memory, but it's something that rattles through my mind. You might remember he did blow a save in that All-Star game and had to pitch about 70 pitches in the bullpen warming up. He warmed up like 3 or 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember as a Phillies fan, being like, yo, manager, whoever the hell you are, either put him in the game or don't put him in the game. Don't have my freaking reliever warm up 3 or 4 times. Kruk and Randy Johnson was a classic.
Mm-hmm.
That was, I think, in 93.
When he stepped out or he swung at it
yeah,
way far off the plate.
He threw, because Randy threw the one in front, over his head. And, all hell broke loose. The stoppage in 02. Remember when the game got suspended?
Yes.
That's it, everybody. Go home. We've run out of pitchers.
Right.
So that was astounding. Now, you want to go on the Wayback Machine. I didn't see these things live, but like Reggie's homer in Detroit's very famous.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Callison had a big homer in 64. Ted Williams had a homer to win a game. Babe Ruth had the original homer.
About when Pete Rose ran over Ray Fosse.
That's another one.
Oof.
That's another one.
Ended his career, right?
Well, I've heard people say it affected his career in a bad way. Yeah. But for me, my personal favorite All-Star memory will always be 87. I tell this story every year, so here we go. Quick version. Bad boy, 9 years old, young hammer one summer. So my mom, who was not like a strict disciplinarian, but boy was she this time, because I had been disrespectful apparently to a tutor, and the tutor told my mom. And my mom was so not happy with me, she took away television for the entire month of July when I was 9.
Month?
The whole month.
Wow.
No TV.
What did you say?
Disrespectful were you?
Apparently.
Isn't that the only thing you did? Was watch TV?
I'm like, hey, Mom, there's no proof of this. Come on. There's no proof. It's just me and her.
Did
There's
she
no proof.
stick to the whole month?
Yeah, except for the 1987 All-Star Game. I got a one-night dispensation for one game. So that'll always be my ultimate All-Star memory because it's the only thing I got to watch the entire month of July.
What did you say to the tutor?
I really
and
don't know.
what were you getting tutored in?
Probably English stuff, if I had to guess. That was a weak spot for me.
English was the weak spot?
one of them.
Speaking the language.
Science,
You're struggling
languages.
with that?
Anyway, but I was very thankful to be able to watch the 87 All Star Game.
I was never able to stick with
which
that.
I think went to 13 innings.
Oh, wow.
I think. And was
You were thrilled because you were still watching TV.
NL won 2-0 in 13 innings.
2-0.
So you didn't have to turn it off?
Yeah, no, I remember I got
probably had
extra.
school.
I got extra time, and I remember Tim Raines threw a guy out at the plate, I think, and then had some winning hit or something. So I was always a Rock Raines fan. Ben, you want to tell the kids why Rock Raines was named Rock Raines?
No, I don't.
John, do you want to take a guess why Rock Raines had the nickname Rock Raines?
Well, I mean, that response, I can sort of take a gander.
So let me
at
just say,
why.
this, John, and this is true, and because he's admitted this publicly, he would slide hands first, not feet first. Why? Back pocket. Back pocket might have had a thing or two in there. Got to protect that. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to it really is outrageous. Joe in Mayfair. Joe, what's going on, pal?
Hey, good morning, crew.
What's up, Joe?
Real quick, some bands real quick. Queen with Adam Lambert would be great for Live Aid because you have Queen, whose best performers was the original, and then you have Queen with Adam Lambert now. Plus, you got Daughtry and you got Nickelback, so a couple other bands but there are few and far between. Definitely few and far between.
Yeah, not many bands. Yep.
Before I get into Jalen Hurts, the Phillies, what are they? They are a song by Aerosmith. They are the same song and dance, my friends.
Interesting.
They are. They're the same song and dance. They don't have the it factor. They're not going to get it because their manager behind it doesn't have the it factor, where the gut instincts come into play, the right time, the right moment to create some energy when there is none.
Joe, I will say this for what it's worth. The Dodgers made the playoffs an awful lot before they broke through and won in 2020. I mean, it happens. Dude, let me put it this way. If the Phillies do what I think they're going to do, which is make the playoffs a bunch in the next 5 or 6 years, I think one of these years they're going to break through and win a World Series. Now, you may say, well, it's going to require a different nucleus, and maybe it will, but maybe it won't. I mean, look, they're a big boy in baseball, and if they keep knocking on the door one of these years, I hope they break through, and I think they will. We know the Braves made the playoffs 14 straight years. They only won one World Series. I mean, it's not easy, is my point.
That is 100% true. Now let's get into Jalen. I made the comparison about a year and a half ago on your station, and it's even more relevant today. Jalen Hurts is exactly what Maurice Cheeks was to the Sixers from 80 to 83. Point guard, led the team, tons of talent around him. In 83, they needed Moses to put him over the top. Well, the Eagles needed Barkley to put him over the top. He has all the intangibles, led the league in steals so many years. He was great on and off the court. Wasn't the best player on the team, but without Maurice Cheeks, the Sixers don't win a championship or are in the mix of winning a championship.
Interesting comparison. Very interesting.
It's the best one I can think of. And Maurice Cheeks had a Hall of Fame career.
And was very steady. Mo was a steady player.
And I think that's what Jalen's going to do, but some more dynamic to him than Mo Cheeks. But when it comes to Philadelphia, I hope Jalen's held in that regard like Maurice Cheeks was all those years later, just being a class act in Philadelphia.
I like that comparison. I do. Solid.
That's one I can. That's the best one.
All right.
Real quick, when the baseball, like Joe, we grew up. Like I told you before in the show, baseball's not the same. They don't market the players the same. They don't market baseball the same. Yeah. The 300 average hitter was gone. The statistical part of baseball is what kept us going. Fantasy sports, and we would just go to the box scores. The box scores are missing. The fantasy sports is missing. And marketing players because statistics back when we were following it, late 80s, early 90s.
So, Joe,
2000s.
let me. I agree with you. Let me break through and tell you. I'm going to frame it a slightly different way. I've made this point before, and I will hold true to this because I think it is so true. The decline of the newspaper has hurt baseball.
100%.
What? Okay, so let's play this out for a second. Back in the day, I'm saying 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and a lot of us would read a newspaper on a daily basis. You open it up to like page 3, 2, 4, whatever, and there they all are. All the box scores, all of them. So you would see every box score, and you might not read them all, but you'd read a lot, and you could absorb who was the starting pitcher the prior day. By the way, who's the starting pitcher tonight? And so you had this stuff rattling through your mind. And Ben, to my point earlier about not knowing the lineups of these all-star teams, this is part of why. So now to do the box score thing, like let's say I'm on ESPN.com. ESPN.com, I'm going to go MLB scores. Then I'm going to get to a Phillies Braves. I got to go in, then I got to click on the box score. Then I got to get out. I got to go to the Mets and the Tigers.
This is really difficult for you. It's
my point is, it takes to get through 15 box scores. I would have to click about 50 things. And yes, I'm not going to click 50 things. So, yeah, Joe, back in the day, newspaper, boom, turn the page, it's all right there. That hurt baseball. That hurt people's recognition of national players.
Yeah. Plus, I like to read the transactions, guys moving, here and there.
Totally.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that to me was the best part of it, is opening up the paper and having every box score on one page.
How about this? How about the stats? They'd also be right there. Here are my top 10 hitters, right? Now Sunday they'd give the whole thing, here are your top home run guys, here it is. But on a daily basis, here are your top hitters. And the stat leaders. And you don't get that anymore. So yeah, Joe, I think that's hurt people's recognition of some of these guys.
Yeah, and ESPN does not do a great job at marketing baseball. It's all about basketball in today's world, and because it's so much more money in basketball and globally, where Major League Baseball dropped the ball with that. What's good and bad? It's the heart of Philadelphia. As you get a little older in life, you don't have any as much, but the Philadelphia cheesesteak is so good, but yet it's so bad.
All right, Joe. I get what you're saying right there. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. John, the poll question today relates to the All-Star Game. Do you care about the MLB All Star Game as much as you used to? Yes or no? How do people vote, John?
I'm going to say, oh man, this might get ugly. 17% say they care as much as they used to.
So I'm going to tell you this. In plus minus you get in presidential polling, and they'll say plus minus 3. I previously established plus minus for us at 7. I have found if you could say, does 1 + 1 equal 2? And 7% of people will say no. So to me, I got a horse's ass measurement plus minus of 7 for our polls.
7 is the horse's ass.
Yes.
Range.
That's my point.
Okay.
7 is the 1 + 1 equals 2. No, it doesn't.
Plus or minus 7.
7% will do that just to be a horse's hiney.
Yeah.
6% of people.
Wow.
Say they care as much as they used to. Less than the horse's ass measurement.
I was going to say 5.
That number is incredibly low. I don't know that we get numbers that low.
It's a bad number for baseball.
Below double digits.
No, we really don't. So
holy cow.
Yeah. But I will say this. Baseball's still in a strong spot. I mean, there's millions of people that absorb it on a daily basis. It doesn't get the love it should from ESPN.
The ratings are up, though, aren't they?
The ratings have been strong. I think the game is strong. I think the pitch clock helped improve it. I just wish they would market the players better so that I would know who.
Why do you think that kid got picked?
Because they're trying to.
Because they're trying to.
But it's a phony baloney way to do it.
Of course it is.
Give me a This Week in Baseball. Give me the baseball brunch back. Give me ESPN with Web Gems back. Give me Baseball Tonight. Give me some of that. There's a way to do it without, Mickey Mouse. Ben.
Balls and strikes reported directly into the ump's ear tonight. Yeah. Let's see if it makes a positive difference even for you, Joe.
All right, and Ben, quickly, because we got to move.
Yes.
But the kid with 5 appearances, I mean, come on. As a
Mizrachi,
veteran.
The snub Suarez and Sanchez the way they did, that's brutal, man. They got to fix it.
It's not good. Let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. Time's yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi, as always, is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's yours.
Hey, Joe, I just wanted to tell you I was there last Wednesday, and I know you had the 5 strikeouts, but, dude, I'm incredibly proud that you were actually able to get around on Jack and pull the ball down the line. That was very impressive. I was impressed with that.
Well,
I was wondering what bat you used. You never really talked about what bat you used. Did you change bat? Time's yours.
I used, I think, a 32-29, I think. Trying to remember it off the top of my head. I was not impressed with my performance. I could do better if we ever did that again, but I certainly failed that day.
What do Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow have in common? They all lost to Jalen Hurts last year. It is absolutely absurd to have him number 9. The guy's a winner. All he does is win. You know Joe Montana only threw for 40,000 yards? There's 23 quarterbacks ahead of the guy that was the GOAT until Tom Brady came along. No, not Patrick Mahomes. Sorry, John. Welcome back.
Yeah, but dude, you got to get off stats. Things have changed entirely. There's all sorts of quarterbacks with better stats than Montana. It doesn't mean they're better than him.
I got to tell you, watching that home run derby last night, making me think of all the home run balls next year they're going to launch in the Ashford Alley. Time's yours.
How about that? All-Star game next year to Philly.
In his den, in the winter, just hibernating, and here comes the stick that starts poking him. Every time you poke the bear that is Jalen Hurts, he has a better season. Go Birds!
I like that, and I agree.
He's had some good bounce backs. There's no question. All right, with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, a couple things before we get out the door. One, Ben, if we can keep this quick. Something that happened in the final Phillies game I thought was interesting and got almost no discussion. Schwarber to the leadoff spot. Was that a Rob Thompson's matching up with the Padres relievers, or was that a... Hey, ladies and gentlemen,
trying to find something that works.
Here's what's coming in the second half of the season. Because they hadn't done it since April.
Right.
I mean, that was like...
They're trying to find something that works.
John, no one talked about that. Schwarber was back to leadoff. So anyway, keep your eye on that second half of the season. We'll see. We got to come up with a winning answer for what's both good and bad. John, I got 4 things written down, I think, that have emerged amongst the top. We're choosing between, good and bad. Alcohol, women, chemo, and fire.
I'm not voting for women.
Wise decision.
Fire is too negative. Fire has too much negative.
But you cook food, man.
I think chemo is an incredible answer. Chemo is so, we have it stilted so far to the negative, but it does help people. It brings people life.
All right, so chemo or alcohol? Are we choosing between those two?
Yeah.
All right, Ben, chemo or alcohol?
Booze.
Okay, Rhea?
Alcohol.
Fran?
Chemo.
2-1. John?
Yeah, it's chemo for me.
Is that 2-2 or 3-1? I lost track.
I think you went to John twice.
No, I
So I'm
didn't. No, I
confused.
didn't.
Oh, you did?
So wait, Ben, what were you?
Alcohol.
Fran?
Chemo.
Rhea?
Alcohol.
2-1 alcohol. And John, you were which one?
Chemo.
2-2. Good and bad. Can I say Jalen Hurts? No, I'm just kidding. Let's go with alcohol. But they're both really good answers. Congrats to the answer of alcohol from our caller, Ed. Hey, everyone, have a spectacular rest of the... I was just kidding about Hurts. We'll talk to you. Hey, Joe and Hugh, they're coming up next.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Forest River RV in Berlin is now open. Come celebrate during our grand opening block party, July 18th and 19th. We'll have free food and fun for the whole family. Plus, take advantage of huge grand opening discounts on the top Forest River floor plans. Tour hundreds of new RVs along with a large selection of quality pre-owned RVs. Don't miss the grand opening block party at the all-new Forest River RV dealership in Berlin, July 18th and 19th. Get all the details at forestrivernewjersey.com/grand opening.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Looking for the perfect spot to unwind and have fun? Welcome to Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise just an hour from Philly and Baltimore. Feel the rhythm with live music. Sip refreshing cocktails at our tiki bar, where there's always a party. Sail in and dock at our marina for lunch. We've got a spot for your vessel. Chesapeake Inn is even ideal for private celebrations. Plan a romantic waterfront wedding. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is
Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad. Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. It's mid-July, a perfect time to stir the rumor mill. So, courtesy of ESPN analyst Greg McElroy and Ole Miss head coach Lane Kiffin, comes word independently from their sources that Nick Saban is not finished coaching. The Aflac Duck declined comment on Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Hugh somewhere at a winery or Buc-ee's or somewhere this week. In today with us is Reuben Frank. Reuben, how you doing?
What's going on? It's great to be here. Great to see you. Looking forward to it. He was at a winery. He doesn't strike me as a wine guy.
He's become a recent wine guy. He
Really?
goes through these phases where he jumps into something. Now he's a wine guy.
Yeah, well, when Hugh is interested, he goes full bore.
Full bore.
He finds something, and then he'll just dump it for something else.
Well, we heard Kyle was telling us yesterday he was going to bring a tin cup. He told everyone last week, something like that, to a winery.
Buc-ee's cup, which is a gas station.
Gas station cup.
He's going to ask him to fill it up with wine.
Okay, yeah. So we'll check in and see how Hugh's doing over the course of the hour. We got a lot to get to today. 215-592-9494. Home run derby last night. All-Star game tonight, and we know Kyle Schwarber will be there. We'll get to you people later in the show. Reuben, have you been on YouTube yet here at WI? Well, you've been on for the pregame shows, but have you had a regular show on YouTube yet? Maybe not.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, you get to experience you people. They'll say very nice things about all of us, and Kyle will read them later in the show. We'll talk to them.
That'll be fun.
Yes, we have a pair of tickets to the Phillies game coming up against the Red Sox on July 22nd to give away. We're going to play a little game called Stump the Rube later in the show. But, Ruben, we got to start here with something that we began yesterday. And apparently we have a sounder for this, Kyle. What do we have here? So we are doing Quarter Century Week on the Midday Show, which we're trying to crown the top 5 players in Philadelphia sports over the last 25 years. And with you here today, Ruben, we thought it'd be fun to start with a little Eagles conversation off the top 5. Let's hear this.
The Midday Show presents the best Philly athletes of the past 25 years. It's Quarter Century Week.
Makes it sound more official this way. I like this. All right, yes, it is Quarter Century Week.
That got me a little emotional there.
Yeah, well, it feels like 25 years
intense.
went by fast. Yeah, it does. I felt it in my soul, that one. 25 years went by in a blink. All right, Rube, let's get into it. So there's a lot of ways we can kind of work through this with the Eagles. But last 25 years, this team's been in 4 Super Bowls. They have won 2 rings. They have been one of the best teams, probably a top 5 team in the whole NFL in 25 years. And there's been a lot of great players that have gone through here. So, Ruben, let's go through our list.
Third most wins in the league in that 25.
Most.
Yeah.
So the third most wins
Steelers
and 2 Super Bowls.
Patriots.
Would you say they're the third best franchise in the last 25 years?
Yeah, I think you have
Patriots,
to.
Chiefs, Eagles?
Yeah, they're up there.
Well, it's been an incredible run with a lot of great players. Steelers are up there, certainly. So, Ruben, we were talking before the show today about the top 5 Eagles of the last 25 years. And it's not easy.
It's not easy.
I always joke when NBA fans talk about the top 5 players in the league, they have like 9 players on the list. Because you just think, oh, he's a top 5 guy. He is. But then you start doing the counting. You're like, I can only have top five guys. That's the way I felt doing my list for the Eagles, where I wrote down, I'm going to tell you right now, we'll kind of work through how we did this and get into the debate on who should and shouldn't be there. But I wrote down my 5, and then I had 3, 6, 9. I had like 12 more guys that I just wrote their name down, and I thought they had a reason to be considered for my top 5. So I'll start us off, Rube. Can't wait to hear yours. We'll get Kyle's, everyone's. And then we'll get to one name that I think is going to be a point of contention for all of us. Does he belong on the list?
Matt Collins?
Yes, he's easily on mine. 215-592-9494. Reuben Frank, here is how I did my top 5. My top 5 Eagles over the last 25 years. Lane Johnson, Brian Dawkins, Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox, and Brandon Graham. Those were my top 5. When I considered a lot of other people, but I went Lane, Dawk, Kelsey, Fletcher, Brandon Graham. Reuben Frank, you've been covering this team, talking about him forever. Your top 5 Eagles last 25 years.
Well, I love BG. He's one of my favorite people.
He didn't make your list.
Did not make my list. Probably wouldn't be on my top 10 list as much as I love the guy. 1 Pro Bowl, 1 double-digit sack season. Great Eagle. I think there's 3 locks. Here's how I went about it. I was like, I wrote down like 12 names.
Yep.
who were the absolutes just have to be on the list? And I came up with Kelsey, Doc, and Lane.
I think that's going to be pretty universal. I think those
they
three
have to be on the list.
Yeah, have to be.
And then it came down. I wrote down JP, Fletch, Shady, Deshaun, Donovan, and Jalen. It's kind of my next group.
Okay. So how did you parse those, and who made it?
So I got to take 2 out of that group. And I don't know how you don't, with apologies to Fletch, JP, and Shady, I don't know how you don't have Donovan and Hurts on there.
So you went with both the quarterbacks.
I went with both quarterbacks. I avoided the question of which quarterback and went with both of them. Certainly, if somebody had JP 7 Pro Bowls in that 25 years. You know what's interesting about doing this is 2000 is when they got good. 99 was kind of the transition year to
Pickle
Andy.
juice game in 2000, and away they went.
Opening day, pickle juice game, onside kick. Who recovered it? Was it Damian Douglas? And that's when they got good. I mean, because Dallas was coming off a run where they had won 3 Super Bowls. That was really, that day in Dallas at Texas Stadium was the changing of the guard. So these 25 years are really the 25, it's the best 25-year period in Eagles history. So it works nicely. But, yeah, I'm going to go Lane, Kelsey, Doc, Donovan, and Jalen.
All right, so Jalen Hurts makes Reuben Frank's list. He did not make my list. Kyle Quinn, you got to break the tie here. We're going to find out if Jalen Hurts makes your list. Because that's really, when we were in the meeting today and we were all just kind of spitballing our list, that was the name that I was wondering was good, because he didn't make my list. And for me, I'm going to give quickly on the Hurts thing, because I didn't have Donovan or Hurts. Now, if I could only put one, I would put Hurts because of what he's accomplished in the last 5 years. I'd put Hurts over Donovan. I think Hurts is the best Eagles quarterback of all time. But I don't think he's had enough time in an Eagles uniform to make my list. That's what my point of contention was, that I just didn't. He had enough time, right? Lane's been here since 2012. Brian Dawkins,
13.
Right, 2013. Excuse me, 4th pick in 2013. Dawkins was here almost the first decade of the 2000s. Kelsey was here, the whole time of his career and just retired. Fletcher again, those guys to me put more in an Eagles uniform, and that's why I put them over Hurts. Their resumes were so long, and Hurts isn't there yet. Kyle, your top 5, do you have Jalen?
I did this pretty vastly different from my top 11 list.
Okay.
This one, I think resume was the biggest deciding factor in how I parsed out this list. So obviously Jalen Hurts has to be on there because, like you said, he is, if not the best, the most decorated by far quarterback in Eagles history.
Yep.
2 Super Bowls. He's got the Super Bowl win, the Super Bowl MVP. I had Lane Johnson number 1. I had Brandon Graham number 2. Again, resume. Nobody's played more games in an Eagles uniform. Also 2 Super Bowl rings. Has the deciding play, the defining play even in the 1 Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl in franchise history. I have Jason Kelsey, Jalen Hurts, Brian Dawkins.
Okay, so we have very similar lists. I mean, I don't have Jalen Hurts on there. The quarterback thing, Rube, what's interesting is you had 2 quarterbacks, and Kyle had Jalen, and I have 0 quarterbacks.
Here's my thing on Donovan. Like, when you talk about that period of success from 2000 to his last year here, which I guess was, 2009?
Yes, 9.
You're talking. I mean, who was the face of the franchise? He won 9 playoff games.
He was the face.
I mean, it was that
him and Doc, but he was the
on
face.
Defense.
Yeah,
Doc.
yeah.
But this franchise, that when they turned things around, and you remember how bad it was in the, once Vermeil left in the 80s, and under Buddy, under Kotite, under Ray Rhodes, the 90s were. It wasn't until Donovan and Andy got here that they got good, and they got really, really good. They were a perennial playoff team. They would go deep in the playoffs. They didn't have a lot of talent on offense. They had Westbrook and Deuce, but it was Donovan. Donovan was the franchise for a decade. So to me, he was the most important player in the longest kind of stretch of success that they've had.
Yeah, I mean, you go back and look 2000, which is exactly when this started, through 2004 at those 5 years. 11-5, 11-5, 7-3 in 2002 when he got hurt. 12-4, 13-4. I mean, that is an incredible run for any quarterback for any franchise. The one thing about
who was he throwing to?
Well, no one until
we don't
04.
even get into that, but yeah.
Until 2004, no one. The one thing about Donovan, though, that I always kind of it got in my brain a couple years ago when I started to think Hurts was about to surpass him. After 2004, it wasn't as good anymore.
No.
I mean, he declined, right? The team wasn't quite as good. 4-5, 5-5, 8-6, the 9-6-1 when they ended up in the title game in Arizona, and then they get to the playoffs the next year in 2009. That was his last year. I mean,
he had a good regular season.
Yeah,
and then and then it went bad.
Yeah, it did.
Banjo.
Oh, then Dallas. Yeah,
That was it.
That was it. And they got traded to Washington, and then that was kind of the end.
Yeah.
It was amazing how quickly it did fall off. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, a lot to discuss here with our top fives. So when you call in, we'd love to hear your top five. Top five Eagles last 25 years. There really are so many names. And the question in my mind today is, does Jalen Hurts belong? I did not have him, my top five Eagles the last 25 years. Kyle had him. Ruben had him. Where do you come down? Ruben, just quickly as I go through the names that I didn't put on my top five, but I just wrote their names down and try to parse where I thought they belong. Shady, obviously Donovan, Jalen, Peters. Those were the next four I thought about. Then you go to Deshaun Jackson was a great player. Malcolm Jenkins was a big-time Eagle for a long time. You go to Trent Cole, Zach Ertz. And then Ruben, I didn't know what to do with T.O. and Saquon because obviously the time they were here, both brief, Saquon so far, T.O. brief in his time, but they were maybe the best player in the sport or the top 2 or 3 or 4 in the sport in an Eagles uniform. And I didn't know what to do with that because there's no longevity, but my goodness, when they were on the team, they were amazing.
Yeah, and for me, Saquon would be closer to the list than T.O.
Yeah, well, he won the Super Bowl
for obvious reasons.
And
but
it's gone well. Yeah.
Yeah, I just need more than 1 year, and I'll tell you what: if he repeats what he did or comes close to it this coming season, then you have to start thinking about where he is on this list. But it's too soon for me.
215-592-9494. Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. Hey, Chris.
Happy Where's Waldo Day today, man.
Where do we think Hugh is today, Chris? What are you thinking?
Hugh, see, here's my concern with you guys. I was going to get into this just a little bit earlier or later on, but I really think we need to send out a search party to help locate Hugh because, guys, we know seniors sometimes wander off and get themselves lost.
We do, yeah, and we know Hugh has senior moments. One time, Rube, he walked out of the studio in the middle of a segment, just thought we were going to commercial, just dipped. Just left.
The Hugh Douglas I know.
Yeah, that's the Hugh we all know. Go ahead, Chris.
Joe, maybe you or Kyle can place a call to the block commander, the guy that has everybody's keys, and go in his house, check on him, and
Skip.
Get a report.
We can call Skip. We can get him on the horn. All right, Chris, what do you got for us today?
So,
Jalen Hurts, is he a top 5 Eagle the last 25 years?
No. Top 5. Very similar to you though, Joe. Lane, Doc, Kelsey. Fletch, and Ruben, I highly disagree. It's definitely Saquon.
Already?
Too soon.
Already, yes. Saquon had the only 2,000-yard rushing season for an Eagle. Obviously, he broke Shady's record. Not only did he do that, he came in here and he won us our first Super Bowl. Jalen couldn't do it.
Second.
They
won one
before
2017.
Second Super Bowl.
No, I mean, that's all true. He had an incredible year.
Let's
just
not erase Nick Foles and Brandon
year.
Graham from the memories. Come on.
I mean to Jalen. Jalen could not win the Super Bowl. So he won the Super Bowl because Jalen couldn't do it. So, he was the addition that was needed. He was the star that was needed. So it's Saquon. I can't see how you say, hey, he's good enough to do it without him. I mean, that whole defense, they didn't care in the Super Bowl. One of the greatest defensive coaches in the NFL said, I don't care. I can't let him beat me.
Well, that was the game plan, and Jalen took him apart. I mean, right? That's what happened.
And if we're saying Jalen was top 5,
it's also disingenuous to say
not.
Jalen couldn't win a Super Bowl without Saquon. He played pretty well in his first Super Bowl. Put up 35 points.
Didn't win.
Yeah, well, and Saquon never won one until he had Jalen as his quarterback.
And Spagnuolo disagrees with you. Spagnuolo again says.
Spagnuolo disagrees with me.
Yes, he said.
Do we have sound? Do we have Spag sound?
We got Spags in the back room. Yeah, he's in the soundproof room. Spags, what do you think?
Chris is talking to him right now.
We speak. So, Rube, I'm going to criticize you a little, but I'm going to give you some friendly criticism though here. This is the midday show, so Joe, can you maybe you guys can read them off the core values. You can't take the fence and say 2 quarterbacks. You just got to have a take. And you know what? You're going to irritate people, and who cares? It's what we do here, So, guys, all the Jelenites.
No idea what you're talking about, but hey, good for you.
Yeah, that's good. All the Jelenites, I don't care. You're all about to call in and try to take the shine, but you can't because top 5 player is definitely B-A-R-K-L-E-Y. Barking for Barkley.
Chris, appreciate it. I had a feeling. So Chris is a Penn State guy, as you could probably tell there from some of that. I had a feeling he was going to put Saquon. Look, Saquon, and I think you said it well.
Get Kenny Jackson on there while we're at it.
Yeah, I think if Saquon does what he just did another 1 or 2 years, he's going to push to be a top 5 Eagle of this century. I mean,
Sure.
But it's only 1 year so far, and my list is all longevity. Like I really didn't even consider Saquon, even though by talent, by dominance on the field, obviously he had one of the greatest seasons the franchise ever saw.
And Zach Bond had one of the greatest seasons defensively an Eagle has ever had, but we're not going to put him on the list.
We are not. Yeah, I would surprise me if we had any Zach Bond calls today. I mean,
but you know what? I mean, he was one of the 2 or 3 best defensive players in the league.
He was. I mean, we saw the list as we were walking in the studio. I guess it's list week on NFL Network and everywhere. They had the top 10 linebackers in the league right now, and I guess what was it? Roquan and Fred Warner and Zach Bond. I mean, that's how good he was last year. Let's go to Trey in South Carolina. What's up, Trey?
What's up, Joe?
Trey, what's up, buddy?
How y'all? Good morning, folks.
Hey, Trey.
Good morning, Mr. Rube.
What's up?
How y'all doing? I got a It hurts me, that y'all it seems like y'all talking against Jalen like the other people on ESPN or whatever. Yeah, it's like y'all just don't like him, man.
I like Jalen. He's a heck of a quarterback.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I did say he's the best quarterback in Eagles history, Trey. I said that.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I was still actually gonna go with Donovan though, believe it or not, even though he never won it.
So would you have Donovan or Jalen on your top 5?
Yeah, I actually got them both, man. I'll tell you my top 5.
Okay.
In no specific order. Jalen, Donovan McNabb, Brian Dawkins, Lane Johnson, and I know I'm gonna get killed for this because he ain't been an Eagle for long at all, and whatever. But I'm gonna say it anyway because he's my favorite player, and he went here long, T.O.
So you don't have Jason Kelsey on your.
But a blip of now.
You don't have Jason Kelsey on your list.
He's got T.O. though.
I could do that. Yeah.
Jason Kelsey's a first ballot Hall of Fame, most likely, but you don't have him on your top 5 Eagles the last 25. That's your call. You're allowed.
Yeah, he was mostly.
Steve Everett was better.
Leadership too. I love his leadership too, man. I love not Jalen. I'm talking about Jason Kelsey. I love his leadership.
Me too.
But
T.O. is a natural leader.
And nationally, I'm gonna say one more time. I'm not gonna hold y'all up. I don't know how much time I got, but nationally, I believe like on the top 5, like they say the top 9 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I actually get Hurts. Believe it or not, though, I get Hurts by number 4.
So you'd have him ahead of one of the big 4 quarterbacks like Burrow or Lamar or Allen.
Yeah, I'll tell you in my 4 order: Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and then Jalen.
So Jalen over Lamar. Jalen over Lamar.
Yeah, I would though.
You know, well, and Trey, we appreciate the phone call. We're going to get into the list a little bit later. The list that came out yesterday. We debated it yesterday on the show, on the midday show yesterday. We'll get Ruben's take on that coming up a little bit. 215-592-9494. All right, top 5 Eagles last 25 years. It's quarter century week here on the midday show. You can vote, by the way, if you want to vote for your quarter century week, your top 5 of the last 25 years of Philadelphia sports, 94WIP.com/25. That'll take you right to the voting page. Today we're doing our Eagles. Aaron in San Diego is up on WIP. Aaron, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Aaron, what's up, pal? What's going on?
You know, I was so excited yesterday, Joe, that you were back.
Yep.
I was like, man, we're getting part of the band back together. And then you just go and make an ass of yourself yesterday. Why do you continue with this Jalen Hurts hate?
No, there's no hate. What I said is I don't believe he's being disrespected, Aaron. When executives put him at 9 or 6 or whatever, I don't think that's disrespect. You could disagree. I know you have him like number 2, or number 1, wherever you have him. I just don't think he's being disrespected. I just think people view it differently, and it's like there's no one out to get Jalen Hurts. He's a heck of a player.
Dude, are you a stats guy or are you a winning guy? Are you a Super Bowl guy or are you a regular season guy? Are you a Super Bowl MVP guy or are you an MVP guy?
To me, greatness is both. It's not just one. Because if it was just one, then Joe Flacco and Eli Manning are the best guys in the last 15 years. It's both.
Jalen Hurts is great, man, both inside and out, dude. What he does on the field, what he does in the locker room, what he's got upstairs, man, he's got it all. And guess what? He's ours, Joe. He's an Eagle.
Well, that he is, and he's one of the better ones in the last 25 years. Not quite top 5 for me, though. Aaron, is he a top 5 guy in the last 25 years in an Eagles uniform?
Real quick, I just wanted to send a shout out to Jason and Bill, loyal WIP listeners.
You guys hung out?
Gave me a ring. Showed them around the town yesterday. They had their first In-N-Out burger. Pretty cool experience. Really nice to meet those guys.
How about that? WIP listeners around the globe. Around the globe out in San Diego. All right, what do you got? Is Hurts a top? You came on here with all your bravado about Hurts. Is he one of your top 5 last 25 years?
Got to be, right, Aaron?
I mean, after all that.
Yeah, absolutely. Right up top. He's right up top.
Oh, stop.
And then I guess what's the premise here? Are we doing popularity? Are we talking
it's
about
your list. Well,
we're doing overall.
It's your list.
Here's my list.
Okay.
Hurts, McNabb, Dawkins, Johnson, and Kelsey. I mean, that's you got.
Same as my list.
It really should be like a top 8 list because you got it.
Well, that doesn't sound the same. Who wants to hear 8 names?
Aaron.
It's 5. 5 of the last 25.
You got Malcolm Jenkins.
No. Now you're breaking the rules.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, you got to pick 5. This is why it's hard, Aaron.
I know, but those are my 5. I think the quarterbacks. They for such a long time, McNabb was our guy. Jalen for what he's accomplished, 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. Kelsey's a Hall of Famer. Johnson's going to be, a Hall of Famer. And then you've got the man, the myth, the legend, Brian Dawkins. He's just, he is the epitome of what a Philadelphia Eagle is.
Yeah, I think Ruben said it really well a few minutes ago. There's Lane and Kelsey and Doc feel like just locks. I mean, they're all future, or they're at least, and Aaron appreciates the call. Dawkins in the Hall of Fame. Lane and Kelsey are going to go. Those guys are locks on these lists. It really becomes those last 2 spots. That's where I find it really challenging because, if either of these quarterbacks, Ruben, Donovan or Jalen, were lock Hall of Famers, and Jalen's got to obviously start, his resume is on that path, then they'd be on the list too, right? Like they'd be locks too. But Donovan's not a Hall of Famer. I don't think he's ever going to go. It feels like the statistics of today are just going to bury Donovan as time goes on.
And his period of being elite was too short.
It was. And no, Jalen has a chance if he keeps doing this. But like there's 3 Hall of Fame players that played a long time for the Eagles over the last 25 years. They're on the list.
But you know what? I mean, JP's a Hall of Famer.
Well, you're right. You're right.
And
you're
Fletch
darn right
just
about
might be. It's going to be tough for Fletch, but
70 sacks, right? 70 career sacks.
6
somewhere?
Pro Bowls. Only first-team All-Pro once.
Best defensive player on a Super Bowl team. He was. He didn't make the play in that game, right? It was Brandon, but he was their best defensive player that year. Him and probably Malcolm Jenkins were the best. I think he's got a case too. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. It is quarter century week. Jalen Hurts. When we were going over our list before the show today, Jalen Hurts became the one. We're like, does he belong? Kyle has him on his top 5 Eagles last 25 years. Ruben Frank has him. Does he belong? Is Jalen Hurts a top 5 Eagle last 25 years? Your list, and does Hurts belong? 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth-in-a-Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Giddy up and get ready for a wild ride. Join us for the Thursday Roundup at Cheerleaders, New Jersey. Every Thursday night on the deck, starting at 8 p.m. Sip on flirty cowgirl kisses, bold Alabama slammers, or $2.50 domestic beers all night long. Wear your cowboy hat or boots for free admission, alongside the most smoking hot entertainers around. Thursday Roundup will be your new weekly tradition. Get live, up close, and personal, only at Cheerleaders, New Jersey.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Get Ruben's reaction to the latest current quarterback list. We won from coaches, executive scouts that had Jalen Hurts ranked 9th yesterday. And we'll get to some finishing the Phillies stuff with the trade deadline and Stump the Rube, which I'm excited for later in the show. So we have a pair of Phillies tickets to give away today to see the Phillies and the Red Sox.
I'm terrified of
you're
Stump the
going to do
Rube.
fine.
Okay.
And what's the worst that happens? You get it wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That would be a disaster.
That would. Yeah. So we're going to play a game later on the show called Stump the Rube, where we're going to throw a random Eagles game at Ruben, and he's going to have to try to remember who the opposing quarterback was against the Eagles that day. And you'll decide if you're going to back Rube or go against him. But the winner will have a pair of tickets to the Phillies and Red Sox on July 27th at 6:45. So we'll tell you how we're doing that later in the show. 215-592-9494. Top 5 week at WIP on the midday show. And we listed our top 5 Eagles. If you missed it earlier, my top 5 Eagles last 25 years, I went Lane Johnson, Brian Dawkins, Jason Kelce, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham. And we pretty much agree there's 3 that almost feel like locks between Lane, Doc, and Kelce have to be on your list. After that, it's pretty darn subjective. And the question became, does Jalen Hurts belong after winning the Super Bowl this past season and playing a heck of a game in the Super Bowl and the title game? I didn't have him on primarily because he just hasn't played long enough here. Now, he's almost there. 5 years is not an insignificant amount of time.
Yeah.
But Lane has played way longer than that. Doc played longer than that. Kelce played way longer than that. Fletcher and BG. I'm at the point now with Hurts where if he can stack 2 or 3 more seasons, and that's even if they don't win again, but they could win again with this team. We're talking about one of the great careers in Eagles history if he continues the way he's going and they keep winning at some level like they have in his first 5 years, because it has been very successful so far, Ruben. And the thing that's amazing is he's turning now into one of the great draft picks Harry Roseman has ever made. In the second, to get this player in the second round as the quarterback of the team, it's turned out to be what was at one point, I'm sure you remember all those moments, his most controversial pick to maybe his best pick.
Yeah, and a big part of that pick was understanding what Carson was and wasn't, and what his future had a good chance of being. And he was just going to keep getting hurt and be a disappointment. And I think if you don't feel that way about Carson, you don't draft Jalen in the second round in 2020. So I think the tricky part was, look, nobody thought he was going to be this kind of player. Nobody. I don't want.
He would have went in the first round if people did. Let's just call it for what it is, right?
True.
He wouldn't have been the 53rd pick.
Exactly. But the tough part of that evaluation was kind of understanding, because Carson at that point was still playing fairly well when he was healthy. Coming off 19, he had a good regular season in 19, inconsistent but pretty good. You had to understand that he wasn't going to get better and where he was trending to make that pick. So, yeah.
Well, what's remarkable about putting together these lists is just, and you said it earlier, this is the greatest run the Eagles have had, right? This is their best 25 years, 2000 and now. Just the depth of players that I started to write down this morning, and you did too, and we were kind of throwing some of the names out. We got to a name like Malcolm Jenkins, and I'm like, well, he's not top 5. But Malcolm Jenkins was a heck of an Eagle for a good period of time and a big part of the reason they won the Super Bowl. I wrote down Zach Ertz's name. Again, I didn't consider him top 5, but I just wrote his name down as one of the better Eagles. And then I wrote Nick Foles' name down. Like, what do you do with a guy like Nick Foles? Like, if we expanded this list to the top 10 or 15, Foles' name would get put in there pretty quickly. I mean, I don't know how quickly, but his name would come up more. They've really had a run here of having so many incredible players and so many really good ones. I mean, I think I could get to 20 without even trying.
You probably could. If I did 20, I might even have BG on there.
You didn't have him top 10.
He wouldn't be in my top 10, and I love BG. But you look at Jason Peters, 7 straight Pro Bowls, with the exception of the year he missed with the Achilles in 2012. But he had 7. I'm sorry, JP. Did I say JP or Fletch? I'm thinking Fletch.
You said Peters.
Yeah. He's the best left tackle I've ever seen. He's, quite possibly first or second ballot Hall of Famer.
He's probably the best individual player that I didn't have on my list. I mean, if you're just looking at just like raw player and their resume and the Pro Bowls, he's probably the best one.
He also just became really annoying.
Well,
by
I
the end
think,
of his tenure.
I think Kyle's, you're not wrong in that it kind of clouded the greatness that because the end was like, he's still here, and it was
But
more,
he was still good. He just, measured against the player he was.
Right. And then they put him. Remember they put him at right guard for a few.
And then he refused without getting paid more.
Or he wanted to go back to left.
Right.
He wanted to get paid
like
more to play. Well, yeah, because he had to play tackle. Because
Right.
guys were getting. I think Brandon. I can't remember who got it.
Sometimes
but-
when a player stays too long, it does unfortunately cloud what they were. And now, this didn't happen in terms of like negativity, but watching Ryan Howard at the end, it felt like the same thing. You almost like he's the same guy that was that guy 10 years ago. It's almost better when players leave or retire than we watch them at the end because it's not the same anymore.
Yeah, guy. I mean, Eric Allen. I was talking to him about this. He went out. I think he had 6 interceptions his last year, and he could have really padded his stats and gotten into Hall of Fame earlier than he did. I like a guy that goes out on top and knows when to say, hey, that's it. I'm done. But I think, like when you compare Jason Peters and what he did for this organization with BG, I mean, how do you like what goes into putting BG ahead of JP?
So,
if you already made up the decision, neither quarterback's going to be on which.
So a couple things. The BG having the moment he had in Super Bowl 52 is hard for me not to put in my I keep thinking about that when I think about my list. Like, is he a better player than Jason Peters? He wasn't, right? We can all agree on that. Peters, like you said, is a first or second ballot Hall of Famer. I don't think Brandon really has a chance at the Hall of Fame. But he made the play, and he stayed long enough to play in 3 Super Bowls as an Eagle. That's a lot.
Sure.
He played the most games as an Eagle.
Let me play devil's advocate.
Okay.
Zach Ertz had to play in the Super Bowl 2 plays, really, the 4th down and then the touchdown.
The 4th down gets forgotten. That was a huge play.
It was just an unbelievable play, and it was an incredible play by Foles, who was under immediate pressure.
Slid and threw it.
And just lobbed it, and then Ertz to hang on just right at the sticks. And then the touchdown a few plays later after 3 straight Nelly catches.
Yeah, and they what was it, the 3-by-1? They had Ertz all by himself on the left side, and he ran the slant. I look, he just didn't stay though. He left, right? He got traded away. If Ertz had stayed and played in the last 2 Super Bowls, I think he'd have a chance to be part of this top 5. If you play in 3 Super Bowls as an Eagle, it's really hard for me not to put you in the list. I mean, they've been in 4 Super Bowls. There's no player that was able to span 04 to 24, right? So the most you could play in is probably 3. If you were on the team in 04 all the way maybe to 17, maybe even that's a long time. He played in 3 Super Bowls. Kyle, it's just hard not to have BG on the list.
Yeah, and like I've made the case that you could argue Brandon Graham is maybe like the greatest Eagle of all time. Not like best. I know there's plenty of Eagles that were better, like Reggie White obviously clears Brandon Graham as a player. But the resume, like the legacy. Most games played in Eagles uniform, never played for another team. 2 Super Bowls, been in 3. And really, what hammers it home is like that iconic moment, the sacking Tom Brady. Like, if you were to walk through, say they had like a whole room dedicated to the Eagles Super Bowls in like the Hall of Fame or something, you would see the Philly special, Foles catching it, maybe DeJean's pick 6. Who knows, even Hurts throwing the dagger to Devontae Smith. You would see Brandon Graham sacking Tom Brady. I mean, that's like a defining moment, a franchise-changing moment even for the Eagles.
Unfortunately for Jason Peters, and this really was not his fault, was he on the field for a playoff victory as an Eagle?
Yes. He was in...
Was he in Chicago?
Yeah, the double doink game, I think was the only one.
Because he wasn't on the field in 17, right? He got hurt.
Right.
They lost the game in 13. Right, to the Saints, and when Foles left the game with the lead.
And Wentz getting injured by Clowney.
And Wentz, so that's it. I mean, it's just, I don't have a lot of memories of Peters walking off big moments when they won the game. It's just, he just wasn't on the...
Yeah, and just by definition, I mean, he was an offensive lineman. You're not going to get those single iconic plays.
Right, but Lane and Jason Kelsey were on the field for the biggest moments in franchise history.
Yeah, and I remember Dave Zangaro, my colleague, went up to JP after that Chicago playoff game and asked him about, and this is kind of goes into what you were saying about how he was annoying. He asked him, "Hey, you finally got to after it was first. I mean, he never won a playoff game in Buffalo,
right? He never won. Yeah,
he had never been on the field for a playoff win, and he asked him about it, and he just looked at him like he was nuts and just walked away.
As if it didn't
Just
matter.
mumbled something. Didn't care. Hadn't even thought about
That
it.
sounds like Jason Peters.
He wasn't like a very personable guy.
No.
He wasn't. He was a great leader in the locker room. I think it's easy to kind of, because of the position he played. I mean, 7 Pro Bowls.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, and you talk about, you said earlier, top 5, 2. I mean, he's one of the greatest he's one of the greatest at his position in the history of pro football. All right, 2-1-5.
I might have him on my list by like 1 o'clock.
You're going to knock a quarterback off?
I might have to take 5 off. I don't know.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, 215-592.
I mean, if you had to take a quarterback off, you would have to take McNabb off, not Jalen.
I mean, you could make a case for Donovan over Jalen, but it would be tough.
Yeah.
9 playoff wins. Just a longer period, but yeah, I mean,
I'd have to pick Jalen.
You'd have to pick Jalen. Yep.
So even if Jalen fell off right now, and I don't think any of us believe he's going to fall off now, he has something Donovan doesn't, right? Like he's got 2 Super Bowl trips, he has a ring. I mean, we went over it earlier. Donovan, after his 5th straight really good season in 2004, he started to fall off, but he didn't have the ring yet, right? That he got to 1 and they lost. 215-592-9494. Jalen Hurts, does he belong on the top 5 Eagles list of the last 25 years? William in Robbinsville. Hey, William.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, William. What's up?
Good. I actually moved to Asbury Park, so I'm walking on the boardwalk right now. I hope you can hear me okay.
We can. Asbury Park's a beautiful boardwalk. What do you got for us today?
Right. Okay. So from a statistical standpoint, for Hurts, in 4 years, 4 playoff appearances, 3 seasons with double-digit wins, 2 Super Bowls, 1 victory. I looked at that and I was like, well, how many other people have done that? And I pulled out, got out the Google, and it's like 15 or 16 quarterbacks have ever done that. Almost all of them are in the Hall of Fame except for Russell Wilson, who's still playing. There's one guy, like one random, Joe Flacco-ish kind of like, hey, wow, he was on a great team. I can't remember who it was. So I think for that reason, you probably have to put Hurts in the top 5. After that, I'm willing to go with straight up Hall of Fame quality careers. Would they get in the Hall of Fame? Dawkins, Kelsey, Lane Johnson, stuff like that. So someone, like going down the list a bit like a Malcolm Jenkins, guy was never going to be in the Hall of Fame. That's the way I'm listening to this conversation. That's the way I'm seeing it. So I don't know how
if you had the top 5, you'd go Lane, Kelsey, Doc, Jalen, and who would your 5th guy be?
Well, that's open to interpretation. Is there anyone? Is Fletcher Hall of Fame?
Close.
I think he's borderline, probably not, but not that far off. Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't put Hurts. I'm not giving him a specific value in this top 5. I'm just saying he's in there somewhere.
Yeah.
All right. So, William,
it's
it's an interesting perspective on Hurts' accomplishments so far. William, we appreciate the phone call. All right. The elephant in the room with Jalen, Rube, every time he comes up, is how much of the resume that was just presented to us is because of him versus he's on the Eagles, right? Like, he's good. He's a good quarterback. But, like, the resume that was just given to us with Super Bowl appearances and a win, is that because of Jalen Hurts, or is it because he's on the Philadelphia Eagles?
I think if you watch him play every game, it answers that question. I mean, he's just really, really good player. And, if he was on another team, I don't know if he'd be quite as good, have quite the accolades and stats and numbers, but I think he'd be really good wherever he is. He's just a great player. He's a great quarterback. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's smart. He's a really hard worker. He's a great leader. I mean, he's got it all. And you watch this team last year. What did they win? 16 of the last 17 games?
Yep.
Because of Jalen.
Well,
there were other reasons, but yeah. They don't win the Super Bowl without him.
The one game they lost, he got hurt in, the Washington game, right? That's the only game they lost after September. The interesting thing about the end of that call was he was going through he looked up the quarterbacks that had similar resumes over a 5-year stretch. And at the end, he said, the only one that's not in the Hall of Fame, and he's still playing, is Russell Wilson. That's the comp that I think of the most when I think of Jalen. Now, early career Russell was a really good quarterback. And he also had a really good roster around him, and they were humming with Pete Carroll and that defense and the run game. And that's what I see when I watch Jalen Hurts. Like, and Rube, that Seahawks team contended for a long time. Like, as long as Jalen stays healthy, they should contend here for a long time. But I don't know. I never thought Russell was the driving force behind the team. I thought he was a huge part of it. But did they win because of Russell, or did they win because of all the defense and run game they had?
Well, the thing I look at with Russell is that, and he was really, really good for that stretch up through even his last year in Seattle.
Yeah.
But the year before. But, he's only won, I believe, 3 playoff games in the last 10 years. I believe they. I'm trying.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's about right.
After the Super Bowl, after the second Super Bowl, which they lost to the Patriots, that was
2014.
2014, right? That was in Phoenix, and then he won a wild card game, scored 10 points in Minneapolis the next year, won a wild card game at home against Detroit in 16. His last playoff win was in 19. It was the one here.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, his second his second half of his career, and he only scored 17 points. His second half of his career has been kind of almost Donovan-esque. I mean, he was better when he was good, but, I mean, he just hasn't done much.
I agree.
And I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer.
I think he's not right now.
Probably not.
But I think, I mean, going to 2 and winning 1, I mean, Jalen's done that in his first 4 years.
Yeah. But if I say to you right now, Jalen only wins 3 playoff games the rest of his career, is he a Hall of Famer?
No.
I would say no.
But I also say there's no chance that happens.
Well, if he stays healthy and he's an Eagle, they'll win more than 3 playoff games in 10 years.
But also, if you made this list in Seattle, Russell Wilson would probably be a lock for the top 5 on that list.
Well, he would, but the Eagles are better than the Seahawks.
We
have more good players here in 25 years.
But at what point does that resume just have to put you in on the list, like in general?
So that was the other thing as the caller was going through all the quarterbacks that have done this. Well, who would they play for, and who else was on those franchises? Right? Like if the Eagles were a crappy franchise and were crappy until 2000, obviously Jalen Hurts would be clearly on my list. We just said it to start the show. They're probably a top 3 franchise in the whole NFL over this quarter century. It's tough to make this top 5. Like, you either have to be a lock Hall of Famer, which we think there's probably 3 of those, or you got to have some sort of amazing resume. Let's go to Paul in Delran. What's up, Paul?
How you doing, guys?
Good, Paul. What's up, buddy?
Hey, my top 5, of course, is the first 3, Jason, Lane, and Brian. They can switch them around. It doesn't really matter for theirs. And my last 2, Reggie White and Randall Cunningham.
Well, they were before 2000, though. This is the quarter century. Yeah, see, that's breaking the rules.
Never mind. I didn't pay attention. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Good job.
Yeah.
I got my top 5 Seahawks, though.
Yeah, you got them?
Yeah.
Cortez Kennedy in there? Paul, we got you, buddy. Appreciate the phone call.
I got Bobby Wagner.
Okay.
I got Russell. I got Walter Jones.
Wow.
I got Earl Thomas, and I got Marshawn.
It's tough to quibble with that one.
Tough to take Richard Sherman off.
Oh, you didn't put Sherman?
No.
I mean, just for that speech after they won that championship game. What did we say? Michael Crabtree's a sorry receiver?
Yeah.
Cut a wrestling
sorry-ass
promo.
receiver like Crabtree, yeah.
Yeah, that was great. All right, let's go. Maureen is up next on WIP. Hey, Maureen. Maureen.
Wow.
Yeah, we're batting 1,000 here.
Hi, you calling me?
You called us.
Yes. I mean, my name is Pam. I didn't say my name was Maureen.
Oh, Pam's better. Yeah, well, go ahead, Pam.
Pam, what'd you do with Maureen?
I don't know. How you guys doing?
Pam, we're doing well. What's up? What are you thinking?
So I give you my top 5 first.
Okay.
Brian Dawkins, Jason Peters, Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson, and Jalen Hurts. Honorable mention would be Zach Ertz. If he definitely would have stayed with the team, he would have definitely been in that top 5. And I don't know who I would have kicked out, but
well, that makes it hard when you got to kick someone out. So you have Hurts as a top 5 Eagle last quarter century.
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you one of the reasons why, and because of why people don't think that he is what he is. One, even with that list yesterday, if you noticed, everybody on that list was a first-round draft pick except for Jalen Hurts. So that says something already, that he was a second-rounder who made that list, where everybody else on that list was a first-rounder. Now, he's accomplished other things that other people haven't. And I listen to sports radio news all day long. And one of the things I've noticed is the excuse is always because Jalen has a better team. Well, Dak had a better team, and he couldn't do it. So,
Dak's played for a long time, and it's never gotten close. And that's why, Pam, Dak's not really part of these conversations anymore.
Right. But I'm just saying, but they keep saying because we have what we have. You only can play with the players you have, and it's not your fault that you have those players. So, but that is the excuse. But
and the problem with that is that every great quarterback's had. I mean, Steve Young had Jerry Rice, and Brady had Gronk, and Mahomes has Travis.
But again, Lamar and them have good players. Joe Burrow has 2 great players.
But he doesn't have an offensive line or defense like this. I mean, Pam, you're right, and so is Rube. Every great quarterback that wins doesn't do it by themselves. But we can agree the Eagles have the best roster, or had the best roster in the league last year.
I still think they have the best roster in the
league. They might, but they certainly did last year. That by the end, it was pretty clear.
But again, it still wasn't clear until we got closer to the playoffs because, again, the naysayers kept saying they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They couldn't win. They couldn't win. So, and that's still like that this year. Yes, we lost some players, but those young players have been in that system, and them young players can play.
Well, and they're going to rely on them this year, Pam. So we're going to, and I think they could play too. We're going to find out how great they can be. Pam, go ahead.
All I'm saying is, when they make it again, and they're going to do what they do, because Jalen don't play the way most people want him to play, but he can do it. He can throw the ball. He can run the ball. He can lead. He can make his team win. He can put his team on his back. Just because it doesn't look like everybody wants it to look like doesn't mean he can't do it.
Well, he can. I mean, we've seen that. And Pam, we appreciate a good phone call. Yeah, Rube, this comes up a lot. I think it's some residual from when he first came into the NFL when there were questions about his ability. I don't question Jalen Hurts' ability. It's obviously there. We've seen it many times at a super high level. To me, the thing that separates him from the top, right, is just the consistent excellence. He can be excellent. He was excellent in the Super Bowl, excellent in the title game, excellent against the Bengals and the Steelers. To me, last year, he wasn't consistently excellent. That's why I don't think he's a top 2 or 3 quarterback in the NFL right now. Not that he doesn't have the ability. He has ability.
He doesn't have many bad games.
He doesn't, but he's not. I don't think he's consistently excellent as often as maybe Lamar was last year or Josh Allen, whoever you want to pick. That's, to me, what separates him from that.
Pretty much every quarterback has those games where they throw 3 picks or fumble a couple times. I think, and I've thought about this a lot, why most of these polls have Jalen so low. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a couple things. I think Pam or Maureen or
it was Pam,
whoever that was. I think
we'll call her Pam Maureen, yeah.
The fact that he wasn't a first-round pick, I do think that
sticks in people's heads.
It's something that follows you around. I also think the people that pick these lists are generally older kind of old school, old head football, like old GMs and former this and that, who like a pocket pass. Who they want Ben Roethlisberger. They want they want a guy who stands in the pocket, puts up 5,000 yards.
But they do have Lamar and Allen super high.
But how long did it take Lamar to get that high?
Yeah, and last year was probably his best throwing season. So maybe that's what it took to get people to believe what they're seeing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's all part of it. I think. He just doesn't look like, some of these people want a quarterback to look like. And I just think it's a big part of it. Because if you look at what he's done, and then the whole thing about, well, he's not a great passer. I mean, he had like a 104 passer rating last year. He just didn't do it very much. But when he did it, he was really good at it.
Super efficient. Yeah, 8.8 yards an attempt or whatever it was.
Yeah, career high, 8 yards per attempt.
Yeah, the efficiency's obviously there. All right, 215-592-94.
69% accuracy.
Yeah, look, down the stretch, after the first 4 games, he played. I thought November was his best month, and then he finished the last 2 were incredible. I mean, he had a good season, certainly. 215-592-9494. Devin Caney will join us next. She came up with her list of the top 5 Eagles of the quarter century. We're sharing ours today. We want yours. And does Jalen Hurts belong? Is Jalen Hurts a top 5 Eagle over the last 25 years? 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show. Lot to do. Devin joins us next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Nothing says summer like grilling. And when I fire up the grill, you know I'm bringing the flavor. Hatfield's savory brown sugar marinated pork tenderloin is on my grilling go-to list. It's juicy, packed with the sweet, smoky goodness and so easy to make. Just pop on the grill and dinner's done right. This summer, put some pork on your fork with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipe tips and where to buy. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app, or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the sun's sizzling, reach for the refresh that hits different. I'm talking Surfside iced tea and vodka. Real brew tea, real vodka, no bubbles, no troubles. Surfside, made with summer in mind. Remember, it's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Kick off summer at Conicelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conicelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conicelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conicelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conicelli is a nice place to do business.
So, you get in your car and head to work, and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit WindowNation.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. One of the hottest games right now, you may have guessed it, it's Uno. And now the game is heading to Las Vegas. The new Uno Social Club in Sin City might seem like a fun throwback to game night, but it could be the start of something bigger. Mattel and casinos are turning classic family-friendly games into spaces that blur the line between casual play and gambling. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
My boss doesn't know I'm listening to the Phillies on the Odyssey app when I'm nodding at him.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Hugh Douglas out at Wineries this week. Ruben Frank in. And we got a lot to discuss. It is quarter century week on the Midday Show. Top 5 Eagles today. Does Jalen Hurts belong on that list? So the top 5 Eagles the last 25 years. And the voting is underway for the overall top 5. Last 25 years of Philadelphia sports. 94WIP.com/25. And you can vote there. Joining us right now with 2 lists, one about the Eagles and one overall for the last 25 years of Philadelphia sports, is Devin Caney. Devin, what's up?
Not much, guys. Just stressing out over these lists. I mean, if I thought the top 11 was tough, the top 5 of the last 25 years, like, this is tough. You have me overthinking both of these lists over here.
Well, that means we're doing a good job. And yes, it is tough. I always joke, Devin, with NBA fans, when they start listing their top 5 players, they have like 9 because they just think these are all top 5 players. But then you have to just have 5 because that's how it works. So it gets hard as you go through this. So why don't we start with the Eagles? Because that's what Ruben and I are discussing today. Your top 5 Eagles of the last 25 years, and there's so many good players to choose from. Devin, give us your list.
Yeah, well, Kyle and I were just talking in the break. Like, I think Eagles is hands down the hardest just because there's so many to choose from, right? Like, it's easier or harder than, say, like the Sixers, who have only a few, standout really great players. So
we were trying to come up with 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw.
Right, I know. Sixers, it's like Joel Embiid, Allen Iverson, and then you kind of get stumped. But Eagles, there's a lot to choose from. I'm probably going to overthink this and, wish I did it differently after this, but here we go. Number 1, Brian Dawkins. He's a Hall of Famer. He was my favorite player, growing up as a kid. I love him. Number 2, Lane Johnson. Honestly, needs very little explanation. Just look at the Eagles' win percentage when Lane Johnson is on the field versus off. Jalen Hurts, been to 2 Super Bowls, won one. Quarterback's the most important position. Shady McCoy and Jason Kelsey rounds out my top 5 Eagles of the last 25 years.
All right, so what's interesting is, I think we came to a realization early in the show today that Kelsey and Dawkins and Lane are probably universal, right? They're all going to end up in the Hall of Fame. Dawkins is already there. And then those other 2 spots are the tricky ones. So, Devin, you went with Jalen and then Shady. Let's start with the Jalen one. Why did you go Jalen over Donovan? Because that was I think Jalen's better, and I didn't put either on my list, Devin. I didn't have any quarterbacks, but if I was going to put a quarterback, I would put Jalen. Why did you end up with Jalen over everybody else?
Because I think winning is the most important stat, and Jalen Hurts has proven that he knows how to win and he can play under pressure. He's been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 3 years, and he won 1. And in the last one that he played in 2022, he had one of the best, if not the best, quarterback performance in a Super Bowl, even though the Eagles lost. So I think that you have to give credit where credit is due. And I did consider putting Nick Foles on my top 5 list as well because he won the Super Bowl, even though he wasn't the Eagles starting quarterback. But Jalen Hurts, I think, deserves to have a spot on this list because he's won the most, and quarterback is the most important position on the field when you're talking about football teams. So I think Jalen Hurts is absolutely deserving. I'm not saying Donovan McNabb isn't. I did consider putting him on. The thing is, Donovan never won it. You know, they got close, as we all know. They got really close one year and couldn't get it done. So for that reason, I couldn't put Donovan on.
So Shady, so when we wrote down so many names for the show today, and I had my 5, and then I just kept writing names down, like people I considered. And Shady was pretty high up on the ones that didn't make my top 5, Devin, but I considered. What led you to putting Shady over all the other great Eagles we've seen in the last 25 years?
Well, I'm partial to Shady also because I went to Pitt, H2P. But I mean, you look at the rushing leaders for the Eagles, and
you have Deion Lewis on your list.
He was close. You know, I considered throwing Deion Lewis on there, but he didn't make the cut, sadly. But no, Shady had, he's in the top 3 all-time rushers for the Eagles. Saquon Barkley, of course, broke his record this past season. Saquon, incredible player. I couldn't put him on this list for the last 25 years because he's only had one season, albeit an incredible season with the Eagles, but only one season under his belt. So I heard you guys talking earlier, and I totally agree. Like, I think you just need some more longevity in order to make the top 5 quarter century list, where Shady McCoy had that. And, unfortunately, his time with the Eagles was cut shorter than expected because of Chip Kelly. But we know that McCoy, he still considers himself an Eagle. He still roots for the team. And that also goes a long way. Like, you can look at the stats and they speak for themselves when it comes to what he did on the field. But I also appreciate guys who, leave football and still, ride or die for the Philadelphia Eagles. And Shady McCoy he personifies that. So that's why he made my list.
Well, he does. All right, Devin, now I need to hear your top 5 overall. Last 25 years, Philadelphia sports. How did you rank that list?
Okay. So I still have Brian Dawkins, number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Lane Johnson, number 2. Ryan Howard, number 3. Jalen Hurts, 4. Allen Iverson, 5.
So that means I'm kind of going through it in my head. Jason Kelce did not make your top 5 last 25. Am I right?
You are correct about that. Jason Kelce.
Was that the toughest one to leave off?
Honestly, no, because I had Joel Embiid on there. And then I took him off, and with Nick Foles, like, because he did have such a great performance in 2017, 2018. Like, I considered throwing him on there because, he's still iconic, even though it was like more so here for a good time, not a long time situation with Foles. I debated between various 2008 Phils. I almost put Bryce Harper on there. But at the end of the day, I think you have to consider winning and winning championships as the most important statistic when you're ranking, all-time greats, or at least greats of the last 25 years. And for that reason, I know Allen Iverson never got it done. He got the closest of any Sixer. And, this city loved him, and he went out there and he put it all, he left it all on the court. And for that, I think he deserved a spot. But I certainly went back and forth with a lot of these guys.
I picked Ryan Howard over J-Roll, but it was really close for me. How did you make that?
That was really tough. I was like Ryan Howard, J-Roll, and then I considered even like a Chase Utley.
Sure.
But when I was growing up, like, and watching that 2008 team, Ryan Howard was always my favorite player. I like guys who make the ball go boom, and for that reason, I had to go with Ryan Howard.
I think when you think about the full list, right, the top 5, the last 25, that picking which Philly, Devin, is the hardest part, right? Because we're all going to have at least a couple Eagles. I think Iverson belongs clearly, and then it's like, all right, how do you parse those? And I'll even throw Cole Hamels in there, right? He won the World Series MVP. How do you parse those Phillies? Devin, it might really just come down to which one was your favorite during that time, because I don't think any of the 4 were – they're all at best borderline Hall of Famers. I think Utley might have the best chance, but no one's a lock Hall of Famer, right? So there's no one that's like, oh, he's in the Hall of Fame and the other guys had no chance. They were all great in their moment. They all had runs. I haven't even decided how I'm doing it because I don't know which one to put in. I always thought Utley was my favorite, But boy, you can make a case. Rollins played here the longest too. I thought about that, Devin. Yeah, he was here, and he has the hits record.
Yeah, I mean I went through that exact debate in my head when I was choosing which Phil to use. And then you look at like Bryce Harper from the current Phillies, and I ultimately chose to leave him off because they haven't won anything yet, and any world championship yet. And Bryce Harper still has like one of the best OPSs in postseason history in like all of baseball. So that certainly qualifies him to be close. Like if this list was expanded to maybe top 10, Bryce Harper would make it. But I mean, Ryan Howard, he won MVP. He was my favorite player. And ultimately, like that's just why I decided to go with him in my top 5. But it's tough. It's really tough. Like 5 is not a lot. And it's hard to filter out the guys who you want on and those you don't.
Yeah, well, here's the way I've started to realize. I have no idea what the top 5 is going to look like when the voting is finished on Friday. So we will see, and we appreciate you sharing both your lists with us. Devin, enjoy the All-Star week, and we'll talk a lot of Phillies, I'm sure, next week, and Eagles as we get ready for training camp. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
There she goes. Devin Caney there with her list. Jalen Hurts on hers as well, which made me look at the poll question here, which, of course, is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing you see when others meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. So a couple polls up here. Number 1 is, does Jalen Hurts a top 5 Eagle of the last quarter century? I am a little bit surprised at the percentage of the vote on this, Rube, so far. So you have him, and Kyle has him, and Devin had him. So maybe I am in the minority here. But 78% voting yes, he's a top 5 Eagle last quarter century. That feels heavy, considering all the great Eagles players there have been. That like 78%, like, yeah, of course he's a top 5 guy.
I mean, the Super Bowl was just a few months ago.
I know.
So I think that's part of it. We haven't won a lot of Super Bowls around here. And Foles obviously didn't have a long enough, big enough body of work as Eagles quarterback to be in the top 5. I don't know where I would put him. He'd be somewhere in the top 20. He's got the weirdest career. It's really hard to kind of, figure out where he belongs somewhere for what he did in 17 and in 13. Had an incredible year. But yeah, for me, what Jalen has done, and he just turned 27.
Yep.
So what he's already done, I think he's one of only, 3 quarterbacks to make the playoffs in each of his first 4 years as a starter. It's pretty remarkable. So that doesn't shock me.
The other poll up, who is more deserving of being on the top 5 quarter-century Eagles list? And this is interesting because there are 2 different kinds of players. One's an all-time Eagle, and the other's an all-time player. Brandon Graham or Jason Peters? 74% voted Graham on this.
Yeah.
That's also a big number, considering we all, I think, would agree the better player was Peters.
Yeah,
but Brandon Graham's an Eagle.
You have a guy who had the greatest personality of any Eagle ever.
And maybe made the most important play in the history of the franchise. Well, I'd say he did.
Right over there, Bednarik, right around the corner.
Okay, I would say in modern Eagles history, the most important play.
Right across the street. I ran into Chip at the Penn Relays one year.
When he was coaching here?
When he was coaching here, and he knew all about that play, Bednarik at the end of the 1960 NFL championship game, Jim Taylor, and knew what side of the field it was on, what side of the stadium. He knew everything. He knew the down and distance. Terrible GM, iffy coach. Heck of a historian.
I feel like he would have done better here with fans if he shared that part of, like, if he shared that he knew about that would have resonated with people, because he always felt like he was just disconnected from all
everything,
this.
Yeah.
Everything, and he never connected with people. Even though I was excited when they got him, Rube. I thought he was going to be a good coach.
I did too.
Did you have a moment where you realized that you were wrong? Because I did. I remember it was the end of his second year when they lost the game in Washington. And Mark Sanchez attempted 50-something passes, and I was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm done. This guy's not the guy.
Yeah. You don't want Mark Sanchez throwing probably more than 8 to 10 times. I don't know if there was any single moment, but it was really when he decided he needed to be GM.
To the end of that second year.
Yeah, that's when it just spiraled out of control. And good for Jeffrey for making that move, getting rid of him when he did.
Well, and he kept Howie around to put him back in power, which changed the whole organization.
Brilliant move.
It's really one of the biggest moments in franchise history, because I think a lot of other owners would have just probably fired Howie and just you don't have a role here anymore. Thanks for everything, but moved on. And the Eagles kept him, and then were able to put him back, and they would not even be close to where they are without that.
And not only did they put him back in power, not only Jeff Lurie put him back in power, Howie learned a lot. He really used that year.
Yep.
That's kind of the thing we forget. He really used
he
that year.
traveled and talked to other people.
Talked to other GMs. He learned how to deal with people. He wasn't very good at it, honestly, before that year in 2015.
It might be the single most transformative moment in the history of the franchise. Like Howie coming back as a different, in the same role, but acting different. Think about what they've done since then. I mean, they've been to three Super Bowls.
It's insane.
Yeah, and I think we all believe they'll be back and more, in short order.
And look at the players he's drafted.
I know. Jay in West Philly. What's up, Jay?
What's going on?
Hey,
Jay, what do you got? What's up, buddy?
I'm glad Ruben there to talk some sense into you today about Jalen Hurts.
Well, he's trying.
Yeah.
I only have 4 hours, so I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, it's probably not.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. He hard headed, Rube.
Mm-hmm.
He hard headed. He is sitting there. He's not putting the guy on the list because sustain winning, and he's just sitting there and want to throw darts and everything, bringing up Lamar Jackson, who keep choke every year. Herbert, all these guys so-called better than.
Well, I ranked Jalen above Herbert for the record.
No, one guy. Okay. Hey, Rube, I had a question because you're probably the only one that'll answer. Everybody hide behind this. Brian Dawkins in the big games, championship games, Super Bowl. You remember any big plays or stats, game-changing plays?
Yeah, at this point, he hasn't played here in so long. I don't know if it's time to. This is the right time. He did a heck of a lot more good things than most defensive players in franchise history. I know the one play that he still agonizes about was the 2008 NFC Championship game in Arizona. Exactly. I think it was at Hightower on 4th and 3.
Exactly.
It was Hightower on 4th and 3, and they stop them there. They win the game. They're going to the Super Bowl, and Doc.
Exactly.
That still drives me. But I'm not going to sit here.
He did have 4 career playoff interceptions. It wasn't like he never had any. I mean, he had 4.
You're talking about the punt he got from Brett Favre?
That was one of them. Yeah,
that was. Well, you know what? And Lito almost got in his way, and then he had a 35-yard return into field goal range. He was a good playoff player, and he was one of the greatest players I've ever seen.
I don't remember any big game-changing plays, Ruben. The Root.
Well, you pick off Brett Favre in overtime in a conference semifinal. That's a pretty big play.
That was a punt.
Well,
that was a punt. But
he caught it.
My thing is because Donovan get all the pressure for all that, and everybody talk about how great Doc was, and I don't remember any big plays that he made.
Well, maybe he didn't make enough big plays, but Donovan also had some bad playoff moments. I mean, he had games he played poorly in. It's true.
Mm-hmm. But the defense and everybody, they get off the hook for all this
So
stuff.
really what you're saying is Hugh Douglas needed to have more playoff sacks and they would have won a Super Bowl.
I think the entire defense in that 2008 NFC Championship game, second half was disappointing. I'm not going to single out Doc.
Like I said, Donovan, that
was the last game he played as an Eagle, right? I believe it was Jim Johnson's last game.
Look, he spoke the truth. He left the field with the lead, so the great Brian Dawkins could have made a play to stop Arizona, right?
So what's your point today? You want to put Jalen Hurts over Brian Dawkins? Is that what this is about?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to give my top 5 this year.
What do you got? Exactly. Give me your top 5. Last 25 years.
That was 17 years ago.
I know. Jay holds on to things.
Hey, look, I got Fletch, Shady, Lane, Jalen. What'd you say, Root?
Shady Lane.
Okay. Fletcher, Shady, Lane, Jalen. Who's 5?
You going Kelsey, right?
No, I ain't Kelsey. This is overrated.
Overrated? He's like the greatest center to ever play the game.
Yeah, but everybody was worried about him leaving, and did we get an All-Pro the next year, right?
Well, not All-Pro, but Pro Bowl. Was Jurgens a Pro Bowl?
Right, yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to be accurate here. No, they played. Their offensive line was great without him. Yeah, it's true.
He put a Mummer's outfit on now. He's the greatest center ever. And I got
he did make All-Pro teams, I mean, it wasn't just the Mummers outfit.
You saying what?
Wait, who's your 5? Who's your 5th guy? Fletcher, Shady, Lane, Jalen,
and Malcolm.
Malcolm is a top 5 Eagle last 25 years over Dawkins.
Hey, he took the guy out in the Super Bowl. He's the leader.
Was it Brandon Cooks, the receiver from the?
And I got one question. I got a question. I got a Philadelphia question. Who had a better Philadelphia sports career, Iverson or McNabb?
Malcolm never even had it. He never had an interception in the postseason. Doc had 4.
Yeah, he knocked what's the name out though in the Super Bowl.
Iverson's the answer.
Dawkins knocked out Crumpler in the championship.
Iverson.
Yo, you said Iverson had a better Philadelphia career than McNabb?
Yes.
He had one fluke year. What did he do after that?
Do you realize who he's playing with, Jay? Like Donovan had. Hold on. Donovan had. No. Hold on.
NFC Championship games. You go out there and try and win with Paxton and Trey.
Donovan had Andy Reid. Donovan, I can't win with anyone. Look at me. Donovan had Andy Reid, and he had a great defense backing him up. I mean, that's the truth. Allen Iverson. What did Allen Iverson have on the court with him? Eric Snow.
That's like you trying to get ratings with Jolovich.
Jay, do you remember the 2004 NFC Championship game? Crumpler, Dawkins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That changed the course of that game.
You forgot, Jay.
Falcons didn't want to play after that. Falcons had 31 yards of offense after that play.
Game was over.
We was going against a team that quit in a one-dimensional quarterback, right?
Well, they quit because Doc laid out Crumpler.
Yeah, he didn't lay out alone. He ain't laid out Brad Johnson. The great Brian Dawkins.
Maybe if Donovan played better in those games, we wouldn't be talking about Dawkins not doing anything.
Start winning with Thrash and Pinkston.
Oh, stop. Did Donovan play well in those two games? You know he did not, and that's the bottom line.
Did the Hall of Famer do it?
No, I said Hugh Douglas should have done more. I tried to tell you.
He couldn't crawl across the field, and maybe if he crawled across the field, he would have made a play.
Wow, that's unbelievable. You say I slander people. You coming on here slandering Brian Dawkins.
Ain't no slander because I know Rube the only one that's going to answer the question. Big games, he didn't do nothing.
He had 4 interceptions in the playoffs.
He get all his love, and Donovan gets slandered for years.
You got Malcolm Jenkins on your top 5 last 25.
Come on now,
you're crazy.
Jay.
I mean, Jay, you're crazy. I mean, I love Jay, but he is a nut. He's a big Jalen Hurts guy, too.
I've never heard anybody with that take
on
Doc.
Take?
Like even Elliott understands how great Doc was.
It is.
He was the heartbeat of that team.
It is interesting.
Did I say that?
It flew under the radar for me until Kyle repeated it. It is interesting. You have to really have something special here to not win and be loved. And Iverson and Dawkins have that, right? I mean, they didn't win. Like Donovan doesn't have that.
No,
they're similar. And I obviously our last caller is more of a Donovan guy than a Dawkins guy. You could hear it, but you have to have something really resonating with people to not win a championship and still be beloved. Iverson, Dawkins have it, and Donovan, it does not resonate. It never did. Really.
And how much of that is just personality?
I think that's a huge part.
Yeah, I do too.
And do we blame Angelo for that?
I blame Donovan.
I do too. I'm kidding.
Because look, he had a long time after that he just was. Garden's not even the right word. He just would not connect with fans.
Yeah, he never let his guard down. Yeah, and it just felt like he was never fully comfortable in his own who he was. And he was a tremendous player. Like you go back to 02, 03, 04. I don't remember them doing these top quarterback lists back then, Ruben, the way they do them now. But if they did, he would have been somewhere in the 3 to 5 or 6 range, I would imagine. Right? It was Brady, it was Peyton, Favre was at the tail end, but somewhere Donovan would have been right there, and he was a tremendous player. 215-592-9494. All right, it's top 5 week here, quarter century week, top 5 of the last 25. Your top 5 Eagles last 25 years. Does Jalen Hurts belong? That really has been the point of contention today, trying to figure out if Hurts belongs on this list of the top 5 Eagles last 25 years. Is he on your list? And we'll get Rube's reaction to the list put out yesterday by ESPN surveying execs, coaches, and scouts. So this isn't just some guy's list. This is a survey of decision makers and big thinkers in the NFL, their quarterback rankings. Hurts was 9th. We'll go through the list, get Ruben's reaction next. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The diamond has been left in the dust.
Jack Fritz beat Joe to camera today in dominating fashion.
2 rounds into this battle of pride and pain.
Both sides of the elbow hurt. My arm is so dead.
It's dead even.
Jack did a great job, and I did not. I mean, congratulations to him. Pretty embarrassing showing by the Hammer, if I'm going to be honest.
Joe versus Jack. Round 3, the tennis challenge. Who will get served?
I think there's a good chance I win tennis. I haven't played tennis since I was 8, so.
They're heading to the court.
I'll be ready.
Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Black Friday in July at Mattress Warehouse. Right now, save up to 60% store-wide, including top-selling mattresses from Sealy, Serta, Beauty Rest, and more. And score a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Looking for even bigger savings? Check out the Mattress Warehouse 4 model clearance event and save even more. Plus, enjoy free next day delivery and 0% interest financing. Take it from me, at Mattress Warehouse, you'll always rest assured knowing you get the best deal possible with 1 year price guarantee and 100% comfort guarantee. Stop by one of their stores today to try out their incredible selection of top brands and go home with your favorite dream mattress and your dream price. You'll be looking forward to going to sleep every night. Don't wait. These Black Friday and July deals end real soon. Do what I did. Visit Mattress Warehouse today and sleep better tomorrow. And make sure you tell them Hugh Douglas sent you. Shop their entire selection and find a location near you at mattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
A single cloud can weigh 550 tons. A sports car fits inside a hippo's mouth. MGM Insurance puts policyholders first. Seems unbelievable, but it's all true. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by MGM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fritz sent you.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Another city worker strike avoided as Mayor Parker and DC 47 say they've reached a tentative 3-year contract. Last night's storms causing dozens of delays and cancellations at Philadelphia International, and homeless cats and dogs from flood-ravaged Texas are up for adoption at the Brandywine Valley SPCA.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine, its impressive fuel economy. Still going. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today.
For well-qualified buyers, excludes S-Trim. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Corporation credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hot and humid with some sun through the rest of today. High around 90.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, in for Hugh today. Of course, this is Ruben Frank, Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys with us, 215-592-9494. All right, coming up next hour, we're going to finish the Phillies. Kyle will throw at us a blind resume of a potential trade target. We'll say we're in or we're out for the Phils. We got to play Stump the Rube later in the show. I'm excited for this. We have a pair of Phillies tickets to give away today. See the Red Sox, who are red hot right now, coming in here Tuesday, July 22nd, so a week from today. Phillies Red Sox. And it's also Y2K Retro Night, that night, celebrating the year 2000, which is perfect for the theme this week on the Midday Show. John LeClair, Mark Jackson, and Ike Reese will be changing a pace during the third inning. That sounds awesome. All right, so we have tickets to give away later in the show. We'll play Stump the Rube for those. You people, of course, I'm sure have a lot to say. And we're going through today our list, top 5 Eagles last 25 years. And really the debate has become about Jalen Hurts. Does he belong on this list of the top 5 Eagles in the last 25 years? I didn't have any quarterbacks. My list was Lane Johnson, Brian Dawkins, J.C. Kelsey, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham. Where do you come down on Jalen? But Rube, I want to get your take on what emerged yesterday. So ESPN, they do this every year where Jeremy Fowler will survey executives, coaches, scouts around the NFL, and he'll ask them, hey, give me your top 10 at each position. And they put them out day by day, and some of them get more traction than others, obviously. The quarterback list always gets a lot of reaction, including yesterday here with Jalen Hurts. Let me roll through the list, and I want your reaction to where they have Jalen Hurts. And again, I want to make this clear because sometimes when people hear this, they're like, oh, it's just one guy, like just makes a list to get everyone upset. This isn't one person's list. This is a survey of coaches, executives, and scouts around the NFL. So here is the 2025 list. Patrick Mahomes, number 1. Josh Allen, number 2. Joe Burrow, number 3. Lamar Jackson, 4. Jaden Daniels, 5. Matthew Stafford, 6. Justin Herbert, 7. Jared Goff, 8. Jalen Hurts, 9. Now, Rube, before you react, let me give you a couple of pieces of detail here. The first thing is, for each player, they have their highest ranking and their lowest. Like the highest, anyone put them on their list, and then the lowest. So Hurts' highest ranking was 6. Nobody that responded had him above 6. And his lowest ranking was unranked, meaning he wasn't top 10 for at least one person who gave the list back. And then they said some good things about him. His status is cemented, top 10 guy, won the Super Bowl.
Even Chris Sims had him as top 10.
Even Chris Sims had him at 10. That's right. I think Pro Football Focus had him 5, Sims at 10, ESPN here at 9. Now, this is what they wrote, and this is kind of what I took as why he wasn't as high as maybe the other guys on the list. The question isn't whether Hurts belongs in the top 10. He undoubtedly does. It's whether he has the ability from the pocket to vault into the top 5 eventually, as his Super Bowl pedigree would suggest he could. All right, Rube, you heard the list. You heard who was in front of him. Just for to complete it, Baker Mayfield was 10. What do you make of the executive scouts, coaches ranking him 9th in the NFL?
Well, how many of the guys ahead of him have won a Super Bowl? That's my
Mahomes.
Mahomes has. Stafford has.
That's it.
And that's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what are we measuring here exactly? Stats, right? Passing stats, not rushing stats. I mean, that's just the sense that you have to be a big-time, 4,700-yard passer, 30 touchdown, whatever. That's not what being a quarterback is. And that's why these lists are always going to have Jalen too low, because you have to measure him in a different way. And you measure him by wins, but you measure him by – and look, his passing stats are really good for a guy who doesn't throw that much. I mean, his passer rating is one of the highest in the league last year. Then you throw in the rushing touchdowns. But people don't want to do that. They just want to make this a top 10 passers. And that's really what it is.
But Lamar is high. Right, and Lamar is not. I would like if you just asked me to rank the top 10 throwers in the NFL. Even though Lamar has improved a lot, I wouldn't put him like 2 or 3 or 4 in throwers. But I think Lamar is clearly a top 2 or 3 or 4
41
quarterback.
touchdowns last.
But that was compared to the rest of his career. That felt like that was different, right? Because typically he's been more in the 20s. More like I'd say before last year, Lamar was more like Jalen in terms of his production came running the ground, rushing touchdowns, and throwing. Last year, he evolved a little bit. But I mean, Lamar, I agree with some of your premise there, but Lamar is ranked very high for being a quarterback that is more like Jalen than he is, say, I don't know, Burrow, right?
Yeah.
Or Jared Goff.
He's also had, 7 years as a starter?
Yep. 18, he came in the league.
Yeah, I believe that's right. So, yeah, I can't explain that. I mean,
do you think it's disrespectful?
He's also, I mean, he hasn't been a great postseason player.
Lamar, he has not. No,
has not been a great postseason player. He's won three playoff games in 8 years.
Yeah, they won last year.
Jalen won 4 last year.
Yeah.
Jalen won more playoff games last year than Lamar Jackson's won in his career.
Do you think it is do you think they're just overlooking what he does, or is it they don't believe he's that good? Because a lot of people, when we brought the list up yesterday, people were upset. Like people feel like Jalen's being slighted.
Yeah, I don't think that's it. I think you made that point earlier. I don't think it's disrespect. I think it's just a different way of defining quarterback greatness. I think it's a different way of evaluating. It's more of a kind of, what's the word, anachronistic way of. It's just an old kind of obsolete way of measuring a quarterback.
How much of this is because he's on the best team? I think that to me feels like the hardest part to evaluate what Hurts compared to everybody else. Like if you're asking me to rank the quarterbacks and we're just doing resumes, well, we know who's won the Super Bowls, right? You just mentioned it. It's been Mahomes, it's been Jalen, and none of these other guys have won. But how much of that is because he's on the Eagles, right? Like if you take Lamar or Burrow or Allen or Mahomes, I think they win with last year's Eagles. I think all 4 of them win the Super Bowl with last year's Eagles. After that, it becomes a little bit more murky, right? Like those guys, would they win? I don't know. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. That's the Eagles being the best roster, I think makes it harder to evaluate Jalen Hurts.
But, I mean, if you watch this team every Sunday, you know what his value is and how much he had to do with those, all those wins. Where they win 18 games last year?
Yep.
So I just don't buy that. I don't buy that having good players around you has to be something that's held against you. So I mean, Joe Montana had Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Brent Jones.
But he also was
Roger
winning.
Craig.
He won the MVP of the league, right? Like he.
Yeah.
But
Randall should have won it at 90, by the way.
Yeah, but he didn't. But
No, that's a topic for another day.
Yes,
but,
it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really totally understand it. I know I'd have him a whole lot higher than 9th. I think it's really important for quarterbacks to win and to win in the postseason and to win Super Bowls. And Justin Herbert certainly has better weapons, as good weapons as Jalen does. I haven't seen him in any parades lately.
Well, he may have had better weapons. I don't think they do now. I mean, I don't even know who their receivers are right now. It's like,
well, yeah, but
early in his career he did,
Yeah.
and that's when he was putting up some numbers. I look at it like this: he's got the best team around him in the NFL. He's a good quarterback. But I don't think that's because they won the Super Bowl. I just put him in the top 4 or 5. To me, you got to play.
Well, no, not just because he won the Super Bowl. I mean, he played great. He was an MVP. He played great in the game. He played great down the stretch. Like you said, from week 5 on or week 6 after the bye, he was as good as any quarterback in the league.
Yeah, it did. And Serriani, there were some quotes that came out from Nick Seriani yesterday, and he spoke about how he thinks it's BS that people think he was carried. There was times during the season where it felt like they were not quarterback driven. Now, in the Super Bowl, he played great. In the title game, he played great. Would you agree with that? It didn't feel like this was a quarterback-driven thing for portions of the season.
Well, I mean, you have a guy rushing for 2,000 yards.
Right.
It's going to seem that way.
Yeah, well, but it was that way, wasn't it?
But, there are games where Saquon ran 26 times for 160 yards, and Jalen played really well.
Mm-hmm. Like I'd say the Rams game and the first Rams game.
Yeah.
And I thought Jalen played well that game. But Saquon stole the show. 215-592-9494. All right, your top 5s here. Does Jalen Hurts belong? Top 5 of the last 25 years in an Eagles uniform. He's not on my list. He is on Ruben's. He is on Kyle's. Where do you come down? Jay in Philly's up. Hey, Jay.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Jay. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man. So it's so funny, man. Yesterday I didn't get on, but me and Kyle were talking, and I was like, hey, man, thinking about your top 5 quarterbacks of all time. and you tell me one that didn't have a stacked team. Top 5 quarterbacks, every one that you probably going to think about had a stacked team. And I'm not going to compare stats because eras is different. But you look at 49ers, Montana left, they still won championships, man. So things like that. But anyway, I do think it's a little disrespectful because you got guys like Herbert. Rube, man, I love Rube. Rube's making a lot of my points. He looks great, but he's not a winner. Look at his last playoff game, man. It was horrible. My man has never had a playoff game like that. So he looked horrible in a playoff game.
So Jay, I agree with
four interceptions in Houston, right?
Of all the things that I saw of that list yesterday we just ran through, Herbert's the one where I just don't know how you could put him ahead of Jalen right now. I'm with you on that because of exactly what you said. I mean, he's played really bad in the playoffs. And it's not just one game. Like one game you might say, it was a fluke, but he's had multiple playoff games where he's stunk it up, and they blew that big lead to Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence a few years ago. So I'm with you on the Herbert thing.
What about Jaden Daniels?
Early in his career, he had crazy talent, offense and defensive side of the ball, and he wasn't winning anything.
Jaden Daniels,
prototypical size is what they say, and arm strength. And as long as you have that, these evaluators go crazy. And guess what? Even though they polled a bunch of guys, how many of those guys that have those jobs right now will have those jobs for 5 years down the line? Everybody in the NFL who works for the NFL is not great at their job, obviously.
Well, that's for sure. That's for sure. Yep.
Yeah. So hey, man, who are these guys? They're guys who won't even be there another year or two. So, hey, whatever. So my man, I could replace him with guys who may be better passers, but guess what? They don't have the presence. So when Saquon is running for 2,000 yards, you got to account for Jalen in the run game. If you got a statue back there who just hands the ball off and throws the ball, man, defenses play that guy differently, man. So I don't think you can just throw a guy who throws the ball better in there and definitely say that. Maybe he's a gunslinger and he makes more mistakes and we don't win games,
Maybe. But Jay, do you think let's just use the top 4 guys. I agree with you on maybe Goff or Herbert or Stafford. I agree there. Maybe they wouldn't have won. If they had Lamar or Allen or Burrow or Mahomes, do you think the Eagles win the Super Bowl? I do.
So I'll say this. Josh Allen just stopped being a turnover machine. So in a tight game, Josh Allen, he had plenty of games where he threw for a lot of yards and he threw for touchdowns, but he also may have a fumble and an interception in a bad spot, man. So that's why, man, every sport has a lot of good guys, great guys who don't win championships. And lots of times it's because of them. So Josh Allen just stopped being a turnover machine. Would you agree with that?
I would. Yeah, he has gotten better at that. The one thing he has stopped being a turnover machine, and you could say for a lot of their careers, Hurts was better at protecting the football than Allen. The one thing Allen is better than Hurts at is he doesn't take sacks. I wish Jalen took less sacks because it feels like he takes a lot considering we don't throw the ball that much. We can't take 7 sacks in a playoff game.
Well, teams don't rush him that much, too, because they like, hey, especially up until last year, they like, man, if we sit back, this dude will throw us the ball.
Well, yeah, it could be.
So we got to include these.
I mean, Josh Allen only had 6 interceptions last year.
Yeah. And how many sacks did he take? 10, 12?
14 all year.
That's why I said last year turned things around. But if we go the last 3 years before that, he was a turnover machine.
Yep.
So, hey, this is what it is. So I would say my man could definitely replace, he can't just be replaced by guys who throw the ball better, man. It might not work. But I love to hate because I think that they need a chip on their shoulder after winning. So, players see that and they're like, man, my guy shouldn't be very nice. So I love the fact that we got chips on our shoulders, and I do think that we'll be back in the Super Bowl this year again. And I don't have Jalen in my top 5 Eagles of the quarter of the century yet, just because I need a couple more years. But I feel like that about Saquon, too. I got Deshaun over Saquon right now. Like, he hasn't done enough as an Eagle. So that's where I'm at with it, man. And I can't wait for the next list in a couple more years, man. Man, that list is going to be way harder and crazier.
Well, I will, especially if Jalen keeps winning. Jay, good phone call. Ruben, you mentioned there, Jay brought a lot of good stuff there. You mentioned during his call, because he was going through some of the guys that kind of annoyed him, right, on that list, the ESPN list, and Herbert was one of them. And I think a lot of us are kind of aligned on the Herbert thing, where he's obviously talented, and he's had a great start to his career, as that whole 2020 draft class has, but Herbert struggled in the postseason. Where are you on Jaden Daniels? Because that's the one yesterday that caught my attention the most, because he is obviously convinced people in the NFL after just 1 year that he is special. Because typically you don't get put in the top 5 after 1 year. Are you buying the Daniels thing, first of all, at number 5, but then just long-term, because it's obviously something the Eagles have to deal with? How good do you think he is?
It's a great question. He was really impressive last year. Did a lot of things well for a young kid, a rookie. Obviously came out of LSU really prepared for the NFL. But, I mean, to call him number 5 after 1 year, you look at the NFC Championship game. I mean, they weren't competitive in that game. Obviously, a lot had to do with the Eagles. But
yeah, well, his teammates also fumbled, 2 or 3 times? There was a kickoff. It was the one he threw to the flat who was it, Reed that knocked it out? Yeah. Or no, it was Bond knocked it out and Reed picked it up?
I think so, yeah. I think Quignon picked him off in that game. Look, he's really good. But I can't. And going into Detroit and winning that game was impressive. But, I mean, gosh. I'm certainly not ready to put him number 5. Played well in both in the first. I think they beat Tampa down there. Yep. Played well down there. So he's impressive. He'd be in my top 10. Certainly wouldn't have him above Jalen, though.
So I think
would you have him above Jalen?
I would. Yeah. Well, so I guess here's the question: are we talking about the resumes? Because then it's Jalen, or are we talking about like if I could start a team right now, who would I pick? I'd pick Daniels. I think Daniels will be better for the next 7 years than Hurts will be.
He's what, 3 years younger? Probably. I think he's 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably take Jalen. I've seen Jalen win a Super Bowl. I've seen it. I've seen him go to 2 and play well in both of them. Obviously, the fumble was unfortunate in the first one. But I haven't seen Jaden Daniels. I can't put him ahead of him.
I think the question that's going to be obviously for the Eagles in this division is, before the show, Kyle brought up C.J. Stroud, right? C.J. Stroud a year ago was a rookie, had a special year, and then took a step back. Is he going to be more? Is Daniels more like C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love, who bursts on the scene and then, not bad, but kind of levels off? Or, I mean, Lamar and Mahomes burst on the scene and they never left. We all need to hope that he's more C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love, because if he's Lamar or Mahomes, and Mahomes might be too much to expect, but if he's Lamar, the Eagles have their first real challenge in the NFC East that is going to be a problem for years to come. We've never dealt with an MVP.
Well, Daniel Jones. Come on now.
and Dak was good, but we haven't dealt with an MVP caliber quarterback in this division. I mean, I can't remember the last time.
Yeah, and they had to deal with one in the NFC Championship game and beat him by 30 points.
They did, yeah. But he was a rookie.
He was a rookie. I like that. I like the fact that I want good quarterbacks in the NFC East. I want good competition.
Well, it makes the games feel bigger.
Yeah, it does. And I'm really curious to see that. I think he'll be better than who did you who are your
Stroud and Love flew high and then leveled off a little bit. I think he's going to be better than both those guys.
I do too. But I also think that I don't think last year will be like a typical year for him. I'm not sure he'll be able to play at that level once teams have more of a book on him and film. I could be wrong. He's definitely talented. He's definitely got something special. Worry about him getting hurt the way he plays and with his stature. You wonder about that. He's certainly an exciting player. So can't wait to see. Can't wait to see those 2 games. Are going to be a lot of fun.
Are they both at the end of the season? I think Eagles Commanders.
They are.
I think this is 2 of the last 3 weeks are Eagles Commanders. Now I'm trying to remember the schedule in my head from when it came out.
It's like Commanders, Bills, Commanders, and then the playoffs.
I hate that.
And the last one probably won't mean anything. One of them will have number 1 seed locked up.
You might be right.
Probably the Eagles. I hope the Buffalo game means something because they never play Buffalo.
Well, that could be for the number 1 seed in either conference. That could be one of the biggest games of the season.
Or one or both. I mean, hard to imagine the Bills would have clinched number 1 seed at that point.
But they could clinch it that night.
They could.
Or a day, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's a 4:25 game.
Yeah, I think it'll be a huge game. Let's go to Dell and Germantown.
You want to see Josh Allen versus Jalen.
Of course,
I mean, that you don't see that very much.
You do not. Dell and Germantown. What's up, Dell?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, buddy?
Man, I just wanted to say, all right, so basically I heard y'all say something about Jalen really getting the W's because it's the Eagles, but I just wanted y'all to know, like, I think for building that team, because he did know A.J. Brown since, like, high school or something like that. Devontae Smith, he played with them. I feel like he kind of got that LeBron effect a little bit where, like, he could get certain players over there. So, like, it ain't, like, I get that we got a super team and we got the best roster, but Jalen did help get that done.
So I'll say a couple of things. I mean, I think Howie's the reason they have this roster. But, Del, Jalen working out as a second-round pick and being as cheap as he was before this next the contract he's on now, did allow Howie the ability to go get all those players, right? Like if Jalen being good, he was cheap and A.J. Brown was available. Boom, go get A.J. Some teams can't do that, right? If you're overpaying a quarterback or your quarterback you pay a lot's not worth it. So I see your point on that. I mean, I think Howie gets the most credit for building the team. He's built the team. But, yeah, Jalen working out as a second-round pick changed the math here.
And look, I've watched the Super Bowl. I watch that game every other day. And the mic'd up version, you hear Jalen say, "Yeah, I told you we was going to do this when I made that call." And then when Devontae Smith first became an Eagle and was taking his first pictures, guess who was there? Jalen.
Yep.
Like, he helped get this done. And like Jalen,
well, he drafted him. It's not like he was a free agent who came here to be with Jalen, but
yeah. So and like when A.J. Brown came to the team, there's a viral clip of them two on the phone laughing together. Like that's the help of Jalen. And Jalen.
Well, and that was a trade, so it's not like he signed here because of Jalen. No. But I do think that what this team is and what Howie has built, and Jalen's certainly a huge part of that, it makes it a place that free agents want to come. I mean, why wouldn't you? You have a chance to win. You're going to get a good contract. You're going to be in a good city. So
you also got to remember that A.J. Brown's favorite team is the Patriots, so he could have went there too.
Well, he was traded here, but the Eagles. I think the biggest thing, and Del, good phone call. The biggest thing there, Rube, was if the Eagles had a higher priced quarterback at that point, they probably don't have the ability to trade for and pay a wide receiver $100 million. Yeah,
no question about it. I mean, they have a high-priced quarterback now, and they couldn't even keep Kenny Gainwell.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, I think Jalen. Some people like to say Jalen is the reason for all this. I mean, the Eagles have had a good infrastructure for 25 years. But Jalen working out at the time he did in that draft as a second-round pick opened this up. Like it allowed Howie and the Eagles to create what could become a dynasty and was the best team in pro football. 215-592-9494. All right, we got a lot to react to here. With Jalen Hurts being ranked number 9 by executives, coaches, scouts around the NFL. Is it disrespectful, frustrating? Where do you come down on it? Plus, top 5 Eagles the last 25 years. Who is on your list? Does Jalen Hurts belong? He's not there for me yet. I don't know if either him or Donovan. I went all non-quarterbacks. Who's on your list? Does Jalen Hurts belong? And we'll get to one Eagle acting a bit strangely and may have found his way out of consideration totally. We got to hear this coming up. Plus, we need to talk about where, if at all, Hugh Douglas fit into the conversation when we were discussing the list this morning.
Let me check my list.
Yeah, did you go to how many? 50, 25? How many names before we got to Hugh Douglas on our list of the best Eagles in the last 25 years? That's all next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Kick off summer at Conicelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conicelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conicelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conicelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conicelli is a nice place to do business.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius Pennsylvania's choice in roofing. See website for details.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony LaBello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The SEC is still dragging its feet on a 9-game conference schedule, but the stakes are growing. With the college football playoff format in flux, the Big Ten's made it clear they don't want expansion unless the SEC and ACC play 9 conference games too. But this isn't just about who plays who. It's about control, leverage, and shaping what the next era of college football looks like. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens. And that is gone! Sports Radio 94.
It is quarter century week midday show. Reuben Frank in for Hugh Douglas today. And Hugh's going to come up in this segment because we were wondering where he falls in the top Eagles of the last 25 years. But, all right, so, before the show today, we were going through our list, and I have Lane, Doc, Kelsey, Fletcher, BG as my top 5 last 25 years. Reuben had both Donovan and Hurts on his list. I don't have Hurts. Does he belong in the top 5 last 25? But, Reuben, we were discussing the list. We had all these names of these guys, like, do they belong or how close are they? And I think I said, we're not that far away from A.J. Brown forcing his way into this conversation. He's had an incredible first few years here in Philadelphia, obviously a couple Super Bowl trips, a championship, and he's one of the best players in his position in the NFL. And then Kyle was like, did you hear that A.J. thing last week? And I was like, no, I missed it. So apparently A.J. Brown wants us to start having a nickname for him and like chants at the games. Let's hear some of this. A.J. Brown on what we should be yelling when he scores.
So I was just thinking, because football season is approaching and I want to get the fans involved. So I'm like, man, what can I do to get the fans involved? And I was just thinking, like, right. So when Coop makes a play, he does a celebration, which is lit. And everybody be like, cool, right? I'm just thinking, what can I say? What can they say for me when I make a play or I make a touchdown, right? 1K. Because I thought about Brown, and Brown don't sound right. Brown. Like, that ain't it, right? So it got to be like 1K. It got to be, right? And I'm just thinking, like,
oh, my gosh, it's awful.
1K. Like, something. Like, I'm just trying to get the fans involved, but you all let me know what you think, man. We can come up with something, man. I don't know if this one will stick, but let me know.
So I'm open to suggestions. 1K is not going to work, though. No. Also, when do you chant 1K? His first catch of the year, or when he gets close to 1,000 yards? I mean, why are we chanting 1K when he's at 300 yards in the end of September? I don't understand. Also, isn't AJ good enough? He has a nickname already. It's AJ.
To bring back the AJ chants from the AJ Feely days.
Yeah, there we go. Could do that.
Were there those chants?
Well, when McNabb played badly.
AJ, yeah.
You should go back in the archives and find those.
I've been in the stadium for one of those before.
Have you?
Yeah,
you started it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Do we think AJ Brown
needs
a nickname? I'm good with AJ.
Well, it is his nickname.
That's what I mean. What's his name? Arthur Juan?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think
it is Arthur Juan.
Arthur Juan Brown, yeah.
Well, maybe that could be the chant. Arthur Juan. Arthur Juan.
His real name is
his
the
real
nickname.
name.
Well, he has another suggestion for what to chant.
What do we have more? Let's hear.
How about AO for always open?
No.
So AO, AO, like that'll be lit. I like that.
If they got Freddie in there, he could get it started.
I actually think AO is better than 1K. At least there's something to that. You know who would really appreciate the AO? Jalen Hurts, if he's not throwing the ball. We're all chanting AO. He's open, throw him the ball. Rube, I don't think he needs a nickname.
Well, and just conceptually, like, who comes up with their own nickname?
A.J. Brown. You think he's bored and is ready for training camp?
I think he is.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Likely. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, A.J.'s fine. It works.
It works perfectly.
Well, the only other guy I can think of that tried to come up with his own nickname was Russell Wilson.
Hey guys, Russell here. Yes, the typical boring, Russell, the robot Russell, the one you guys love to know.
Bad.
Real exciting. Yeah, I'm real exciting. But anyways, everybody has to have an alter ego, right? And I've been thinking about what my alter ego would be, and I think I have an alter ego. His name's Mr. Unlimited. Yeah, you got to be unlimited. You got to have a thought process of being unlimited. So when people ask you,
I can't even take it anymore.
Wow.
Earlier we were
Freddie
talking.
Mitchell gave himself like 9 nicknames.
Yeah, he did.
Right?
It's never a good sign when you give
He
yourself
came up
nicknames.
with Fred X. Came up with, all of them.
So we were discussing
remember.
earlier how early in Russell Wilson's career he looked like a Hall of Famer and it fell off.
Yeah.
That was the moment where I decided he wasn't going to make the Hall of Fame. That ended his
We
candidacy
can't
right
let
there.
Jalen become that.
No, we and I don't think he will. I doubt he'll ever put
That
a
was
video out
really
like that.
him?
Oh, that was Russell Wilson. Yeah, that was. Yeah. And that was also A.J. Brown. The more I hear it, the AOK is or AO is not terrible. I don't think it's going to work. It's not going to stick. Yeah. But the 1K thing doesn't just make any sense at all. Who's thinking that as they watch him?
The whole idea is just desperate. Like, what are you doing?
Also, he's been here for years. He's been to the Super Bowl twice. Now we're going to do a nickname.
Yeah, it's got to happen naturally.
It does. It's not going to work out.
Got to be organic, right?
It does. All right. So speaking of things working out, at one point early in the beginning of the 2000s, you may have thought that one day Hugh Douglas would be a top 5 Eagle of the 25 years. I think we all realize he's not. Ruben, how many names until you got to Hugh Douglas's name? 20, 30, 25?
Yeah,
10?
The thing about Hugh, and I covered all of Hugh's games here, and all he had a really good year in '98.
He did.
And that hurts him because he doesn't get credit for that.
Doesn't count.
12.5 sacks, made the Pro Bowl.
Sorry, Hugh.
So he only had 2 double-digit sack seasons after 2000. And he was really good. He had some injuries. He also had a 9-sack season. I mean, he made 3 Pro Bowls since 2000. So he'd be in the mix, probably top 25.
Top 25 of the last 25. We could sneak Hugh in there?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let me look at mine. So I have the 5 here, 6, 7, 8, Deshaun 9. I wrote AJ 10. I think you're about right on that. So I probably wrote down 20 names, no Hugh Douglas. If we keep working through it a little bit, I think it's fair. I mean, we could put up a poll. Does Hugh Douglas deserve any consideration for a top 5 Eagle over the last 25 years? I want to see where the people come in on this. 215-592-9494. Mario in Pottstown. Hey, Mario.
Hey, what's up? How you guys doing? Hope you're having a good week.
Oh, we are, Mario. What's up, buddy? What are you thinking?
So I'm thinking, obviously, Jalen Hurts should definitely be on there. I was also thinking about another list, too, of what if we did, like, staff? Like, just Eagle staff, top 5. We have Big Dom on there, do you think?
You know what? Now he might be. So who do you... Eagle staff right now, Serriani, Fangio, Petula.
Just team employees. I don't know enough about Petula yet as play caller.
Yeah, Petula hasn't coached the game.
We're doing quarter century staff?
I mean...
Jim Johnson, Andy, and
Joe, how about
Joe Banner.
How about current staff? Howie, Sirianni, Fangio.
Does Lurie count?
Lurie, Big Dom.
I think Big Dom should be on there because, I mean, he actually really fills a important role of, kind of going through the...
Well, he has a headset now, too.
The draft picks, and he's a coach.
Yeah. Wait, he's a coach?
Well, he's on the coaching staff.
Wait, we might have left off... Did we leave off Stoutland?
We did.
He got to be on.
Yeah.
Sure.
So sorry, Big Dom.
Yeah.
Apologize.
He'd have to be on there. You can't keep...
Wait, who's Stout or Big Dom?
Big Dom's got to be on there.
Over Stout?
Wow. No, yeah.
No,
maybe not. Now, who do you have?
Sirianni, Fangio, Howie.
Yeah.
So we
Lurie,
Stoutland.
Yeah.
There's no spot for Big Dom.
No, I guess not.
Yeah, he gets these 6.
Big Dom or Sirianni, who makes the list? Oh, we're not knocking off Lurie or Howie, right? Like Fangio. Those are important. I'm just saying. Go ahead, Mario.
And then I was wondering, too, I was thinking, where do you guys rank Michael Vick at? I haven't heard his name pop up at all on this radio station at all, one time. Would you guys rank him? Is he even in the top 25?
20. Well, that's so if we went all the way to 25, if we played it out, his 2010 year.
That was it.
That was it. But it was electric. I mean, for a short burst, it was as electric as any quarterback play we've seen.
Till he tried to throw the ball to Riley Cooper with Tramon Williams covered him in the end zone on 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line.
I remember watching that game thinking the winner of this game could get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And obviously Green Bay did, and the Eagles did not. But that game was close, Ruben. The Eagles could have won that game.
They should have won it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mary, he was awesome. I just think he didn't do it for long enough. Even if he had one more year, I think it would have been something to kind of get our mind going on it.
Yeah.
20 and 20 as the Eagles quarterback. Hey, it was exciting. Top 5 exciting players. He put them on there.
Yep.
But yeah.
those were my two big ones, and I just want to say I'm a big Giants fan, so go Big Blue. You guys are going to have a problem this year.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Mario.
Wow. I'm over here in Philly, so.
Mario, how many games are they going to win? 3, 4, 5?
How about you going to get to sleep tonight?
No, we're going to the Super Bowl this year, guys.
Mario. Russell Wilson is the quarterback right now. Mario, we appreciate it. It's the one thing that with the Giants, like it's been years since you even considered them. Even the year they played here 3 years ago now in the playoffs, I didn't even consider them a threat in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't been a threat in 15 years. A legitimate threat in 15 years.
Yeah.
Right, that was the last Super Bowl, 11,
2011.
10, yeah, whatever that was.
And they were a wild card team.
Yeah.
They weren't even a great team.
Where were they in 13?
13? I think they were like a middling team. 2013, you're saying?
Yeah, I thought there was a year they had like Brandon Marshall and OBJ and.
Oh, the 16 of the boat.
Maybe 16.
The boat.
Okay.
Ben
Yeah,
McAdoo.
okay, that was 16.
They were a playoff team that year, right? That was
11-5.
That was Wentz's first year. Wentz and Doug's first year.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the Eagles beat him here on a Thursday night late in the season. It was I remember the game well. Wentz played really well and had a run late in the game. I think the Eagles either won or lost close.
Yeah, 11-5. It was the boat year, and they lost in the wild card round.
Maybe the Eagles lost the game here late, but it was pretty close. They played them tight. Dwayne in Pensacola. What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up, Dwayne?
Good, Dwayne. What's up?
Hey, I want to push back on one thing. First of all, if you'd allow me, I'd like to thank all of the WIP listeners who are disabled veterans. Just had them on my mind. Going back to what you said about a quarterback in the division that wasn't MVP caliber.
Yeah, like the last time we had to deal, like the Eagles had to deal with an MVP caliber quarterback in the division. It's been, I can't think of one. I mean,
I can tell you 2 years ago it was Dak Prescott. I believe he came second in the voting overall, and he lost it in the last few weeks.
Okay, you're right. He did have a very good year. I guess I never think of him that way in totality. But you're right. You're right. 2 years ago, he had a very good season.
He really did. Now, to the question at hand was, where do we place what the conversation was about the quarterbacks, right?
Well, yeah. Does Jalen Hurts belong in the top 5 Eagles last 25 years?
I would say give him a couple more years, definitely. Because, once again, the longevity, what he's done is unmistakable. I always thought highly of him. I happen to be a Cowboy fan, but we talking about football talk, so let's keep it like that. And, yeah, I think if he keeps doing what he's been doing, I think Jalen Hurts has been a victim of the syndrome of winning, not in spite of, but because of mentality. Like you said, for the last few years, the Eagles have been viewed as a predominant power in the NFL and going into the season again. So I think somehow to the powers that be, that has a factor. If it's right or wrong.
I think it does. I think it gets in people's heads that this team around him is great, so he doesn't have to generally be great to win. Whether that's true or not, and Dwayne, we appreciate the phone call, I think it gets in people's heads when they make these lists. By the way, early voting, does Hugh Douglas deserve consideration for the top 10 Eagles of the quarter century? Kyle, I'm seeing more yes votes than I anticipated.
I was
31% yes?
That's a lot of yeses.
No
for you.
shot.
Hugh's not here today. You don't need to kiss his ass.
Yeah. And we'll tell him what everyone said, and he's probably listening wherever
he is.
is.
He's been texting in.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he's got
trying to come up with a list of 25 who would be ahead of him.
I think we could do it.
I'm
All
up
right,
to
hold on.
25 defenders? I got 21.
All right, so I'm going to throw some names out. You tell me if they're already on your list.
Shady's on the list.
Obviously, Peter. Deshaun?
Yes.
A.J. Brown?
Yes.
Malcolm?
Yes.
Trent Cole?
Yes.
Ertz?
Yes.
Foles? Foles has to be
I don't
over.
have him on the list, but he's got to be on here. Sorry, Hugh.
T.O.
T.O. That's a funny one because, they weren't exactly best of friends. Hugh, what do you think? Should I put T.O.? Yeah, I put T.O. ahead of him.
Didn't you punch T.O. in the face in the locker room?
Saquon.
I can't put him on yet. Oh, top 25? Yeah, let's do it.
Slay.
Slay's on the list.
So what are we at? Like in the 20s?
That's like 26.
Oh, so then Hugh's not a top 25 Eagle last 25 years.
Hugh.
Poor guy. He's getting cooked.
I got Westbrook, AJ, Cole, Brandon Brooks, Troy Vincent.
Brandon Brooks is over Hugh. Sorry, Hugh. I mean, it's just
Sproles.
Sproles is not over Hugh.
Oh, yeah. Sproles was fun, though.
Sproles is fun. I mean, wait a second.
Sproles is pretty good
Here's
for some bad teams.
The sack on Sean King was in the 2000s. I mean, Sproles doesn't have that moment. I mean, like, just that, I got to put him over Darren Sproles.
Right,
when was the last time you heard the cut of Madden and Summerall? Or do we have Merrill? We have Madden.
It's Madden and Summerall.
Madden and Summerall describing the hit on Sean King. Have you heard it recently?
I have not heard it recently.
Yeah, let's hear it.
King drops the throw. And is hit just as he let the ball go, or did he let it go? This might be the Eagles' ball. I think it is. I'll tell you, Hugh Douglas came from that backside and really unloaded on Sean King. George Hegeman is number 78. He's pointing the other way, hoping it is that ball. It's the Philadelphia Eagles' ball. Because that was his man.
For two things every time we play it. One, I love Madden and Summerall, just hearing them again. Two, the roar of the vet is so loud in that cut.
Yeah.
It just like stands out.
And Madden got a little excited.
Yeah, it's an all-time call.
My favorite Hugh Douglas moment was in the Chicago playoff game in 01 on Jim Miller. It was when Jim Miller, Jim Miller, right?
Yeah,
he got picked off by Damon Moore.
Yeah, and then Hugh buried him in the ground.
And Hugh's quote was, "I told him don't move. He moved. The rest is history."
Yes.
It's poetic. It's just beautiful.
It sounds like if you asked me to describe what Hugh may have said in that moment, that it would have been something like that.
I told him don't move.
And he moved.
He moved.
And it's one of those NFL plays that is so it like shows the difference of the game now. I just don't think a defensive end takes a quarterback out like that these days. They just probably don't even look at him.
Well, he got fined for that, and then he appealed it and won, and they rescinded the fine.
That also sounds like Hugh trying to get his money back.
That's right.
Yeah, upset he lost money. That sounds just like the Hugh Douglas I know. Jason's in Swedesboro. What's up, Jason?
Hey, what's going on, Joe?
Hey, Jason. What's up?
Listen, I know you guys are a bit confused, about Jalen being on 9, but I'm not confused when it said, GMs, analysts, and scouts and all that, because, guys, majority of GMs don't win a Super Bowl. I mean, how many GMs got 2 Super Bowls? How many got 1? Am I surprised that they don't know how to evaluate a quarterback to win them a Super Bowl?
Well, but
no.
But maybe they do know what they're evaluating. Like they're not dummies. I mean, just because they don't win the Super Bowl doesn't mean they're dummies.
Sure, Joe?
Well, it depends.
Joe.
Some teams have dummies running the team, but for the most part, these guys are pretty smart.
See, I don't know. I think we've got the benefit of having Howie Roseman for so long that we really, truly forget what a dumb GM looks like. Like, we can look at Daryl Morey. We've got him in our city. Like, we can admit to ourselves that even though these people have college degrees in these fields and they've been experienced, they're not the smartest at what they do. They just have a lot of networking ability. They have a good name, and they've done things before.
So
I think Jason's on something. Hey, go ahead.
But can I just present maybe an alternative way of thinking?
Yeah, obviously.
Could you consider maybe they're dumb? Like you're right. Maybe some of these GMs are just not good, and these scouts are not good at what they do. But there's also the element of maybe like we're living in it. We love Jalen Hurts. He won the Super Bowl, and we want to believe he's higher than the people in the NFL do. You see that side of it too?
I can see that side of it too. But I could see that if it was like the only one above him was like Jaden Daniels and like Matt Stafford, because those are 2 quarterbacks that I could see GMs going like, yeah, those are 2 quarterbacks I could see more likely winning a Super Bowl.
So what is it? Herbert? Is it Herbert the one that has you?
It's Herbert. It's Herbert and Goff.
The Herbert one. Let me present it this way. I think the Herbert one, I understand your gripe. I will say, last year for the majority of the season, I thought Goff played better. Now, Goff played bad in the playoff game, right? He got picked off once or twice, and they got knocked out. And Jalen obviously won the Super Bowl. But I thought the regular season last year, Goff was very good. I don't think it's crazy if we're basing it on the last year's regular season. Goff was in the MVP discussion.
I want to bring up one game for Jared Goff, which pretty much threw him out of the MVP.
The five pick game against the
Houston game.
But it wasn't the fact that he threw the 5 picks. It was the fact that he threw the 5 picks and they won.
Yeah.
I was like, you can't be MVP if you're winning and you throw 5 picks. It's very clear your team is the reason you're winning and it's not you. Like, people want to talk about, Jalen had Saquon. They don't want to talk about how Jared Goff had David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs behind a phenomenal.
Jason, I actually think they're similar, and they're stylistically different, right? Like Jalen's a runner and Goff's like the classic pocket guy. But I actually think they're similar. I think they're both really good. I think that you could win with both of them. You have to have a different style team. And clearly they both play with really good teams right now. Like a lot around them, O-line, running game. I actually think that those two should be ranked near each other, whether it's like 5 or 6, 6 or 7.
If Jalen Hurts had 3 interceptions in his one playoff game and they lost at home,
oh, my God, he'd be crucified.
He wouldn't be in the top 10. Jared Goff throws 3 interceptions at home as the number 1 seed against Washington.
Yep, Ruben.
And he's ahead of Jalen. It makes no sense.
Now, just before I'm done, just real quick on Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Jared Goff go to a Super Bowl, and he scored 3 points. We've seen Jalen go to a Super Bowl twice, and he scored 35-plus both times. That's all I got to say when it comes to who I want Jared Goff.
Yeah, he did not play well in that Super Bowl against the Patriots in 18.
You got it, Jason. We appreciate it. So when I did my list, I ranked Hurts right above Goff. But I think there's something to both of them play on really good teams. Right? Like, you can make the case they're not the best player on their own teams, maybe their own offenses. Like you could say Gibbs is the best player in Detroit now, or Brown's obviously a great receiver. And I could see them playing this year in the postseason. The Lions come here, I think, in November. That's going to be a huge game. I actually think those two near each other on the list is interesting to me. The Herbert thing is what I think bothers the most people, because he's stunk in 2 playoff games. And I think there's a perception that Herbert's great, and he hasn't accomplished really much at all yet.
Yeah. No, he's never won a playoff game. I think for me, I would have Jalen ahead of Goff, Herbert, and Jaden Daniels. Those are the 3.
You'd have them 5 then.
Yeah.
But do we all? I think there's an agreement that the top 4, in whatever order you want to put them, have done it for a long enough time that they're the 4 best quarterbacks.
Yeah. Goff's he's going to be 31. In October.
Yep.
Like, he's not a kid. I don't know. His best days could well be.
He was drafted with Wentz.
Yeah.
I mean, right, they were 1 and 2.
16. Yeah.
I do wonder how he ages. I mean, you would think he'd age okay,
Wentz
right?
is still playing well.
Well, Wentz is not aged well.
What's he up to?
We don't know. Let's go to. So Frank in Philly said he was there for the huge sack of Sean King. What's up, Frank?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was there in that game. I was one of probably, 2,000 that were there intermittently. And, yeah, when that sack happened, you had everybody that was an Eagles fan standing up, and we were getting taunted a little bit by the Bears fans. One of the biggest things I remember is riding the bus into Soldier Field. I had a 9-year-old kid staring at me, and I had my Eagles hat on. And he just gave me the dirtiest look. And I looked at him, I said, buddy, I get it. I totally get it. And I appreciated him for giving me that look, actually.
That's amazing you were there. Because, we could talk about all the games here in Philadelphia. But to be there at that Soldier Field game, that was the day that it felt like the Eagles went to a different level with Reed. Right? They got to the title game. They beat the Bears in Chicago. Hugh Berry's Jim Miller.
Yeah, I was at that point, and I was like, I got to get tickets to this game. And the tickets then were, I sat 5-10 rows in the end zone, and it was like $200 a ticket. I drove out overnight, 10.5 hours, stayed overnight, had lunch, came back home. And
it was super cold that day.
It was the coldest I've ever been in my life.
That was a Saturday afternoon playoff?
It was late afternoon.
Yeah.
And I believe that's when they started dismantling the stadium right after the game.
Oh, wow.
Because they played the next year in Champaign.
Yep.
Yeah. In fact, they were already working on it when we left the stadium. Wow. They were already drilling and hammering.
That's wild. Frank, you have Hurts as a top 5 Eagle last 25 years?
Yeah, I do. I don't know how Jay doesn't have Dawkins. I think he's a little bit crazy having Shady on his list. I mean, I'm a little torn between the offensive line people. Like when you look at Runyon was a big part of those teams back in those years. You got to look at Kelsey. I don't look at Fletch. I look at Lane if I look at anything, but we can't be like the afternoon show and throw in the offensive line as one category.
No, Frank, I can't. I still can't believe they did that. It was such a cop-out to the top 11. You can't do that.
Yeah, for sure. And you got to give people their rights. And, while we had a lot of good players on those teams, and, T.O. unfortunately was only here a couple of years, and, you got to look at Westbrook, too. I mean, Westbrook was a huge part of those teams. So if anybody, I put Westbrook in the top 5 with Hurts, McNabb, and you got to go Kelsey, and you got to go Dawkins. I mean, that would be my top 5 if I was looking at it.
That's a unique one. Frank appreciate. He went more offense.
No lane,
but he went with the skill guys. And the first time Westbrook's name came up, Westbrook obviously didn't have a super long run. Most running backs don't, but he had some special seasons.
He sure did.
Yeah.
Runyon's a name I didn't have on. So Runyon's now in the top 25, so he just knocked you out.
I don't even know if he was going to be top 30 by the end of the show. We got Westbrook. We got Runyon. You had Trey in there?
I got Trey. Trey's another one, man. He was great.
Yes.
98 now. He was drafted in 98, but he made 3 Pro Bowls since 2000. He was a really good player.
Yeah, Hugh's in trouble on this list. The
You got to ding him for having one of his best seasons before the quarter century.
You do?
Not smart football.
And the year in Jacksonville.
Should have saved it.
The gap year in Jacksonville kills him. Right?
It really
because
does,
he wasn't part of the 03 Eagles that got back to the title game. He was hanging out in Jacksonville for a year.
You can't take a gap year in Jacksonville.
You cannot, and still make this list.
Just can't do anything for us.
215-592-9494.
Made some money, though.
That's why he went. All right, top 5 Eagles last 25 years. Who's on your list? It's quarter century week, and does Jalen Hurts belong? A lot of great Eagles to pick from. We want 5+. When we come back, we'll go on a blind date with a Phillies trade candidate as we try to finish the Phillies roster. Kyle will throw numbers and a profile at us, and we'll say, do we want this player or not on the Phils? That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
Join us for Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame night as we honor legends Jimmy Rollins and Ed Wade on Friday, August 1st when the Phils host the Tigers at 6:45. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com. The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com.
Get ready, South Jersey. Forest River by Camping World is celebrating their grand opening. All weekend, find incredible deals on a huge selection of products. Plus, meet WIP's Devin Caney Saturday from 11 to 1. That's Forest River by Camping World's grand opening, Route 73 in Berlin.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Another city worker strike avoided as Mayor Parker and DC 47 say they've reached a tentative 3-year contract. Last night's storms causing dozens of delays and cancellations at Philadelphia International, and homeless cats and dogs from flood-ravaged Texas are up for adoption at the Brandywine Valley SPCA.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
He has a no-trade clause.
He does have a no-trade clause.
What kind of dumb team's giving this guy a no-trade clause?
But
I mean, he was an All-Star last year. When did he sign the contract?
It was it was 2023. So the year before he was an All-Star. So they got pretty good. At least they thought.
Right.
Last season they got pretty good value out of that. He's not making like a ton of money. It's just a pretty long extension. Now he had said that he would waive his no-trade clause, but not for these teams. The Yankees, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Blue Jays, the Giants, and the Padres.
So he doesn't want to win?
Well,
I mean, they're mostly good teams.
That either says something about those teams or it says something about the Phillies that he doesn't view us as a serious contender.
Wait, so he would?
He would waive it for the Phillies. I mean, he did not at least put us on that list.
That's what I mean. But the teams he doesn't want to go to mostly are pretty good.
Yankees, Dodgers, Mets, Jays, Giants, Padres.
So he doesn't want to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
it's
out.
An interesting case.
Is he on a bad? He's on a bad team.
He's on
now.
a terrible team. Yeah, and they are just to help you out. Maybe you can guess the name. Is it on the NL Central?
I think I know who it is.
I think I do too.
Okay, let's. I want to see if Rube can guess it here.
Brian Reynolds.
It is Brian Reynolds.
That was my thought too. Yeah.
I don't want him.
Wow.
3 years ago, I would have been really excited about this.
Yeah.
Because he seemed like he was an ascending player.
Last year.
Yeah, I mean, an All-Star game. I think at one point he got MVP votes. This was probably a while ago, early in his career. I just 225, 656 OPS, 10 home runs. I think the Phillies could do better than Brian Reynolds.
I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
It's funny though because when you put the resume out there, you're like, oh hell no. But like if you're just more of a casual watcher and you're like, what about trading for Brian Reynolds? You might be like, yeah.
Well, to the first thing you said, an 804 career OPS. If he was that now, that would be probably the second or third best hitter on the team.
Right. I mean that's.
You take a chance, you get that player.
Right. The home away splits is a little bit worrisome.
Well, that is odd. Yeah. The other thing is that contract. So you're right. It's not super expensive, but you're locked in until 2031 or whatever it is.
Yeah, that I think. That's
a red flag.
It's putting your eggs in the basket a little bit too much because, I mean, I think the best thing about the Phillies this season is that they're not like besides Nola, Turner, Harper, they're not like overly committed to a bunch of guys long term. And this would definitely be another long-term commitment.
So I'm a no unless they just give him to the Phillies. Like they just say, we don't want the contract anymore. If you give us just a C-level prospect, you can have him.
It makes me wonder what his value is in the trade market, though. Because of the long contract, he's 30, not having a good year. But
wow, he's 30? So he's going to be like 36, 37 at the end of this?
He will be 37 by the time his contract's
Oh, my goodness. The Pirates are a bad organization.
And that's the point that caller was making about GMs being dumb.
Yeah. Well,
different sport.
Yeah.
But there are dumb ones. I mean, that's the truth. All right, so we're both out on Brian Reynolds?
I think I have
all right, we're all out on Brian Reynolds. All right, we're out today on the trade candidate. Dud, even though his career OPS is pretty darn good. 215-592-9494. All right, coming up at 1 o'clock, we are going to give away a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Red Sox Tuesday, July 22nd, so a week from tonight, 6:45 first pitch. It's Y2K Retro Night, which also makes me feel old that we're doing Retro Night for Y2K, celebrating the year 2000. John LeClaire, Mark Jackson, and 94 WIP's very own Ike Reese will be changing a base during the third inning. Do you think they're going to change the same base? Like, they need all three of them, or are they going to get their own base? Okay. After the game, fans can stay for a free concert performed by Nelly from the infield dirt. This is quite a night.
Nelson Aguilar is going to do a concert?
I'd go for that. Tickets and information, visit Phillies.com. 1 o'clock, we'll give them away. We'll tell you how you could win these tickets. We'll play a little game called Stump the Rube at 1 o'clock. All right, Rob, not Rube. Rube's here, Rob's there. Rob in Delco is up. Hey, Rob.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Rob?
Listen, I don't know if Rube will say this, but, Joe, I think you're going to lose your mind if you hear what I have to say. You might be calling me idiot, dope. I know Kyle will, but I can care less because I'm one of the biggest Hurts backers in the city, and I'm going to tell you why, Joe. I'm going to give you my top five and then two hypotheticals, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Top five, I got Hurts 1, McNabb 2, Kelsey 3, Stalk 4, and Saquon 5. And I think Rube mentioned that a little bit earlier because it kind of took my thunder a little bit, but I think he could easily go into a top 5 Eagle of all time, Joe, in the next year or so. If he stacks a couple monumental seasons like he just had this past season, maybe not 2000, of course, but, you know, I think he could end up in the top 5.
Before you go on, here's what I'll say about Saquon with that. Rube, if Saquon puts two more of these special seasons together, you could start saying he's one of the greatest players to ever wear the uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. Like Reggie White's one of the best players ever wear the uniform. Like you can go through the 5 or 6 best just people to. I would say T.O. is one of the greatest players ever wear, but obviously he only wore it for 1 year. So yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a different kind of list, Rob. But I understand your point.
I just can't put him at 1 or 2 because I think the quarterback position is just the hardest position in all sports, and what's expected, what's demanded. No matter what Saquon does, I can never put him ahead of the quarterback. But that's just me. But yeah, I think he's obviously a special player. Here's my 2 hypotheticals. Okay, Jay, you ready?
Ready.
First one. There's Hurts has played the biggest in the biggest moments, right? The 2 NFC Championship games he's been in and the 2 Super Bowls, right? Arguably, in the Super Bowl he lost, he could have won MVP, correct?
Yes.
Very easy, right? So and I made this argument with you and Kyle. I don't think the gap, not between Hurts and Mahomes, but between Mahomes and everybody else is as great as what people think. Because here's my point, Joe. He looked awful in 2 of the 5 Super Bowls. Mediocre. He looked below average, okay? So I think that's a huge knock on him. Even though he's been to 5, Hurts has been to 2, okay? So here's my hypothetical. If they meet again in the Super Bowl and Hurts outplays him for a 3rd time in a row, okay, in the Super Bowl, the following season, would you put him ahead of Mahomes?
That's quite a hypothetical.
It is quite a hypothetical.
But it's a realistic hypothetical because 2/3 of it's happened already.
Okay, it is. It would also require the Eagles getting to another Super Bowl, right? Which means he's got to play and Mahomes. Well, yeah, that you could almost pencil in because they just go every year.
But he's shown some decline.
So I will say this, Rob, before I answer your hypothetical, I do think, Rube, the gap between Mahomes and the rest of the top 5 is smaller now than it has been in a while. Rob, I used to 4 years ago, I thought the gap between Mahomes and whatever 2, 3, 4 was pretty huge. Even when Rodgers was still in an MVP, even when Brady was still in the league, I just thought he was so much above. He's not. I still rank him 1, but I think you're right. The gap between Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Hurts, it's not as big as it was, Rube, 4 years ago. It's changed.
No, I think so. I mean, his last 2 years, he's been really good, but, 25 interceptions, 53 touchdowns the last 2 years. That's not my number 1 quarterback in the NFL.
It's not dominant. It's not as dominant week to week as it used to be. Now, Rob, you're hypothetical. Let's play it out. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles and the Chiefs meet again in the Super Bowl.
And he outplays them clearly again, Joe. He's outplayed them twice.
And they win again? The Eagles win again?
Yes.
I'll put him ahead of him. Well, how does Mahomes play in that game?
That's a fair question. Does Mahomes play great too, and Jalen just outduels him, or does Mahomes get smacked around again?
No, he doesn't get smacked around again. He doesn't play great. He plays okay.
I'm not talking about garbage time, last 4 minutes, down 40 points.
Yeah, I don't count those points.
I'm not counting that.
Yeah, those touchdowns didn't count by the Chiefs at the end.
I mean, if Mahomes has another year like he had the last 2 years, a lot of interceptions, not as many touchdowns, not quite as efficient, and then Jalen outplays him in a Super Bowl and wins again. I'm putting Jalen ahead of Mahomes, sure.
Yeah, I mean, Rob, if Jalen wins back-to-back Super Bowls and has been in 3 of the last 4 and outplays him again, it's going to be very challenging not to put him at the top of the league. I mean, that's just it's
going to happen. It's going to happen, Joe. And here's my last hypothetical.
I think it's going to happen.
I think it's going to happen. So, and here's my last hypothetical. And rightly so, Jalen gets dinged a little because best offensive line in football, arguably. Best running back in football. Arguably the best set of wide receivers and tight end when he plays in the league.
Yep,
okay?
certainly the receivers, but yep.
Okay, now do we knock Mahomes? Like if Mahomes, you put Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and substitute out Mahomes and put those guys in there, are the Kansas City Chiefs just as successful as they are with those guys than they are without Mahomes?
I don't think so.
Oh, Joe.
I don't think so.
He's been good the last 2 years, Joe. He's thrown a ton of picks. He looked lost in that Super Bowl.
He did. But one thing I think it's fair to note, when he plays those guys in the AFC playoffs, he always seems to outplay them. They make a mistake he doesn't make, especially Lamar. I mean, Lamar seems to. Look, I've come around on Lamar being a great player because I used to be skeptical. He's obviously great, but Lamar does make a lot of mistakes in big games. He fumbles. He will choke. I mean, 2 years ago in the title game in Baltimore, they were 4.5-point favorites at home, and he choked it away.
Mahomes didn't win that game. Their defense won that game.
No, but he made some throws. He made a throw. He made a throw late to ice the game.
Jalen gets knocked for that, Joe. Jalen gets knocked for that. He don't play great the whole game. He makes a couple throws.
Yeah.
Jalen, I mean, he gets carried, right? Come on, you got to use the same criteria for all.
But
I
don't think that the current iteration of the Chiefs has that much great offense around him.
Like they have none.
I mean, like it's an old Kelsey. I like Pacheco, but he was banged up last year. I mean,
he's supposed to uplift everybody else, Joe. He walks on water.
But he does. But isn't that what he's doing, uplifting everyone else? They won 15
the defense
games.
has carried them the last several years going to the playoffs and the Super Bowl more than Mahomes has carried them.
But they don't get to a Super Bowl if Patrick Mahomes isn't the quarterback, though.
Is Joe Burrow the quarterback? If
Maybe,
Josh
yeah,
Allen's the quarterback?
probably. Yeah, we're talking about the other elite quarterbacks, though.
But it seems like it's Mahomes and then there's everybody else. I don't think it's like that anymore.
I agree with you. The gap. I agree with you. The gap is closing. And Rob, good phone call.
Maybe not right now, but I still think when the dust settles and we look back 5 years from now.
Oh, it's Mahomes. Yeah,
right. And and that's also where you have to factor in the resume as a part of it. The guy's never not been to an AFC Championship game as a starter.
It is pretty remarkable when you say
insane.
that. I mean,
he's won all of them but one.
Right.
Yeah,
and the one was to the other guy that you could potentially say is the GOAT, Tom Brady.
21.
Well, he lost to Burrow too at home.
Well, right.
He lost 2 at home. Yeah.
Right.
But weren't those both overtime games? I think he lost in overtime.
Both
so
overtime.
he's never lost.
Never lost in regulation in the AFC Championship.
So the earliest his season has ended is overtime of the AFC Championship game since 2018. Yeah, it's pretty remarkable.
So if he goes to a Super Bowl and doesn't play that well, I mean, he's just been to so many of them and won so many of them.
It would be 6. Yeah,
it would be 6.
But you know what? I did think changed this Super Bowl. The trajectory of him overtaking Brady as the GOAT really took a hit. Brady never got blown out, and now he's been blown out twice.
Yeah, Brady's never looked that bad.
No, and now Mahomes has looked that bad twice in the Super Bowl. I do think that conversation, because that was a thing heading into the game this year. Like if Mahomes wins, can we see the horizon where he overtakes Brady? That took a big hit. Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
And Mahomes will be 30 next month.
Yes, yeah.
So,
and we'll see how he ages.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Terrence.
Joe, Kyle, Rube, what's up, man?
Hey,
what's
Terrence.
going on?
What's up, buddy?
I'm good, man. I had to stop my treadmill real quick. But listen here, man. I heard you guys talk about Patrick Mahomes. So, you guys saying he's the greatest quarterback right now playing, right? So
I still think he's the number one quarterback in the league, yeah.
Okay, but Joe, is the pressure starting to get to him, trying to carry these teams? Like, if you're the best quarterback above everybody else, you're supposed to be able to carry your team in these big moments, and he hasn't done that in the last 2 Super Bowls. He hasn't looked not even subpar. He's been like you said, Ruben said, the defense has won the game for him.
Well, I mean, hold on a second. Last year, obviously, he got beat around. I mean,
he played well in the 49ers.
Yeah,
Super Bowl.
he went down the field in overtime and won the game against the 49ers.
Yeah, but here's my thing. Okay, so we're waiting the quarterback. First of all, I would definitely put Jalen Hurts in my top 25 of all time because he's been in two of the last 3 Super Bowls, man, and McNabb hasn't done that. We got one from Foles, but so far the most consistent at winning those standings and getting the best performances, the winning percentage has been Jalen Hurts. And my thing is, Joe, I disagree. Him and Goff aren't the same. Goff is a choke artist. Josh Allen is a choke artist. Lamar Jackson is a choke artist in the playoffs. When the moment gets the brightest, these quarterbacks they're way above Hurts. They all choke. And Hurts, he don't choke. And Herbert, he's a bum. This guy, he had talent around him before. When he gets to the playoffs, you saw what he does also. When the pressure gets too big, when the book gets out on you, same thing as Dylan Daniels. He has enough tape on him right now that we can't anoint this kid number 5 because in the second year, there's going to be tape on this kid, and I guarantee you he's not going to have the same explosive year when the guys watch his tendencies. They watch what he does during the season. And his only plus that he has, Cliff Kingsbury, I think that was a huge plus for him in his first season.
Yep.
Because he's a hell of a coordinator. So that was a plus for him. So I don't know what Jalen Hurts has to do in his own city to be recognized. Does he have to win another Super Bowl for this guy to get, put up there with the top quarterbacks? What does he have to do, him and Serriani, to get the respect out of his own fans? Because to me, Jalen Hurts has been, out of all the quarterbacks, he's the most dominant. I know the year before last, he had that little start during the season. But this guy's winning percentage is off the charts. Only him and Mahomes have the top winning percentage right now of all the quarterbacks playing today.
Well, since he became the starter, all they do is win. I mean, that's accurate, Terrence. You go back to playoffs, Super Bowls, and all that. Terrence, appreciate the phone call. I mean, the choker thing is interesting because, so I think Jalen has played great in the 2 Super Bowls. I think we all see that. But he's also he was allowed a hiccup against the Rams, Rube. And other quarterbacks, if they play like Jalen did against the Rams, may not have been allowed the hiccup. I mean, Jalen didn't play well in that Rams game.
No.
He took 7 sacks, right? They threw the ball for 120 yards. He did run for the touchdown in the first quarter, which was obviously a huge play early. But, we were discussing Jalen Carter in the break. If Carter doesn't sack Matthew Stafford, none of this whole conversation today is totally different. It's almost like if Julio Jones caught the ball in the end zone, then Nick Foles, both of those guys were allowed a mulligan in the divisional round, and then they went on to dominate.
I have a theory about that play.
With the Julio one or the
the Julio play. And I should have asked him that while he was here, but I didn't. I think even if he caught it, he's coming down out of bounds.
He may have.
If you watch, I just watched it because I was.
Now I got to pull it up.
Yeah, we pull up the video and who's the? It was Jalen
Mills.
Jalen Mills. Too many Jalens in the conversation. Jalen Mills just kind of got in his way.
I thought he also mistimed the jumper. Maybe he was.
Julio might have. Yeah.
Matt Ryan waited a long time to throw it up.
Yeah,
I'm watching it now. Let's see this. You might be right.
Yeah, I think he comes down out of bounds.
You might be right on that. His right foot was very close to the line.
But then, because I've seen that and I thought that before.
Yeah.
Do we think that he makes a more concerted effort to put his feet in bounds if he knows the ball's in his hands?
Well, that's a fair point.
Could be.
Like maybe he gave up on.
But his motion was heading out of bounds, out of the side of the end zone.
His momentum was definitely carrying him out of bounds. But I wonder if because these guys, they're like ballerinas on the sideline.
Well, he was also the best receiver in the world at the time. I mean, the year before he had one of the best years of all time. Yeah, you might be right on that. Maybe he would have come down differently with the ball in his hands. Joe in Mayfair is up. Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you, man?
Good, Joe. What's up?
Always a pleasure. Love you. Love all your articles, Ruben, and
thank you.
Past in print and online. Joey Elliott, this whole station knows I am a huge Jalen Hurts fan, but I don't have him in my top 5. And it's not a knock on Jalen because I love him to death. And he wins another one or has another late season run, I would have him in my top 5. But you got to go with the Kelsey, Dawkins. I don't put Lane in there. I actually put DG over Lane for all-time Eagle. Lane's also between 6 and 10. But I am going to put someone in there that we take for granted in this town, and it's the most easy position to change in the NFL. It's the most vilified position in the NFL besides quarterback, and that's your kicker.
Are you putting Jake Elliott in?
100%, and you can
Cody
laugh, but
Parkey.
I'm going to explain to you why. 2017 does not happen without Jake Elliott, 63-yarder against the Giants at home. That kick changed the entire season to get to that point. The game against the Rams this past year in the snow, he kicks 4 for 4 field goals. We don't win that game unless Jake Elliott is 4 for 4. And by the way, in his postseason, and Ruben loves numbers, 27 of 28 field goals in postseason history for Jake Elliott.
Yeah, he just missed the one last year, but he's been so clutch. And plus, the 2 in the Super Bowl in the fourth quarter in 17,
100%.
A 42 and a 46, I believe, as a rookie, making those 2 just unbelievably high leverage kicks in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl.
How about, and you have 2 other games, Rube. You have the most spectacular mano-a-mano with Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts at the link, where Elliott nails in the worst weather you could possibly have in the fourth quarter, downpour, rain, windy, kicks a 59-yarder to send that game into OT before the Jalen heroics. And then the same season, Jake Elliott against Washington late in the fourth quarter with over a 50-yarder to win that game 34-31.
So, Joe, before you go on, I just pulled this up. I think you'll think this is interesting. I looked up the most field goals made in the history of the NFL postseason. So Jake Elliott ranks 8th. He's already 8th. Everyone else in the top, I think everyone else in the top 20, top 15, all of them have played at least a decade or played at least a decade. He's the only one, right? He started in 2017, so we're not at a decade yet. He's the only one in the top 15 to have this many made field goals in the playoffs in this short a time. He's on his way. As I look at this list, Butker is going to be with him around the same time, right? Because they're the same age. But by the end, but when it's over, if they stay healthy, I think Butker and Elliott will end up right alongside Vinatieri in the most field goals made in the history of the postseason.
And the amazing thing about that is he doesn't play in the Dome. He doesn't play in the South.
No.
He plays in the Northeast in an outdoor stadium in bad conditions.
On an aggressive team that often will try to go for the fourth down, right? Like, so he doesn't maybe even get as many opportunities as other guys would.
Yeah.
No, I believe he missed almost a full season, and so I think he's played 7 full seasons. But I think he's like Carlos Ruiz with the Phillies. I think he's the most underappreciated.
He hasn't missed any
athlete.
time. He's never missed any time with injuries.
Joe, it's a fun call. We appreciate it. So officially, Jake Elliott over Hugh Douglas is what we just determined.
Oh,
there?
he's already in my top 25. Oh, he's already in there. Him and Akers.
Yeah, Hugh doesn't really respect kickers, so this is going to be fun to tell him when he gets back. 215.
And Dean Dorsey and Roger Ruzek.
592-9494. All right, your final hour to get in. Top 5 Eagles last 25 years. Does Jalen Hurts belong? And you know what we got to do here? We got to give away a pair of Phillies tickets. Next Tuesday night, July 22nd, Phillies, Red Sox. We're giving away a pair of tickets.
How are we going to do that?
We're going to play a little game called Stump the Rube on the other side. Caller number 3. You get a chance at those right now. Kyle, what's that contest line again? Caller number 3 at?
215-988-1258.
There it is. Caller number 3 right now to the contest line gets to play Stump the Rube for a chance at Phil's tickets on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM as your legendary Vegas getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app, or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Get ready, South Jersey. Forest River by Camping World is celebrating their grand opening. All weekend, find incredible deals on a huge selection of products. Plus, meet WIP's Devin Caney Saturday from 11 to 1. That's Forest River by Camping World's grand opening, Route 73 in Berlin.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
This is Andrew Burloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Former NFL quarterback Teddy Bridgewater was suspended as coach of his alma mater, Miami Northwestern High School, for giving impermissible benefits to his players. But the reaction hasn't been quite what you'd expect. Everyone is giving him credit for caring about kids and taking care of his players. It's a sign of the times. No one likes a system that takes advantage of players. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Is it officially time for a little game of Stump the Rube? Is that what we play here? Let's do it. All right, we have a pair of tickets to see the Phillies versus Boston on Tuesday, July 22nd at 6:45 p.m. Y2K Retro Night, celebrating the year 2000. How about this trio? John LeClaire, Mark Jackson, and 94 WIP's own Ike Reese will be changing a baser in the third inning. After the game, you can stay for a free concert by Nelly in the infielder. Tickets and more information at Phillies.com, or you can win a pair right here. So here's what we're going to do. So, Rube, how long have you been covering the Eagles?
Middle of the 87 season.
Okay, so you've had a lot of games you've covered.
A lot of games I've forgotten.
Well, we'll see. So
I'm just going to say Ryan Fitzpatrick, no matter what the question is.
That's not a bad guess. So we went back in the Wayback Machine, and we
Can't
picked
be far off.
We picked out an Eagles game from the past. Then this is during your time covering the team.
All right.
So Kyle's going to throw some details at you of the game, and you're going to try to guess the opposing quarterback the Eagles faced that day. Now, Bob in Mount Holly is our contestant here. So, Bob, are you going to back Rube, meaning if he gets it right, you win, or do you think he's going to get it wrong? You have to guess if Rube's going to be right or wrong. Bob, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, Bob. Do you think Rube's going to get this right?
I sure hope he does.
Okay.
And I think he will.
Come on, Bob.
Think he will. So
Bob, you're in Mount Holly. I was at the Burlington County Times for 20 years. You know how wrong I am.
That's great.
All right, the pressure's on, Rube. All right, Bob.
What do we got?
All right, here we go,
right.
Rube.
So I'll give you the details here. Now, Ruben is allowed to ask one pertinent question.
Okay.
That question cannot be who was the quarterback of the other team. That's what we're looking to get here.
I wouldn't have thought of that one.
No.
We have to tell Hugh.
It would have been a good one. Yeah.
We usually play this with Hugh, and he tries those kind of questions. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take you back before the quarter century, 1999. This game was October the 24th, all the way down at old Pro Player Stadium in Miami at the time. This was a 13-16 loss to those Dolphins. The Eagles were +9 in this game, covered the spread. This is Andy Reid versus Jimmy Johnson. Big-time coaching matchup. The Eagles quarterback in that game, Doug Peterson, who was the Dolphins quarterback. Now, you can ask me one pertinent question about the game, and I have to answer it correctly.
One pertinent. The game was down there. We know that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't even have to ask a question if you don't want to. If you want to just go for it, you can do that too.
I mean, I feel like I want to give Rube a hint.
Mm-hmm.
We're not trying to trick you. It's not the obvious.
I mean, it's not Marino.
It's not Marino. No. Yeah.
I'm gonna.
He was injured.
Did this?
Come on, Rube.
I have a question. I will ask my one question. Did he ever play for the Eagles? Or was he ever with the Eagles, including preseason?
We may have to. We have to look that up.
Check.
I don't ever remember this quarterback playing in a game for the Eagles, but I don't
the guy
know
I'm
if
thinking
he played
never
in the
played in a game. I'm thinking Jay Fiedler.
So it was not. It was not old Jay there. It was actually Damon Huard.
Heward,
yeah.
Damon Heward.
That's how memorable he was.
man.
I screwed it up. Yeah.
Did you cover that game?
I did.
Do you remember anything about the game?
I remember Jay Fiedler playing really well. I don't remember anything about the game. It was early in the season, you said?
It was October 24th.
October 24th, yeah.
No, I never would have guessed Damon Heward. He had a brother, right? Brock Heward, who played in the league?
Who played for the Seahawks. I think Brock Heward was Brock Heward became a talk show host. He may still host a talk show out in Seattle. He's like a sports talk show host out there. Bob, we appreciate you playing, and we are sorry that Rube failed you.
Rube let you down, man.
Rube let you down.
It was a game 26 years ago.
Yeah, but you remember all
I didn't
this
even
stuff.
know the guy's name. So.
You didn't even pronounce it right. I should get another question.
So we did find the highlights this morning. Doc had a 60-something yard interception. We have the highlight of it. Dawkins interception.
Johnson in the backfield behind Damon Heward. On 2nd and 8, picked off. And it's Dawkins with daylight. There he goes, Brian Dawkins. Touchdown.
What kind of call is that?
That was a great play by Brian Dawkins. Now, there's, I guess, another way to take care of not pressing, and that's put somebody in that alley. And he's looking for Aronde Gadsden, but Dawkins knows, hey, if we're not going to press, then he's going to throw that quick stuff, and I'm going to sneak in there into that alley and steal one, and that's exactly what he did.
When I watched the highlight this morning, the throw is so bad by Heward. There's no Dolphin in the screen. It's just like he just throws it, and Dawkins just standing there and takes it 60-something yards for a touchdown. Mm-hmm. Eagles lost.
Jay won't like that play.
No.
Fiedler became their starting quarterback the next year.
Yes.
So I was close.
And took him to the playoffs?
Yeah, he did.
Jay Fiedler was not a bad quarterback.
Yes, he was.
He was bad.
No, he was. He was in training camp with the Eagles a couple summers, but I don't think he ever made the team.
Before that or after that? Like when he was older?
Before that.
Oh, so you kind of bounced around
before he had ever played, yeah.
Yeah, it's always interesting when teams lose an all-time quarterback, how hard it is to replace them.
Sure is.
Well, for most teams, right? The Packers obviously don't have this problem. But like the Dolphins, I guess Tua is the best quarterback they've had since Dan Marino?
Probably Heward. Damon Heward.
Fiedler, Pennington. Who else have they had? Ryan Fitzpatrick. Right now, your Ryan Fitzpatrick guess would have been, if you just tell me to guess a quarterback the Eagles lost to at some point, I might guess Ryan Fitzpatrick.
He was my default guess.
Yeah.
I don't think. When's the last time they won a playoff game?
The Dolphins?
I believe it was that 2000 season, and I believe Jay Fiedler was their quarterback.
Jay Fiedler's the last Dolphin
I think
quarterback
he
to win a
is.
playoff
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Is Jay Fiedler the best Dolphin quarterback since Dan Marino?
I guess by default, right?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they beat the Colts in overtime in 2000 in a wild card game. Jay Fiedler.
I feel like I remember that game. Lamar Miller was a running back, and he ran for 1 million yards in that game, if I remember correctly. For some reason, that's in my head. That's
Lamar Smith.
Lamar Smith.
He had 209 rushing
There you
yards,
go.
and that's scary that you know that. He had 40 carries.
Well, that's the old days of the NFL.
Jay
Just
Fiedler
give the ball
over
40 times.
Jay Fiedler over Peyton Manning.
Yeah. Wow. Well, there you go. That's why playoff wins can't be the only way we evaluate quarterbacks. All right. 215-592-9494 to hop in. Matt in Germantown. What's up, Matt?
We got to give this away.
And I need the contest line again. I was waiting for you to put it up there.
Sorry, 215-988-1258. Caller number one will get it.
Caller number one to the contest line right now. We'll get those tickets that Rube couldn't give to our last contestant, Matt in Germantown, while we do that. What's up, Matt?
What's up, Die Hard Gilio, my favorite barber, Kyle, and we got Rowdy Rube today.
We do. We are pretty rowdy today. Matt, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, you guys already named like top 3 ironclad for the list with Kelsey, Lane, and then B-Dog. Because I wasn't even an Eagles fan when I was younger, and I knew who Brian Dawkins was. So, like, I can definitely get it, and I'm almost 30. After that, Jalen has to go on there because he's the best accomplished quarterback in Eagles history to date. And then 5th, I don't know. We could really kind of go up for grabs on it. You know what? I'm going to do something so far left field nobody ready for. I got Devonta Smith because when it's all said and done, he's probably going to be the best Eagles receiver statistically of all time.
So
And he
you know,
didn't
Matt,
start winning or
I
doing
think
anything till he got here.
yeah, I'm a big fan of Devontae, and I think when I started going like deep into the list, I started thinking about the career he's put together so far, and being on 2 Super Bowl teams, winning last year. He does have the dagger catch, which is going to be a cool moment we'll remember for a long time. But boy, top 5 is a lot.
I mean, he's not the best receiver on the team.
Yeah, right.
And I love
He's gonna
Devontae. I
get
love
over.
his game. I love what he does. I love how tough he is for his size. Clutch. But, yeah. Come on now.
Longevity, Rube. Longevity. I don't
He's
want-
been
I
here
don't want
one
no
more
smoke,
year
Rube.
than AJ.
Now,
Yeah,
if you had to
yeah,
guess
but
which one will be here longer, I would guess Devontae.
And he also has
Well, it
the
depends if
highest,
the fans pick up on the
postseason yards.
nickname on the
Hey-o.
chant.
Yeah.
If
Slim Reefer? He already got one.
No,
That's cool.
AJ,
Skinny fat
like-
man? Oh, that's Swole Batman. That's what he got.
Yeah, well, you
2022
forgot
year.
about it. 'Cause we played it earlier, Matt. AJ said looking for a nickname. He's got one already.
He wants something new. He don't like Swole Batman. He wants something new for this year. Because then we got Fat Batman. We got to leave out who was Jason. And
Yeah.
that was just like a legendary team right there.
That
But
was.
yeah, just one more thing too.
Mhm.
Just in terms of the Jalen Hurts disrespect in that list. Honestly, objectively, I called him before. I'm gonna say it again. He's number 5 off of pass rating, statistics, and everything. I can't put him over anybody else. I mean, if you want to go for more classic style of throwing, then you can put Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. Josh Allen's not even a classic thrower. It'd really be Lamar, and it'd be Patrick Mahomes and Lamar if you want to get technical. But, I mean, at that point in time, if you want to go off accomplishments as well, Jalen kind of bumps up. With Matthew Stafford's regression, I will put him over Matthew Stafford, and then it would be like Pat Mahomes, Jalen, then Matthew Stafford. Because out of all the other quarterbacks, nobody else has accomplished in terms of winning a Super Bowl, winning a big game. And
Well,
that's kinda
right.
what matters when it turns.
Well, if that's the criteria, you're right. I mean, and Matt, we appreciate the phone call. I mean, Rube was talking about this earlier. I mean, active quarterbacks that have won the Super Bowl or been there twice, there's not many. So when we talk about accomplishments, do we not count MVPs of the league? I mean, they count, right? Like, that's a pretty big thing. That usually defines who the best player in pro football is for the season. Jalen doesn't have one. Now, Rube, if he didn't get hurt in 2022, I think he may have won the MVP over Mahomes.
I think he would have.
That was the year I thought he played game to game the most excellent of his career. This year he was efficient, like you had mentioned, but there were some ups and downs. And the first 4 games weren't great, and then they kind of changed the way they ran the offense. But like Allen has an MVP now. Lamar has 2 MVPs. Mahomes has an MVP. Burrow does not have a league MVP yet. And Jalen obviously doesn't either. I mean,
got a Super Bowl MVP.
He does.
Probably rather have that one.
I would too, but so does Nick Foles. I mean, there's a lot of guys that have Super Bowl MVPs. I mean, I would rather have the Super Bowl MVP too if I was a player, and I'm glad Jalen has that. But I feel like we sometimes just poo-poo the regular season MVP as if it doesn't matter. I mean, it is a measurement of the best. I always think it's the best player in pro football or the best quarterback now.
Well, he was runner-up in 22, right?
He was, yeah. I think he would have won it.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, they had lost, what, 1 football game with him in?
It's trending that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think they would have won those games. He was out if he was in there. All right, Ashanti's...
You know what? I'll bet he wins one. He'll win one before all is said and done. I'll bet he gets the MVP. Because when you look at it, I mean, it's always a quarterback. I mean,
Always.
Saquon couldn't win it last year. He'll never. So I kind of feel like Mahomes is trending downward. And, I mean, it's a regular season award, so anything he does in the postseason wouldn't be considered. But, I mean, how many quarterbacks would even be in that conference who could have a year like that?
So the top
like 5 guys.
The top 4 guys, right?
Yeah.
They're always kind of in it. I think Jaden Daniels is going to be in the MVP mix as time goes on.
Could be.
Okay. Is anybody else below them? Like, could you imagine winning an MVP? Stafford's too old. That's never going to happen again.
Not going to happen.
I don't think Goff will ever win the MVP. of the
Can't
league.
see it.
Herbert could. He could. I think he has the ability.
He's a stat compiler.
Yeah, he could win the MVP. If they ever overtake the Chiefs and win the division, maybe Herbert. That might be it. Like active guys that you could just see it. Oh, I mean, sometimes the moment passes you where you're like you're too old and you're not going to win it. Dak's not going to win MVP. I don't think Brock Purdy, even if he rises back up again, will be considered that. Although 2 years ago, didn't he finish top 2 or 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. He has Shanahan with him, which obviously helps with the numbers. Ashanti's in South Jersey. What's up, Ashanti?
Hello, how you doing?
Good, Ashanti. What's up?
I just wanted to put my list out there.
What do you got?
I built this list based on I'm an offensive guy.
Okay.
And I always follow Hugh, and defense is a luxury.
Well, you see, that's Hugh Douglas has poisoned the minds of the listeners. They think defense doesn't matter. Go ahead, Ashante. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, because the only way you can win is by outscoring the other team. That's the way I look at it.
You can outscore them 17-13.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is my list. John Dorenbos, Jason Peters, David Akers, Jalen Hurts, and Donovan McNabb.
Can you repeat the first name again?
John Dorenbos.
John Dorenbos, the long snapper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason why I put especially John Dorenbos is because he was an Eagle for a long time. And also, all the people I put on the list seems like they used that blueprint to create the team they have now. Like even with Donovan McNabb, all the
what blueprint did they use with Dorenbos?
With John Lovato and also
Rick Lovato.
No, they just got rid of.
Might need to make him on.
Wait,
on that
did you
list.
take into account Dorenbos' magic tricks?
I was waiting.
That's the model they were using.
Yes.
Get a magician.
And he was so good at his job that he was almost automatic.
He's a long snapper.
I know, but if you don't have a good long snapper, you can't kick the ball.
They literally sign them off the street when they can't find one.
He did put Akers on there.
Yeah.
The kicking game is very important to Ashanti.
Yeah, it is. Because, you got to outscore the other team.
You don't have a holder on there.
Yeah, and what about punters?
I couldn't find a punter.
Okay.
Couldn't find one. They've had plenty of punters. You can't.
Well, it doesn't matter because Dorenbos is snapping on the ball anyway.
Yeah, he's snapping on the ball.
I want it on record. The person that believes what Hugh Douglas said is gospel has John Dorenbos as the #1 Eagle in the last 25 years. I want that out there on the record. Ashante, that's a fun phone call. We appreciate it. Did I ever tell you my Rick Lovato story, Rube?
No.
I watched Rick Lovato get a tattoo once.
Really?
Yes. When John Marks was with Ike in the afternoon before the first Super Bowl championship in 2017, when Carson got hurt, Mark said on the air that if Nick Foles wins the Super Bowl, he'll get him tattooed on his back, so that he had to pay off the bet. And the day that Marks got his tattoo, we did the show live from the tattoo parlor, but obviously Marks couldn't be on the air the whole time because he's getting a tattoo for hours. So I filled in for him. And then, I don't know what you call it, like a bay, or like a room where you get your tattoo. But the doors were kind of open. I looked over, and I was like, that guy looks familiar. And it was Rick Lovato. And he was getting a tattoo. I don't know what it was, but I watched John Marks and Rick Lovato get a tattoo on the same day.
And they're both on his all-time team.
Yes.
I want to know where Chaz Henry is. Why isn't Chaz Henry on there?
Man, we got some names that I wasn't expecting today, but John Dorenbos is really a deep cut. All right,
I warned you.
More deserving of consideration. Hugh Douglas.
John Dorenbos.
Well, no one called in and said Hugh. This is his show. Not a single person said Hugh Douglas.
There's some pretty good names that nobody's brought up. We'll go over those.
Yeah, before the show ends, we got to go over the ones that never got brought up.
Dorenbos is actually on that list. I have to delete him here. He actually had him on the list.
So you said that John wasn't able to go on the air because he was getting a tattoo.
Yeah.
Does he know that Hugh was on the air cooking bacon? Like, it can be done.
You could do multiple things. Have you ever heard the bacon cut?
I don't think I have.
All right, so when Hugh was working in Atlanta during the pandemic, they did their shows from home, right? They had the access; they were able to do it from home. So Hugh didn't realize that the microphone picked up everything, and he set up in his kitchen and was cooking bacon live on the air. And his co-host and producer called him out.
No, because it's still like you go up there and you're vulnerable. Like you immediately learn musical taste. Hugh Douglas.
What?
Hugh damn Douglas.
What?
Hugh Douglas. What the hell, man?
Is that bacon?
Yeah, it is bacon. It is bacon, Hugh.
But you can hear that? Wait a minute, let me just...
Hugh Douglas, it's a microphone!
Wait a minute, just let me turn this last piece of bacon, man. Let me turn this bacon and then we can...
No, go ahead, Hugh. We'll wait for you.
We can just wait.
We'll wait for you here. It's okay.
I love Hugh.
Okay, it's turned. Okay, I'm back.
I love Hugh so much.
He told us that story years ago, and then we were like, yeah, but then eventually we were able to dig up the audio. It's so much better with the audio. It's so bad. It's so loud.
I didn't expect it to be that loud. It's right next to the microphone.
Well,
it's like he put the microphone up against his stove.
He's cooking while he's on the air. It is remarkable.
Tremendous.
Yeah, it is.
I have the greatest Hugh Douglas story.
Oh,
and
please tell.
I can't.
Why?
I can't tell it.
He's Rube is really doing a good job filling in for Hugh because Hugh does this. He's like, "Oh, I got something," and then he's like, "I can't."
What I am going to say is, if you ever see me, like anybody sees me at training camp or out and about walking around the city, ask me about the Hugh Douglas South Street.
So this is an off-air story.
Parking.
It's an off-air story.
Oh yeah, can't be told on the air. But
there's many Hugh stories that shouldn't be told.
The South Street parking lot story.
South Street parking lot?
It's the greatest
All right,
story.
if you ever run into Rube, ask him the story. All right,
I mean, the funny thing is, knowing Hugh, if we bring it up to him on the air next week, he might just tell.
He might Ron Burgundy us and just tell the whole story and then say, uh-oh.
And he does remember it.
Yeah. Well,
I never let him forget it.
Sometimes he'll say things on the air he probably shouldn't, and then he says, let me walk that back, as if it's not out there already, like as everyone didn't hear it already. Dustin in the Northeast. What's up, Dustin?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, Dustin. What's up, buddy?
Nothing. I think Jalen Hurts is the number one player for the Eagles this past century.
You make that case.
Who else has the track record that this all he does? Say you won, it's not the prettiest, and I'll be completely honest with you, Ruth. His first 2 seasons, I was kind of skeptical because I questioned his arm strength, I questioned throwing over the middle of the field, and I really questioned his accuracy. But the guy, year in and year out, he wins and he gets better. Like, I don't even know I don't even know how it's a competition. And to be honest with you, Nick Foles is just out of that top 5 list of the past century. And I think you had a caller about 40 minutes ago that was saying that championships aren't. He said something along the lines of championships aren't that important. Like when you're talking about how good of a player is. But in the NFL, Rube, isn't that like how you get into the Hall of Fame? Don't you need champion? Like as a
quarterback sure do. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I just don't know.
So
unless you're Warren Moon,
right? I agree, but it can't be the only thing because otherwise Terry Bradshaw is better than Aaron Rodgers, right? Or any, we could use any pair of great quarterbacks, and it can't be the only thing, right? There's got to be more to it. Otherwise, Troy Aikman better than Dan Marino, or however we want to do this.
Well, if it's not only just being in the Super Bowl, 2 out of the last 3 Super Bowls, how about you go back to his record, his all-time record? And I know he's around a great team. Don't get me wrong. I get that. Howie Roseman put together such a well-oiled machine with this team. But the guy wins. You know how hard, Ruben, you've been in football for how long? How hard, if you ask ex-quarterbacks and ex-players in there, how hard is it to win games?
He's 37-10 the last 3 years.
That is unbelievable.
He's lost 10 games.
Well, and what, half of those were down the stretch of 2023?
Yeah.
So they probably lost, 5 or 6 in the last 7 weeks?
5, yeah, and the playoff game. No, I agree. I totally agree with you. That's how we should evaluate and measure quarterbacks is with, I think you use 50% stats and 50% postseason success, whatever the percentage is.
Yeah, but I think that's fair.
I think postseason's got to be a really big part of it.
I totally agree with you. I think it's outrageous what ESPN did with these stupid rankings. I don't know who they're asking because in the NFL, the most important thing is to friggin' win.
They're asking a bunch of GMs that passed on Jalen Hurts. I mean,
I think there's something to that. I mean, you're right. I mean,
real quick before you guys let me go, Rube, I ran into you at a Starbucks last year, dude. Anybody that's out there, if you ever see him out there, you got to go up to him because he's one of the cooler guys in the city. He down to earth was talking, and he was doing work on his computer. I went up to him and said, "Hey, just by any chance, are you Ruben Frank?" And he said, "Yeah." And let me stand there. We were talking. About it was right before. I was 2 seasons ago, right before the season started. They were getting ready to go into training camp. So, like you said a couple minutes ago, if you see him out on the street. If there's one person you don't have to be worried about walking up to and talking in our sports world, it's Ruben Frank. He's a real cool dude. I really liked our interaction.
Yeah, I thought the first 2 hours we chatted were good. The third hour kind of got a little.
Rube actually was like, "Is that the same Dustin guy I met in Starbucks?" He was a lot. No, I'm just kidding. Dustin, good phone call, man. We appreciate it. I think the way you framed it, Rube, is fair. It's got to be some percentage what you do Sunday to Sunday, right? And then some percentage the biggest games. And I just pulled up the career of Herbert and Hurts. Because they came in the same year, right? And they're ranked in similar ranges in these rankings. And I think you can make a fair case. Regular season, Herbert's been slightly better, right? Passer rating's better. His yards per game are way better. But then you add in the running for Hurts, and it comes closer to even. But Hurts has performed in the postseason. Herbert hasn't. I think that's the tiebreaker. I mean, it's just that's the way it should be. 215-592-9494. All right, you people, we'll check in with them coming up. Your phone calls, top 5 Eagles of the last quarter century. Does Jalen Hurts belong on the list? And we'll get to some unexpected, but not at all surprising news from the Sixers yesterday. That's coming up. It is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day is in the MLB All Star Game, and we're going with the first 5 innings under 4 for -130. The under is hit in 5 of the last 7, and it makes sense with ace pitchers on both sides. We're going first 5 under because the pitching staffs aren't quite as deep this year, but are lights out at the top, including Tariq Skubal and Paul Skeens. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about crimpets. Oh yeah, I love crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from the house, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. I want to take a second to acknowledge our friends at Family and Company Jewelers. I always tell you, they're the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. Well, now it's official. Don't just take my word for it. Family and Company Jewelers was named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best jewelry store. You can get her the best ring, the best diamond. So why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Go to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey, it's the summer, so you probably have to spend thousands of dollars just to get a place for a week down the shore. Instead, how about owning a Delaware beach house and turn life into a vacation while the rental income covers the cost and you spend more time down the shore with your friends and your family? I know just the guy, Adam Kasabi with Long & Foster, been the official realtor of our podcast for years. Kasabi, Ksebe. Call or text Adam at 302-864-8643 or go to processrealtor.com.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midnight Joe. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, Ruben Frank in for Hugh on this Tuesday. It is quarter century week here. Does Hugh Douglas deserve consideration for top 10 Eagles of the quarter century? 72% saying no. And we even got a vote for John Dornbos over Hugh Douglas today, which made this whole thing worthwhile. All right, 215-592-9494 to hop in. We're going to get to you people coming up in just a few minutes. But, Rube, we get some news yesterday that was surprising, but not at all unexpected if you follow the Philadelphia 76ers here. So I saw the email come in yesterday, 76ers PR, Paul George medical update, and my first thought was, oh, here we go again. All right, so here's what we had yesterday. Today, this is from the email. Today, Paul George underwent a successful arthroscopic procedure on his left knee to treat an injury sustained during a recent workout. It was performed by blah, blah, blah. He'll now begin a rehabilitation program, and his progress will be monitored regularly. He will be reevaluated prior to the start of training camp. Rube, this signing was, I didn't love it from the beginning. 35-year-old with a lot of injuries in the past. Felt like his last big payday, and he comes here. His first year was a disaster. He gets hurt, and now we start year 2 off with some injury issues. I never understood the Paul George thing. It felt to me like they cleared out cap space, and they felt like they had to do something because they cleared it out, and he was the one that would take their money, and it does not feel right to me.
Has any team ever sent out a release saying the surgery was unsuccessful?
I haven't seen
that ever happen.
Today, our star player went through surgery. It didn't work. We're sorry.
He's done. Yeah, I mean, what a disastrous. I mean, you think about the direction you want the team to go in. Got a couple impressive young kids.
Yep.
Build around them, some youth. No.
Yeah, I got Paul George here taking up a lot of space and time and money, and I have zero expectations for George or Embiid. Just zero. If they provide anything, great. But I've moved on from them. But unfortunately, the Sixers can't because of the cap situation, and George is here for a long time. But that deal is gone. It could end up as one of the worst they've done, and they do a lot of bad ones. But that one could be a disaster. He's 36 with bad legs.
Yeah, and I mean, he was just so inconsequential last year. Watching him was painful. Well, I mean, he was. Gosh, how good was he when he was? I mean, just with the Clippers, with OKC. I mean, he was such a great player, and he's just a shell of that now. And who knows what's going to be left after this surgery?
He finished third in the MVP once in the NBA voting. He finished ninth another year. I mean, he was a great player, obviously. Many All Star games, but last year he went from 22.6 points per game the prior year to 16.2. I mean, it's not a good track that he's on right now. And now we get the news yesterday of the surgery. Any surprise, Kyle, when you saw the news that Paul George underwent a procedure?
Shocked.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming, but if you ask me, would I be surprised if any Sixer
has surgery,
all of a sudden gets surgery, and we get a news release about it? I can't say I'd be surprised about that at all.
Yeah, the 76ers PR emails are never good news. I mean, they're always the same.
It would be more surprising if we went an entire calendar year without a surprise Sixers surgery.
You know how you go by those factories and they have the signs that say, like 117 consecutive days without an injury? The Sixers should send out that release.
You read my mind. When I was in high school, I worked in Wawa, and this was way back in the day when they used to have the deli slicer still, like the old school Wawa, right? And we used to have a sign up like X amount of days since the last, I guess it was injury or something or whatever. And we, every day you'd add another day until someone cut their hand or whatever. That's the Sixers. And it's been 0 days since the last surgery, or 1 day.
One day.
One day, yeah. Today, well,
today.
Day's not over yet.
Well, it's early. Yeah, check your emails.
Yeah. We'll check it around 4 o'clock when they usually send those things out. Cowboy Jim is up in Jersey. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
Oh, before I get to the top 5 Cowboys of the last 25 years.
Nobody cares, Joe. Nobody cares.
Joe, I'm glad you're back. I don't know if you knew this, but Seattle is in the state of Washington.
I did. I knew that before before Herb. Yes.
I would pay money for Herb to call in to talk to Rube. I would pay money for that.
Have you ever spoken
I think Rube would pay money for that not to happen.
Have you ever spoken to Herb?
I don't know
1
Herb.
hour.
Herb in the Northeast is one of our favorite callers, and when he calls, it's the Herb show. So like I could try to interject. It doesn't. He just railroads through whatever he's talking about.
I'm looking at a threesome.
That's a drop from Herb. Yeah, I don't remember what happened to lead to that, but he was looking at something.
He was talking about the Sixers.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Jim, that would be good. I would enjoy that.
Hey, by the way, and it was a mess last week with TK and the caller-on-caller crime going on. Kyle just couldn't rein it in. It's terrible last week with that San Diego Charger Aaron, that fraud. Oh, McNabb's been my guy forever. He's been an Eagle fan since 2018, so give me a break.
Wait, Aaron just became a fan? Kyle and Aaron have their issues.
Yeah.
They fight back and forth. Aaron has been trying to round up all the WIP listeners out west. He's having In-N-Out Burger with people.
That's good.
All right, here are my top 5 Cowboys in the last 25 years. Number 5, Des Bryant. Number 4, Jason
I don't give a
Witten. The man who brought nightmares to Hugh Douglas would be Larry Allen. DeMarcus Ware. And number 1, he finished the season in 2000, would be Troy Aikman.
Oh, that's such a sad
You want my top 5 Eagles?
No,
Here's
hold
my top
on.
five.
Stop. I put you on hold. The fact that Troy Aikman is on a list of the best Cowboys in the last 25 years, and he hasn't played in 25 years, is the saddest thing I've ever heard. That sums up the team better than anything else.
Wasn't 2000s last year?
I think it was.
And he was bad that year.
Best of the quarter century, that was.
But the fact that you have him over Dak and Romo is sad. I mean, it really is.
His last playoff win was in 96.
Oof.
Last Super Bowl was 95.
You know, the sad part about the Cowboys is they've had a lot of good players in the last 25 years. It's not been a lack of players.
No,
they just don't
true.
win. I mean, they obviously have good players. Even now, before the show came up, what do you think about them this year? Because last year they were down, and they may have made the most uninspiring coaching hire of the cycle with bringing in Brian Schottenheimer. Are they kind of on your radar, or are they off your radar?
Well, if Dak is healthy, I think they'll be good enough to win like 11 games and then lose in the first round.
That seems to be what they do.
That's what they do. I think there's a chance they'll be better than Washington. I could see Washington taking a little step backwards. I certainly don't think they're a 13-win team.
No.
So, yeah, we'll see.
I just think I feel like they're more top-heavy than they used to be. They used to have a good roster. To me, they do have some good players, right? Like Dak, when healthy, is obviously good. They trade for Pickens. They have CeeDee Lamb, Parsons. They always have a good offensive line. I just feel like they're not as deep as they used to be. They used to have, 2 years ago when they took down the Eagles in December and overtook them in the division, they were good, right? Dak was second or third in the MVP. 21? They were 19. One of those years they were really good. And I just feel like they're more top-heavy now. If Dak gets hurt again, they could topple over again.
Yeah, there's something really like damaged in that franchise. They've won 4 playoff games since '96. I mean,
wow.
The Eagles won 4 in a month in January and February. There's just something not right. I don't know if it's Jerry or what, but they're just They're always talented, and they always win their 10, 11 games, and then they just are a disaster in the postseason.
I'm trying to find their win total because I feel like it's pretty low. I think a lot of people have just
I think it's 8.5.
I think a lot of people have just kind of pushed them aside and said they're not. I don't think they're going to be very good. Their win total at FanDuel right now is 7.5.
7.5.
It's pretty low.
Yeah.
For a team that has a quarterback that's usually pretty good.
I mean, I guess they're thinking Dak will get hurt, and he very well could. But, I mean, when he's healthy, they win 11, 12 games.
Does the coach matter? Because, I mean, he wasn't on anyone's radar.
No, that's...
I mean, Brian Schottenheimer.
Well, neither was Nick.
No, he was not. But at least Nick was
Doug.
But at least Nick and Doug were youngish, ascending coordinators, right? Like, Schottenheimer's been in the league for 15 years. It's one of the weirdest hires I can remember.
It's a weird one. More than 15, right? 20?
Maybe 20. He was the Jets coordinator when they went to those back-to-back title games with Rex Ryan. Like, that seemed to be his moment, like he was kind of ascending.
He was there under Eric Mangini, whatever his name was.
So that's 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was 06.
Yeah, wow, that's a long time. I know Kyle's afraid of the Cowboys.
Oh, I'm not afraid of the Cowboys.
Yeah, you got a little Cowboy fear.
Well,
little
no,
Cowboy
I'm
fear.
saying
Eagles tight ends coach Jason Michael was on that staff.
Oh, Jason Michael.
Sirianni loves to bring him up.
I hear about Jason Michael way more than I should.
And Patullo, but now at least he's the coordinator.
No, I'm kind of with Rube. Like, I don't know why. I think people are just dismissing the Cowboys.
Yeah, I am.
And I think that's a little bit like, I think it's naive to do. When Dak's healthy, they tend to win 10, 11, 12 games. And I'm kind of with Rube that I think the Commanders are one of those teams that are like a prime candidate to take a step back next season.
They may be. I mean,
so I'm just saying, don't be surprised if Dallas finishes second.
Sure.
And, with the Eagles' schedule being as hard as it is, give us a little bit of run for the division.
One of those things about the Cowboys usually winning 10 games with Dak is there's 4 free wins with the Giants and Commanders. The Commanders are not the free wins anymore, right? Even if they take a step back, they're good.
But the Giants are too, still, probably.
Well, the one guy called and said the Giants are going to be
they're right.
division,
They're Super Bowl champs.
He didn't believe that. You can hear it through his voice. There's no way he believed that. Cowboy Jim's still there. Jim, I'm not letting you finish your list.
Can I go, please?
No, that's enough, Jim.
You brought him back on to hang up on him. I like that. That was good.
I mean, I don't want him to just sit there. I feel bad. I'd rather hang up on the guy. Sonny is in Philly. What's up, Sonny?
What's up, guys?
How we doing, Sonny?
All right, top 5. I'll make it real short, man. Top 5, okay? This is like the appreciated list.
Oh, I like that. Mm-hmm.
So let's get the obvious out the way. Jalen Hurts, yes, that he's definitely top 5 underappreciated, right? I will do Deshaun Jackson.
Okay.
Right. David Akers.
Over Jake Elliott?
Underappreciated.
Oh, I got you. All right. So you feel like Akers is almost being lost because Elliott's got the shine now.
Everybody forgot about Akers.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Jordan Mailata.
That's an interesting one for kind of an omission from all of us today. Not that I think he's top 5 overall, but he's putting together a heck of a career. That list at ESPN with all the position rankings with the executives. Yeah. Before you go on, Sonny, that came out today for tackles. And I saw before the show, I think it was Wirfs 1, Sewell 2, Lane 3, maybe Mailata 4 or 5. So
and Lane should be number 1 on that list. And I don't think it's even close. I mean, Wirfs is good, and Lane's the best tackle in football.
The amazing part about Lane is I don't see any regression. You would think at this age there'd be a little bit.
He got that ankle. That ankle was a problem for years.
Yeah.
Once he got that fixed, I mean, he's as good as ever. He might have had his best year ever last year.
Yeah, he's remarkable. All right, go ahead, Sonny. What do you got for the finish?
Okay, can I say this about Jordan Mailata first, though, before I move on?
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy that after Saquon is on the ground, after his either AJ, Jalen, Devontae Smith, anybody's on the ground, he's the first guy over there to pick him up.
Well, I remember the scene in 2021, Hurts' first year as a starter, when he played really badly against the Giants. They lost the game. Remember Rager dropped the ball up in New York? And there's the picture of Mailata puts his arm around Hurts, like, I got you, man. Like that.
Loving and caring, man.
Yep.
And my last one is it got it. Well, I have 2 more. I'm sorry. Brent Selleck is another unappreciated Eagle who belongs in the top 5. Brent Selleck, the tight end.
Brent was a very good player for a long time. He gets, you know what it is? It's like the evolution thing. It's something we appreciate. That was a fun underappreciated list. It's almost like every Eagles tight end got a little bit better, or maybe Goddard hasn't quite been as great as Ertz was, but like you kind of forget the first one. And Selleck was the first really good one for those years. Selleck is underappreciated.
You know what's a shame is he wanted 400 catches and 5,000 yards in his career. He finished with 398 and 4,998 yards.
Wow.
He finished 2 yards short of 5,000 and 2 catches short of 400.
I mean, they should just bring him back for Week 18 game when they have something clinched.
He's in good shape. We see him out of practice.
If he put the pads on, he couldn't catch a 4-yard pass, 2 4-yard passes and fall down? Sure he could.
2 1-yard passes.
I think the Eagles should do it if that's what he wants. All right, before we check in with you people here, Rube. So you've been monitoring this as we've talked through a lot of names, right? There's been a lot. The callers are brought up that we didn't, and we kind of threw out a bunch of names in that 6 through 25 range where they weren't top 5 Eagles, but they were certainly really good players the last 25 years. Who are the omissions? Who are names that the three of us and the callers just never brought up today?
Well, a couple, and I think I might have mentioned this in passing, just in guys who hadn't been brought up, but Troy Vincent. I mean, one of the best corners, probably second to Eric Allen. How about Landon Dickerson? I mean, 3 Pro Bowls in a row his first 3 years.
You know, someone brought up Devontae, and they were the same draft class, right? And they're on the same track, right? They've been to 2 Super Bowls. They've won 1. They're very highly rated in their position. I actually think Landon is a better guard than Devontae is a receiver. I think Landon is a high.
I think it's true.
Like, if I made a list of the best guards in the NFL, I'd have Landon probably top 10. I don't think Devontae's top 10 receiver.
No, I would agree with that.
That's a good name.
Trot. Anybody mention Trot?
Trot did not come up.
He came up in 98, but his best years were after 2000. I've got a couple of these got called in. Brandon Brooks.
That one should have been brought up more. Brandon Brooks was a great player.
Short period of elite play. Sean Andrews I put down. 2-time All-Pro. Obviously a very short career for a few reasons. Josh Sweat. Bobby Taylor.
Josh Sweat had 42.5 sacks for the Eagles, played in 2 Super Bowls, had a shot to be the Super Bowl MVP this year. That's a good name. I think he should have been brought up as well.
Just wondering if this fan base would put Josh Sweat as the number 1 edge rusher in the league if he had won Super Bowl MVP.
Yes, they would have. That's the way this works. Don't you know that? Have you listened to the station?
I had.
So those are some of the names. I put down Evan Mathis, a couple of Pro Bowls, an All-Pro. Miles Sanders. It's hard to kind of get excited about Miles Sanders.
But he was a good Eagle. He was a good Eagle running back. It was a good second-round pick. Let me give you a name we haven't heard today. What if I told you there was a player, because we like to list accolades and resume, right? 5 straight playoff trips to start the 2000s, a Super Bowl trip, a Pro Bowl, 0 Ike Reese mentions on this entire day. 0. Is that because he's off this week? No Ike Reese mentions. Pro Bowler.
Great special teams player.
Yeah, Sproles came up as a special teamer.
That's what I mean.
John Dorenbos. I mean,
when I heard
we got a Dorenbos mention and not Ike.
And 0 people called about Hugh. 0. That one we're going to get him with for a long time. All right, let's check in with you people. Let's see what they're up to today.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Can't wait to see how Joe takes down our quarterback today.
By not putting him top 5 in the last 25 years.
You found a way,
when
Joe.
There's Hall of Famers and great players, that was taking them down.
Just admit it, Joe. Say you hate Jalen Hurts.
I like Jalen Hurts. I am a fan. He's a really good player. How could I hate a guy that I ranked as the 6th best quarterback in the NFL?
Well,
it doesn't make any sense.
That's hate. That's hate. Slow news day? Yes.
Well, it is the All Star break, guys. Yeah, it's kind of a slower news day.
It's the definition of a slow news day. It's a slow news week. You guys are clowns. Thank you.
What was that for any context?
Some of these are presented without any context whatsoever.
Called evergreen comment.
Yeah. You guys are all frauds, so it's tough, man.
Is that because Rube got the Damon Heward one wrong? Rube, you knew football until you walked in here today. Now, total fraud.
Then, once you get grouped with us, you become a fraud. That's just what happens.
I'm honored, though.
You get lumped in with us. Hugh is looking a little pale today.
Yeah, you are, yeah. Not quite the same shade as typical.
Not rocking the beard either. Kyle looks like Ron Jeremy on crack. I don't appreciate that one at all. That's not nice.
Yeah, you could, that's big of you to read it, though. You could have just scrolled through that one and avoided it, but that shows the show comes first.
I mean, look, as much as I come at Hugh, I got to at least sprinkle in some of the ones that are coming after me. Yep. This is sort of a new sub-feature of you people, because this came about last week in a big way when Tom Kelly was in your chair.
Okay.
And I'm calling this one lost listeners. This is listeners who are just lost, might be tuning into a different show or a different week because they just have no idea what's going on.
They're having a different conversation.
Yeah, well, last week they kept telling TK to shut up, but they said, shut up, Giglio. Like, they were angry at you.
Yeah, but it wasn't
for all
me.
of Tom Kelly's takes.
Okay. So whoever's here, I get yelled at for
But they were telling you to shut up.
Okay, I appreciate that.
So in today's edition of Listeners That Are Lost, I'm disappointed in you guys. No love for Reggie White, Jerome Brown, or Seth Joyner.
Yeah, so there's active listening and there's passive listening, and that's not active listening. Because last time I checked, those guys did not play
How
for
did
the
I
Eagles.
leave Pete Pijos off my list?
I know.
Unbelievable.
You're supposed to know Eagles history.
Yeah, well, that's probably why we were called frauds, because we forgot about all these
So
guys.
no Randall, no Jaws.
Yep.
Nobody made it.
Bunch of frauds. Why just the last 25 years?
Well, it fits neatly.
It's a significant milestone.
Yeah, it's a quarter century. We've reached the quarter mark of the century.
Yep.
25 years from now, we're going to do this again.
Yeah. And this one's my favorite. Of course, Jalen doesn't make Kyle's list. He's on my list. He's on my list.
Will you stop hating Jalen Hurts?
What's your problem?
Top 10 guy.
I hate people to tune into today's show.
Yeah, that is weird. I could understand because sometimes on the app, Rue, people will listen, but you can pause and rewind. So sometimes people will call in and they'll comment on something that was said an hour ago because to them it just happened. YouTube's not really like that. You're kind of just watching it live. But people are going to live in their own world. What does Hugh say? Let people live their truth.
Live their truth, yeah. Which as we're discovering is very dangerous.
Yes.
I disagree. Can't let everyone just live their truth all the time.
No, because people live in a different alternative reality. All right, let's do
hold on. A few more. Sorry.
Okay, good.
Because we put the Hugh poll up.
Yes.
Is he deserving of even top 10 consideration?
Mm-hmm. And he's getting
voting right now, 72% no, but some of the comments range from no, hell no, LOL, and a few gifs of people laughing hysterically. So
the LOL gets me, and the gifs of the laughing. I'm looking at some of the comments on the poll. I love Hugh, but he's not in the top 10. Hell no.
Hell no.
And then just 100 ha-has. I mean, Hugh was a really good player.
Good player.
I almost think sometimes when players become talk show hosts, you kind of forget what they were. I do that a lot with Hugh. Like, he sit here and I just tell him he doesn't know what he's talking about. He did make an all-pro team.
Yeah.
Like, Ike's been here so long, you kind of forget he played for the Eagles for so long. I think sometimes we forget because we have fun with Hugh. He was a good player. Now, is he top 5 Eagle last 25 years? No.
Well, this was fun because these guys in here were talking about, or just throwing names out there for a not top 5.
Like the opposite?
Yeah. So Rager came up. Kerry Williams, Devin White even, which I think is an interesting submission over the last year.
Would Frank Gore make the list?
Man.
Can you make the list if you never actually played here?
Yeah, that's tough.
But Devin
man.
White never suited up for a game.
No, he didn't. I know. Yeah, but he was here long enough to annoy us.
What about Bryce Huff?
Bryce Huff for sure. I think, yeah, that one's missing. DeMarco, Murray, Maxwell, Jamone Brown. Orlando Scandrick.
Jamone Brown.
Scandrick's an all-timer.
Well, Scandrick had a great game, right?
That's right.
2 forced fumbles, fumble return, touchdown.
Yeah. Remember who the Jets quarterback was that day?
Yes, I do know that. Nick Falk?
I think Luke Falk.
Luke Falk.
Yeah.
Do I get credit for that?
Yeah, you get credit.
That's a good one, yeah. Jamone Brown still fixing his glove during the play.
Remember that?
As Wentz is getting sacked.
One last one from you people. Get this Rube guy out of here. And that was texted in from Hugh Douglas.
Oh, okay. Yes.
He's been listening.
Well, he must have heard you didn't put him in your top 5 or top 10. He knows what's going on. All right. Rube, thank you for hopping in today. This was a very fun show. I think we accomplished something today with these top 5s. And Jalen Hurts got voted in by a lot of people as
the first time we've accomplished anything on this show.
It is. We needed to get a football guy in here because obviously that's not working out with Hugh and the defense thing. All right, everyone have a great rest of the day. Is TK up again? Yes, there he is. Tom Kelly is coming up next with the afternoon show. We're back tomorrow for the rest of Quarter Century Week. We'll see what we do tomorrow with Quarter Century Week.
Me and you.
It is us tomorrow and us Thursday. And then Ellie will be with us on Friday. So we're going to have a fun rest of the week. Rube, thank you for hopping in. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. TK is up next right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at turnersvillejeep.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app, or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready, South Jersey. Forest River by Camping World is celebrating their grand opening. All weekend, find incredible deals on a huge selection of products. Plus, meet WIP's Devin Caney Saturday from 11 to 1. That's Forest River by Camping World's grand opening, Route 73 in Berlin.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's so complicated. But it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services. I work with small businesses that expertly handle all your HR needs. Do you feel like you're always interviewing new talent? At Clear Employer Services, we have the secret to retaining talent for you. Don't watch your good employees walk out the door. Talk with me directly about keeping your employees happy. Go to hruncomplicated.com so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit hruncomplicated.com.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
Hi, Eagles fans. Merrill Reese here. Join me in celebrating another Philadelphia Eagles championship season at the Mann Center on July 24th. Sponsored by Jefferson Health. We'll relive the unforgettable highlights of the Birds championship run while the Philadelphia Orchestra plays the iconic music of NFL Films Live. It'll be a night no Eagles fan will want to miss. Parking is free. A portion of the proceeds supports the Eagles Autism Foundation and the Mann Center's free arts education initiatives. Tickets on sale at mancenter.org.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast.
With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Commissioner Greg Sankey had an interesting line at SEC Media Days. He said that college football isn't broken, but it is stressed. Feels like major decisions are coming faster than ever. No one seems to be quite sure where we are with NIL and revenue sharing. With all that, the sport is as popular as ever. This is a critical period for college sports. Hopefully it emerges a time for positive change, not simply chaos. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's the Tom Kelly Show. Just to let you know. 94.1 on the radio. All right, let's go. Dial it up 215. Speak your mind. 592-9494 every time.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. That's right. Tom Kelly takeover of the afternoon show continues today. I'm back in for the guys that are off this week. I'm with you today. One more day. Broads in the rest of the week. Congratulations to Broads and his wife, by the way, welcoming another daughter into the world. So Broads will be with you tomorrow. I'm with you today, though, and a lot of stuff to get into throughout the course of the show today. And, you know, to follow up on yesterday's show a little bit, because yesterday we obviously talked a lot about Jalen Hurts, and that kind of dominated the conversation. Jalen Hurts being ranked 9th on the ESPN list. I told you, I understand if you're looking at the regular season, how Jalen Hurts could be ranked there. I would have him higher. I'd have him number 6 on my list. And if you'd like to discuss that today, we can. But off of that, I started thinking about how we look at the Eagles going into this season. And obviously, camp's starting up next week. It's kind of crazy that that's already upon us here. And we're going to start looking at how the Eagles are going to be able to try to defend this title this season. And they have a legit chance to repeat. I mean, let's look at it and let's look at this team. They have a much better chance than they did back in 2018 when that roster was not nearly as good as I think we thought and maybe hoped it was at the time. I think they have a much better chance to be really good again than they did in 2023 coming off that Super Bowl loss. But I was thinking about this team and how it projects moving forward here. And I think the general consensus seems to be that the concern is on the defensive side of the ball. They've lost players on that side of the ball, pretty much half your starting defense. The offense, for the most part, remains the same. So I get it from that standpoint, but in the end, I disagree. I think when you look at the Eagles this year, I think the concern lies far more on the offensive side than it does on the defensive side. I think the Eagles' bigger worry, the Eagles' bigger concerns are offensively than defensively. And I think if one side of the ball isn't going to live up to their end and isn't going to meet expectations this year, I think it's going to be the offense. And I want to know if you agree to start the show. 215-592-9494. 215-592-9494 is how you get in. Which side of the ball at this point concerns you more with the Eagles going into 2025? Is it the offense or is it the defense? What's the bigger concern? And for me, it's the offense. And I'll explain why. Because my assumption, and who knows, we'll see how it plays out throughout the course of the show, but my assumption is that most people will not agree with this. Mostly based off conversations this offseason we've had with people, and I get it to an extent. The Eagles have lost players on defense, no question about it. They lost Milton Williams, lost Josh Sweat, lost Slay, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, a lot of different faces and a lot of different levels of that defense, to be honest. But I've said consistently, I don't feel like any of the guys that the Eagles lost this offseason on that side of the ball significantly hurt your chances to compete for a championship and have this defense be as good as they were last year. I mean, you lose C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'll just say right off the top, I think that was a good move. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a guy who we have vastly overrated here because people like his personality. People like the edge that he plays with. I don't think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's that great. I think he is an average safety in the NFL. I think he's going to be a pretty easy guy to replace, to be honest. Josh Sweat, I think we look at fondly because of the playoff run he had, but he was not having an incredible year before that postseason last year. This is the same guy that last offseason nobody wanted. The Eagles had him take a pay cut because they tried to trade him, and they could not trade him last year. Slay, I think, is a legitimate loss because that's the one spot where I don't think you have guys immediately ready necessarily to step in, but I'm confident you've been developing these young corners in your system. I'm confident that you'll find one of these guys, whether it's Ringo, whether it is Eli Ricks, somebody that you've been developing over the last couple of years, I think will step in and be able to replace Darius Slay adequately. The best player you lost is Milton Williams, and you have depth there. You have Moro Ojomo, you have Ty Robinson, who people are really high on coming out in this draft as being a guy that can step into that spot, but most importantly, you have Jalen Carter. And I think we've spent so much time this offseason talking about what the Eagles have lost and not enough about what they have and what they still have. You have Jalen Carter, who I think has a legit possibility of this year's third season in the NFL being the best defensive player in football. I think that is how good Jalen Carter could be. We did our top 11 voting a few weeks ago. I had Jalen Carter second on my list. Made the biggest, I think the second biggest play in Eagles history, that sack on Stafford. He is a great player. He makes everybody around him better. The Eagles do not get enough credit for bringing Zach Bond back. I know they didn't do a ton of free agency as far as bringing players in from the outside, but keeping Zach Bond was the number one objective this offseason. The Eagles did that. You have Cooper DeJean, you have Quinyon Mitchell, these young phenoms on the back end who are now going into their second year. They're only going to get better. They have another year of experience, another year in the scheme, and that's the biggest part of things. You still have Vic Fangio, in my mind, the best defensive coordinator in football. That was one of the best coaching jobs I've ever seen a coach do last year, what Vic Fangio was able to do with that defense. And now you have a defense that is truly built in Vic Fangio's image. I mean, he had to go on the fly last year. A lot of those guys weren't his players. A lot of those guys hadn't played in his scheme before. Now you have a legitimate chance to mold your defense in Vic Fangio's image. I think you can tell by the way the Eagles drafted, that draft was largely Vic Fangio impacted. Like, he had a massive say, in my mind, as far as who the Eagles took, how they're going to slot in this defense. Just look how heavily that draft was weighted into defense. Yeah, and you bring in those rookies. You have Jahad Campbell, who might not be ready at the start of the year. Jahad Campbell is going to play a massive role for this team at some point. And then you look on the other side and you look at the offense. And yes, it's mostly a lot of the same players, aside from Mekhi Becton, which, who knows, could be a big loss. I think you could probably replace him, but Mekhi Becton was great last year. Mekhi Becton was an all-pro guard last year. But let's face it, regardless of what you or I or anyone else thinks of Jalen Hurts, this was a running team last year. This was a team that was 28th in passing in the NFL. It's not going to be able to work that way again. Teams have studied all offseason on how to neutralize Saquon Barkley. Teams have looked at all offseason, how do we shut down this running game? It's not going to work as well every week. I'm not going to say that the Eagles won't be able to run the ball. When you have this offensive line, you have Saquon Barkley, and you have Jalen Hurts as a running threat, you should be able to run the ball effectively. But do I think it's going to be as effective as it was last year? No, I think that's kind of an impossible bar to measure up to. You're not going to be able to lean on the run game. You will need to throw more. And can I say that I am fully 100% confident that the Eagles can win that way? Week after week after week. I can't say it fully. Now, I feel a hell of a lot better about it than I did before the championship game in the Super Bowl, because that was one of the big questions all year. And in those two games, the two biggest games of the season, when Jalen Hurts needed to throw effectively for the Eagles to win, he was able to do it. That certainly gives me a lot more confidence than it did before those games. But let's face it, man, 2 games is not a huge sample size. And I can't be fully sure without having seen it. Without having seen, okay, this can be a passing football team. This can be a team that's not going to be as reliant on Saquon Barkley, that's not going to be as reliant on the running game. You're going to need to throw the football more. And let's face it, the biggest thing on that side of the ball, just like I said on defense, the biggest thing is bringing back Vic Fangio, him having another year to mold this defense in his image. You're making an offensive coordinator change. And I thought Kellen Moore did a phenomenal job last year of playing to Jalen Hurts' strengths, playing to this offense's strengths, putting them in positions to be successful week over week. Now, Kevin Patullo steps in, who, by the way, was the passing game coordinator, a passing game that was not great throughout the course of the majority of the season. And it's unfair to just look at the coordinator change and say solely based off that this season is going to go the way 2023 did. I don't know. I don't know how great of a coach, how great of a play caller Kevin Patullo is going to be. But all I know is this is his first time calling plays. He's never done it before. We saw how that went with Brian Johnson in 2023. It wasn't great. I mean, 2023, you look at that season and why that season kind of disintegrated on both sides of the ball. It was the coordinator changes. That is a big deal. That is something that I think will at least affect this offense to a degree, because Kellen Moore, man, he didn't get that Saints job for no reason. Kellen Moore got that Saints job because he did an unbelievable job here last year. And Kellen Moore, regardless of where he's been, whether he's been in Dallas, whether he's been with the Chargers here in Philadelphia, he had really good offenses wherever he went. That's because Kellen Moore is a great coach on that side of the ball. Kellen Moore's a really good play caller. Now, does that mean Kevin Patullo will stink? No. But I think it's hard to expect that this offense is just going to pick up where they left off, that they're going to be clicking on all cylinders from day one. And yeah, when I look at this season, even though you've lost more players on defense, I'm more concerned about the offensive side of it than the defensive side of it. And I want to know if you agree. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. 215-592-9494. That's how you get in to start the show. I'm more concerned about the Eagles' offense going into this season than their defense. I'm assuming most people will disagree with that, but that's where I am. I think even though you lost the pieces on defense, you have a lot of those young guys coming back. You have year two of Vic Fangio. Offensively, you change coordinators. You have a lot of the same players, but I do think there are other challenges that could affect this offense this year, and I want to know how you feel. 215-592-9494. Go to the phones in a few minutes here, but Luke Nichols producing the show today, and I'll ask you, Luke, as we go into this 2025 Eagles season, which side of the ball concerns you more at this point? Is it the offense or is it the defense?
No, it's definitely the defense. I think there's so many more question marks defensively than there is offensively. Now, I'll give you Patullo being nervous about a new offensive coordinator. We've been through this every single year where there's a new offensive coordinator. I wouldn't compare him to Brian Johnson, though. Brian Johnson was at Florida and then came to the Eagles, was on the Eagles coaching staff for 1 year, and then became the offensive coordinator of the team. Kevin Patullo's been in the NFL outside of 1 year where he went to Texas A&M, I think, since 2007. And he's had a ton of different roles. He's in with a ton of different head coaches. So he has the experience that Brian Johnson lacked. But back to the defense. I'm nervous about the defensive line. I get it, we have Jalen Carter, but it's a lot of like, oh, Moro Ojomo looked really good last year. Oh, Ty Robinson was a big steal. Can Nolan Smith continue his play from the second half of the year last year? Jalix Hunt right now is what? The second starting defensive end. He's going to be on that starting defensive line. He's still very raw to that position.
They have Azeez Ojulari. He's a former first-round pick.
Oh,
Don't forget about him.
My-
Don't forget about Josh Uche. Had 11.5 sacks in 2022.
My
Come on,
apologies. Let me rework my entire opinion here. But no, and then the cornerback 2 position, you still don't really know. Right now, it kind of feels like it's just being given to Keely Ringo. Has he proven enough so far to just be handed that position? I don't know. Even at safety, you got Reed Blankenship and then who? Sidney Brown, Andrew Makuba. Makuba isn't even signed yet. So even at linebacker, you don't have him. You never know. But then at linebacker, you're not going to have Nakobe Dean for how long? So then you have Zach Bond, and then who's going to be right there? Is it going to be Trott? Is it going to be Van Sumeren? Or is he going to be the fullback every single play now? So I'm worried about the defense. I get it. We have Vic Fangio, and he did great last year, and we had an entire draft pretty much for Vic Fangio. But even with all that, there's still a ton of question marks at every level of the defense. I get it. We have Cooper, DeJean, and Quinion, and Bond, and Jalen Carter, and those guys are great, and that's the core of your defense. you just got to round out the edges here.
Yeah, I got you. And if you want to get in 215-592-9494, which side worries you more going into this season or concerns you more? Because I don't think it qualifies as worry, at this point. But which side concerns you more, the offense or the defense? For me, it's absolutely the offense. And again, to have all those core players at each level of your defense, to me, is a massive deal. Like Jalen Carter, and I was a huge Fletcher Cox fan. I think Fletcher Cox was underrated throughout the majority of his career here. Jalen Carter is already better than Fletcher Cox ever was at any point in his career. And that is not speaking lightly, because Fletcher Cox in 2016, 2017, 2018, he was incredible. He was one of the best defensive linemen in football. Jalen Carter's already better. Zach Bond is coming off of a season where he was a nominee for Defensive Player of the Year and made huge, impactful plays, really in every game, really in every playoff game. And you look at that secondary, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, what those guys did, they did in their rookie seasons. They did for the first time in their career. You don't think that they're going to get better, that they're going to improve. And with Vic Fangio leading this thing, I just don't really have concerns about the defense. They were so great last year that even with the pieces they lost, I'm not really worried about them stepping in, the guys behind him, stepping in, the guys behind the players they lost, and contributing this year. And the offensive side of it, the coordinator change is something that I really don't think we talk enough about. And not just because of what happened in 2023, because we saw what happened with the offense, Brian Johnson, that year, but the league catches up. Like, this is a smart league of coaches who obsess over this. And if you don't think every coach in the NFL, every defensive coach in the NFL who's got the Eagles on their schedule this year, they spent the last 6-7 months, in part, designing ways to make the Eagles do what they don't want to do. And I think it's pretty clear, based on last year, based on the majority of last year, the Eagles would prefer to run the football instead of throw the football. And I think it's a lot for a coach like Kevin Patullo, who doesn't have a ton of experience. And here was Kevin Patullo, when he was hired, talking about his approach when it comes to play calling.
What's your philosophy or approach as a play caller?
My approach, right, is put the players in the best position they can to be successful. And then that's what it comes down to. You want to make sure they're confident in everything that they can do, and you want to be confident as a coach that you put them in that position so that they can go out there and do their best.
And yeah, that sounds good in theory, but I think it's really tough to actually implement play calls that put players in the best position. Here was a little more from Patullo on adjusting to his new role.
Who were some of the play calls since you've come into this new role?
Really, some of it's still similar, right? The biggest thing, obviously, is the one voice in the offensive room. I still had a big voice prior to, but it's really not a ton different. A lot of the staff is together. And we have a great staff, right? We have the best O-line coach in the NFL. We have the best tight end coach, the best receiver coach, best running back coach. And then we added a couple new coaches. And I worked with Parks Frazier at the Colts, and he's expanded his game. So it's really not that much different. And like I said, those guys are so good at what they do. It's great for me. And as a whole staff, we really, really do well together.
And, I hope that this is as seamless as I think the Eagles obviously hope it's going to be. But I'd feel better with a coach with more experience. One element of the offseason that I didn't love was not interviewing other people, not interviewing other coaches, not getting different perspectives. Because I think if the Eagles' idea is, well, we have all this continuity, we're just going to run it back, and we're going to essentially do the same thing that we did last year, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Teams catch up, the league catches up. And that's why you look back at the Patriots when they were on their great run. They would change every year. They would change basically every week, where they'd have some weeks where they'd run the ball 40 times. Next week, Tom Brady comes out and throws it 40 times. Look at the Chiefs over the course of the last few years. They have evolved and changed from being a deep passing team with Patrick Mahomes to being more of a run-based team to being a dink and dunk team. You need to change constantly. And I don't know if a first-time play caller is just going to be able to do that as seamlessly as I think we hope it will be. And that's why I look at it, man. And I look at the fact that the Eagles were so reliant on the run game last year. And the run game was so dominant last year. I don't think they're going to be able to win that way again. They might in some weeks, But week to week, every single week, Saquon going for 150, 200 yards, I don't think it's going to happen, and it's going to be incumbent on Kevin Patullo, a first-time play caller, to change a lot of things with this offense, and I think you do need to change. I think you do need to change this offense, even though, it had so much success last year. I don't think it's going to work as effectively if you don't have new things, if you don't have new wrinkles, and that's a lot for a first-time play caller, and that's why I'm more concerned about this offense. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. More concerned about the Eagles offense or the defense as we head into 2025, as we head into training camp, getting started next week. We'll get to the phones in a second, but I did want to introduce our next question for today. Because I'm at home last night and I'm watching some of the Home Run Derby, and then I come in studio today, and the first thing I see when I turn on the TVs here in the studio is Pat McAfee. And I'm watching the Home Run Derby last night. And who's doing the intros for the Home Run Derby? Pat McAfee. And I don't I don't know the guy. I'm not one to say I dislike him. He's obviously a hard worker. But, dude, I'm so tired of Pat McAfee. I can't do it anymore. I mean, it's every time you put on the TV. He's at this event, he's at that event. He calls wrestling. He's doing the home run. Why do we need Pat McAfee at the Home Run Derby? If it's a football-related thing, that's fine. Totally unnecessary. Total overkill. And our next question today, give me something you're tired of. It can be a person. It can be, whatever you want. Sports, non-sports, whatever you want to do. Give me something or somebody you're tired of. Luke, I can't take Pat McAfee. It's just too much. Way overexposed.
Yeah, it's a lot. Pat McAfee feels like the 1-1 answer of someone that you're tired of. I'm right there with you. I had it on in the studio last night, and I couldn't hear him doing the, intros, but I was just annoyed by it. Because I'm like, why is he... What is going on? And then at the very end, Cody Rhodes showed up, and it's like, what's he doing here? The Home Run Derby's weird. I had a lot of gripes with the Home Run Derby last night, but that's separate.
Well, the Home Run Derby stinks. I mean, I watched a few. It just takes forever. If the guy you bet on gets knocked out in the first round, like what happened to me with Matt Olson, I'm out. I'm out. Yeah. If I don't have no money on it, I
don't like how it's just constantly. You don't get to appreciate the home run. They're already on to the next pitch when the ball's still in the air. Appreciate the bombs. Come on. But a guy I'm tired of, and it's the first one that comes to mind, and I've complained about him so many times before, but if you're giving me a chance to complain about him again, I'm going to. Aaron Rodgers. I cannot stand hearing about Aaron Rodgers. I don't care about him. I don't care about the Steelers. I think the Steelers are going to be terrible. I don't understand why teams like the Jets, like the Packers at the time, and now the Steelers are bending over backwards and letting this guy do whatever he wants. He wasn't good last year. He was a mediocre quarterback with the Jets. He's 40-something years old. He's at the very end of his career. He's doing the Brett Favre thing where he's just bouncing around from team to team. And now, for whatever reason, the Steelers have gone completely out of their norm. They have never had an offseason like this. They've never put up with any of this kind of crazy media stuff. And anytime they've had to, they've gotten rid of that player, like Le'Veon Bell and like Antonio Brown. This time, they're welcoming that kind of PR with Aaron Rodgers. And I'm so tired of hearing about him and his little high and mighty condescending tone-ness that he has to him. I cannot stand the guy.
I don't think tone-ness is a word. You didn't need the ness. Tone was good enough.
I don't appreciate his toneness.
Okay.
I just, he's so annoying to me. It's just like he thinks so much of himself, and he's not even a good quarterback anymore. He's also been to one Super Bowl and has choked in countless playoff games.
And him and McAfee are best friends, so not surprising there. But yeah, Rodgers I'm seeing videos him being a jerk to kids out of this Lake Tahoe golf tournament.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah,
he's so annoying.
Yeah, so that's a good one. But give me something that you were tired of. That's our next question today. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's get it started on the phones here with Greg and Hamilton. What's up, Greg?
Hey, TK, I like the fact that you bring up good past things about how players look good or the years or whatever. But this thing about not giving the defense, not being concerned about the defense, and what you just said about the offense, I brought up was really good. So why do we have to rely on them? I mean, is it going to be where we have to score 40 points and then the defense gives up 42 points and then you're still going to blame the offense because of that?
No, of course not. I mean, the defense didn't allow a lot of points last year.
Yeah, but the pieces we lost, all of the pieces that we lost is what bothers me the most because, again, there's 11 people in the defense, and the complementary players that we're counting on, you got to hope that these guys can actually fill the shoes of the others. So that's what I'm talking about. So
yeah, sure,
that's
Greg.
what my concern is.
No, and that's fair. I just look at the guys the Eagles lost, and to be quite honest with you, I just don't think they were what will make or break this defense. Like, I think Milton Williams is a really good player. Milton Williams is not a $100 million player, and I think the Eagles will be able to replace him. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I'm not going to lie, man. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson was overrated here. And Josh Sweat is a guy who last offseason nobody wanted. The Eagles had to take a pay cut because they couldn't trade him. And I look at between the guys that they signed to rush the passer and the guys they drafted.
About the players that we lost, I agree with. Well, other than CJ, but the other players that you're talking about, those guys excelled because of Jalen Carter.
Mm-hmm.
You got to hope that the other guys can do the same thing. So that's where my concern is with the defense, whereas the offense is pretty much still intact. So if it doesn't pan out, again, they're not going to be able to – I mean, I still believe they're going to be able to run the ball. And what's the good thing about it is they're going to be so concentrated on stopping Saquon that this is where – the meager 120 yards or less than 200 yards works for him. And this is where Jalen is going to win games that we need because of that. So that's why I'm saying I think that the defense is more of a concern for me than for you. So that's the way I see it. And I just think that you are going to put more pressure and, I guess, critique against Jalen if he's not able to score 42 points while the defense gives up 45.
Well, I don't think the defense is going to give up that many points, Greg. I just don't think that's going to be that big of a problem. But what do you have for our next question? What's something that you're tired of?
Something that I'm tired of?
Yeah.
I guess for us to constantly not show our own players love that we should be given when as harsh as we are on our own players, when other people from other cities or teams that I know of respect and appreciate our players more than we do. That's the only thing that really bothers me right now.
Okay, well, I hear you, Greg. I appreciate the call, and I don't know if that was in reference to my list yesterday. I had Jalen Hurts 6th on my list. I think that's appropriate. I mean, it's not underappreciated. I mean, 6 is a pretty damn good ranking.
Did you have Jaden Daniels 5?
I did have Jaden Daniels 5.
You can't do it.
Why can't I do that?
He's a rookie.
I mean, if I'm taking a team right now, I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. I'm taking Jaden Daniels over Jalen.
Okay, if that's your reasoning, then I get it. But that's also because he's a rookie and he's on a rookie deal. Rookie deals are gold in the NFL.
Contract aside.
Contract aside, I'm still taking
I just
Jalen.
think Jaden Daniels is a better player.
He has had one good year of play. One good year.
It was a pretty damn good year.
It was a really good year.
And we'll get into the Commanders at some point a little later on because they have their own issues they're dealing with right now. Yeah. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But want to know, what's the bigger concern for you as we head into training camp here? The Eagles offense or the Eagles defense? For me, it's the offense. I know they lost more players on defense, but losing the offensive coordinator is a big deal, and I think the Eagles are going to have to change the way they play going into next season. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. Also, next question, give me something that you were tired of. It can be a person, opinion, whatever. Sports, non-sports. You're welcome to get in on that as well. I'm Tom Kelly, in for the afternoon show today. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine, its impressive fuel economy. Still going. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, excludes S-Trim. Example 0 down payment. 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Corporation credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Every mile per hour over the speed limit increases your risk of a deadly crash. Speeding puts you, your passengers, and others at risk. Slow down and drive smart. Safety is everyone's responsibility.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Jenna from Rose Tree wants a squawk.
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I feel chained to my old car that I hate, and I may owe a little more than it's worth. Suggestions?
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. We can get you into a new vehicle you love no matter your situation. It's our feathered forte. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Joe from Broomall. You're on the air.
Can I buy with no money down at Robin Ford?
You bet your tail feathers. Here at Robin Ford now through the end of the month. Drive home your choice of a new 2025 Ford Escape or Bronco Sport for $399 with no money down. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 31st, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. I want to take a second to acknowledge our friends at Family and Company Jewelers. I always tell you, they're the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. Well, now it's official. Don't just take my word for it. Family and Company Jewelers was named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. You can get her the best ring, the best diamond. So why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Go to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be, and take away.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly with you on a Tuesday afternoon, filling in for Ike, Spike, and Fritz today. They'll be back next week. But talking about the Eagles to start the show, it really is crazy, man. The training camp starts next week. And I always get to this point, like right when it hits July, and most normal people are like excited for the next 2 months and summer and everything like that. I just want to fast forward through. Like I said it the other day, I think when I was on with Al, if I could just fast forward life through the next 6-7 weeks and get this September and get the Eagles opening day, I would. I'm not a big summer fan, honestly. I want the fall. I want football. You know, it's too hot. There's only baseball to watch.
Rains every day.
Gets a little repetitive. Well, it doesn't always rain every day. This is a weird week.
It's really,
more than
it
anything.
feels like it rains every single day.
Would you fast forward to September if you could right now?
I don't know. I mean, there is a preseason game this month, so we're basically there already.
No, preseason
You're not watching the Hall
count.
of Fame game with the Chargers and the Lions?
No.
Come on, Tom. You're not watching Hard Knocks?
The Hall of Fame game stinks.
Oh,
no,
come
I'm not
on.
watching Hard Knocks has stunk for years. I've been out on Hard Knocks since they had the gold mine that was the Antonio Brown Raiders, and they did absolutely nothing with it and didn't show you any of the good stuff.
Yeah, that flopped.
Yeah, that I'm like, I'm totally done with this. But if you want to get in, 215-592-9494 is how you join the show. We'll get into the All Star Game that's happening tonight a little later on. But starting off with the Eagles, and what side of the ball concerns you more heading into the season? Is it the offense or is it the defense? For me, it's the offense. And I look back at last year, this defense was incredible. This was the best defense in football, really from like week 5, week 6 on. And yeah, you lost some players, but you didn't lose anybody who I think was a make or break player on your defense. Probably the guy I'm most worried about losing is Slay. And hey, you have 2 unbelievable rookie corners to help and assist whoever that is who steps in and wins that job. And I look at this defense and I see difference makers at every level. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jalen Carter up front, Zach Bond. That's incredibly important. You have Vic Fangio still running this thing and now being able to mold it even more into his image. And you look at the other side of the ball. And the Eagles offense, let's face it, for a lot of the season, they were one-dimensional. And I know people won't want to necessarily hear that when it comes to the passing game. And the passing game wasn't good for a lot of the year. Now, I'm more confident than if you would ask me this right after the Rams game. I was extremely concerned at that time. But the bottom line is Jalen Hurts played great against Washington and played great in the Super Bowl when the Eagles needed him to. But this year's going to be different. Like this year, I think Jalen's going to need to do that pretty much every game. Like, you're going to be able to run. You have Saquon. He's obviously going to be really good. I don't expect him to fall off a cliff here, even though that does happen to running backs. I don't think the running game is going to be as potent as it was last year, though. And I just think as time goes on, your offense needs to change. Your offense needs to evolve. And the Eagles won't be able to come back and run the ball with this kind of frequency and have the 28th passing offense this year. It's not going to work. So, yeah, I'm more concerned about the offense, especially when you look at the coordinator change. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Our next question today, give me something you're tired of off of Pat McAfee. Has to do the Derby introductions, just all over the place. Guy seems like a hard worker. I respect the work ethic, respect the grind for sure. He's working his ass off, but just a little too much. We can back off on the McAfee content. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Rick in Easton. What's up, Rick?
TK, first, let me give you props. I love your music for your show coming on.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate that.
Luke is one of my favorite producers. He's got a great voice for radio,
How about
and
that?
he needs to have his own show, and I always tell the producers that when they do a great job.
That's very nice of you, Rick. The,
appreciate it, Rick.
the
Hey,
producers
my
here
man.
work
So-
very hard.
Real quick, before I go to a trade for the Phillies, I think I want to discuss with you because Ben Davis and Ruben Amaro are now agreeing with me. But I got to go first with the Eagles. That's your lead into the show. And I have something that annoys me also.
Sure.
So real quick, I'm not worried about either side of the ball, and here's why. We have never, I'm 67, we have never seen an Eagles team come back to back with a roster like this. And you know how Magic Johnson made all the players around him better on both sides of the ball, especially the offensive side. We have 1,800 pounds of all-pro offensive line, and offensive line is the nucleus of every football team. You have a team coming back that has done it before, been there, done that. I think if leadership, which they have, lets the trenches give them and dictate what works best for them, I think they're going to work together. On the defensive side, I am really, really excited about the defense because they have so much back, and they're all a year better. And Georgia knows how to win championships. And you have the two D-backs. They have so much to complement the new kids. I think they're going to mesh finally. That's my take on the Eagles.
No, Rick, and I agree with you. And I think when you look at the defense, and I get the Eagles lost some players, but the best guys that they have on that side of the ball are all young. The best guys they have on that side of the ball are all going to get better. Now, I'm not telling you the Eagles have a bunch of old guys on offense necessarily, but they're certainly older. Like the offensive line, I mean, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, there's a lot of mileage on those guys. Saquon, I think, is going to be fine, but hey, I mean, the track record of running backs who have had that kind of a season coming back the next year, the odds are significantly in favor of the fact that guy is never going to have that kind of a season again.
And the skilled positions around that experience is going to be the trump card. Let me go Phillies real quick with you because I really have to get this off my chest.
Sure.
And now Ruben Amaro is agreeing that Schwarber can play left field in October. And now Ben Davis was shocked when I called him a couple days ago. He said, you know what? I love the trade. You have Rooker and you have Miller over at that abysmal situation in Oakland. Rooker, people don't realize, only gets paid $12 million a year for the next 6 years, and you don't know if Schwarber's coming back next year. Go get Rooker, go get Miller, and give up Crawford, give up Painter. I think that Painter ship may have sailed, and give up Miller, and go win the championship now. That's really, I think, now Ruben Amaro and now Ben Davis are both agreeing just go big or go home. Let me tell you what bothers me, and then you can talk later. What bothers me the most is the NFL came out with that music with the 2025 draft. You know that little music they play when they draft somebody?
Yep.
Let the other leagues get their own music. Why is every league using the same music the NFL did? That bothers me.
Wow, that's an interesting one, Rick. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I watch the NBA draft. So I do watch that one. I'm not watching the MLB draft. I'm not watching the NHL draft. But it's just such a nice little alert that I'm fine with that being used universally amongst all drafts. Like you hear that little jingle, and it's time for a draft pick to be made.
It's a great jingle.
Yeah.
I didn't know the NFL created it, and I knew that the NBA used it. I don't remember. I watched some of the MLB draft. I can't remember if they used it too, but I mean, it's a good enough jingle that I'm fine with.
Yeah, no, but it's a creative thing you're tired of. So I appreciate that. Well done, Rick. That's a good one. 215-592-9494. Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers for extraordinary diamonds and customer service. Visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. You can find the Twitter question at TommyKelly44 on Twitter. Which side of the ball concerns you more heading into 2025, the offense or the defense? So discussing that, but I did want to touch on what Rick had to say regarding the Phillies as well, because, I have been, to this point, kind of resistant as far as the trade deadline, doing anything that's going to move Kyle Schwarber back into the field. I would ideally not do that. Ideally, Kyle Schwarber's your DH. You don't, weaken your defense by having to put him out in the field. But I've gotten to the point where I'm kind of on the train where you need a bat so bad. If you need to do that, you go out and do it. And, Brent Rooker's a guy who we talked about a lot heading toward the trade deadline last year. Didn't end up getting moved. But, man, that's a right-handed bat who would look really good in the lineup. And I'll ask you, would you move Kyle Schwarber back to the outfield if that's the only way you can add an impact bat? 215-592-9494, because I think it might be. And again, it's not the ideal solution here. But you don't have many options. And the bottom line is, when you look at this team, this offense isn't good enough. If you do anything resembling standing pat, or just add a minor piece at the deadline, a minor bat, that's not going to be enough. You need an impact bat. And if the only way that you can do that is by putting Kyle Schwarber back in the field, I think you need to do it. And as far as the prospects, you probably know where I stand on this. I'm fine with trading anybody. I wouldn't want to trade Andrew Painter, but if you're trading him in a deal that's getting you Brent Rooker, that's getting you Mason Miller, I think you probably got to do it, because this is the season, man. This is the time you got to go for it. And honestly, a big part of it is Dave Dombrowski has not given me any reason to believe he can make a minor move that is going to improve this team significantly. He has not been able to do it over the last couple of years. So I think if it requires giving your top prospects for more of a sure thing, I think that's just what you got to do.
Yeah, I've always been, at least for the last month, of you got to get somebody. You can't just sit on your hands and let this opportunity with these three great starters pass you by. And for the Schwarber thing, I think I'd risk it. The offense has been so bad. It's been so bad. And this is what's supposed to be the strength of the team. You're supposed to be a power-hitting team with all these guys that can really, mash home runs. You have one guy at this point who can really do that.
Yeah.
Harper can't do that much. Castellanos can't. Trey can't. Rooker would be one of those guys.
And you need to improve the offense. I agree, even if it would mean weakening your defense a little bit, for sure. Let's go to Barry in Abington. What's up, Barry?
Thanks for taking my phone call. I want to weigh in on this rating about Jalen Hurts. I think we're making an issue out of a non-issue. To me, it doesn't make a difference whether he's rated 9th or whether he's rated 6th or 2nd. The fact of the matter is that he wins football games, and he makes this Eagles football team a much better football team. Now, I've been around since Moby Dick was a guppy, and here's the issue. Dan Marino, probably a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts in terms of what he's accomplished, and the same with Jim Kelly. But they never won a Super Bowl. At least Jalen's been to 2 Super Bowls, had a chance to win one, and unfortunately he had that interception. And he won the other Super Bowl that he was in. So he does what is needed to win for this particular organization and give us a parade. So I don't understand. Is this something that's been created by the media? You understand? He just accomplishes what needs to be done. And the argument that he has great players around him, well, Joe Montana had great players around him. Dan Marino had great players around him. So did Jim Kelly. But they never won.
Well, Barry, and I hear you, but I'll just say that, I don't think the criticism's unfair. I don't think the questions are unfair. Yes, Jalen was incredible in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. No, I'm not going to dispute that, and anybody who would dispute that is just a hater. Let's be honest. He was great.
I could agree with that.
Yeah,
the only thing
he was great in those two big. Well, 1 second, Barry. He was great in those two big games, but throughout the course of the season, if we're evaluating it honestly, I think it's fair to say that the passing offense did not look as good as it probably should look. Would you agree with that?
That's a valid criticism, but the fact of the matter is the goal is to win football games, and you do whatever is necessary to win football games. In terms of what that list looked like, I have the greatest respect for Jaden Daniels' ability, but he was here. He was in the league 1 year. I think that's really unfair to rate him above Jalen Hurts just on 1 year. When Caleb Williams came out of college, they thought he was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Now, look, what happened to him?
Right, he didn't play well. I mean, Jaden Daniels played great, though, Barry.
Yeah,
and Jaden Daniels played great with what I felt like was a supporting cast that was nowhere near what Jalen's supporting cast was.
But here's the point. You have to prove yourself. And longevity means something. You follow what I'm saying?
I follow.
I mean, so I think they're making an issue out of a non-issue. To me, the issue is to win, and that's the crowning achievement of all your accomplishments.
Barry, I hear you, but I mean, if we're talking about Jaden Daniels, I mean, the guy took a team that I think was a relatively mediocre roster to an NFC Championship game in his first year. I mean, to me, that's winning.
What was the score of the
Yeah, the Eagles killed him in that. The Eagles had a much better team. I don't disagree with you on that.
Okay, and how did Jaden Daniels perform in that game?
I thought Jaden Daniels played well. I think Jalen played better.
Okay, that's my point.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. What do you have for something that bothers you, or something you're tired of?
Okay, I'm tired of seeing LeBron James in that barbershop commercial where he cuts everybody's hair in the shape of a king's crown. I think it's overdone already.
Oh, I appreciate the call, Barry. I don't think I've seen this commercial yet, where LeBron James cuts hair in the shape of, like, I've seen his little barbershop clips when he had that. I don't know if he still has that show, but I don't know if I've seen that commercial. But the commercials are ripe for this next question, I think, though. There are a lot of commercials that are overplayed that you could probably go to and get a lot of good answers for this one. Have you seen this commercial, Luke? LeBron cutting people's hair in the shape of a crown?
I think I have seen it. I think it's an Amazon commercial.
Okay. I don't think I've seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Is it for, I guess it's for the new NBA on Amazon next year?
No, I don't know. I feel like it was an Amazon commercial, but I don't really remember what it was for. I remember seeing LeBron in it.
Okay, well, okay.
I was really tired of the Wingstop commercials during the finals and really all of the NBA playoffs.
The Chet Holmgren.
That one,
that
too.
one.
Yeah, with Chet Holmgren
and SGA and Jalen Williams.
Yeah, I was really tired of that one.
Every commercial during the NBA playoff, not the NBA finals, during the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, the entirety of the playoffs.
I think that commercial aired during every single game.
Every break.
Yeah.
Every single break that was on. It was so annoying.
Yeah, just way too much, way too overexposed. Let's go to Trey in South Carolina. What's up, Trey? Yo, Trey.
What's up, TK?
How you doing, man?
All right. How you doing? Oh, man,
Great.
check this out. I just want to know why everybody such against Jalen, man. You know, the rankings, I know the professional people on ESPN. It's like, man, I believe he could win 2 more Super Bowls and 2 more MVPs and still not be ranked in the top 5.
Well, I don't know if that's true. Like, Trey, I will agree. I think 9 is too low. I mean, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert especially being ranked over him is crazy. But, I mean, I think like 5 or 6 is about fair. I don't think he's, should be above Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow. Like, I don't know. I think that's fair. I think Jaden Daniels is the one where there's, argument that can break out. But aside from those big 4 guys, I don't think Jalen should be above them at this point.
Hey, TK, he goes by my rankings. I rank him 4.
Okay, who would you have?
I go for Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and then I pick him over Jalen Hurts over Lamar, man.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
It's
like
in my mind, anyway.
I would take Lamar, but hey, Lamar has not performed well in the postseason. No question about that.
All right.
What do you have for?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you have for next question, Trey?
Why you so down on the offense, man? Why you think they're gonna struggle so much?
Well, I think the new coach
answered the question.
Yeah, Trey. I think I think the next coach. I think the new offensive coordinator is a big deal. I think changing on that side, changing play callers. I mean, Ken Patullo's never called plays before. We saw how this went in 2023. That doesn't mean it's going to go the same way. But I like the continuity that they have with Vic Fangio on defense, and I think they have a lot of great players on defense.
Okay, well, I agree with you on that, but I'm telling you, Jalen and my favorite Philadelphia Eagles, Devontae Smith, I look for all them to light it up this year, though.
Well, I get it. What do you have for something you're tired of, Trey?
Dallas Cowboys on primetime TV, man.
There you go. I appreciate.
Yeah, because I believe I'm not sure, but I think they got more primetime games than we had.
I don't know.
We the doggone Super Bowl champ.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true this year, Trey. I mean, the Eagles are obviously playing them on opening night. And that's an idea I've kind of warmed up to. I wasn't a fan of it at first. I thought, Washington or the Lions would have been a better opening matchup. But the more I think about it, I'm okay. Give us a little easy win week 1 against the Cowboys. Why not?
It will also be nice that, assuming everyone's fine going into week 1 on either side, it'll be both teams at full strength. Dak isn't out or Jalen isn't out or all these defensive players aren't out. It's felt like in the last 5-6 years, every time it's Eagles-Cowboys on Sunday Night Football or Monday night, Sunday at 4 o'clock, some big player is out. Where it's like, oh, this team's been so good, but also they're missing these people. So it's kind of diminished a bit. So I see why the NFL put it as week 1 to try to kind of get this rivalry back to what it was.
The one thing that I hate, though, and I heard Joe and Rube talking about this during the midday show today, is the Eagles playing Washington 2 out of 3 games at the end of the year.
They do that every year with that divisional stuff at the end.
It's like, I get you want all divisional games the final week of the season. I agree with that because, hey, they're usually the biggest games. You want all those matchups being interdivisional matchups. Mm-hmm. But the fact, who knows how this season's going to go? There's a legit chance that whether it's the Eagles or Washington, that, one of them isn't relevant at the end of the season. Mm-hmm. So I think they're trying to save their great games, but it doesn't necessarily mean that these games are going to be relevant. The fact that one of these games isn't earlier, at least in the first 7-8 weeks, is crazy to me.
Yeah, it's so dumb. The NFC Championship rematch, we're talking about that. That could be the first game of the season.
That's not going to happen
until December.
It's not going to happen until Christmas time.
Yeah, that's awful. It is so dumb. We should have played the Commanders within the first 4 weeks. Instead, we get to play the Buccaneers for the millionth time in the first 4 weeks of the season.
God, it feels like the Eagles play the Bucs every year.
Put them in our division at this point. This is ridiculous. And we always go to Tampa.
Well, but that's not like the NFL's jobbing the Eagles. That's the way the schedule formula works.
Well, it certainly feels like they are.
The emotional Luke in there. There you go.
Collusion.
You just did your Brian Windhorst impression there.
Yep.
There you go. Let's get the camera on Luke. There we go. Nice job, Morgenstein. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Your thoughts on the Eagles. Are you more concerned about the offense or the defense heading into 2025? Next question today. What's something that you were tired of? I can't take any more Pat McAfee, man. It's just too much. All over the place. Don't need him at the home run derby. So you want to get on that. And when we return, did just mention the Commanders there. They're dealing with a little bit of turmoil. And something new happened today regarding one of their high-profile players. We'll get to that coming up next. I'm Tom Kelly. I'm with you in for the afternoon, guys, today. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com. I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz.
Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is Andrew Bogusch with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. I didn't know we were supposed to assume that StatCast was giving us home run distances down to the centimeter. I always assumed those measurements were very educated guesses, and then Cal Raleigh won a Derby tiebreaker by less than an inch last night. Feels more convenient than science. I'm Andrew Bogusch.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly with you once again on the afternoon show. TK takeover of the afternoon show. I'll move my takeover to the morning show the next few days, working with John Ritchie and Rhea and the crew the next few days. But in for the afternoon, guys, today, this segment brought to you by Groundworks. Don't let a weak foundation sack your home's value. Schedule a free inspection at Groundworks.com. Talking about the Eagles, and which side of the ball do you concerns you more heading into this season? Is it the Eagles offense or is it the Eagles defense? For me, it's the offense, and I know the Eagles have lost more players on the defensive side of the ball. Milton Williams is a really good player, and it stinks to see a guy like that walk out the door. That being said, there's no chance in hell you were going to be able to keep that guy. Slay played great last year, and that is a legitimate loss. But I think the Eagles will be able to replace him. And again, you look at the pieces that they have. Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, all extremely young. All will get better, all under the direction of Vic Fangio. I mean, you kept Zach Bond, that's something we don't talk about nearly enough. And I think it's because he never actually went to free agency, where it's this weird thing where the Eagles get penalized for doing it ahead of time because it's not when the news cycle as far as acquiring players is really hot, but it was a big deal. And you look at offensively, you have basically everybody back. You lose Becton. I'm not freaking out over that, but I mean, that being said, Mekhi Becton was an all-pro guard last year. I mean, losing him could have some effect. And I just think that the offense is going to need to evolve. The offense is going to need to be different. And could I be wrong? Sure. I mean, I was wrong last year. I thought the Eagles would not be able to continue to run the ball as effectively as they were all year long. Now, I do think it's different when you look at during a season, when teams have to game plan for their opponent that week. You really only have 1 week to game plan for a team like the Eagles, as opposed to in a full 6-7 month off season. It's a much different scenario where now teams have had time to study. They've had time to really dig into what the Eagles are doing. And everybody's game plan is going to be come out and stop 26. Come out and shut down Saquon Barkley. Do I think they'll be able to do it every week? Of course not. Saquon's an incredible player. The Eagles' offensive line's awesome. They'll be able to run the ball. But I do think that more often the Eagles are going to need to throw the ball effectively. And they're going to need to throw the ball more frequently this year. They were able to do it in the NFC Championship game. They were able to do it in the Super Bowl. But I think they're going to need to do it more consistently week to week throughout the course of a season. And especially with the new offensive coordinator, I'm not sure how seamless that's going to be. Certainly concerns me more than the defense. 215-592-9494. You want to get on that. Next question today. Give me something you're tired of off of Pat McAfee, who I just think is way overexposed. Don't need McAfee at the home run derby. And that home run derby was just, I don't know. And you mentioned it earlier, Luke. This should be the easiest event to broadcast. I mean, it's home runs. Somehow they have made it so boring that, I watched my guy Olsen blow it, by the way, in the first round. I had a nice little plus 1,000 ticket on him last night. But after that, it's this is just boring. It's the same. It's very repetitive.
I didn't realize they got rid of the swing-offs, too. Who was it? I think it was Cal Raleigh
and Rooker.
And Rooker, yeah. They had the home runs down to the 10 billionth decimal.
Do a swing-off.
Yeah, what are we doing? They both went 460 feet, whatever it was, but you're going down to the decimal point of whose was longer? Come on.
And I got to ask that, and let me know if I'm a jerk with this take. Mm-hmm. But, and I think I can speak on this as somebody with young kids. Little bit of a look-at-me move for Rooker to be sitting there during the Derby feeding the kid a bottle. I mean, I felt like he was doing that for the cameras.
Maybe,
that was a look at me look. Oh, look at me feeding my baby while I'm doing the home run derby.
Duty calls.
Unnecessary. I mean, you could go into the clubhouse You can do it in private.
It was a good dad. I don't know. Duty calls. He couldn't go anywhere.
It was a look at me move by Rooker. He wanted that photo, and he wanted everybody to see. Look at what a good dad I am. Look at the do-it-all dad I am. I can do the Derby, and I can feed my little baby a bottle at the same time. It was just a little too.
Maybe so.
A little too, self-centered.
Maybe so. I think there's too many things being given out at the end of the Derby to the winner. You get a trophy, you get a belt, you get the chain. What happened to the trophy? I tweeted it out. Ryan Howard, when he won, he got the trophy and immense pride by just crushing home runs. Let's go back to that.
I didn't make it that far. That's all I'll say. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. In a few minutes here, we will get to the Commanders. A little disharmony with the Commanders right now, one of their top players. But first, let's go back to the phones. Go to Matt in the Northeast. What's up, Matt?
Good. My question is, I am mad about Rob Thompson. I'm sick or tired of him taking out the pictures for no reason.
What do you mean, Matt? What picture is Rob Thompson taking out for no reason? What are you talking about?
He took out the picture on Sunday, Sanchez, when he could have finished the whole game and saved the bullpen until the All-Star break.
Well, they have an All-Star break coming up. What do you care if they pitch on Sunday? They're going to be off for 7 days.
They almost blew the game. Thank God they won.
Well, they won. I mean, there's nothing to complain about. How many pitches did Sanchez throw in that game, by the way?
78 to 80.
I don't think that's accurate. I'll check, but I'm pretty sure he threw more than that. But so you're not a Rob Thompson fan, essentially?
No.
Okay. Well, no problem, Matt. What do you got on the Eagles?
I think the Eagles are going to repeat again this year. They got a good team. They got younger.
All right. Well, there you go, Matt, and I appreciate the call. And yeah, I mean, the Eagles, they have a hell of a chance to repeat. I mean, they have, I'd say, a much better chance, certainly a much better chance they did in 2018. And looking back at that time, I mean, you obviously had a weird quarterback dynamic going on that I think in retrospect we could see is even more odd than we had known at the time with the whole Nick Foles, Carson Wentz thing, and just a better roster, a younger roster for sure. I mean, that team was old and kind of, got old overnight. This team is much better, and this team is much better positioned. Let's go to Matt in Millville. What's up, Matt? Yo, Matt.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, Matt?
What's up, man? First time caller.
Oh, thanks for calling, man. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I'm kind of starstruck a little bit, but man, I just wanted to touch base on a few subjects. First, Jalen Hurts and him being number 9. And then I wanted to touch on, my top 5, all-time Eagles, if that's cool with you guys.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they're talking about it on the midday. You can do that real quick. What do you got on Hurts?
Hurts, man, I just wanted to just basically say, what's the difference between him and Lamar Jackson? Everybody always talking about, how he has this super team. You get what I'm saying? Lamar Jackson basically has the same exact thing. You know what I mean? The only difference is between them two, Jalen Hurts wins. And,
I mean, Matt, I think Jalen's got a lot better receivers than Lamar Jackson has in Baltimore.
Oh, for sure. But, all right, so, Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley. He has Andrews. We have, Dallas Goedert. So there's some comparisons, in their game. I'm just tired of the talk. I feel like Jalen Hurts gets too much hate. You know what I mean?
Sure. I just, Matt, I think, for some people, I think there are some people that go overboard because they know to get a reaction. Right. But I do think some of the criticism is fair. I think it gets a little tricky sometimes, but I do think there are some criticisms of Jalen that are totally fair.
Right, and then you go off the subject of Jalen Hurts has beaten all of them. He's beaten Patrick Mahomes. He's beaten Joe Burrow. He's beaten Lamar Jackson. He's beaten literally all the top quarterbacks you can name. He's beaten them, and he's 2-1 against Patrick Mahomes. He's beaten him once in the regular season. He's beaten him once in the Super Bowl. He lost to him once in the Super Bowl. You get what I'm saying? So he has to be taught. He has to be in the top 5.
Well,
he has to be.
I mean, I have him 6, Matt, and I'm just looking at it the way I look at it. If I'm starting a team tomorrow, I would take Jalen 6th. I'd take, Burrow and Allen and Lamar, Jaden Daniels, and obviously Mahomes ahead of them. And, I think 6 is fair. So,
can I ask you a question, though?
Sure.
can I ask you why would you take Lamar Jackson over him?
Because I think Lamar's a more talented player. I think Lamar's a better athlete, and I think Lamar's a better passer.
Do you think he's a better playoff player?
He hasn't been. I mean, he certainly hasn't been.
Right.
Not the games that Jalen played in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. But, Matt, I said this yesterday, man. I mean, what if Jalen Carter doesn't sack Matt Stafford and the Eagles lose that game? What discussion are we having about Jalen all offseason? Is that he didn't play well enough in that game. So
Right,
I do think,
fair.
we can't just attribute the wins to him without looking how the wins happened. You know what I mean?
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So what do you got for next question today?
Is Devontae Smith an underrated receiver?
Okay. Well, I appreciate the call, Matt. So Devontae Smith, underrated receiver for next question. I'm not sure. I should have reframed the question. That was my fault. I'll take accountability for that one. That was my fault.
You were
not
literally asking him for a question.
What are you tired of? That is next question today. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But I did want to get to some interesting audio that came out today from Washington, because you look at this season, and obviously we talk about the Eagles' hierarchy in the NFC, and especially in the NFC East. The Commanders are the team that you really look at as probably the greatest threat. Now, in the NFC as a whole, I would say the Lions are still the biggest threat to the Eagles. I still think San Francisco could have a bounce-back year. I know they're kind of in a little bit of maybe a retooling phase, but I think Kyle Shanahan's a really good coach. I think San Francisco will certainly be better than they were last year. But in the division, I think the assumption has been the Commanders are going to be really good again, and they're the team to worry about so much. But they're dealing with a heck of a contract issue right now with Terry McLaurin. And Terry McLaurin, looking for a new deal, going into his final year, he's not too happy about it. And he came out and he spoke today. Here was McLaurin just a few hours ago talking about, how frustrated he is with this process.
Yeah, I've been pretty frustrated. I'm not going to lie. Everything that has transpired up until this point has been disappointing and frustrating. I've wanted to continue my career here. I've created my life here. My wife and I have bought our first home here. So this has been somewhere where I've always wanted to be.
And, hey, Terry McLaurin's not a guy who's going to come out and – I don't even know if I've heard Terry McLaurin say anything controversial in his entire career. He's been a great player for Washington, but, that was pretty candid on the state of his contract and his frustration with the organization right now. Here is more from McLaurin on just the need for the Commanders to get something done soon.
I think, there has to be some active discussions, Like I said, we haven't talked in over a month, and obviously with camp around the corner, it's becoming a little bit of crunch time. And, obviously you want to be in a position where you're building to what we did last year, and Jaden and I continue to build along with the offense. And that was the thing, before I took a step back, it was things were going great on the field. And, the connection and the offense and the energy was just amazing. And so to see where it was then and where it's at now is definitely disappointing. So I don't necessarily know what happens next, but without any progressive discussions, it's kind of hard to see how I step on the field. So.
And it is interesting when you hear Terry McLaurin obviously be frustrated. It doesn't sound like he's going to play without a new deal. So if that was what Washington was hoping for, doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. And I do wonder about a step back for them this year, because that was a lot of success really quickly. And a lot of times when you see a team like that come out of nowhere, have a great season, it's hard to replicate it. I think you kind of look... I see some comparisons to the 2022 Eagles. The Eagles were obviously a lot better. They went to a Super Bowl. Washington obviously got eliminated in the championship game. But there's a lot that comes with success and a lot of egos and stuff that you have to deal with. And I wonder who is the bigger threat in the East? Because I think we've looked at it strictly as the Commanders. Dallas had a down year last year, but Dallas is still a pretty talented team. I think the Cowboys might be a bigger threat to the Eagles than the Commanders are.
No, I don't think so. I think the Cowboys' defense is still bad. Their head coach isn't going to be good. He was a very just we're kind of out of options here, higher. Their starting running backs are Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams. They drafted a guy, I think, Alfred Blue or something out of Texas. Not worried about him. I think the fact that the Commanders' coaching staff stay together. You still have Jaden Daniels. I assume this Terry McLaurin thing is going to get done. Just that alone makes them the biggest threat to the Eagles in the East. But the Commanders' defense is not good. They had a lot of older players last year and a lot of guys on one-year deals that they could not bring back. Jonathan Allen isn't there anymore. Deron Payne is there. And outside of that, their defensive line isn't that great. You still have Bobby Wagner. He's pretty old. Luvu is nothing. And then their secondary with Marshawn Lattimore. Marshawn Lattimore's best days are behind him. So I think their defense is going to be the thing. I mean, last year their defense wasn't great at all, but I think it's really going to be apparent just how bad it is this year.
Well, yeah, and it is funny because you look at that and then you think of that contract situation with McLaurin. And then you remember, oh, well, the Cowboys have their own contract issues with Micah Parsons. And it just brings me back, and I know I sound like a broken record on this, probably more than anybody, but hey, I mean, it's fashionable to be a Howie guy now. I will say I was maybe the one person who stuck with Howie through thick and thin in 2020 when everybody wanted him fired and Jalen. You couldn't go an hour on this radio station without hearing Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson, fire Howie Roseman. Well, I mean, let's see how that works out. And now you look at these other teams in the division. Cowboys can't sign Micah Parsons. The Commanders can't sign Terry McLaurin. Doesn't it just make you feel relieved that you have somebody like Howie Roseman? A.J. Brown signed ahead of time. Devontae Smith signed. Zach Bond gets brought back. And that's why I get people get frustrated. Oh, what are you doing getting rid of C.J. Gardner-Johnson? The reason why you do things like that is to prevent things like this. Like, you get rid of a player who I think is a role player, I think a replaceable player, may have been, a fan favorite, but the bottom line is sometimes you need to let those guys go so you're not in this kind of position where you have one of the cornerstones of your team and you can't get him signed. And Howie Roseman is just such an advantage to have a general manager like that who just knows what the hell he's doing. Yeah. Compared to some of these other guys.
Yeah, CJ, GJ, what is this, his fifth team in 5 years now? Like, that's not something on the Eagles or on the Lions or the Saints. That's who he is.
And dude, CJ Gardner-Johnson, I just find annoying. Like, he came back out today. He's talking to Ryan Clark, another one of those hard-hitting interviews that Ryan Clark does. Ryan Clark always looks like he's about to cry, by the way. I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, he's always
They're always very serious tone. But CJ GJ's out crying again today about the Eagles moving on. Like, dude, let it go. I mean, let it go, okay? They moved on from you. Go to Houston.
Training camp is next week.
Right. Try to play well there. Try to stick around there another year.
Yeah.
But I'm not good. I know I'm in the minority with this one as well. I am kind of glad C.J. Gardner-Johnson's gone. I was not the biggest fan. And I honestly don't think even on the field he was all that good.
He did have a lot of plays, especially early in the year when the defense was lost, where he's just letting up big touchdowns left and right.
Packers game was awful.
Bucks, Falcons, he let up a big one to Darnell Mooney. Like, that was just his MO for a little bit there. But for Howie, his best strength, honestly, is just getting deals done early. Like, Trey Smith, the guard for the Chiefs, just got paid.
Yeah, Landon Dickerson.
Landon Dickerson got paid 2 years ago, and now Trey Smith has $20 million more in guaranteed money than Landon Dickerson.
It's a great point, and it never happens with any of the real cornerstone players on this team. Never happens, and that's something that we should all be thankful for. Let's go to Adam in Wilmington. What's up, Adam?
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, man?
So I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm great, man.
So I'm not really concerned with either side of the ball. I think Jalen will continue to find ways to win games, whether it's handing the ball off, throwing it, doing whatever he has to do. And I'm not, Fangio worked something with Little last year, and I think he'll do it again this year.
Yeah, I mean, Fangio was incredible last year working with that defense, and I think with another year, I think with these young players having another year in this scheme, like, I get people are concerned about some of the pieces they lost, but you have enough pieces in-house where I still think this defense should be really good.
Yeah. And then I had something on the Phillies. I'm not sure.
Sure.
A couple weeks ago, I was hearing talks about maybe Cedric Mullins and Bautista from the Orioles, and then all that talk fell off. Is that not something that they're looking into, or what's What's going on with that?
Well, I mean, I don't know, Adam. I mean, Dave Dombrowski, what he has said publicly, and Dave Dombrowski's not going to say a lot about what the Phillies are thinking. It seems like they're so focused on the bullpen. Now, I think they need a bat as well. Mullins, I'm not crazy about him just as a left-handed hitter. I think a right-hander is probably more along the lines of what you need. But I think they need to add a bat and they need to add a bullpen piece, and I hope they know that. They haven't publicly acknowledged that, but I hope they know that they need both, because I certainly think they need both. So, what do you?
Yeah, I guess.
Go ahead, Adam.
Go ahead.
No, go. You go ahead.
I was going to say if I had to choose between Mullins and Rooker, I'd probably take Rooker, just simply because right-handed, but.
Yeah, and the thing with that is you'd obviously be giving up defense, but certainly the bigger bat. Adam, what do you have for something that you're tired of?
No, I told Luke I'm going to sound really old when I say this, and I'm not. I'm only 32. But the way that social media is like distorting reality for the younger generation, and how they think that, all these influencers are like, that's their role models and their heroes and people that they should look up to.
Yeah, I hear you, Adam. I appreciate the call. I'm too old to like. I don't get the whole streaming thing. Like people who watch other people stream and play video games and stuff. I don't really understand the appeal of that.
The one, yeah, especially for like hours on end. Like there will be these streams that go on for like 8 hours or more, and people are there the entire time. That I don't understand.
Yeah, I've never gotten that. Never understood it, but yeah, that's a good answer. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. 215-592-9494. Want your thoughts on the Eagles? What concerns you more going into next season with training camp a week away? Is it the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side of the ball? I'm the minority here. I think it's the offensive side of the ball. I don't worry nearly as much about the defense. And some people commenting on Twitter about how, they've lost multiple pieces on defense. I get it, but to me, the offensive coordinator loss supersedes all of those losses on defense. I mean, losing that piece, losing Kellen Moore, I think is a big deal, and I think with everybody else in the league having 6-7 months to catch up, you're going to need to be different this year. You're going to need to do things differently, and that's a lot for a first-time play caller. So you want to get in on that, you're welcome to. Next question, give me something you are tired of. That is our next question today. And we will get to the Phillies, and coming up in the next segment here, we do need to get some sound from a potential Phillies trade target who may not be a potential target for much longer. We'll get to that coming up in the next segment. I'm Tom Kelly, in for the afternoon show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. When you see an emergency vehicle or motorist stop by the side of the road, do the right thing. Move over one lane, and if you can't, slow down. It's the law, so do your part to keep everyone safe.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carats, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Another city worker strike avoided as Mayor Parker and DC 47 say they've reached a tentative 3-year contract. Last night's storms causing dozens of delays and cancellations at Philadelphia International, and homeless cats and dogs from flood-ravaged Texas are up for adoption at the Brandywine Valley SPCA.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This summer, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill is bringing you spectacular savings and a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab just $43,999. That's over $11,000 in savings. Or finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies.
Hey! Join in. Talking a lot about the Eagles today with us being a week away from training camp. Everything gets started next week. Want to know, are you more concerned about the offense or the defense heading in next year? I think based on the players the Eagles have lost, the sentiment largely the defense. I would worry more about the offense, though. I think the offensive coordinator change, a much bigger deal than we have given it credit for. And I think just in the NFL, man, you got to evolve year to year. You got to change year to year. And if the plan is we're going to come back and we're going to run a similar style offense, and this is why I didn't love the process of how the Eagles came to hiring Kevin Patullo. And I don't know if Kevin Patullo is going to be a good offensive coordinator. I mean, it's unfair to judge a guy before he does the job. But I always like going out and interviewing a lot of different candidates and getting a lot of different ideas, because what harm does that do? I mean, it can't hurt you to go out and get different perspectives, get different ideas, and it could help you in the future. I mean, part of the reason the Eagles ended up with Kellen Moore last offseason as the offense coordinator is because they interviewed him for the head coach job before 2021. I mean, they interviewed Kellen Moore at that point, and they thought, Nick Sirianni's the better fit to be our head coach right now, but this is somebody who's on our radar. This is somebody who maybe we could go back to down the line. They did, obviously. Great results, resulted in a Super Bowl. And to value continuity over kind of changing and innovation, I disagree with that a little bit. But yeah, I think that's the issue that you have here, and it's why I am more worried about the offense than I am the defense. You lost some players, but I don't think you lost anybody who's really going to set you back on defense. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. 215-592-9494 for our next question of today, off of Pat McAfee, who I think is just way overexposed at this point. Give me something that you're tired of. That's next question today. And as we brought up in the last segment there, the Commanders dealing with contract issues. Who's the bigger threat to the Eagles in the NFC East? Is it Washington or is it Dallas? Because I do think we discount the Cowboys a little bit based off a disastrous year, but Dak Prescott was hurt a lot of the year. Provided he comes back healthy, the Cowboys could shoot right and back in front of Washington. I do think Washington may take a step back. Just after a young team has that kind of success, I think it's kind of hard to replicate that and stay on an upward trajectory. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to as well. And we did talk a little bit about the Phillies. In a few minutes, an interesting comment from a guy who's been not necessarily linked to the Phillies, but a guy who we've speculated about the Phils maybe trading for over a year now, and why that might not be nearly as likely as it seemed previously. We'll get to that coming up in a few minutes. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Jim in the Northeast. What's up, Jim?
Well, I agree that I would trade 8 or 10 prospects to get someone like a Miller or Mason Miller, Rucker maybe. But the one I was looking for that's been rumored is, of course, Kwan and Place. Now, and even if we get a closer and then another bat somewhere, as long as we get a right-hand bat that can hit and a closer. Now, we solved part of our bullpen problem yesterday in the draft or the day before when we got Gabe Wood. Even the commentator said he's major league ready. He could step into the Phillies bullpen. He throws 100. He struck out 19 batters in the FCC championship. I mean, this guy, so you have part of the problem. Now, he's not, and now you should still get a legitimate closer. I'm not saying that.
Well, yeah, this is the thing, Jim. I mean, you can't be trusting a kid they just took in the first round 2 days ago to come in and be a real piece for you in October. Like, if that's the Phillies' plan, I think that's an extremely flawed plan.
No, that's not the Phillies' plan. the commentators that were calling the draft said he's major league ready, okay? So they know a little something, but I'm just saying that might help him. Now, the thing that I fear, let's say we get a Mason Miller, a Bednar, Clausse. So then Rob Thompson decides, I'm not going to use him. I'll use him in the 7th inning. Then the next game they need somebody to close, but they can't use their closer because they used him. He has to understand that a closer is a closer. You keep him as a closer. You don't put him in the 7th inning. You don't put him in the 6th inning. You let him close games because that's what they're used to. So you have to explain to Rob Thompson why he's called a closer. And but also, wouldn't you think that John Middleton maybe held Dave Dombrowski back a little bit? I mean,
Jim, I don't buy that for a second. I think that's just making excuses for Dave Dombrowski. He might not have a blank checkbook to go out and sign whoever he wants to sign, but I mean that welcome to being a GM in Major League Baseball. Everybody's got financial constraints. No, I think that's total BS, and that's just making excuses for Dombrowski.
Well, let me ask you a question. Rucker, as good of a hitter as he is, how do you know he'll do well in the National League? Some players come from the American League, don't do as well in the National League, and some players can go from the National League to the American League and maybe do better.
I don't know. It's a projection. And hey, I mean, the Phillies projected Austin Hayes would be great coming over to the National League last year, and it didn't work out. But that's Dave Dombrowski's job to recognize who's going to be good here, and he's done a terrible job of it.
Well, I think we all like to see him get a closer and a bat, and I think he's going to blow it. I don't think that he's going to make that move, but I would trade his man. Well, the Dodgers and the Mets and other teams would trade 7-8 prospects. I mean, Washington, San Diego gave up prospects to get Soto. So I mean, you have to do it, and if Phillies don't do it, then then they're going to have to revamp the team next year. Because
I hear you, Jim. What do you got for something that you're tired of?
What I'm tired of is hearing commercials, and then the radio comes back on. You guys come back on, and then you do other commercials. It's like, okay, the commercials are over, for God's sake.
Well, we got to appreciate the call, Jim. We got to pay the bills here a little bit. I mean, come on, you got to understand how it works a little bit. And it's not like we're doing a ton of commercial content on the air.
Right. I mean, it's one thing to, take a break in between. It's another thing when you're watching like basketball or baseball and they're sneaking in commercials like at free throws or, when someone's on deck or in between pitches. That's a little egregious.
Yeah, that's not exactly what we're doing here. Time for a read on our Twitter poll question of the day, brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference. Marks-jewelers.com. The Twitter poll question at Tommy Kelly 44. Which side of the ball concerns you more heading into 2025, the offense or the defense for the Eagles? Now, I did want to get to something else real quick before we get back to the phones here, regarding the Phillies and the trade deadline, because one of the guys who they've been linked to, really not just this deadline, going back to last year as well, Byron Buxton of the Twins, who is having a great year. I didn't realize how good a year he was having until I really dug into the stats, but he's having an incredible season with the Twins this year. Now, Byron Buxton, his issue over the years has been he's a guy who's frequently injured, frequently beat up, got hit by a pitch the other day. I mean, is fine and participated in the home run derby last night and will be in the All Star game tonight. But this is a player who I think is somebody who would improve the Phillies immensely. If you were to trade for Byron Buxton, you stick him out in center field, that solves a problem for you that you've had for over 2 years now. I mean, center field has been a problem dating back to opening day of 2023. You get Byron Buxton, that would solve that problem completely. He's one of the better outfielders, one of the better center fielders in baseball, good defensively, and having a great season offensively. But Byron Buxton today at the All-Star game asked about the trade deadline, and, he doesn't seem to be too crazy about going anywhere other than Minnesota.
I mean, I see them, but they don't dictate what we got to do on the field to get ourselves right. About what? I can't be traded. I got a no-trade clause. I'm a Minnesota Twin for the rest of my life. So that's the best feeling in the world, knowing I get to walk into a clubhouse and it's going to say Twins for the rest of my life. I'm a Twin. That's home.
Well, I mean, apologies for not being able to really hear the question there. But I guess that's that. I guess we can take Byron Buxton off the list. Like, I don't know if this is posturing or whatever, but I mean, if he has a no-trade clause and he doesn't want to be traded, I guess the Phillies aren't going to be able to trade for Byron Buxton.
He'd waive the no-trade clause.
I don't know.
He
sounded pretty adamant there that he's not waiving the no-trade clause.
He's at the All Star Game as a member of the Minnesota Twins. What's he going to say? Like, oh, yeah, I'd waive it. I like Minnesota. I'm here as an All Star. I've spent my entire career there, but yeah, I'd waive it. No, of course he's going to say that.
Well, I hope so, but this is the thing with the Phillies, and whether it's Buxton, and I've warmed up on the idea of Byron Buxton, not a guy I'd necessarily want to give up Andrew Painter for, but I think he'd be a great addition. But either way, Dave Dombrowski needs to come away from this deadline with an impact bat. And there are no excuses. Like, I don't want to hear on August 1st, oh, well, the market dictated. There just wasn't that guy out there. The price was too rich for our blood. This is do you want to give your team a chance or do you want to give up? That's what this deadline is about with Dave Dombrowski. And the bottom line is if you don't go out and you don't add a real, legitimate offensive piece, then this team has no chance. Like, this lineup has shown over the course of this season, they are not good enough. Like, if the Phillies don't add an impact bat, you might as well just give up on the season because it's not going to happen. You're not going to make a legitimate run without going out and significantly improving this lineup. And, hey, Dave Dombrowski, let's face it, he has failed miserably the last couple of years when it comes to improving this team at the deadline. He's failed miserably when it comes to improving this team at the offseason. And that's why, in the end, do I want to trade Andrew Painter? No. But you need to give this team a chance. I mean, this is one of the best starting rotations in the history, maybe of the league, certainly in Phillies history. I think this rotation is better than 2011. When you look at the numbers, maybe they don't have the star power, but I mean, between Zach Wheeler, Christopher Sanchez, Ranger Suarez, whether they're all-stars or not, we kind of know in our mind all three of them should be all-stars this year. They're having those kind of caliber seasons. You need to add to this team, and you need to add a legitimate bat, and we'll see whether the Phillies really believe in this team or not, because that's what it comes down to. If you think they have any chance to make a deep run, you got to go out and you got to get a legit bat, and if you don't, I view it as you're just giving up on the season. That's what it would be, because if you don't make a significant improvement to this lineup, you're done. You might as well just give up now.
Class A and Buxton in the same package. Would you give up Andrew Painter?
Well, I mean, they're on different teams. So Class A.
I'm thinking of Duran. Duran and Buxton. Would you give up Andrew Painter?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you need to go. You need to go get somebody. Like, bottom line. And no Austin Hayes, no Michael Lorenzen, Rodolfo Castro, none of those moves. Go out and get a real piece. And it's really like, do you want to give yourself a chance or not? Because if the Phillies don't go out and get something legitimate, if they don't go out and get something real, then they're not giving themselves a chance. Like, we all know it deep down. We all watch this team every day. We watch this lineup every day. If you don't go out and make a real, legit move, you do not have any chance to make a deep run.
They can't keep trotting out Max Kepler. I mean, Max Kepler is a problem, but there's other problems in the lineup, too, that you probably aren't going to be able to fix. Well, like, Bryson Stott has been so bad at second base, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to fix that. Marsh has been good since his injury, but honestly, I don't expect him to continue to be a near 300 hitter the rest of the season. You need to add something. Kepler is giving you nothing. Literally nothing. He needs to be DFA'd at some point, and you have to add a real bat. You can't just go out there and trade your 8th and 9th best prospects for some guy that is going to play every other day. Next thing you know, we're relying on Otto Kemp. And Otto Kemp's a decent player, don't get me wrong, but you shouldn't be relying on him to be the big piece that you brought up.
Well, the Kepler thing's ridiculous. And this is just Dave Dombrowski and the Phillies not wanting to admit they made a mistake. Like, he hit 8th on Saturday. He didn't start against the righty Sunday. He shouldn't be on the roster on Friday. Like, he should not be here after the All Star break. And it's really this simple. I mean, the All Star game's tonight. Second half starts tomorrow. Max Kepler should be DFA'd tomorrow. Bottom line. He should be let go tomorrow. You bring up Justin Crawford. You see what Justin Crawford has for a few weeks. And you let Brandon Marsh be the platoon guy in left that Max Kepler's in that role right now. And again, with Kepler, what he did in Houston was pathetic. Like, it was ridiculous to complain about your playing time when you've stunk all year long. It was wrong. It was embarrassing. And I was, like, even myself, who am not a fan of Max Kepler, I wasn't necessarily ready to get rid of him at that point because you didn't have a lot of better options. So fine, you let him play, you let him go through a couple weeks, you see if anything's going to change. Nothing's going to change. You got to let this guy go. And it bothers me that he's still here because the only reason that he's still here is because the Phillies don't want to admit they made a mistake. Like, that's the only reason why Max Kepler's still on this roster. It's the only reason why Justin Crawford is still down in AAA. And those kind of things, they should not be impacting decisions that you make in a year where you have a real legit chance to go win. So, yeah, I mean, Max Kepler should be DFA'd, and he should be DFA'd tomorrow. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Chris in Delaware. What's up, Chris?
Hey, give me 1 sec. Hey, appreciate getting me on. Appreciate you guys being on.
What's up, Chris?
You know, I was talking to a buddy about the birds, of course, because what else do you do during the summer except talk about what you can't wait for? And he's talking, and he's going, you know, I'm kind of going to give them a pass this year. You know, they need to make the playoffs, agreed, but if they don't win the Super Bowl, I get it. And I look at him, and I go, There's no way you're telling me this right now. The team that on defense, to me, got better because we got younger, which is more energy, more speed, more physicality, and the offense that, other than the coordinator, stayed the same. But as fans, why shouldn't we expect that we go straight back to the Super Bowl, run over another team, and start the dynasty that won't end? Like, why shouldn't we expect that?
Well, Chris, it's really hard to do. I mean, it's not easy to go back and win Super Bowls, but I think this team has as good a chance as any does. I mean, certainly, you look at the 2017 Eagles, and at the time, like, I think we looked at that team and we thought, okay, well, you get Carson Wentz back, and we assumed Carson Wentz would just be what he was in 17 again. That obviously didn't happen, and I think we were kind of naive to the holes in the rest of the roster, but this team is much more well-positioned to go back and do that than that team did, and I think it's hard to expect that, but I think it's certainly reasonable to expect they have a chance. I mean, they're one of the best rosters, if not the best roster in football.
And I do think one of our biggest factors in making it back there is the fact that we kept Vic Fangio. I think that no matter the defense that we present to him, he is easily, if not the best, then one of the best defensive minds in the entire league.
Yeah, I mean, Vic Fangio was incredible last year, Chris, and I think you look at a team like the Dolphins, who a lot of their players complained about Vic Fangio and his coaching style, and they thought he was too hard on the players down there, and hey, I mean, their loss is our gain, and the players here obviously bought into what he was preaching.
And I feel that they were complaining about all of that because they didn't want to be pushed. They had a lot of personalities on that Miami Dolphin team, and they still do. We don't have personalities in our team, especially now that we got rid of CJ GJ. We have workers. We have guys that are willing to come to work 7 days a week, 8 hours a day, work their rear ends off, because they understand at the end of the day we need to win. Winning is what the sport is about. And that is why, again, I'd even touch on the Jalen conversation, saying he is the second best quarterback in the league at winning. At being a quarterback, I understand him being at 6, 7, wherever you put him on your list. But at winning, at purely winning alone, he is number 2 overall in the entire league under Patrick Mahomes, because that's the only guy winning at a higher rate than Jalen Hurts at the moment. But I do understand people putting him at 6, 7, 8, 9 because his skill did not match up to some of these other quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, I hear you, Chris. What do you have for something that you're tired of?
speaking on 94.1 and as a Philadelphia fan, I am sick and tired of the Cowboys. I don't care if they get talked about once a day, once every week. I don't want them talked about ever.
The Cowboys. There you go, Chris. I appreciate the call. A very Philadelphia answer of you there for the Cowboys.
Aren't they getting a Netflix show or series or something?
Yeah, did that come out yet? It was, I think, something where they're following Jerry Jones around. I don't have much interest in it.
Yeah, I saw it was something Jerry Jones related, so I kind of ignored it completely.
Yeah, I just...
No interest.
And this is maybe a generational thing. The Cowboys just don't bother me as much as they do other people. Like, I don't... Like, obviously, I hate the Cowboys. I don't want them to succeed. But, like, I have always looked at the big rival for the Eagles being the Giants. Like, the Cowboys haven't been relevant. So, I don't know if it's a generational thing. I know, like, the Buddy Ryan era Eagles fans, they have a deeper hatred for the Cowboys. I just look at them as kind of like the Eagles' little brother, because the last 25 years or so, that's what they've been. The Eagles have been relevant. The Cowboys haven't been relevant. It's been essentially the Eagles and Giants in this division for the most part.
I still hate the Cowboys. I think the Giants have been the Eagles' little brother too, because, I mean, yeah, they've won the 2 Super Bowls, but we've crushed them almost every single time. Like, they haven't even been competition to the Eagles outside of a couple one-off years here and there. Well, even the playoffs 2 years ago, we demolished them.
Well, this goes back to the early 2000s when the Eagles and Giants were, and it was kind of a changing of the guard. Like, in 2000, the Eagles played the Giants 3 times that year, lost to them all 3 times, lost to them in the playoffs. And then as those years went on, the Eagles kind of took control of the rivalry. So being kind of a kid at the time, that's why I hate the Giants so much. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. 215-592-9494. That is how you join the show today. Talking about the Eagles, do you have more concerns going into the season about the Eagles offense or the Eagles defense? I have more concerns about the offense. I think the change at coordinator, to me, outweighs the losses of the players on the defensive side of the ball, and I think the Eagles are going to need to do things differently this year. I think you're going to need to throw the ball more. I don't think you're going to be able to rely on Saquon as much. Number one, because the league evolves, the league's going to change, defenses are going to have a better idea how to stop that attack. Number two, I mean, history tells you that time is not kind to running backs who accrue that level of workload. And I don't think you're going to be able to have Saquon last another season at that workload. I know he's a freak of nature, but I think you're going to have to limit him a little more this year to get him to the finish line. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. Phillies at the deadline. I think they need a bat at all costs, no matter what. And, you know, would you trade Andrew Painter? That's really the question we're going to have to ask. And I would if I'm the Phillies. I think you need to do whatever you can to improve this team. And when we get back, I do have a Mount Rushmore for you off of something that the midday show is doing, something they were talking about today, Mount Rushmore. That is coming up next. I'm Tom Kelly in for the afternoon show today, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The diamond has been left in the dust.
Jack Fritz beat Joe to camera today in dominating fashion.
2 rounds into this battle of pride and pain.
Both sides of the elbow hurt. My arm is so dead.
It's dead even.
Jack did a great job, and I did not. I mean, congratulations to him.
Pretty embarrassing showing by the Hammer, if I'm going to be honest.
Joe versus Jack. Round 3, the tennis challenge. Who will get served?
I think there's a good chance I win tennis.
I've played tennis since I was like 8, so.
They're heading to the court.
I'll be ready.
Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car, my current car, both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app, or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In what twisted, broken universe does ESPN survey 70 GM's executive scouts and rank Jalen Hurts the 9th best quarterback in the National Football League? Take your stats, take your arm strength, take what you see on tape, and remember it's all supposed to add up to a single thing, the ring. Hurts has one, he's made another Super Bowl, and he's certainly a top 5 quarterback. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly in for the afternoon show today. I'll be in for Joe DeCamera on the morning show the rest of the week. Broads will be in the afternoon show the rest of the week. Congratulations once again to Broads and his wife welcoming their second daughter a few days ago. So Broads getting some much needed day off. That's always a rough first shift coming back right after having the baby. That's a lot going on at home. So I'm feeling for Broads right now.
If anybody is still going to have the same energy, it's going to be Broads.
Yeah, Broads. Yeah, Broads will find a way to conjure up the energy there. But congratulations to them. Broads be in the rest of the week. I'll be in for the morning show. For Joe DeCamera the rest of the week. The rest of the morning show there. So it should be a fun time. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Talking a lot of Eagles today with training camp getting underway next week and asking the question, are you more concerned about the offense or defense going into this season? I know the Eagles have lost pieces on defense, but I'm more concerned about the offense. I do think you're going to need to change the approach. I do think you're going to need to do things differently. You stay stagnant in the NFL, you're going to go backwards. I mean, that's been proven time and time again, and I think 2023, was a great example where, the Eagles obviously had an incredible year in 2022. They changed coordinators, but I think they essentially thought, okay, we'll be able to do a lot of the same things we did. And for a while that season, it did work. But it's going to catch up to you. It's going to catch up to you. The staffs around the league are too smart. They're going to find a way to, adjust the things that you're doing. And I think the Eagles are going to need to operate differently this year. I think they're going to need to throw the ball more. I'll say this, I feel a lot better about the Eagles being able to do that after the way Jalen Hurts played in the conference championship game and the way he played in the Super Bowl. But to do it every week throughout the course of the season is a different thing. And I think Jalen is going to need to at least prove he can do that on a weekly basis. I think that he can, but can I be fully confident when we haven't really seen the Eagles operate that way? No, even in 2022. That was a very run-based attack. They threw the ball more than they did last year. Last year was to an extreme degree, but they're going to need to throw the ball more next year without question. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. 215-592-9494. Your thoughts on the Phillies. What do you think they need most heading into the deadline? I think they need a bat at all costs. And bottom line is this. If you don't go out and get a real impact bat, your season is over. That's how I put it simply. And, I wish it wasn't that way, but I look at this offense, man, they're nowhere close to good enough. And we saw it the second half of last year. We saw it in that series against the Mets. And all these guys are even older now. All these guys, I think for the most part, Trey Turner excluded and Kyle Schwarber is obviously having a great year from a power perspective. Nobody else has been as good as they were last year. So I think you need to add, and this team just needs some life. They just need an infusion. And sometimes a mid-season addition can do that. And I don't think Dave Dombrowski's put enough stock into that the last couple of years. It's just sometimes a big move to shake things up even if it costs you, it can energize a clubhouse. And I do feel like this clubhouse has gotten a little bit stagnant. And just when you have the same mix in there year after year, I do think sometimes you need an infusion, whether that comes from the minor leagues, whether that comes from a player at the trade deadline. And I feel like the Phils need a big move. I feel like they need a big splash. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. Next question today. Give me something you're tired of, because I threw out Pat McAfee earlier. Pat McAfee, who was doing home run derby coverage last night. We have Pat McAfee on College Game Day. He's on ESPN all the time talking football. I don't need him as part of the home run derby coverage. And it seems like McAfee's getting a little defensive on social media, by the way. I don't think I'm the only person who has kind of called this out. But just too much, a little overexposure for Pat McAfee. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. I'll have a Mount Rushmore in a second here, but I did need to mention something else, just with the All Star Game coming up tonight that I think is weird. Why do we need a red carpet at the MLB All Star Game? Like, is this another thing where I'm just being a hater for no reason? I called out Rooker earlier, feeding the baby during the Derby. I think that was a very look at me Louie move, just unnecessary. Why do we need a red carpet for the All Stars to enter the ballpark?
Guys got to get their fits off.
I mean,
that's all I got. I don't know.
Seems pretty unnecessary to me. I don't know.
It's just more, I'm sure they sell
Am I the only one who's bothered by this?
I think so, probably. I mean, I know there's a red carpet for the NFL draft, but that's, the biggest night of some of these guys' lives, so it makes sense. But for the All-Star Game, I can't think of...
Like, you need a red carpet just so you can see Skeens and Livy Dunn arrive to the ballpark?
You think it's just for those two? It might just be for
I think
those
it's
two, honestly.
Is this a new thing? Did this start last year? Because it might just be for Livy Dunn.
I know they had it last year, because I remember Harper, because it was in Texas. It was at the Rangers' awful stadium.
Well, yeah, he had all the Phillies there last year.
Harper had the cowboy hat on. I remember that.
Oh, yeah, that was another look-at-me move.
He panders any chance he gets. He's the pander king. You got to appreciate that about him. But honestly, it might be a new thing. I can't remember it happening prior to last year.
It's just stupid to me. Like, what do you need a red carpet for the All-Star Game?
They show it on TV? Like, I don't...
Yeah, I don't know. Like, and I don't want to, insult anybody, but I'm going to go on to insult people.
There we go.
If you are sitting at home right now watching a Major League Baseball All-Star Game red carpet show, you need to get a life, man. And you need to get outside, and you need to do anything different. Because if you're revolving your day around watching, the Schwarber family arrive at the red carpet, I mean, just go do something else, man. I mean, seriously.
Some people are into
else.
the suits.
Get outside. Go for a walk. I mean, you don't need to be sitting at home watching, Byron Buxton arrive with the family at the red carpet.
Is it right now?
I think so. I'm seeing clips on the timeline right now. It seems unnecessary.
I got to see Schwarber, see what he rolled up in.
Yeah.
See, now I'm interested. Now I like it.
You're interested in what the Schwarber family is wearing going on the red carpet?
I just love Kyle Schwarber.
Okay, there you go. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But now it is time for today's Mount Rushmore.
It's Tom Kelly. Mount Rushmore.
And my Mount Rushmore today, and this is off what they were talking about with the midday show, where they're doing a quarter century week on the midday show. Now, I did my version of quarter century week a couple months ago when we selected the all quarter century team for all the sports and also the bum team, which was much more fun to put together. If you listen to the evenings, But today they were talking about the top 5 Eagles over the last quarter century. So I narrowed it down to 4, and I'm going to give you my Mount Rushmore of the Eagles over the last quarter century, with us being 25 years into this thing. And my Mount Rushmore of Eagles this century goes like this. Number 1, Brian Dawkins. Brian Dawkins on the Mount Rushmore. He's in the George Washington slot there. Number 2, I'm going with Brandon Graham. Brandon Graham, stalwart of the organization over the course of 15 years, major part of the team, major part of 2 championship teams, made the biggest play in Eagles history. Brandon Graham's number 2. Number 3, Lane Johnson. Lane Johnson, 2013 first-round pick. Obviously, an incredible career here. The leader of that offensive line over the course of those years, and still playing at an extremely high level. Like Lane Johnson, I think at this point he still looks like he could play another 3 to 5 years. So he's third. Now, number 4, and this is not a Jalen Hurts hate pick here, but I'm going with Donovan McNabb. Donovan McNabb is 4th on my list because Donovan McNabb is the best quarterback in Eagles history as I see it. Now, Jalen Hurts has obviously won a Super Bowl. Donovan McNabb, though, you had to be around in that time period. The Eagles hadn't had a quarterback for, my entire lifetime to that point. It was the revolving door of Coy Detmer and Bobby Hoying and Rodney Peete, all those guys. Donovan McNabb stabilized the organization. I think he is the most underappreciated athlete in Eagles history, and maybe in Philadelphia sports history, to be honest with you. Donovan McNabb, 4th on my Mount Rushmore, not Jalen Hurts. What do you think of that pick, Luke?
You can't put Donovan there.
Why not?
You can't
why
put
not?
Donovan
Why
there.
can't I put Donovan there? Donovan was a better player.
You can't put that. Honestly,
he's a better player. He's a better quarterback.
The first person, I didn't even think of, Jalen's going to be number 4 here. I thought it was going to be Kelsey.
No.
I thought it was going to be Kelsey.
Kelsey
first
missed the
ballot
cut.
Hall of Famer. 7-time Pro Bowler, 6-time first-team All-Pro.
Yeah.
I agree with Dawkins and Lane. I think BG should be on everyone's Mount Rushmores, just because, the longest tenured Eagle we've had in a while. He's right there with Lane and Kelsey, but you can't have Donovan on there.
I can have Donovan on there. No, Donovan
was great.
Is responsible for the organization changing. The organization needed relevance. The Eagles were an irrelevant franchise before they drafted Donovan McNabb. He was a great quarterback here for 10 years. Did he win a Super Bowl? No, but he was still an incredible player here, and he doesn't get appreciated the way he should. So I'm going to appreciate him by putting him on my Mount Rushmore of Eagles players over the last 25 years.
All right, I'm just saying, we're living in the current golden age of Eagles football right now. And I'm not even counting the first Super Bowl that we won. Just on this mini run of the last 3 to 4 years of winning seasons and being in the playoffs, this is the golden era of Eagles football. And if you want to go back to that Super Bowl team, you just have to load the Mount Rushmore with guys from that Super Bowl team, plus Brian Dawkins, just because it's Brian Dawkins.
But here's my argument. This golden era of Eagles football doesn't happen without that era of Eagles football. Like, we are still feeling the effects of the Andy Reid era now. You know who was an intern? You know who was the understudy to Joe Banner during that time period? A young Howie Roseman, who learned everything he knows about this business from that era of Eagles football, from Joe Banner, from Andy Reid, Jeffrey Lurie. They're still feeling the effects of that now.
Who is better at their position all time, Jason Kelce or Donovan McNabb?
At their position all time, well, they're just much better quarterbacks than centers. Like, I would say Kelce probably, but Donovan McNabb, man, was incredible. Like, he was a quarterback. He was a quarterback here for 10 years. He went to 5 conference championship games. You know how hard that is to do?
He won one of them. I think you also have to factor in that Kelce was here for his entire career. He was a lifelong Eagle. McNabb had the weird Redskins and Vikings
He got traded there. What was he supposed to do? They traded him.
He
didn't leave on his own volition.
What is
he didn't leave on his own?
So then he's going to be here and just stink for the last couple of years. So if he's here and he stinks for the last couple of years, would you still have him on your Mount Rushmore?
He was here for 10 years. Yeah, after quarterback, they get old. What are you going to do? It's not his fault he stunk at the end of his career.
Whose fault is it?
Well, maybe it was partially his fault. But I'll throw it at the audience. Is it wrong for me to have Donovan McNabb on my Mount Rushmore of Eagles over the last 25 years? I will die on this hill. I will absolutely die on this.
I know you're a McNabb guy.
I'm a huge McNabb guy. He is. I feel so bad for Donovan McNabb because he is woefully underappreciated. And the way things have played out, like Nick Foles winning a Super Bowl and now Jalen winning a Super Bowl, Donovan will never be appreciated now. Like, I thought maybe there would be a day where we look back as a city and understand how poorly we treated this guy for a long time. Because for people who think we're hard on Jalen Hurts now, you should have listened to WIP in the early 2000s when Donovan was winning 12, 13 games every year, and people acted like he was dreadful. People acted like he was Bobby Hoying. And he was the 3rd best quarterback in football behind Brady and Peyton Manning. And now he's never going to get appreciated. He's going to be the butt of every joke. Oh, he threw up in the Super Bowl, this stuff. And it's unfair. And I'll stick up for him forever.
I can respect that, but
it's my guy.
Just the bias showing with McNabb on the Mount Rushmore.
Best quarterback in Eagles history, man. I don't know what to tell you.
You have the three obvious ones there, and then you throw in I knew McNabb was coming through. I just wasn't sure if you're actually going to do it.
Absolutely. He deserves it. Best quarterback in Eagles history. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go back to the phones. He's following me to the afternoon show. Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good afternoon, Philadelphia. TK, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, Aaron? I thought you were exclusively a midday show caller. What are you doing here today?
I had so much fun with you last week that I figured I had to throw my support the TK way and giving you a call. And then, hey, how about Luke, huh? You want to talk about the ultimate voice that doesn't match the body? I thought on YouTube I would feel like Andre the Giant, and he's just a kid.
Well, he's tall. I mean, he's not hefty, but he's a tall guy.
Thanks, Aaron.
Well, I tell you what, he has got the ultimate radio voice, and Luke, my friend, you're going places, kid.
Well, there you go.
Appreciate it,
He
Aaron.
is going places. What's going on, Aaron?
So, as far as the Eagles, we got a coach that back in 2022 took a bunch of 300-pound men and convinced them to follow him with a flower analogy. And not only did they follow him through the regular season, but they followed him to not one, but 2 Super Bowls. We have an MVP, Super Bowl MVP quarterback, Super Bowl champion quarterback. We have a running back that had arguably the greatest season of any running back in NFL history. The only people that we need to fear, the only team we need to fear in the NFC is the Philadelphia Eagles. Because if the Philadelphia Eagles play their game, there's nobody that's going to beat us.
Well, that would be the hope, Aaron. But I know we'll look at the team now, and we look at the roster, and we think, oh, yeah, they're the best team. Everything's going to be great. We know going into the season, it never plays out the way you think it's going to. Like, there are going to be teams out there that are better than you expect.
And TK, before you let me go, I got to give you my what I'm tired of, but real quick, everybody out there has to set their expectations. We have to realize that there's no more preseason, right? The first 4 games of the season are going to be preseason games. They're going to try different things. They're going to experiment. And then come week 5, they'll have their offense set, and they're just going to do nothing but cook all the way to the Super Bowl again. Okay?
Well, yeah, and every team deals with that, Aaron. I mean, nobody really plays their guys in the preseason anymore. So I actually agree with you. The beginning of the season is a little more of a feeling out period than it used to be. What are you tired of, Aaron?
Who I'm tired of. You know, this guy's calls get weaker and weaker, and I'm actually getting to the point where I'm actually starting to feel sorry for him, but it's none other than Cowboy/Stewardess Jim.
Cowboy Jim. There you go, Aaron. I appreciate the call. Yeah, Aaron and Cowboy Jim both have they have a little rivalry. I mean, they both stink. Like, let's be honest. And Aaron, a frequent midday show caller, and I find Aaron, I find you a little endearing. I'm not going to lie. I'm warming up to you a little bit, but you can be a little irritating for sure. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Jose. What's up, Jose?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Jose?
Hey, listen. First of all, I'm a big fan of football. Second of all, I'm going to be on Hurts is a good quarterback, but he played 3 games. The 3 best games he ever played was in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. But who took y'all to that ride was Saquon. Took y'all there. Saquon took y'all there to the Super Bowl. Hurts, he's in 8, 9, but he's no way better than Joe Burrow. You know that. He's not better than Joe Burrow.
I didn't say he was, but Jose, I don't think he's better than Joe Burrow, so I agree with you. Where would you have him on a list, Jose?
At Hurts, I would have him than Herbert. He's better than Herbert.
Uh-huh.
And Daniel, the boy from Washington, I won't put him on the top 10 yet because he only played 1 year. So you have to wait for the second season for him to be there. But he did a hell of a job.
Yeah, I mean,
he did a hell of a job.
And that's the thing, Jose. I think you look at with Jalen Hurts, it's a matter of, valuing the postseason and the regular season. I do think, the postseason should be, factored in. I mean, Jalen Hurts, especially in those last two games, was incredible. But, when you look at the whole regular season, I think about 5-6 is right for him.
You just made my point. Regular season, and what was it for Saquon saving y'all have been losing a couple of them games.
Well, what team are you a fan of, Jose?
I'm a big Cowboys fan.
All right, well, what are you thinking about your squad going into this year? You confident in Dak?
I'll tell you this. If that don't do nothing this year, he's out. Because anyway, we doing something this year. We're going to the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
In the first game, we're going to beat y'all. I'm going to tell y'all, it's going to be a big surprise, and I'm going to let the Eagles fan know y'all not going back to the Super Bowl.
Jose, that first game is the lock of all locks. The Cowboys are going to get their ass kicked that night. Lock of all locks.
All right. Okay, we're going to see about that.
What are you tired of, Jose?
I'm tired of the Eagles fans saying we going back to the Super Bowl and we got the best team.
Well, it's a bad answer, Jose. I appreciate the call. But yeah, bad answer. And I mean, that's the thing. It's hard for me to even summon up hate. I just kind of feel bad for Cowboys fans at this point. There's not the same kind of emotion anymore. When you talk to a Cowboys fan, you can just kind of tell they're beaten down. The years have kind of worn on them, and they just don't have the same kind of juice anymore.
It's all Jerry Jones' fault.
Yeah, what do you have to fall back on? The Super Bowls you won 30 years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a long time ago.
I got a buddy who's a Cowboys fan. He's my age. He's never seen them win a Super Bowl. He missed all the ones in the 90s. He cannot stand Jerry Jones. Every time we talk football, it somehow just turns into a Jerry Jones rant with him. It gets to the point where Dak is overpaid. They got to trade Dak, and they're never going to re-sign Micah Parsons. They might as well trade CeeDee Lamb. Jerry Jones is the problem for Cowboys fans, and I hope he's their owner and GM forever.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dak's really fallen down on these lists because Jalen's at number 9. I didn't even hear about where Dak was ranked. Probably 15th or something like that? Yeah, about middle of the road.
And he's also the highest paid quarterback in the league.
Yeah, he stinks. I mean, that's another thing where you look at Jalen Hurts, and again, I think it's fair to be critical of some of the play in the regular season. The postseason play does matter, and Dak's been awful in the postseason, and Jalen Hurts in the biggest games he has played his best, and that's something you can't take away from him, and that is obviously a huge deal when it comes to looking at quarterback success. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. You want to get on the Eagles. Which side of the ball concerns you more, the offense or the defense heading into next season? Welcome to get in on that. You want to get in on the Phillies deadline, you're welcome to. And also our side topic, next question today. What is something that you were tired of? And if you want to comment on my Eagles Mount Rushmore, you are welcome to. Brian Dawkins, Brandon Graham, Lane Johnson, Donovan McNabb. That is my Mount Rushmore of the Eagles. Oh, I'm so fired up hitting my mic in here. Over the last 25 years, you want to get in on that, you are welcome to do that as well. 215-592-9494. I'm Tom Kelly. Coming up next, we need to mention the Sixers. And a report that came out yesterday that was infuriating, yet at the same time, in no way whatsoever surprising. That's coming up. I'm Tom Kelly, in for the afternoon show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDs.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Another city worker strike avoided as Mayor Parker and DC 47 say they've reached a tentative 3-year contract. Last night's storms causing dozens of delays and cancellations at Philadelphia International, and homeless cats and dogs from flood-ravaged Texas are up for adoption at the Brandywine Valley SPCA.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly in for the afternoon show once again today. You want to get in 215-592-9494. How you join the show today? Talking a lot about the Eagles. Offense versus defense. Which side concerns you more heading into the next season? For me, it's the offense. Even with the players lost on defense, lose a coordinator on offense. I think you're going to have to evolve, do things differently. And I think it's going to be tough with a first-time play caller. And, hey, I mean, the Eagles are going to have to prove that they can throw the ball consistently throughout the course of an entire season. I think you got to feel a lot better after the way things ended, the last two games specifically. But I'll keep going back to it, man. Like, I think it's fascinating how we look at players and we look at teams. And so much is based on the end result. But one thing goes differently. And it's like the butterfly effect. Like, the conversation is just dramatically changed. Like, and it's why I value that Jalen Carter play so highly. Like, if Jalen Carter doesn't sack Matthew Stafford, and the conversations we're having now about Jalen Hurts, how dare you rank him 9th? How dare you rank him 6th? He's got to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. If simply something that has nothing to do with Jalen Hurts goes differently, and Matt Stafford has an extra second, and he throws a touchdown to a wide-open Higbee in the end zone, and Jalen Carter doesn't get that sack, then what are we talking about with Jalen Hurts? We're questioning whether he should even be the quarterback of the team this season.
I think we'd be crushing the defense so much more, too. I think we'd be...
Well, that, too, yeah.
We'd be really questioning Fangio about, like, yeah, his scheme has worked in the regular season, and it worked against the Packers who couldn't move the ball, but then when you get up to a real opponent like the Rams... What then?
That's fair. Absolutely. I mean, that's totally fair. But, hey, I mean, you look back and we're talking about my Eagles Mount Rushmore. Donovan put the Eagles up in that Cardinals game. The defense gave it up. But do we hear about that? No, we don't hear about that. It was all Donovan's fault. He was the guy who choked away all those games. People don't remember. The Eagles were down 24-6 at halftime in that game. Donovan brought them back. He threw to Sean Jackson a deep touchdown pass. He gave them the lead. The defense couldn't hold it. But you see how much differently we talk about Donovan? Because one thing that he has no control over goes differently. I'm just saying, Luke, it does dramatically change how we look at things.
It does. You're not wrong, but that wasn't the only playoff run that Donovan didn't win in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, it's all his fault. He stinks. He sucks.
I give
Get
more
him off
credit.
the Mount Rushmore.
I give more credit to Larry Fitzgerald winning that game than Donovan McNabb losing that game, or even the Cardinals themselves winning that game. That was about 95% Larry Fitzgerald's doing.
Of all the games that Donovan lost in the playoffs, the one game I can't defend him for is Super Bowl. He was bad in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, he threw,
3 interceptions?
Yeah, and it would have been 4, but one was negated by a penalty, and he threw an interception again on the next play.
3 interceptions, should have been a 4th, threw up on the field.
But they were extenuating circuit. It was hot. It was muggy. You know, he had to throw up. I think he's a gutty athlete for staying in the game and not coming out.
There you go.
There you go. So Donovan McNabb on my Eagles Mount Rushmore.
He would have been crushed if he came out of the game.
Yes, we had to put in Coy Detmer or whoever the backup was at the time. But do you agree that Donovan McNabb should be on the Mount Rushmore of Eagles over the last 25 years? I will die on this hill, man. I don't care how many bullets come my way. I will defend 5 forever. So you want to get on that, you're welcome to. And talking about the Phillies at the deadline as well. Next question today. What is something you were tired of? Pat McAfee, part of the Home Run Derby coverage, all over the place. It's just enough's enough. You know, I honestly, being in this business, I respect how hard the guy works because he's all over the place. He's doing his radio show during the day. He's going to call wrestling at night. But at some point, it's like, dude, like you're not getting enough exposure. You're not getting enough money. Like, just go home and, like, he's got kids. Like, just, hang out for a night.
He's on college
Chill
game
out.
day, too.
Exactly.
So every Saturday morning you see him.
It's just
and then
too
once
much.
Lee Corso actually retires, he's going to be, like, the main character on that.
Like, this is the thing. I would actually like McAfee if I just didn't see so much of him. Like, if he was in doses, he would be fine. But the fact that he's all over the place all the time, it's just like, I get it, man. Enough's enough. You're going to go on. You're going to do the McAfee bit. You're going to talk in the Indiana accent. You're not going to say out the right way. Like, we get it. We get it. It's just enough's enough.
He has the Pittsburgh Yinzers, too.
Yeah.
He does that, too. So he's Indiana and Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But it made no sense to have him at the All Star game in Atlanta.
No.
Like, it's one thing for him to be at, like, the Pacers NBA Finals game or, like, announcing a pick for the Colts or something. But why is he at the home run derby?
There's no need. It's just because Pat McAfee, he's like the do-it-all guy. We're just going to put him out there. But it's enough's enough. That's all I'm saying. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. In a few minutes here, we do got to get to the Sixers and some uninspiring news that came out last night. But, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. That's coming up in a few minutes. First, let's go back to the phones. Go to Jack in Norristown. What's up, Jack?
Hey, how you doing, Tom?
Good. How are you, man?
I'm hanging in there. My problems with Dombrowski, he has to realize the future is now. Like you said a little while ago, this team's getting old. All these guys, the nucleus of the team is 32 and older. And he wants to he draft these kids, then they baby them along. You don't want to bring them up. Crawford should be in the starting lineup on Friday night and play in center field. Maybe he can make something happen. If he's going to trade these kids, trade them. But he let us down the last couple of years. He's got to come up big this year, and they got to win this year.
Well, I agree, Jack. And honestly, like, that's how I felt a month ago. Like, I thought in early to mid-June, I didn't get why Crawford wasn't here. I mean, all the guys done in AAA is hit. I get he's not hitting for power, but whatever. Like, he's getting singles. He's getting on. Right. If you're paying Trey Turner $300 million, and that's good enough for Trey Turner, which Rob Thompson said it is, I don't get why that's not good enough for Justin Crawford either.
If this kid is hitting 330 at Lehigh Valley, why can't he come here and hit 270 or 280? And he said he's a good defensive player, so it'd be a big change for us in center field right there.
Yeah, and that's a thing, Jack, because you look at Brandon Marsh, too, and I'm not a believer in Brandon Marsh. That being said, he's hit better recently. But Brandon Marsh, he's not a good center fielder. Now, if you put him in the Max Kepler role, where he's platooning out and left and starting left most days, Brandon Marsh is a fine left fielder. Like, center fielder is a much more difficult position to play, so I just don't get why you don't get rid of Kepler and bring Crawford up.
You're right, Tom. That's how it is. He's a lot better left fielder than he is center fielder.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, too. Kepler's a waste, man. He might have 10 home runs or 11 home runs, but he's useless. He's crying. He's hitting 210. The guy's getting $10 million a year. But Dombrowski, the whole thing, the ball's in his hands. He's got to do something, and he got to do it right. He got to remember, too, the Mets are looking for the same thing we are, and the Mets are going to spend the money. They're not going to mess around.
Yeah, no, I agree, Jack, and they're going to go for it, and the Phillies need to, too. What do you got for something you're tired of?
Yeah, I'm tired of these athletes that sign multi-year contracts. They have 2 good years, then all of a sudden they don't want to play the last year or the last 2. They want to raise or this and that. They know every year the price is going to go up. Sign 2-year contracts or 3-year contracts. I'm old school, Tom. You got to honor that contract. And these guys, they don't want to do it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Right.
I hear you, Jack. I appreciate the call. Yeah, that's a common occurrence in sports these days. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, the way the cap rises every year. I mean, guys want these extensions. They want the new contracts. And I mean, I think the difference in organizations is, who kind of gets out in front of it and who doesn't. And that's why part of why the Eagles are so great is they get out in front of it. They don't let this stuff become an issue, which is a big deal.
I think there are some guys, and this is across all sports, that you can kind of give the blame to of signing a big contract and then immediately wanting out. There was the whole saga of Bradley Beal wanting a massive contract with the Wizards, and he didn't want to be traded, and he didn't want to leave him free agency. And as soon as he gets that big contract, he's traded a year later. It was the most obvious thing in the world that he was going to ask out or be traded after he gets that supermax contract that he could only get with the Wizards.
Well, and the best example of it now is, and I'm a LeBron fan, what LeBron's doing now is pathetic. I mean, to opt into a $54 million contract, then like 5 minutes later, have your agent release a statement that basically is saying, I don't want to be here, I want to be traded. Well, dude, you could have opted out and literally gone wherever you wanted to go. Like, you opted in. So I don't know what LeBron wants to happen here. It's a bizarre situation, and especially for a guy like that, like, how much money does LeBron James need?
He's already a billionaire.
Like, you don't. I mean, who am I to tell somebody to turn down $54 million? But if anybody could afford to turn down $54 million and be fine, it's LeBron James.
Yeah, and
like
it's
anybody.
so weird how he's going about it. Like you said, the statement from Rich Paul was the most strangely coded trade request of all time. And then he's at the Summer League game a couple days ago, and he doesn't want to join the broadcast because he said he has nothing to talk about. If you say you have nothing to talk about, it sounds like you have a lot to talk about. Like, it sounds like this is a guy who is just waiting to be traded. And even last week with the whole Ramona Shelburne stuff that came out about he was in the dark about the Lakers being sold and Luka's in all these meetings and LeBron isn't. It sounds like a very petty just news drop of him trying to get some sympathy and be the victim in this situation.
If you want,
I love LeBron, but this is ridiculous.
If you want to win a championship, okay, they literally just traded for one of the 5 best players in the league.
That's the other thing.
So
why do you want to leave?
Yeah, it's very weird. Let's go to John in Delaware. What's up, John?
Hey, TK, how are you?
Good, man. What's happening?
Good. So, what's Dombrowski really going to do? He's not going to bring in a bat. He might get an arm, right? Where's he going to find a bat?
Yeah, I mean, John, they're going to have to figure something out. I mean, we brought up Byron Buxton many times, and we played the audio earlier. Byron Buxton said he's not going to waive his no trade clause. Who knows if that's actually true? But I don't really care, to be honest with you. He's got to figure it out. And if that means you overpay, if that means you pay through the nose to get somebody and essentially make them an offer they can't refuse, then that's what he's got to do.
I know, but I don't see him doing it.
I don't either.
See him doing it. He'll get an arm, but won't get a bat. And, they'll go in the first or second round. It's unfortunate, but it is.
Well, hopefully that's not the way it turns out, John. But they need a lot.
Your Donovan McNabb thing. I mean, 5 NFC championship games, but only win 1. He's the common denominator. If he was a better winner, he would have won at least 2 or 3. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, John, he didn't have his best games in the biggest games, unfortunately. Now, he was not the only one. Like, I don't look at those games and think they were all on Donovan. But I think what he meant to the franchise, because you got to remember, like, what the Eagles were before he got drafted. They were completely irrelevant. And I know people romanticize the Buddy Ryan days. That team stunk. That team didn't win anything. Donovan McNabb and Andy Reid, I feel like, completely changed this organization, and that's why I think he just belongs on the Mount Rushmore.
All right. So. Tired of Paul George, right? Just got hurt again.
That's a good one, John, and appreciate the call. And that segues beautifully into what we got to talk about now, because I'm driving home last night, and I'm listening to Rob Ellis, and a great show as always. And then I'm literally pulling into my driveway, and I hear Luke plays the breaking news sounder. And it was just such a letdown because you said Paul George. And I'm like, oh, my God, please tell me they just traded this dude. Like, please, God. It would have been even funnier if it was like Paul George announces he's shutting down Podcast P. But, of course, that's not the case.
He can't do that again. He can't deprive the people.
Yes. But Paul George, apparently in a recent workout, suffered an injury. He had arthroscopic surgery on his left knee. And now he's going to be reevaluated prior to training camp. First off, you got to love the transparency by Daryl Morey, who literally just spoke a few days ago. And do you think Daryl Morey didn't know about this? Daryl Morey didn't know this was happening? What a weasel. He is, by the way. I mean, to speak to reporters, you obviously know that Paul George is about to get knee surgery. Oh, he just conveniently forgot to mention that to the reporters. You got to love the transparency of this organization. They've really learned over the last decade, to be honest with your fan base. It's just incredible.
They haven't learned a thing. I mean, they weren't transparent with the fan base even before Maury was here. He's fitting right in.
Unbelievable. But the Paul George thing, I think this is going to go down as like the worst signing in Philadelphia sports history. And I know we're just 1 year in, but it was awful to begin with. And now you look at this situation. Like, you finally Daryl Morey actually does something right to get out of the James Harden thing, which nobody thought he was going to do. You decide to say goodbye to your boy. You trade him out to L.A., and you finally have some breathing room. You finally have this cap space. To then spend $200+ million on a 35-year-old career loser to pair with, and this might hurt some people's feelings, with another career loser in Joel Embiid, who is choked in the biggest moments, like legitimately choked in the biggest moments, and, failed in the biggest moments time and time again. That's crazy to start with. But what's even worse, and what I just can't wrap my head around, you did this, and the Sixers knew how bad Embiid's knee was. They knew at the time they signed Paul George that Embiid was basically on his last legs. They did it anyway, and you give Embiid the extension, and that you can look at that contract, say that contract's bad too, but at least with Embiid, I can understand the logic. Like, I can understand why as an organization you felt like you had to do that. The way the NBA works, if you let a guy walk, you're just kind of giving up the asset. So I at least can wrap my head around why you did that. But the Paul George part of it is just inexplicable to me. Like, it's completely forced. You didn't need to do that at all. It's not alarming to you that nobody else was willing to pay him what you were wanting to pay him. It's not like people were banging Paul George's door down, wanting meetings to bring him in here. The Sixers are the only team that was willing to give him that kind of money. It wasn't alarming to you that the Clippers chose James Harden and Kawhi Leonard both over him, two of the least reliable superstars in the NBA. James Harden, who throws up on himself every postseason. Kawhi Leonard, who is physically unable to go pretty much every postseason. They decided, it's a better plan for us to build around those two guys than to re-sign Paul George. It's just completely reckless. There's no reasonable explanation for it. And what's crazy to me is just that Daryl Morey seems surprised by all this. And first, here was Tim McMahon of ESPN just talking about this situation with these contracts that the Sixers have and how bad a position they're in.
Philadelphia 76ers are built on a flimsy foundation. They are built on a foundation of two max players who might be the two worst value contracts in the NBA. And it is not about talent. Joel Embiid and Paul George are incredibly talented players. It doesn't matter if you're doing that sitting on the bench in street clothes.
It's ridiculous. And for Daryl Morey to have the nerve to speak the way he spoke during the offseason. And this is, I believe, when he was on with Spike on the Rights to Ricky Sanchez with Mike Levin, their podcast, when Daryl Morey talked about the season and, how it was just unfortunate how things got underway this year with the injuries.
It never started Joel was hurt right away. Never really played to the level we know he can play. And then it was like we had a Paul injury, a Maxey injury. Really the whole Drummond was out.
Like, he acts like this is surprising. Like, Joel got hurt, and then who could have thought? I mean, Paul's going to get hurt, and it just all piled up on us. He acts like it's awful luck and not... You build around a guy with a degenerative knee condition who, instead of taking the summer off to get ready to play, went to a tournament across the world because he couldn't sit on his ass for the year and get ready. You signed a 35-year-old guy who, again, I don't think Paul George gives a damn about basketball. He wanted that money. That's all he cares about. You think Paul George is devastated that he might not be ready for the start of the season? He doesn't care. Like, you signed him. You built around a 35-year-old guy who just wanted the money. I don't know how Daryl Morey is surprised by any of this. That's the part of it that bothers me the most. This is the most predictable thing ever, and he seems like genuinely shocked that it happened.
The lack of self-awareness is bad. It's so bad. I still remember the whole Paul George fiasco thing with Daryl Morey going out there to L.A. to speak with Paul George, and it was really only the Sixers or the Clippers that were going to sign him, and it came down to who was going to give Paul George a 4th year on his deal, and it was the Sixers and not the Clippers. So if the Clippers gave him the 4th year, he was going to go there. Or if neither team was going to budge and he was going to wait it out and see which team, they're not going to give it to me, they're both going to give me 3-year deals, fine, I'll stay with the Clippers. The only reason he is here is because we gave him that 4th year on his deal. Well, it is such a joke.
No, that's not true, Luke. My favorite part of the Paul George thing, remember he said that's not true. He said what really sold him is when Dr. J showed up to the meeting.
Oh, of course.
It had nothing to do with the money. It was when Dr. J, right. My dad was such a big Dr. J fan. It was a touching story he told on Podcast P, where Dr. J walked in, and it was his dad's favorite player. And it's at that moment that he knew he needed to be a Sixer. It had nothing to do with the $212 million that nobody else was offering him. It had nothing to do with the fact that nobody else wanted this guy. It's ridiculous. And Daryl Morey, you talk about lack of awareness. He said, this was a quote that he actually had last week. He said, a big goal of ours this offseason was becoming younger and more athletic, and I feel like we've done that. Pretty much every rotation player we have is 27, 28 or younger. This is like a day after he just brought back Eric Gordon and Kyle Lowry, who are a combined 80 years old. So that's not true. You have 2 guards on your roster who are each 40. What the hell is going on with Daryl Morey? What is he doing? He's just saying stuff. He's just saying whatever comes to mind. It's not true. The dude's a liar. You know what? James Harden was right. He was right. This guy's a liar. I don't know what else to say.
He's given two roster spots to guys who just aren't going to play unless they're the 30-30 club at this point. Up 30, down 30, they're going in the game.
Josh Harris should fire this dude tomorrow. Legitimately. Should fire him tomorrow. This Paul George contract is a freaking abomination. And for you to now have, $500 million, something like that on your books with Paul George and Embiid, and there's 2 good knees between them, it maybe one, because Embiid, both his knees might be gone. It's crazy.
Embiid's extension that he got last year hasn't even started yet.
I can't take it anymore. I can't take the Paul George report last night. Every time you try to get excited for this team, every time there's something positive, you get Edgecombe. We'll see what this thumb injury turns into. Hopefully, he won't need to get it amputated by the time this all plays out. That's typically the way it goes with Sixers rookie injuries. But they just make it impossible, and they just beat you down, man. They just beat you down.
Everyone thought, maybe not everyone, I thought that the Edgecombe thing was going to be of course we go through this again. And then the Paul George news happens, and it's nope, we're just never going to have a normal offseason.
No.
Ever again. Ever again. The only hope to get rid of Paul George was that he plays well this year, and the Sixers are meh, and then you trade him at the deadline. He might not even start. He might not play until December at this point. Nobody knows.
It's so unbelievably bad. And I just want to know how mad are you about the Sixers? I just can't. I can't take it anymore. They have just beaten me into submission. And anytime I try to change my tune, I try to get excited, something like this happens. But the Paul George contract, just reckless, ridiculous, just an awful signing in every way. And we'll see. I can't wait for him to address this on Podcast P this week. It's going to be must listen to. We'll see if he gets to. I'm sure he'll promote it too to get extra eyes on the broadcast, since that's what he really needs. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Get back to all the calls when we get back. Also, Top 5 at 5 with Luke coming up next. I'm Tom Kelly in for the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive exclusive access live from the NovaCare Complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Summertime is here. Oh, Hoagie Fest. Here I come. Hoagie Fest. Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the Hoagies and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest. Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Dodgers and Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees are currently the two biggest stars that Major League Baseball has to offer. And even though I believe Tarek Skubal of the Detroit Tigers is slightly better, I think the third biggest star Major League Baseball has is Paul Skeens of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And even though the All-Star Game isn't really my thing, it will be cool to see Skeens start for the NL and Skubal start for the AL tonight. And after both exit the game, you could probably shut the All-Star Game off and head to bed. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. WIP worldwide. Just download the Odyssey app and stream Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. I got to hit the post the right way. The way they typically do on the afternoon show. I almost jumped the gun there. So I'm so fired up about this McNabb thing. You know, the Paul George stuff. It's been a lot going on in the show today. And our Twitter poll question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. I put a new one up. Does Donovan McNabb belong on the Eagles quarter-century Mount Rushmore? I have Mike Angelina coming in during the break. He's giving me crap about my McNabb take. I mean, people are just haters. People don't remember is the problem. They don't remember how influential Donovan McNabb was here in terms of Eagles history. And I think he belongs on the Mount Rushmore of the last quarter-century of Philadelphia Eagles. Again, my Mount Rushmore today, last quarter-century Eagles, Brian Dawkins, Lane Johnson, Brandon Graham, Donovan McNabb. If you want to get on that, you're welcome to. Just talking about Paul George last segment, I just want to know, just if you want to just vent about this organization. And I got to say, man, I cannot stand Daryl Morey. Like, this guy is one of the biggest disappointments in the history of Philadelphia sports because I was thrilled when the Sixers hired him. I thought, finally a real GM comes in here. They had the Colangelos. They had Brett Brown running things for a year after the Hinkie ouster or whatever. And I was really excited about Daryl Morey. And this guy has been such a disappointment, just across the board, just a disappointment in terms of making bad decisions, reckless decisions. And this Paul George contract, I can't believe I'm saying this. You probably would have been just better off riding it out with Harden. And I can't stand Harden. But would you not have been better off?
Probably would have, yeah.
Like, I guess it worked out because this year was such a disaster that you got the pick and you got Edgecombe, so maybe not.
Harden was an all-star this year, though.
Yeah, tanking and getting the third pick is probably better than going to the playoffs and having Harden, crap the bed in a Game 7. So, It worked out better. But the Paul George thing is just inexcusable. It's such a bad contract, and I don't know what Daryl Morey was doing. So you want to get on that, 215-592-9494. Main topic we were talking about earlier today, what concerns you more going into 2025 with the Eagles? Is it the offense or the defense? And we'll get to all that and more. And our next question today, by the way, what's something you were tired of? Continue getting all that in a few minutes. But first, it's time for a top 5 at 5 with Luke Nichols.
It's the 5. Number 5 at 5. 5. With
the deep-throated Mr. Nichols.
Oh, 5. Beautiful 5.
Thank you, Jody, for that intro. Greatly
Did he mean
appreciated.
Deep-voiced? Yeah.
Don't think so. I would assume so, but you never know. Anyway, my top 5 that I have for you today. We're getting in the theme of the All Star Game being tonight, and we've done a lot of hating on today's show, so I thought this is very appropriate for right now. My top 5 worst All Star / Pro Bowl selections. Now, I tried to limit the MLB and the NHL All Stars because you have to have a player from every team, so some of that is a little, washed out at this point. But these are my top 5 worst All Star selections in sports. Number 5, I don't mean to bash this guy because I love him, but Kyle Korver. 2015 in the NBA All Star Game. And really that entire Hawks team that got in, it was Jeff Teague, it was Al Horford, it was Paul Millsap. Kyle Korver didn't even have that good of a year. He had 12 points a game, and he was 49% from 3, but it wasn't his best year by a long shot, and it was his only All-Star appearance in the East and his only All-Star appearance ever. And they lost in the second round. They were an all-time team that year, that regular season. They were the best team in the league the entire time, and they completely flamed out in the playoffs, and everybody saw it coming. And the fact that Kyle Korver made an All-Star team, along with 3 other players from the Hawks, is just... It was just bad.
Yeah,
it was a down.
I didn't know Kyle Korver made an All-Star. That is one of the most... That is one of the all-time regular season fraud teams in the history of sports.
100%. They won high 50s games.
And everybody knew they had no chance to win the finals.
Budenholzer was the coach. You knew they weren't going to even make it to the Eastern Conference Finals. They lost in the second round.
Yep.
It was embarrassing. Number 4, I'll keep this one short. Jacob Mizorowski, 5 starts. What are we doing? I get it. He throws 100, and he's got a 95-mile-an-hour slider. Am I going to enjoy watching it tonight when he's in there for 1 inning? Maybe, maybe not, probably. But come on. Christopher Sanchez is more deserving. Ranger Suarez is more deserving. Just, it's ridiculous that he got in with only 5 starts. Even Skeens last year made more sense because he got called up in early May and had 11 starts.
Yeah, no, it's an insult to the All-Star game as a whole. And I get, if you're looking at it through the lens, because I had this argument with Al on Sunday. Al said, hey, it's a game for the fans, take a guy people want to see. But to not ask Christopher Sanchez to go before Mizorowski's
right. It's absurd. And again, kept that one short. So my next 3, we're going to have to go to the Pro Bowl. Now, this is the 2022 Pro Bowl. Here are the AFC quarterbacks. The starter, for whatever reason, was Justin Herbert. And then you had Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson as a reserve. And you know who was the alternate Pro Bowler that year? My number 3 on the worst All-Star / Pro Bowl selections, Mac Jones. Mac Jones was
made a Pro Bowl?
Rookie, and he made the Pro Bowl. He was 10-7 that year, had 3,800 passing yards, 22 touchdowns and 13 interceptions, and he made it as a Pro Bowl alternate. Mac Jones is a backup on the Jaguars now. He is terrible.
I'm sure you probably have a lot in football, because in football, everybody just decides not to go.
Yes.
For the most part.
Yeah, and what are we doing? You have Herbert. Herbert being the starter is a little crazy. But you even have Herbert. That makes sense. Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes obviously makes sense. And then you have Mac Jones right there. He stunk. Even his time on the Patriots, he stunk. And they still hung on to him for 2 more years after making a Pro Bowl. And now he's on the Jaguars. I think he's still on the Jaguars as a backup. He's nothing. He's never going to be a good quarterback. Even last year when he came in, he looked absolutely awful. So the fact that he made a Pro Bowl, it's still shocking to me a bit. Sticking with the NFL, my number 2 is Tyler Snoop Huntley. Tyler Huntley made the Pro Bowl in 2022, and he started 4 games. He started 4 games, and he made the Pro Bowl.
I remember that. I remember him making the Pro Bowl that year.
The quarterback. I don't know why they had so many
starts.
4 starts and he made the Pro Bowl. I don't know why they had so many alternates here. The main 3 were Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Duh. And then you had Tyler Huntley, Trevor Lawrence, and Derek Carr. Derek Carr could have been in here too. But Tyler Huntley, in that year, in the 4 starts, he had 2 passing touchdowns and 3 interceptions. He only had 658 passing
Nothing
yards.
says Pro Bowl other than that.
How did this guy get in?
Yeah.
You could have picked somebody who started at least 10 games and it would have made more sense. He had 2 passing touchdowns and 3 picks. That is absolutely embarrassing. It's ridiculous. So, my last one, my number 1, just most questionable, makes no sense, All-Star / Pro Bowl selection of all time. We're sticking with the Pro Bowl because, wow, some of these quarterbacks that made it are just awful. My number 1, going all the way back to 1975, Mike Barilla of the Philadelphia Eagles made the Pro Bowl with a 2-3 record, 6 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. He had 996 passing yards on the season. He started 5 games and made a Pro Bowl. The other NFC quarterbacks who were Pro Bowlers, Fran Tarkenton, Jim Hart, Roger Staubach, and Mike Barilla. Mike Barilla played in the league for 4 years. 4 years. He only started in 19 games in 4 years.
I never even heard of the guy before.
I never heard of the guy either.
Yeah.
I was doing research on the worst All-Star and Pro Bowl selections. Mike Barilla, I keep wanting to call him Mark Barilla. I don't even know the guy's name.
Yeah.
Mike Barilla was awful. I watched a video about it. He didn't even think he was going to make the Pro Bowl. He had no idea. He was getting ready to study law school at Penn. He got the call, and he's like, yeah, I guess I'll go. Funny enough, it was 20-9 in this Pro Bowl. Mike Barilla got in the game, led the NFC to a comeback win.
Wow,
Played
how about that?
out of his mind. But this guy started 5 games, appeared in 7, had 6 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. And mind you, the Eagles traded for Mike Barilla, gave up a first-round pick for him.
Okay.
So not great there. But this guy, it played in the NFL for 4 years, made a Pro Bowl because nobody else wanted to go. They give it to Mike Barilla. He leads them to a comeback and then was only in the league for 2 more years after that.
Wow.
He was awful and somehow got elected to the Pro Bowl.
Okay, so the 5 worst Pro Bowl All-Star selections.
Pro Bowl. I wanted to leave out
There you
NHL
go.
and most of the because some of the MLB ones were just egregious. Like Jose Altuve made it in 2012 when the Astros were still in the NL, and his numbers were not great at all.
Yeah.
So there was a ton of MLB guys I could have thrown in there. Like even Odubel Herrera could have put in there.
Yeah. Well, the baseball especially, because that stupid rule where you need a representative from every team.
Yeah, but a lot of just terrible quarterbacks are Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, good list, Luke. Good top 5 at 5 today. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, this hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Windows. Big summer sales event. Receive 40% off all windows and doors. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Bob in University City. What's up, Bob?
Hello. I'd like to disagree with your Mount Rushmore. I have 3 points.
Okay.
I think that Donovan is mainly in the record book due to longevity. He played more than anyone, so he has more this, more that. Not greatness, but longevity. And watching him over his career, I was curious that he'd run out of bounds and take a sack instead of throwing away the ball. I think he did that just to protect his passing stats.
Wait a minute, Bob, I don't remember that being you remember him running out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage instead of throwing the ball away? I can't tell you.
Absolutely.
I can't tell you I
times,
remember him doing that. Many
and
times.
Also,
are you sure he didn't run for like positive yards and run out of bounds?
Yeah, absolutely.
He would just take
sack.
Well, Bob, you know that's worse for his passing stats than it would be if he threw the ball.
I don't know that.
I
know he didn't throw it. All of us were screaming, throw the ball. And the other thing, when he was quarterback, many, many times I heard a tremendous one-handed catch by so-and-so, a great one-handed catch. Well, if he were more accurate, they could get 2 hands on it.
Bob, did we watch?
He wouldn't throw worm ball.
Did we watch the same guy? Because the receivers he played with were...
I religiously watch the Eagles
The receivers
every game.
he played... You think he played with good receivers? The receivers he played with were terrible.
The ball in the ground doesn't matter who the receiver is.
Well, you just said they were making all these one-handed catches. Did you just make that up, Bob?
They were making one-handed catches.
Bob, you're making that up.
Not at all. Not at all.
I don't remember. I don't remember the Todd Pinkston one-handed catch reel.
Well, there were a lot of one-handed catches.
Okay.
A lot more.
So what else was he awful at?
Well, I didn't say he was awful. He's much better than any Detmer, but he's not a Mount Rushmore.
Okay, well, do you think he's better than Jalen Hurts?
I think it's borderline. Hurts needs to put in more time. It's his career so far has had so many outside changes. It's hard to tell how much is him.
Well, okay, Bob, I hear you. Do you have something you're tired of?
I'm tired of all the TV drug commercials.
TV drug commercials? Well, I appreciate the call, Bob. I mean, what is he talking about? Like medications? I don't know.
I guess like the ones where they list a billion symptoms.
Well, those are, they're depressing commercials.
Yeah, it's like,
doesn't
this
seem
sounds really helpful.
Doesn't seem like any of these things are safe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I like this. And Bob, I appreciate. Maybe we're misremembering, but I feel like you just made up a couple lies during that call. I don't remember these abundance of times where Donovan McNabb was willingly running out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage instead of throwing the ball away. I don't remember that. I certainly don't remember the one-handed catches that his great receivers were making to bail him out all the time. Yes, the worm balls, which is something that people talk about a lot. Sure, like sometimes he had accuracy issues, but I don't know, man. I thought Donovan McNabb was pretty damn good. But that's exactly what bothers me though, is he's just never going to get the credit he deserves. He's never going to be appreciated for what he did here, and it's even more highlighted after Jalen Hurts wins a Super Bowl and Nick Foles wins a Super Bowl. It'll just be looked at as, and I feel bad as somebody who lived through that era and somebody who watched that era and somebody who loved those teams, because there's going to be a whole generation of young people who are going to believe that Donovan McNabb stunk. Like, they're just going to think he stunk. Because, Luke, you may disagree with how highly I regard him, but would you agree that the majority of that the way he's spoken about now kind of makes him out to be like he was a bum, and he certainly was not a bum?
Yeah, I do agree with that. I don't think he belongs in the Eagles' Mount Rushmore, but he was a very good quarterback. Like, I think Jalen is on his way to being the best quarterback in Eagles history. I still think it should be considered McNabb just because of his longevity here. I mean, he's got all the records in the world. He's had fantastic seasons here. The playoff success, even with the NFC championships that I maybe bash him for a little bit, even with all those losses, he still deserves credit for that. The reason I can't put Jalen as the best quarterback in Eagles history is just because of the longevity. You have to appreciate the longevity of McNabb, how good he was with how little he had. I mean, what was it, 1 or 2 years Westbrook was the team's leading receiver. He had the most catches on the team, and I think in 2007. Like, Westbrook was a phenomenal talent. But if your running back is your leading receiver in a year, that's a problem. And I don't remember Freddie Mitchell or Todd Pinkston making these one-handed catches.
No, and that's the thing. With McNabb and Hurts, it's interesting, and it's something that I'll probably talk about with the morning team tomorrow and get their perspective on it. But it's almost like their careers are kind of like reversed, where with McNabb, you had a guy who, especially previously to 2004, he had to carry the offense. Like, they had a really good offensive line, but McNabb basically had to do a ton of the things to make that offense go. He used to have to run the ball. Obviously, he used to have to throw it to receivers that weren't great, but he was great in the regular season. And then, in the big games, sometimes didn't play his best. I don't think he was awful in all those games. I think it's overstated. Like, you think back to 2001, the championship game against the Rams, McNabb was actually really good in that game. But you look at Hurts, it's almost the opposite, where he has all this talent around him. And yes, Jalen Hurts needs to do his part, But let's face it, he's assisted by the talent around him. Donovan McNabb, certainly prior to T.O. getting here, didn't have that benefit. He just didn't have great players around him. And Jalen has not been awesome in the regular season, like all the time. But what Jalen has that McNabb doesn't have is he does have the big game gene, I guess. And he's played his best in those biggest games. And it's really, I guess, about what you value more. Like, to me, I would still take McNabb because in those years, again, I don't think all the big games were his fault. And I just think he was the better overall player. I think over the course of those seasons, he had to do more for those teams to succeed. I think he needed to be more of a driving force of the offense's success than Jalen Hurts has had to be. And I just think, like, we should not solely diminish him just because he didn't win a Super Bowl. Like, does winning a Super Bowl matter? Of course it does. And that's always going to be something that knocks him down in the eyes of fans, but I still think he's the better quarterback, and I think if you stack them up and you just put them side by side and you say, who is the better player objectively, Jalen Hurts or Donovan McNabb, I think it's Donovan McNabb. Let's go to Jason in Glassboro. What's up, Jason?
Yo, what's going on, man?
How you doing, Jason?
Good. So listen, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Donovan McNabb, like, that he's a stiff, because he's not. But my thing is with McNabb, like, so one of my really good friends, his older sister was an Eagles cheerleader during the McNabb and T.O. Years, and she, to your point, told me the morning of the Super Bowl, McNabb was MIA for 4 hours because he was out partying in Jacksonville the night before.
Well, I don't know if that, Jason. I'm not gonna take hearsay with what happened in the Super Bowl. I would find. I'll say I will find that I find that very hard to believe. Okay, that he would do that the night before the Super Bowl. So
he was throwing up, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean he was out drinking the night before. I mean, you're playing a football. It's the fourth quarter of a football game.
Hey, man, like I said, I'm not.
Lane Johnson said he throws up before every football game he plays his entire career.
Listen, I'm not saying. I'm just telling you what I heard and what I think, and we can reasonably infer that McNabb could have been out doing
No, Jason, I appreciate the call. I cannot reasonably infer that. Okay? I don't, like, let's not do 20-plus years ago gossip about what could have happened and what, somebody may have seen down at the Super Bowl. I'm not buying that.
Whatever he did the night before, he still didn't show up, and he did not play well in the Super Bowl.
Right.
He could have went to bed at 7 o'clock. He still was awful.
Exactly. He didn't play well in the game. Like, there's really nothing else to say. We don't need to, speculate as to what else could have happened in Jacksonville. I don't know. You don't know. So I think that's kind of a moot point.
Also, how much is there to do in Jacksonville?
Not a lot.
That's what I mean.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. 215-592-9494. One segment left for me today. I'll be back on the morning show tomorrow, but a lot to get to in the last segment of the show. We'll continue getting all your calls in as well. I'm Tom Kelly, in for the afternoon show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ike Reese here. I know about great defense and special teams, and I want to tell you about a special team that will defend your home. I'm talking about Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons uses American-made roofing products that have a lifetime warranty. This is the last roof you'll ever buy. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Call Emmons today at 855-4EMMONS or check them out online at callemmons.com for a free roof inspection. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered. And tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our summer of shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on us. Log in to your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies, and look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. I'm Tom Kelly with you for one more segment here on the afternoon show. Being for Joe DeCamera in the morning the next 3 days. Broads will be with you in the afternoon the rest of the week, so make sure you're tuned in for that. A lot of stuff we've done on the show today. Obviously, we talked a lot of Eagles with training camp next week. The defense versus the offense, and which side of the ball you're more concerned about. For me, it's the offense. And looking at the Eagles' Mount Rushmore, we talked about that, and I would have Donovan McNabb on mine. I would not have Jalen Hurts on there. I'd have Brian Dawkins, Brandon Graham, Lane Johnson, Donovan McNabb. And, I think Donovan McNabb is the best quarterback in the history of the franchise. That, to me, gets you on the Mount Rushmore. If you're the best at the most important position, that gets you on there. Like, I get Jalen and Nick Foles won Super Bowls. I mean, Jalen would obviously go above Nick Foles, but not ahead of Donovan. Hasn't surpassed Donovan yet. So you want to get in on that, you're welcome to. Talked a lot of Phillies as well with the deadline coming up. And we will have a lot of stuff on the morning. I'm interested to get the morning show and their take on this Hurts versus McNabb thing tomorrow. I can guarantee you that Rhea is going to strongly disagree with me. That's the one thing I can guarantee you. So that'll be fun. And John Richard, I mean, Richie's going to be in a weird spot. He loves Jalen, but he played with Donovan.
You might as well just do 3 days of Hurts versus McNabb.
At some point, we can't do
bring
3
back,
days.
Bring back McNabb talk for the next 3 days. Watch some games from a couple of the seasons, like 2005, 2006, 2004, all that, and just come in, react, and think. Maybe have a revisionist history.
I'm just going to need to get their take on it tomorrow at some point. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. This segment brought to you by Benari Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at my apologies, I was reading the wrong thing there. This segment brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com. Let's go back to the phones. Go to OG Wade. What's up, Wade?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
What's up, Wade?
Let me just come in and give you a little education. You know what I'm saying? And listen.
Well, you can try, Wade. You try your best.
The Donovan McNabb and Jalen Hurts thing, it's not even close. You know what I'm saying? When you're talking about who's the better quarterback and who did more for the organization, Jalen Hurts in 5 years have surpassed him in everything. He owns more NFL records than Donovan McNabb. He actually won exactly what the goal is for every professional football player to ever lace up a cleat, is to win a Super Bowl. He did that for this organization. He's been there twice. You know what I'm saying? It's not even like what I know Donovan for more throwing balls in the dirt. You don't even see that with Jalen Hurts.
Wade, that's so lazy. That's so lazy. I mean, that is so disrespectful. And no, it's not true. It's not true.
Is it true?
No, it's not true. Wade, that is the biggest misnomer. You think Jalen's a more accurate passer than Donovan? You're crazy.
Absolutely. Now prove me wrong.
Yeah, go watch them play, Wade. If you think Jalen is a better passer than Donovan McNabb, I am not convinced you watch Donovan McNabb play.
Well, first of all, you know how old I am. I've been doing this thing for 40 years, bro.
I hope you remember. It doesn't seem like you remember 20 years ago, Wade.
This is my show. This is my show.
No, it's not. This is my show. You're a guest.
Hey, listen. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something right now. If you go back and watch Donovan McNabb throw the football, I don't know what was you in junior high or middle school or something?
I was in high school.
Bro, Jalen Hurts is the best deep ball thrower in the league today. He's the best thrower outside the numbers of the – this is why I'm trying to ask you guys, where are you talking about Joe Burrow is better than Jalen? In what? In what?
He's
not better than Jalen in no part of playing quarterback.
If you think, you know what, Wade? If you think Jalen's a better passer than Joe Burrow, I don't know what to tell you. Then you can believe what you want to believe.
All you got to do is open your eyes. You've seen them head to head. What happened?
Yes.
When Joe Burrow needed to make the throw, he threw an interception.
And let me guess, Wade, that's the only game you watched Joe Burrow play all year, isn't it?
No, I watched Joe Burrow play a lot. I like Joe Burrow. But I don't think Joe Burrow is better than Jalen. I'll tell you this.
Well, of course you don't. You don't think any quarterback in the history of the league's better than Jalen Hurts.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Who's better? Who do you think's better?
In the history of the league?
Yeah.
I think Tom Brady.
Uh-huh.
I think Joe Montana.
And who else? That's it?
Maybe one other, but I can't even think of it.
He's the third best quarterback in the history of football.
Absolutely. And when it's all said and done, he will be the – see, you got to understand, TK.
Oh, I got it.
Jalen Hurts is revolutionizing the position right now.
Uh-huh.
And I think this is the problem that y'all guys have with him is that he's not 6'5". He don't have this cannon for an arm. But when you go and look at his play and look at the things that he do and how he sets things up, he makes things look easy. We complain about the way Jalen wins, not the fact that he don't win, but these other quarterbacks, all you know them for is shrinking and losing in the biggest moments. You ain't never seen Jalen shrink. Jalen ain't never threw up in a huddle. Jalen ain't never succumbed to the big lights.
So he's better than Patrick Mahomes is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you look at how he throws, Patrick Mahomes is a seam route thrower, great player. But he's a seam route thrower. He does not throw the ball consistently well outside the numbers. That's how our defense was able to stop him.
Right.
So we played him inside out. All you got to do is
it's
go back
amazing.
to the Super Bowl.
It's amazing that he can go to so many Super Bowls being so bad, isn't it? Isn't that an
I
anomaly?
didn't say he was bad. I didn't say he was bad. I said to you that if people knew how to place Patrick Mahomes, they would win those games. Patrick Mahomes been saved by his defense a whole lot. Even in the San Francisco Super Bowl, where he threw an interception in that game that should have lost them the game, but because of Chris Jones putting the pressure on Brock Purdy that made him error throw, that's what won them the game.
So that counts for that. But I can't bring up the Jalen Carter sacking Stafford as helping the Eagles and Jalen.
No, because who's to say if Jalen Carter don't sack Matthew Stafford that he's going to throw for a touchdown? That's not.
There was a guy wide open. Well, you just said Chris Jones is the reason. You just said Chris Jones is the reason Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl.
No. Here's what I want to say to you about that.
No, Wade, you're a fraud. You like to bring up arguments that suit you, but when somebody else makes them, you don't let that doesn't fly.
Does it mean that Matthew Stafford would have seen that open man?
Wade, I don't know. You've seen every open man on that drive. Wade, what are you tired of? What are you tired of, Wade?
I'm tired of Chris Sims
getting
the shine every.
There you go.
You could have predicted that.
Yeah, I just can't take it anymore. I mean, honestly, I'll have conversations with you, like whatever. I mean, Wade's doing a bit. We all know what it is. Like
the Patrick Mahomes seam route thing's a new one, though. So, that's creative.
And if I'm a hater for saying it is stupid to say that Jalen Hurts already is the third best quarterback in the history of football, then I'm a hater. Because that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah,
I mean, Wade, go look at the tape, Wade. I know you think you know everything about football. Go study some film. I mean, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Honestly, at first, I thought he got it wrong when he said that Jalen Hurts is the third best quarterback in all of football.
No, he believes.
I thought he had it wrong.
He says he believes it. I don't think he actually believes it.
There's no possible way.
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about football, you know that's not the case. Let's go to Dave in Glassboro. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, how you doing? So I can agree with many of the criticisms of McNabb, and you can say the Nick Foles folk legend is greater than McNabb, and Hurts wins the Super Bowl, and Randall on Randall's best day is probably better than them all. But Donovan McNabb, over his career, is arguably one of the best quarterbacks to play in the NFC East. Tell me an NFC East quarterback you build your team around before Donovan McNabb. Maybe Aikman, Staubach or something like that. So anybody who says McNabb, the greatest quarterback in the history of the franchise, doesn't belong on Mount Rushmore is trying to be a hot take. I'd take Jalen Hurts over McNabb. I'd take Randall over McNabb if I was building a team. But statistically, it's not even an argument. It's not a debate.
Yeah, Dave, I think when you look at the quarterbacks in the division over the last 25 years, I mean, it's probably either McNabb or Eli. And Eli, I know Eli's
I'm taking Eli.
No, Eli's got.
Eli
No, I
over
agree.
Donovan.
I mean, Eli's got the 2 Super Bowls, but yeah, I think McNabb was a better quarterback than Eli.
One was a Cinderella run. I mean, you might take Eli. Sure. I mean, you can argue it, but tell me McNabb you wouldn't take him over Phil Simms or Theismann or Rippon or Romo, any of those guys. I mean, it's a complete – we forget what Donovan McNabb and Andy Reid were. We talk about the Buddy Ryan years like they were legendary because of the defense, right? Whatever. Andy Reid and McNabb surpassed Buddy Ryan with one of their NFC championship runs. The Eagles were arguably the best team in the NFC East, a perpetual Super Bowl contender, perpetual division title winner for virtually the whole time those guys were here.
Yeah,
so I don't understand. I mean,
no,
look,
Dave. I mean, 2000 to 2004, like they were unquestionably I mean, if not the second, the third best team in football, and McNabb was the third best quarterback in football behind Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, and the Eagles as an organization behind the Patriots and the Colts. So I just think as time's gone on, like it disappoints me more than anything, just as a big fan of that era, because people just don't remember or choose not to remember how great that era was.
I agree with you, and I can listen to all the criticisms of McNabb all day. I agree with a lot of them, right? I'd rather have Nick Foles' career than Donovan McNabb's career if I hung him up. Mm-hmm. But if he wins that Super Bowl, and let's not forget the Patriots cheated, he's a Hall of Famer. McNabb's a Hall of Famer. He's the only Eagles quarterback who's a Hall of Famer in the modern era.
Yeah, so I hear you, Dave. What do you have for something that you're tired of?
The Hammer, Joe DeCamera.
Oh,
way overexposed at this point.
Oh my God, Dave, that's unnecessary. That's unnecessary to come at the Hammer like that just as he's going on vacation. That is rough.
I guess he's a Fritz guy.
Yeah, but yeah, the Hammer. I guess him and Jack are going to be doing this tennis thing next week, maybe. I don't know.
A little nervous for Jack in that one.
Nah, he's going to win well, Jack will lose the tennis.
That's what I mean, tennis specifically.
I was talking about this with DeRazio yesterday. I mean, I think both guys are going to be heavily favored in one of the next events. Like, Joe's the heavy favorite in tennis. Jack will be the heavy favorite in running.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to the basketball. And, I mean, at this point, I think Jack's kind of the clear favorite. At this
They're
stage.
Just doing regular one-on-one for basketball?
Yeah, that's where, like, if it's a shooting competition, then that's a little different. But, I mean, I don't mean this as a shot at Joe, but Jack's a lot younger and I think in better physical condition.
Taller than him, too.
Yeah, and that matters a lot when it comes to basketball. Yeah. Pretty significant part of the game. Let's go to Dylan. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, TK, what's going on?
Good. I'm all right, man. How you doing?
I am doing all right. Well, listen, I got a few gripes about the Phillies.
Sure. What do you got?
Max Kepler.
Yeah, that's it. That's a good gripe.
That's pretty much it. Max Kepler needs to be better. Like, I was looking at his stats. 2023, he had a killer season. Last year, sucked. This year, playing decent. We don't need decent in this organization. We need somebody that can play the position well and play it to the best that they can.
Yeah, and Dylan, I mean, I agree with you. I think they need to get rid of Kepler. And, I mean, if it was up to me, I mean, Kepler would be sent down tomorrow and Justin Crawford would be up here on Friday night. That's what I think the Phillies should do.
And that's exactly what I think, too. I mean, and in terms of this, with the trade deadline coming up, I spoke about it like maybe a year or two ago. Oh, we find something for this bullpen because we cannot rely on switching people so that we can have a decent closer every single night. We can't rely on Kerkering to perform every night. We can't rely on Strahm to close things out. Lord knows we can't get Romano to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, no, they need a lot, Dylan. And, I mean, it's a matter of whether Dave Dombrowski's going to be willing to pay a price. I think they need a big-time bat. I think they need, at minimum, one reliever, probably two. And, you know, I'm not feeling great about it, considering Dombrowski's history here. I mean, he just hasn't been willing to make those moves.
It's a disappointment. Like, I've been a Phillies fan since I was a kid. I've enjoyed this team. I was in shambles when we lost in 22, moving to the Astros. But then again, man, that's the way things go in the MLB.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Dylan, and appreciate the call. And, yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to whether the Phillies, and I said this earlier, it's going to come down to whether they really think this team has a shot or not. And I think it's going to be very telling to see how they react at the deadline, because that's what this is about. Like, we all watch the team play every day, and nationally, honestly, they don't really have a clue. Like, because if you look at it from the outside and you just look at the record and you look at the starting rotation, you look at the names in the lineup, you know, you'd think, okay, well, this team, they're in good shape. They're going to make a run. They just need a minor tweak here, a minor tweak there. But we watch the team every day. Like, we see it on a daily basis. And anybody who watches this team play every day knows that the lineup is nowhere near good enough. Like, you need a big addition, or else you have no chance. This team has no chance to hit in the playoffs. And no, I'm not just talking about winning, a series here or there. You need to play well for a whole month. And the way it's looking with the standings right now is you could win the NL East, and you'll still have to play in that 3-game wild card series. Like, we've assumed, you win the division, you're going to get the bye. Not necessarily this year, because the Central's so good and the Cubs are playing so well. So you might need to win 4 rounds. You're going to need another bat because guys are going to get cold. Guys are going to, kind of cool off throughout the course of the lineup. So you need depth. You need more there. And the bullpen, you need 2 bullpen arms, I think, at a minimum. Because Jordan Romano stinks, okay? Like, we've seen that this year throughout the course of the season. Jordan Romano is not going to come around. He's not going to figure it out. You have what in the bullpen? You have Kirkering, who's been really good lately. I mean, Tanner Banks has been pretty good. I still can't tell you, though. Like, I don't want Tanner Banks out there in the 7th or 8th inning of a playoff game. And then you have Strom, who, even though his numbers look okay, Strom just hasn't looked right all year long.
Very shaky.
Yeah, you need a couple arms. No question about it. You need a couple arms at the deadline.
The wild card thing is a good point. Because even if you do win the division, the NL is very good. If the season ended today, you'd play the Padres in the wild card round, who you just lost 2 out of 3 to. You feeling that good against the Padres with this current lineup and this current rotation? I don't think so.
Well, you just lost the series to them over the weekend.
Exactly. Or the Mets are right there, who embarrassed you last year. The Brewers are right there, who have been playing very good baseball as of late. Like, the NL is really good. The AL is a bit of a mess. The NL is really good to where this current Phillies team just is not good enough. And it is insane just how tough it is sometimes to manufacture these runs. What game was, I think it was the Saturday night game when you had runners on 2nd and 3rd in the 7th inning, couldn't get them home, couldn't get one guy home. And it was a 1-run ball game from us. It was either tied or a 1-run ball game. 8th inning, runners at the corners, 2 outs, couldn't score a run. 9th inning, you have the top of your lineup. You have Turner, Schwarber, and Harper. 1, 2, 3, they're done. And then Harper swings at the first pitch and grounds out the first base. It's just this lineup cannot hit with runners in scoring position, and you can't really trust anybody to do so. I mean, just going back to Max Kepler, since we're just, ragging on him, he's been awful the entire year with runners in scoring position. Even when he's been hitting the ball a little well, hitting a home run every now and then, he cannot hit with runners in scoring position. Stott pops up on the infield or shallow outfield every other time. There's so many guys that they come up to the plate and you're so iffy on. And even Trey went through a bit of a cold stretch this last week. He was hitting the ball great for most of the season, but he cooled off this last week.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, I mean, they're going to need to figure it out, and I don't think it's going to get significantly better without external additions. Let's go to Mike in North Philly. What's up, Mike?
Hey, bro, thanks for taking my call.
How you doing?
Oh, man, these guys are cooking with you with the Donovan issue, man.
I know. People are haters, Mike. I don't know what to say.
Man, the people got a short memory, man. I got a long memory. I remember what it was like before Donovan.
Yeah, that's the thing, Mike. I remember what it was like doing it. I mean, when I was a kid, I was growing up in the 90s, and I remember when the Eagles would get blacked out because people wouldn't show up to games and stuff like that. And I just think there's a lot of revisionist history when it comes to that era in his career.
That is very true. That is very true. But on another note, for the Sixers, I'm so excited for this upcoming season. And I know that the injury to Paul George might dampen somebody most of the fan bases. But you got to look at it like we got a top 5 pick and VJ Edgecombe. We got Maxey coming back healthy. Hopefully we re-sign Grimes. You got Jared McCain. You got 4 legitimate guards. If they re-sign, what's his name? Gomez? Was it Gomes?
Who? Grimes. Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes, yeah.
You got 4 legitimate guards that can get their own shot, right? Then you also will have the 2 wings that they signed a free agent, one from Brooklyn, I think his name was Watford, and you got the other kid, who's the other kid?
Barlow. Mike, I'm kind of losing you here, Mike. Can you give me something you're tired of?
Tired of? I would say the cooking reels. I'm tired of the cooking reels, man. Every time you turn on YouTube or you go on Facebook, they got somebody guy teaching you 5 different ways to make a grilled cheese. The cooking reels are killing me, man. I'm just trying to watch a show. I don't need all these cooking reels, these cooking commercials.
All right, Mike, there you go. That might not be in my algorithm.
I can attest to that one.
Okay.
I get a lot of cooking reels and TikToks and whatnot. And it's not because I don't, I'm tired of seeing this. It's because I know I'm never going to make it, and then it just makes me really hungry, and I want that specific thing. So every time I see it, I just get really annoyed. I'm like, I really wish I had that right now. Why can't this person make it for me right now? And then I don't have it, and then I'm starving.
Yeah, and as far as the Sixers go, I think they're going to bring back Quentin Grimes, but a lot of guards on this team. Again, I don't understand why you would bring back Eric Gordon and Kyle Lowry. I mean, that makes very little sense. Let's go to Sean and King of Prussia. What's up, Sean?
What's going on, TK?
How you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, I just want to touch on the Donovan thing real quick, and I want to talk about the Sixers.
Sure.
I hate how, it's got to be this or that. I like Jalen as our quarterback. I think he's done a great job. But, Donovan gets so much hate because he just didn't win a Super Bowl. I grew up with Donovan. I'm kind of like you. Donovan was a stud. He was just a stud. Like you said, outside of Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, he's easily a top 5 quarterback almost every single year he played here. And he kind of started this whole, we're the gold standard in Philadelphia precedent. Our team was in and out competitive every single season. And he had, before T.O., his best receiver was Kevin.
Sean, and again, I'm sorry, man, I'm losing you there. But yeah, and that's the thing. And again, I know I'm a little probably over defensive, but I think it's interesting because I think it does come down to when you're growing up, you look at sports differently. You look at sports more emotionally. Now, I love the teams, love the players, stuff like that, but you have more of an emotional connection to the guys you grew up watching. And that's why, my favorite athlete of all time, it doesn't matter what, anybody does. My favorite athlete of all time is always going to be Allen Iverson. It just doesn't matter what happens now because I was just way more emotional then. And you grow up watching these guys. And it just makes, it honestly makes me sad. The way that we look back on that era and the way we look back on his career specifically, Donovan McNabb, and you heard it from some of the callers in the last couple hours of the show, is there's this perception or this idea that he was just a bum. And he was just not very good. And that's just not true. We can argue who's the best quarterback in Eagles history, who belongs on a Mount Rushmore, stuff like that. But with Donovan in particular, I just think it goes way too far. I have somebody on Twitter who said, Michael Vick should be above Donovan. Michael Vick had one good year here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, relax.
Yeah, so I get it, but... it goes way too far. But before we get out of here, final read on our Twitter question of the day, brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. And our Twitter question today, does Donovan McNabb belong on the Eagles quarter-century Mount Rushmore? Wow, this is crazy. 50.4 say yes. 49.6 say no. So a lot more support for Donovan on social media than on the phone lines. That's interesting.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's an even split there on the topic. And I will be polling the morning show crew on this tomorrow. Excited for that. But I'll be in the rest of the week for Joe DeCamara on the morning show. So I'll be back bright and early at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Excited for that. Make sure you're tuned in. Thank you to Luke Nichols doing a great job producing the show today. As I said, be in the morning show the rest of the week. Be back tomorrow morning at 6. Stay tuned. Rob Ellis, he is coming up next. He'll take you through the night right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Listen, it's already been a hot start to the summer, and I'm sure that your AC is on the fritz. See what I did there?